At the tender age of 6, after awakening from a high fever, Su Yun discovered that she had been transported into the pages of a book, regaining memories of her past life. With a sigh, she reflected on the fate of the cannon-fodder family and the protagonist, Su Xiyue. My dear grandmother is truly kind, still thinking of feeding me eggs. But, oh grandmother, you are unaware that soon my unscrupulous elder sister will be clamoring to divide the family, and our entire family shall not be far from demise. Grandmotherly what? Oh, dear. Must you send all good things to the eldest son's family? Your leg was indeed broken by the eldest son's machinations. Grandfather Su Huaiyi what? The most tragic fate belongs to my mother, who, schemed against by my cousin, grew distant from my father and ultimately succumbed to despair while pregnant with my unborn siblings, Mother Liu Xia. What? Pa. My father is a complete fool, spending his days cavorting with Wang Matzi, only to be tricked into a gambling den, leading to our family's ruin and death. Father Su Bing what? Su Yun had intended to alter her family's destiny, but before she could act, fate began to shift. Chapter 1. My grandmother is naively transparent. In the Daqin Kingdom, on the outskirts of the capital, in Longda Town, Qingshan Village. Alas, Su Yun sat despondently on a stone stool in the courtyard, sighing deeply. Since her fever a couple of days prior, she had awakened to the memories of her former life, only to find herself entangled in a narrative where, apart from her uncle's family, all others met untimely and tragic ends. For 6 years, from her birth to her first words, every memory was vivid, and she had long regarded her grandparents and parents as her kin. I cannot allow this to continue. I must change our fate, Su Yun declared, rising and clenching her chubby little fists. Oh dear, my little one, standing so tall. Are you feeling better? Such a tiny figure, yet her expression was exceedingly endearing. Oh dear, my little one is so capable, grandmotherly exclaimed, picking up Su Yun and planting a kiss on her cheek. Did I not tell you to rest? And where is your elder sister? She's probably off selling her catch in town. Forgive me, my beloved grandmother, but I cannot reveal the truth. I don't know, Su Yun replied, shaking her head. Grandmotherly paused momentarily, wondering if she had indeed heard her beloved's thoughts. Indeed, she was her favorite. Believing in the protective spirit of their household, Li quickly regained her composure, attributing this connection to the blessings bestowed upon them. As for the second branch's Xia girl, when had she become adept at hunting? Usually, she behaved like a mouse in the presence of a cat, perpetually timid and bullied, yet now dared to venture alone into the mountains. That wretched girl Xia, I ordered her to do some chores, yet she spends all day shirking her duties. I hope she doesn't expect lunch. Feigning ignorance of Su Xia's whereabouts, Li set Su Yun down. Dear one, play here while I prepare a couple of eggs to tide you over. My grandmother's ability to change her demeanor is truly remarkable, yet I find it quite delightful. Su Yun nodded obediently. Li kissed Su Yun once more before scurrying off to complete her task. How delightful it is that my little one professes her fondness for me. I shall share this with the old man tonight to elicit his envy. Li worked swiftly, and soon 2 eggs were boiled and peeled. Here, dear, enjoy your eggs. Alas, Su Yun frowned, her face resembling a bun, as she found the eggs tasteless, akin to chewing wax. Grandmother, are there more eggs? I wish to take some to father and mother.
Eat, eat.
Eggs are precious, not something that simply falls from the sky. A chicken lays, but 2 a day, where shall I procure more? With a furrowed brow, Li seized a broom and swung it in the direction of Susia. Where have you been, you wretched girl? Leaving your sick sister alone at home while you frolic with the wolves? I'll have you know, I'm inclined to use this broom on you. Grandmother, must you be so biased? Uncle spends his days idling about, and Auntie is busy in the fields. Isn't the hard work done by father and mother? Shouldn't those who toil be entitled to a mere egg? Susia protested vehemently, having felt the unfairness of the household since her arrival in this body. Why should Su Yun, who contributes nothing, enjoy eggs and rice daily, while the original owner endures relentless toil? This family must be divided. Lost in thought, Susia deftly evaded her grandmother's ire. Li, out of breath and exasperated, fumed. This wretched girl is truly maddening. My grandmother is so naive. Her emotions are always so transparent. Su Yun sighed, stepping between Li and Susia. Dear sister, How can you speak in such a manner? It would wound grandmother's heart. Has she ever shown favoritism? Ask yourself if she hasn't given you an egg every day, which you have always rejected, claiming you are unworthy of such treats. With words like these, who would continue to cater to your whims? At times, Su Yun truly wished to understand what thoughts occupied the mind of her erstwhile elder sister. Indeed, the girl speaks wisely. I am aware of this. Sia's mother would rather hoard all the good things for her son, so it is no surprise that Sia has developed such a sharp tongue. Aunt Lu, leaning against the wall, munched on seeds as she eavesdropped. However, the daughter of the Su family has truly transformed. She was never this sharp-tongued before. This remark caught Li's attention, and she cast a discreet glance at Susia. Could it be that this wretched girl had been possessed? Oh, my grandmother, temper your suspicions soon. Dear sister will realize you are doubting her. Had it not been for her incomplete mental powers, she would suspect Susia intended to use her abilities to eliminate her grandmother unnoticed. Old Liu's family, you laugh at my expense. Aunt Lu waved her hand dismissively, her seat-cracking speed increasing as she secretly pressed her ear to the wall to listen. Susia's eyes glinted with a hint of malice. It was not about the original owner's reluctance, but rather the blatant favoritism. Grandmother, everyone has their own reasons. Perhaps we should simply part ways and live separately, ensuring that we do not interfere with one another and that justice is served. To accomplish great things and earn a living, one must escape the clutches of this parasitic family. You wretched girl. I'll have you know I won't hesitate to punish you. Li was furious. How dare a child suggest division in the family while she still drew breath? It was no wonder that the dear one had warned her of the elder sister's plans for separation, predicting their family's tragic demi-seat was indeed this troublemaker's doing. Fortunately, with the protection of their household spirit, they remained safeguarded from the true nature of this wretched girl. Li raised her broom, poised to strike at Susia. Susia, hearing the approach of workers returning from the fields, did not flinch, but began to wail dramatically. Grandmother, look at my hands, and then at Su Yun's. In the bitter cold of winter, I wash a whole basin of clothes, enduring hunger and chill. All I wish is to bring some eggs to my parents, and yet you are ready to strike me down. Chapter 2. Grandmother, quickly feign weakness. You wretched girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Li exclaimed, her strike almost landing on Susia. Su Yun, desperate, grabbed at Li's sleeve. Grandmother, let us speak calmly. Li's heart raced, and she deftly sidestepped to avoid Su Yun's grasp. Just then, her uncle Su Jianan pushed open the courtyard door. Mother, what is going on here?
Xia.
Aunt Wang Baoi rushed forward to support Susia. Though she held little affection for her timid and inept daughter, she could not allow anyone to bully her. Mother, how can you be so harsh with a mere 10-year-old? Xia is your granddaughter. My dear grandmother, quickly feign weakness. We must take the initiative. Su Yun desperately conveyed her thoughts through her gaze. How could one feign fragility? She had been assertive for most of her life, not shedding a single tear even during a life-threatening hemorrhage while giving birth to her second child. Li's hesitation was palpable, but a glance at Susia, whose eyes were brimming with tears, solidified her resolve. I will fight this. I refuse to believe I cannot contend with a mere wraith. Oh, heavens! Why didn't you take me when I was bleeding so profusely? Li lamented, seated on the ground, striking her thigh and choking back sobs. The villagers who had gathered began to murmur amongst themselves. Indeed, when Li gave birth to Su's second child, she nearly didn't survive. Is it not excessively unfilial of Su to act this way? Exactly. What girl hasn't endured a beating? Why should Susia be so precious? Old Su, why aren't you rushing? Your wife is in tears. A villager shouted, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Su Huaiyi stumbled, nearly losing his balance upon hearing of his wife's distress. She is crying? What an immense grievance she must bear. With a lopsided gait, Su Huaiyi hurried over. Meanwhile, Susia stood in stunned silence. What has caused this old woman to suddenly become so cunning? Could it be that she, too, has been affected? And these fickle villagers, mere weathercocks, so tiresome. I must resort to more drastic measures. With a gaze laced with menace, Susia cast a sidelong glance at Li, quietly thumping her chest. Grandmother, I merely suggested that if you are biased, it would be better to speak of dividing the family estate, and now you wish to strike me dead. As she clutched her chest, blood erupted from her mouth, her body swaying unsteadily. Su Jianan's eyes turned crimson. Father, I merely inquired if grandmother intended to send some eggs for you and mother after seeing Su Yun eat a couple. Yet grandmother wants to kill me for it, she retorted, spitting out more blood. Wang Baoi frantically wiped at the blood, only to find it increasing, her heart filled with resentment. Mother, my dowry amounts to 50 taels, enough to buy quite a few eggs. Even if I were to eat one and discard another, it would suffice. Yet now, for the sake of a worthless egg, you wish to kill Yue? Are you trying to force our family of 4 to the brink? How shameless of the cheap second uncle's family to boast of a dowry of 50 taels. That money was long spent on the eldest brother's education. Moreover, grandmother has drained the family's resources. How could we afford to be extravagant? And to think of eating one egg and discarding another. What audacity. Besides, the cheap second uncle is not even blood-related. Who knows where my true second uncle is, alive or dead? Li was taken aback, her spirit momentarily lost. Ella has indeed gone too far. Is it merely an egg that warrants such violence against a child? Enough. Do not speak so lightly. Did you not hear that Sia spoke of division? If my granddaughter dared such a thing, I would certainly strike her dead. A villager shot a glare at someone with whom he had previously clashed. What nonsense! Are you looking for a fight? And thus, they exchanged heated words. Step aside, step aside. Upon arriving, Su Huaiyi found his wife sitting dazedly on the ground, clearly mistreated. He quickly scanned the expressions of everyone present, understanding the situation. He had just heard the tender voice of his child, likely the voice of the obedient one. It seems only he has received this fortune, the others cannot hear it. As for how the obedient one knew, it must be due to the protection of the family deity. No wonder he had always felt distant from the second child. There must be a reason for which he and his wife are unaware. Once this matter is resolved, he would seek an opportunity to probe the obedient one, ensuring his wife does not discover the second child is not biologically hers. She might act foolishly. Su Huaiyi steadied his mind and declared with conviction, Second daughter-in-law, why are you making such a commotion? How dare you mention your dowry? Where has it all gone? Should I recount it for everyone? Father, what are you saying? I merely stated a fact. The whole village knows my Yuansheng is studying in the capital. Wang Baoi forced a smile that lacked sincerity. Yet my Yuer has genuinely coughed up blood. Everyone has witnessed it. This matter requires an explanation from you. My grandmother did not strike my elder sister. She suddenly coughed up blood on her own. Su Yun countered. If only I were older, I would definitely call for a doctor to expose the cheap elder sister. What do you know, you worthless child? Your elder sister has coughed up blood, and you have not seen it? If not for your gluttony for eggs, could this incident have arisen? Wang Baoi glared at her with disgust. Second aunt, no matter how much you argue, my grandmother did not strike my elder sister. If you do not believe me, ask Aunt Lu. Su Yun turned to Liu, who had somehow climbed back onto the wall. Aunt Lu, intending to arbitrate, was startled by the cold gaze of Susia, nearly tumbling from the wall. This girl's gaze is truly eerie. Looking at her feels akin to gazing upon a corpse. With a shiver, Aunt Lu decided it was best to avoid trouble, offering a weak smile.
You jest.
I just arrived and did not witness what transpired. I have matters at home, so I must take my leave. With that, she nimbly descended the wall, as if pursued by ravenous wolves. Realizing Aunt Lu was unreliable, Su Yun patted Li's back to soothe her. Grandmother, it is all right, it is all right. Father has arrived, he will take charge. Oh, grandmother, have you overdone your performance? Watching my granddaughter suffer is heart-wrenching. My dear grandmother, please gather your spirits, or this filthy water will splash upon you. Indeed, it is imperative to resolve this matter. Without stripping them of their dignity, she would not feel at ease. Li raised her head, her gaze fixed intently on Susia. Second daughter-in-law, do you not know the weight of your own daughter? Now you are sharp-tongued, perhaps possessed by a malevolent spirit? This bloodied cough must surely be a backlash. I have never laid a finger on Sia. If you doubt, let us consult the esteemed Master Yao from the neighboring village. Should this wraith possess any skill, a physician would surely be unable to discern, but calling upon Master Yao would be different. He possesses genuine power. It is easy to discern whether a being is human or ghost. Su Yun silently nodded. My grandmother is truly remarkable, wise and formidable. Chapter 3. Wang Baoyi protects Xia. I believe it is a good idea. Second, you should summon Master Yao. Su Huaiyi agreed. He cast another expectant glance at Su Yun. However, after a while, he heard not a whisper of thought. Su Huaiyi gazed at his obedient child with a hint of resentment. Su Yun blinked in confusion. How strange? Is my grandfather's eye twitching? Su Huaiyi was filled with frustration, his ire intensifying as he gazed at the foolish son standing idly by. Second, why are you just standing there? Hurry and go fetch someone. Father, how could you e'er possibly be possessed by a spirit? Su Jianan murmured, his expression vacant. Though he had noticed his daughter's strange demeanor, he could not bear the thought of summoning Master Yao, for he had witnessed his daughter breathe her last. Susia, too, was cautious. One must never underestimate the capabilities of those from ancient times. Just as there are extraordinary individuals in the modern world, this era has its own marvels. There is no telling if someone might truly discern her otherworldly essence. In the Qin dynasty, any malevolent spirit would be burned alive upon resurrection. Susia tugged gently at Wang Baoyi's sleeve. Mother, Wang Baoyi placed her hand on the back of her daughter's hand, gently patting it. Liu Xia, seeing that the obedient one and her parents were well, seized Su Bing's ear with vigor. Can you not keep your mouth shut? You are supposed to be the father. Ow, ow, ow. Dear wife, be gentle. Su Bing pleaded. My parents are truly a pair of treasures, but alas, my mother. Is this the obedient one's inner voice? What is the lament? What has happened to my wife? Su Bing's heart was a flurry of ants, wishing to inquire but unsure how to begin. Meanwhile, Liu Xia accepted the situation well. The obedient one, and she share a deep bond, how wonderful. At the same time, Su Huaiyi and Li furrowed their brows, intending to delve into the matter later. Eldest, you should summon Master Yao. Understood. Su Bing responded to his father's command and turned to leave without question. Su Jianan could only grasp Su Bing's arm. Eldest, what's the matter? Didn't father instruct me to invite Master Yao? Su Bing pondered curiously. Brother, I implore you, please do not go. His younger brother was indeed peculiar. It made him feel like a villain. By lunchtime, most villagers had dispersed, leaving only Widow Tian, who had an ongoing feud with Wang Baoyi, to watch the performance. Oh, Su Heir, are you so afraid of inviting Master Yao? Could it be that the girl Xia is truly possessed by an evil spirit? You shameless wretch without a man. Mind your own business. If you want to invite Master Yao, you should pay for it. My family has no money. For Yuansheng studies are you going to pay? Wang Baoyi retorted angrily. Widow Tian was not easily intimidated. Pa, who would care about your family's troubles? You think I will pay for it?
Dream on.
Get lost. If you don't leave, I swear I'll tear your mouth apart. Pa. Widow Tian spat disdainfully and swayed her slender waist as she departed. Once the eyesore had left, Wang Baoyi cast a subtle glance at Susia. Even though Xia was not her biological daughter, she had crawled out from her womb. Xia had grown far stronger than the previous coward. At least she could now earn money for her. With money, when Yuansheng became a high official, she could secure connections. Susia was well aware that her parents knew she was not the original owner of this body, so she had not concealed her nature upon her arrival. In this world, all was advantageous as long as it was tied to profit. No familial bonds could rival that. Seeing Wang Baoyi's expression, she understood that the latter would surely protect her. Father, mother, it was I who suggested to Xia that we separate. Wang Baoyi's words implied that Xia's drastic change in temperament was instigated by her. My dear second aunt is truly investing heavily for a wild ghost of unknown origin. She is ruining her own reputation. Su Bing nodded, agreeing with her reasoning. Very well. Since you let Xia propose it, you must have had reservations about me and your mother. As the tree grows, its branches must separate. Let us seize the moment to divide the family today, so that your mother and I do not appear as villains. Su Huaiyi kicked his eldest son. Eldest, why are you standing there in a daze? Go summon the clan leader and the village head. Understood. Su Bing dashed off in a hurry. Li Shi stood up in dissatisfaction. Old man. Su Huaiyi assumed his wife was reluctant to separate the family and gave her a reassuring look. Rest assured, my dear, even if we separate the family, the impostors will gain nothing. Li Shi felt reassured and whispered, Susia, sharp-eyed and perceptive, couldn't help but sneer. The original owner's family was truly a bunch of extremes. Oh my dear. Your words have been heard by the cheap elder sister. What should we do? If she gets unhappy and decides to eliminate our whole family, we'd all be in grave danger. Forget it. I heard it as someone familiar with the plot. My disbelief cannot change. Our family's fate. What are you thinking? Frowning like a steamed bun. The biggest matters can be shouldered by your parents. Just eat and drink well, little one. Liu Xia rubbed Su Yun's chubby face. Su Yun mumbled indistinctly, Mother, is it fragrant? Goodness, I forgot you haven't had lunch yet. Liu Xia playfully pinched Su Yun's nose. Mother, I will go prepare lunch. The clan leader and village head can have their meal at our home. We cannot let them make a wasted trip at midday. All right, then kill another chicken. Li Shi nodded. Good child. Go help your mother wash the vegetables. After sending them off, Li Shi cast a cold gaze at the impostors. She had heard from the good child that this wild ghost possessed some prowess. Since the fate of the entire family was entangled with this evil spirit, she would not hesitate to act first. Once the family was divided, she would head to the capital to place an order for the assassination of Susia. Su Huaiyi had the same thought as Li Shi, but he intended to keep the plan for assassination secret from everyone in the family, as only he could hear the good child's thoughts, making it difficult to explain later. Father, the clan leader and village head are here. Su Bing's voice called from afar, reaching the courtyard. Su Huaiyi tidied his clothes and stepped out to greet them, with Li Shi following closely behind. Clan leader, village head. I apologize for calling you here at such a time. Brother Huaiyi, there's no need for formalities. It's quite puzzling why you would want to divide the family all of a sudden, clan leader Su inquired, perplexed. It's a long story. Children grow up and no longer heed their parents, and branches must separate as trees grow. Su Huaiyi replied with a bitter smile. Beside them, Susia scoffed. Such pretenses. The village head had also heard of Susia's situation and, seeing her demeanor, shook his head. No wonder they sought to separate a young one so lacking in decorum and disrespectful to elders. It was no surprise Widow Tian had proclaimed that the Su family was full of ingrates. Previously, he thought Su Jianan was a simple and honest man, but he had not realized he had indulged his wife and daughter in such slander against their parents. The clan leader advised, Brother Huaiyi, this family separation is a significant matter. Have you thought it through? The village head subtly shook his head at the clan leader. The clan leader understood that there must be some underlying issue and added, It seems I have misspoken. Chapter 4. The Division of the Family. Part 1. What nonsense. Huaiyi knows that the clan leader cares for me, his younger brother. The clan leader and the village elder are invited in. Su Huaiyi leads the way, and aside from Liu Xia and Su Yun, who are busy in the kitchen, everyone else is gathered in the hall discussing matters. Su Yun, lost in thought, washes the vegetables. Liu Xia pauses her chopping. Isn't the second brother not a biological child? Then where is my true second brother now? Liu Xia wants to ask, but hesitates. It seems she can only find an opportunity to hint to father and mother. How I wish to see him, but how should I tell mother? It wouldn't be proper for a child to visit, would it? Su Yun raises her head, a frown tugging at the corners of her mouth. Liu Xia suppresses a smile, obediently going to brew some tea for grandfather and the village elder. The clan leader is Su Huaiyi's cousin. All right. Su Yun beams, a small dimple appearing on her left cheek. Mother is so wonderful. I love her the most. This child, what is this love business? How embarrassing. Liu Xia's ears gradually tint with a soft pink. No, I cannot agree. This is unfair. Why should everything go to the eldest brother's family, leaving us with nothing? Are you taking advantage of the fact that my family lives far away and cannot assist? Damn it, the Su family is bullying me, an outsider. I can't go on like this. Su Yun has not yet entered the hall when she hears her second aunt's wails. She stands at the door, unsure whether to enter or stay out. A loud bang resounds. Li, the matriarch, slams the table. I'm not dead yet. Why this wailing? What right do you have? Because of your unfilial daughter-in-law inciting the younger generation to demand a division of the family, and because your good daughter slanders the elders. What right do you claim? Our Su family has truly welcomed a splendid daughter-in-law. Wang Baoyi, realizing she is in the wrong, dares not say much. Su Jianan kneels on the ground with a thud. Mother, it is the child's unfilial behavior. The matter of the family division is entirely up to father and mother. He has known since he was very young that he was not the biological child of his parents. A wet nurse had once approached him, telling him that he was the son of the esteemed Lord Rong and that his biological mother was a mere concubine. To protect him, she resorted to such drastic measures, exchanging him for the real Su Jianan, who had already. Knowing this secret filled him with guilt from a young age, compelling him to work hard and do what he could. Now, with their family of 4 leaving with nothing, it can be seen as repaying the debt of nurturing. Seeing Su Jianan like this, Su Bing rolls his eyes. His second brother is the best at putting on a show, making their family appear as the villains. Second brother. Is it not true that you are unfilial? Is the division of the family not at the discretion of father and mother, but rather yours? Eldest brother, I did not. Su Jianan clenches his palm, his face a mask of sorrow. Su Bing remains as annoying as ever. It is only when the sticky feeling in his palm becomes unbearable that he relents. What Wang Baoyi thinks remains unknown to him. She only knows that this matter cannot be left unresolved. Leaving with nothing is acceptable, but return my dowry to me. Silence. Su Huaiyi reprimands, then bows to the clan leader and the village elder. Cousin, elder, I apologize for the disturbance. Huaiyi's actions must surely be justified. The clan leader perceives that the Su family's second son and his family are not as simple as they appear. This wife encouraging her daughter must have been at Su Er's behest. He cannot be deceived. The village elder waves his hand. Huaiyi, since it has come to this, I shall draft the document. The village elder glares sharply at Susia. You little one, when elders speak, what right do you have to interject? Su is this the good daughter you have raised? You, apologize. Su Jianan feigns a reprimand. I am sorry. The younger generation recognizes their mistakes. Though Susia is reluctant, she can only comply. She bows her head, falling silent, her small body trembling slightly. This village elder is no ordinary man. Even his lifeless eyes can almost intimidate her, let alone the invisible pressure that seems to clutch her heart, as if it could crush her in an instant. Is this the inner strength of ancient people? Truly not to be underestimated. Humph. The village elder snorts lightly. He then turns to Su Yun outside the door, smiling kindly and beckoning her. When did you arrive? Yun girl? Come in quickly. Your great-grandfather is just thirsty. You noticed long ago, didn't you? How could an old hero from the battlefield not notice a little child like me? The village elder observes the chubby girl in a green skirt, her hair adorned with 2 flower braids, holding a tray with a look of admiration directed at him. Her lips do not move. The well-informed village elder understands that she is expressing such sentiments because of her affinity with Yun girl. He assumes Su Yun has heard of his battlefield exploits from her grandfather. However, a hero? This is the first time someone has praised him in such a manner. The village elder feels pleased, conveniently ignoring the old part. Great-grandfather, cousin, please have some tea. Su Yun, while making playful jabs, swiftly serves everyone tea, but forgets about the second uncle's family. Wang Baoyi instantly becomes furious. Well, this family not only bullies her elders, but also the younger generation. What do you mean by this, you worthless child? What is wrong with the second aunt? There are only 4 sets of tea utensils at home. Shouldn't they be reserved for the elders? Besides, didn't my father drink tea as well? Su Yun replies innocently. Old second's wife. Do you have an issue with me? The village elder heavily places the teacup down, a splash of tea leaves and water rising and settling back into the cup. Su is this how you educate your wife? Baoyi falls silent. Su Jianan first shouts in anger, then wipes the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Village elder. I assure you that Baoyi and you will not utter a word from now on. Let us proceed with the important matters. Humph, that would be best. The village elder glares at Su Jianan for a long moment before shifting his gaze. Huaiyi, do you have anything to add? Uncle. Regarding the dowry matter of the second family, I have something to say. Since the division is so clear, we must calculate properly. The second wife's bride price was 50 taels of silver, all of which went towards Yuancheng's education. As for the gold and silver jewelry, the second wife sold them herself to support Yuancheng's studies. Not only that, but my wife and I have even exhausted our savings for his education, and we still owe 20 taels of silver. The division must be clear, otherwise my wife and I will suffer alongside the eldest, which would be unfair. Su Huaiyi takes out the promissory note and account book from his pocket and hands them to the village elder and clan leader. The two of them peruse the documents and nod. Su heir, your parents' savings must be repaid. The clan leader now refuses to even glance at Su Jianan. He is well aware of Huaiyi's borrowing, and the account book is meticulously recorded. Wang Baoyi wishes to say something more, but Su Jianan casts a glance that silences her. He respectfully addresses the clan leader. It is only right. He then extends his hand toward Wang Baoyi. Hand it over. What? Wang Baoyi pretends to be confused. Chapter 5. The Division of the Family, Part 2. Money. Su Jianan squeezed out the two words through clenched teeth. He was fully aware that Ware had given her 20 taels of silver. If it weren't for Ware earning some money now, this venomous woman would still wish to harm his daughter once more. Wang Baoyi clutched her purse tightly. Where would I have money? No money, just a life. Wang Baoyi. Give it to me, I shall provide. Seeing Su Jianan truly infuriated, Wang Baoyi slammed her bulging purse onto the table. Su Jianan weighed it in his hand, estimating there were only 20 taels. Where, might I borrow a bit of silver from you? He did not adopt a harsh demeanor towards this daughter who had come into his life unexpectedly. Rather, he inquired gently. Susia retorted with sarcasm, casually tossing the purse into her adoptive father's arms. She accepted the loss today, knowing she would not part with her silver without reason, depending on whether the Su family had the means to spend it. With matters settled, the village chief drafted an agreement. In the 121st year of the Great Qin, a contract of division among brothers. From the birth of our father to the two brothers, I shall reside at the second residence. As I voluntarily request this division, I shall leave with nothing. Both parties affix their seals, thus severing ties. The clan leader spoke earnestly. Jianan, one must never forget their roots. Your wife and daughter hold 50 taels of silver. Why must you gnaw at your parents' meager inheritance? I understand, Su Jianan replied, lowering his head in acquiescence. Had it not been for the reopened wound on his palm, he might have been deceived by his own appearance. Su Bing intentionally bumped into Su Jianan with a heavy nasal grunt, cheerfully pulling the clan leader and the village chief into conversation. Uncle, grandfather, please do stay and sample my wife's culinary skills. If you refuse to stay, it implies you look down upon my father. Knowing full well the clan leader and village chief would not stay, Su Bing insisted stubbornly. You brat, are you asking for a beating? Su Huaiyi picked up a feather duster nearby and swatted Su Bing on the backside. This boy was utterly unruly. 3 days without punishment, and he would turn the house upside down. Father, be gentle. The little one is watching. Can't you spare me a little face? Su Bing jumped and dodged behind the village chief. Grandfather, save me. Ha ha ha, Huaiyi, come quickly. I've got this rascal pinned down. The village chief laughed heartily. After 3 firm smacks, Su Huaiyi finally ceased. You should remember you are a father now. Can you not set a proper example for the little one? Su Bing looked to Su Yun for help. Don't look at me, foolish father. I'm still just a baby. Who told you to be so reckless every day? Grandfather's beating is too lenient. Su Yun turned her gaze away. Observing the cheerful family, Su Jianan felt a pang of jealousy. His father had never treated him this way. Perhaps the absence of blood relations made him feel it acutely. Both his father and mother had always been polite to him. Let us go. Su Jianan tugged at his wife and daughter, preparing to leave. Wang Baoyi clutched her handkerchief, biting her molars as she fixed her gaze on the money pouch in Li's arms. No matter how Su Jianan pulled, it would not budge. Li naturally noticed this and retorted, I didn't prepare any lunch for you. Do you intend to stay for the new year? How is it that after splitting the family, you still covet your mother's meager inheritance? You have 3 days to vacate my home. Do not worry, mother. I will move out tonight. Su Jianan shot a glare at Wang Baoyi, and Su Xiyue silently followed behind him as they departed. The clan leader shook his head, noting how the second branch had truly broken his sister-in-law's heart. Otherwise, they would not be so heartless. In the past, Li had doted on this youngest son the most. Is it truly over? My grandfather and grandmother are too efficient. And the village chief and granduncle, if not for them, it might not have gone so smoothly. I must say, it feels satisfying to drive that false family away. But will this tarnish my grandparents' reputation? It seems our family's misfortune began with a loss of respect. Su Yun was lost in her thoughts, oblivious to the 4 pairs of eyes that turned toward her simultaneously. The village chief eyed Su Huaiyi and the others curiously. Could they possibly hear her as well? In this main hall, it seemed only the clan leader remained oblivious. The village chief discreetly shifted his gaze. He felt a connection with Miss Yun, as if it were destined. If so, he might as well assist the Su family in overcoming this crisis. Unexpectedly, it appeared that Su's second son was an impostor. He recalled that Huaiyi and Li had given birth to him prematurely at the Dragon King's temple while selling mountain goods. No wonder he always felt the second brother bore no resemblance to their father or mother. He was filled with malice. But what of his true younger brother? What is wrong with my grandfather and grandmother? Why are they staring at me? Do I have something on my face? And why does my foolish father look so tormented? The clan leader sensed the atmosphere was off. Huaiyi, what is the matter? Nothing much, just admiring the little one and pondering that she is the only granddaughter left. He replied, Yuanxing appears to be quite good. Separating the family does not sever ties, so why would Huaiyi say such things? The clan leader disagreed. The village chief took a sip of tea. It was understandable that this young man was unaware that the second family was not of blood relation. Unfortunately, mentioning this would surely remind Huaiyi of his biological son and cause him great sorrow. Enough, Huaiyi means there is only Miss Yun here. Yuansheng is studying in the capital. He probably sees his parents only a few times a year. Quite reasonable. The clan leader did not dwell on it further, instead concluding that Huaiyi's remark was likely directed at Tingjun, perhaps intending to urge for more grandchildren. Indeed, Yuansheng is busy. Li could only express such on the surface, while internally she felt bitterness. That false family was not related by blood, and there were not only Miss Yun as a granddaughter. She wondered how her second son was doing now. Had he taken a wife? Su Bing laughed heartily. Father and mother, do not worry. I shall strive diligently for 2 children in 3 years, or 3 and 5. My foolish father, there is no need for 5 years, nor 3 years. My mother is already pregnant, and with twins no less. Surprised? Unexpected? Cough, cough, cough. Su Bing choked on his own saliva, his face turning crimson. What nonsense! His wife was expecting. Mother, I shall go see if Xia has prepared the meal. Ah, good, good. Li, too, was taken aback by this tremendous surprise, answering before fully comprehending. Old man, you chat. I will head to the kitchen and check. The eldest is so clumsy. I hope she doesn't cause any trouble. Once she realized, she hurried off with quick steps. Su Huaiyi remained composed, nodding, secretly delighted. Excellent. Our Su family is finally to welcome another child. The village chief genuinely felt happy for the Su family and gestured for Miss Yun. Come here. Great-grandfather, what is it? Su Yun blinked her doe-like eyes, looking up at the village chief with moist eyes. Chapter 6. My foolish father. The village chief's heart nearly melted, yet he lamented the absence of a granddaughter, having only a mischievous boy instead. Huaiyi, I perceive that Yun possesses an extraordinary physique and an innate talent for martial arts. Perhaps we should allow her to train under my guidance? This proposal seemed splendid, yet it remained uncertain whether the girl would consent. Su Huaiyi, pleased, stroked his beard thoughtfully. The village chief, a formidable martial artist forged in the crucible of battle, had honed his skills for the purpose of self-preservation. As for Susia, the malevolent presence that required vigilance, it was indeed prudent for the girl to possess some martial capability. The matter was presented to Su Yun, who promptly knelt and bowed deeply. Master, please accept your disciple's respect. Very well. Tomorrow morning, allow your grandfather to escort you to your great-grandfather's home, where we shall pay respects to Guangong, and thus you shall be my disciple, the village chief said, helping Su Yun to her feet with a satisfied smile. What master-disciple relationship? Su Bing, holding a large platter of chicken, craned his neck to inquire. Father, does this mean great-grandfather intends to teach me martial arts? What nonsense is this? Su Bing exclaimed incredulously, casting a disbelieving glance between the village chief and Su Yun. Grandfather, did you not declare you would no longer take on disciples or practice martial arts? Was it all a ruse? He glanced mournfully between the two, as if they were betraying him. The clan leader, unable to bear the sight, interjected, Ting Jun. You possess the gift for scholarly pursuits, yet choose the path of martial training. In my opinion, the village chief declined your request precisely because he saw no martial talent in you. Is what my uncle says true? Su Bing insisted, seeking confirmation from the village chief. The village chief, feeling uncomfortable, could not utter a lie and merely nodded. Your uncle speaks the truth. I suggest you focus on your studies instead. Your physique is even weaker than Ernyo's. How could you compare me to Ernyo? Su Bing felt deflated, resigning himself to the reality that Ernyo was indeed exceptionally strong. Was my great-grandfather referring to that old yellow cow used for plowing? If memory serves. The villagers affectionately called it Ernyo. Su Bing was disheartened. Li, balancing 2 plates of food, blocked the doorway. What are you doing? The plates are no longer hot. Hot, hot, hot. Father, please hurry and set the table. Su Bing exclaimed, hopping about in discomfort. Su Huaiyi chuckled softly while hastily setting up the table. Once Su Bing carefully placed the large platter of chicken on the table, he pinched his ears in anticipation of reprimand. Li, exasperated, scolded, You never act with any decorum. Go fetch the bowls and chopsticks. Dinner will be served soon. At the dinner table, everyone gathered together. The Su family did not adhere to the custom of separating men and women at mealtimes. Su Yun, while eating, was lost in thought. It seems the time is nearing for Wang Matzi to visit my father. Ugh, my father is such a fool, befriending Wang Matzi, only to be led into a gambling trap that resulted in our family's ruin. Li's vegetables slipped from her chopsticks into the rice soup. Liu Xia discreetly pinched the soft flesh at Su Bing's waist, her face adorned with a gentle smile. My dear, after dinner, let us work in the fields together. Do not even think of slacking off, all right? No, I must go to the town's martial arts school to help out. What did you say? I didn't quite catch that, Liu Xia replied, her smile growing sweeter while her grip tightened. Su Bing gasped, Nothing. I will heed my wife's wishes. Su Huaiyi shot an admonishing glare at Su Bing. With the family now separated, there was a labor shortage in the fields, and with the harvest season upon them, it was imperative to gather the crops. The eldest daughter-in-law was to remain at home to cook and care for the child, while the eldest son was to work in the fields starting this afternoon, lest he be tempted to roam with unsavory companions. He set down his chopsticks and added, Do not even think of slipping away. If the crops are not harvested, you shall go hungry. Father, do you not trust me? I will work diligently. I assure you I will not escape, Su Bing protested, feeling aggrieved. His father and wife showed him no respect. Did they not see the village chief and clan leader observing? Even if Wang Matzi were to ensnare him, he would never fall into the abyss of gambling. The village chief slurped his rice soup, squinting slightly. It seems your wife is quite perceptive. It was imperative to tend to the fields. Should her husband slip away from her watchful eye, their family would be doomed. In such sweltering heat, taking the child along would only bring her suffering. Li was unconvinced. Enough, eldest daughter-in-law. You shall stay home and care for the child. This matter is settled. Seeing Liu Xia preparing to speak further, Su Huaiyi slammed the table decisively. He had not forgotten that the eldest daughter-in-law was pregnant, and indeed with twins, unbeknownst to her. It seemed wise to consult a physician to ensure the well-being of both mother and children. Eldest, after dinner, please make a trip to summon Dr. Zhao. Weren't you sending me to work in the fields? Why must I go seek a physician? Am I expected to be in 2 places at once? Su Bing muttered under his breath, poking at his rice bowl. Oh, my foolish father, even my grandfather has noticed my mother's pregnancy, yet you remain oblivious. As Su Yun complained, she unexpectedly locked eyes with Su Bing. They glared at each other, and Su Yun quickly swallowed her mouthful of rice. Father, what is it? Nothing, I merely find you adorable. Of course, it would be even better if you were less verbose in your thoughts. Liu Xia was taken aback. What? She is pregnant? Su Yun spoke the truth. Her father had discerned it while her foolish husband remained in ignorance. Liu Xia, irritated, pinched Su Bing once more to quell her inexplicable frustration. Su Bing blinked, his eyes nearly brimming with tears, feeling unjustly treated by everyone around him. Did they not see the disdainful glances from the village chief and the clan leader? Even his own parents occasionally shot him reproachful looks. And as for the child, how could they speak of him so? He felt utterly wronged. Indeed, it was all Wang Mozi's fault. If that rascal came seeking him in a few days, he would certainly deliver a beating that would leave him searching for his teeth. After dinner, the village chief and clan leader took their leave. Every household was busy with the harvest, and there was no time to squander. Su Bing, having arranged for Dr. Zhao, was dragged by Li to the fields. At that moment, only Liu Xia and Su Yun remained in the house. What had become of Su Jianan and his family, who resided in the West Wing? They seemed to have vanished, as Su Yun had not seen them since lunchtime. She suspected they had gone to the town in search of a residence. In the storyline, the female protagonist, after separating from her family, settled in the town and began a small business. Liu Xia absent-mindedly sorted through last year's beans. Dr. Zhao had mentioned that she might be carrying twins. She was well aware of the perils of childbirth, including the possibility of complications. What if? Even Su Yun could perceive Liu Xia's troubled thoughts. Mother, do not fret. Everything will work out in the end, as you always say. Yes, dear child. Do not let your thoughts weigh heavily on you. We shall rely on your father and me. Now, come help me sort the beans. We shall prepare a savory bean pudding for dinner. Liu Xia masked her worries, attempting to lift her spirits. Chapter 7. The next morning, before dawn, Su Yun was roused from her slumber by her grandmother. Ever since she turned 5, she had been sleeping in her own room. The Su family was among the more affluent in the village, residing in a grand house made of blue bricks and large tiles, complete with both a front and back courtyard, 5 side rooms, a kitchen, and a latrine. Chickens roamed in the front yard while pigs were kept in the back pigsty. A jujube tree, older than her father, stood in the front yard, estimated to be around 30 years old. If it weren't for the financial burden of her elder brother's education, her family would surely be among the wealthiest in the village. With a yawn and half-closed eyes, Su Yun squatted beneath the jujube tree to wash up. Her grandmother, Li, emerged from the chicken coop, clutching a large rooster. The rooster flapped its wings and squawked loudly. But once in Li's hands, it settled down, allowing her to tie its claws with a red cloth. Toothpaste? My dear sister truly is a commercial genius. She has even produced toothpaste. Upon hearing that it was made by the malevolent spirit, Li immediately lost interest in purchasing it. However, seeing Su Yun's eager and sparkling eyes, she didn't want to disappoint her. Never mind, this toothpaste is of little value. When your grandmother goes to the capital, she will buy you pearl herbal paste. That is the best for brushing your teeth. All right, Su Yun replied with a bright smile. Su Huaiyi emerged from the cellar, carrying a jar of wine. Old woman, wrap this wine in red cloth as well. Isn't this the wine you dried last year? Has it become good this year? Su Huaiyi patiently explained. This wine becomes more fragrant the longer it's stored. We can drink it now. After all, we can't go empty-handed when visiting your master. We must observe proper etiquette. You are right, grandfather. This chicken and jar of wine seem rather meager, but alas, we have little else of value at home. Perhaps I shall send some pastries tomorrow, Li said, wiping the old dust off the wine jar and meticulously wrapping it in red cloth. As they set off towards the village head's home, Su Yun followed closely behind her grandparents. Indeed, it was only her and her grandparents who rose at this hour. Her parents were still sound asleep. The family of her second uncle had moved away the previous day before dusk. It seemed they had prepared for this departure in advance, as everything was ready when they arrived at the village head's house. Upon entering the main hall, they were greeted by a painting of Guangong riding a steed and wielding his famed green dragon crescent blade, alongside an assortment of pastries laid out on a long table. Su Yun, do you wish to take me, Guanqing, as your master? The village head, though over 50 years old, held the highest status in the village and was said to be a descendant of Guangong. In Su Yun's eyes, this Qin dynasty felt like an alternate reality, a historical period that never truly existed, yet it housed familiar figures, albeit with some discrepancies in timelines that she had yet to comprehend. Pushing aside her musings, Su Yun's small face turned serious. I am willing to be your disciple. I vow to never engage in violence or wrongdoing. Very well, Guanqing replied, taking 3 sticks of incense, lighting them and kneeling in reverence. Su Yun quickly followed suit. For reasons unknown, she felt a fleeting pang of loneliness emanating from her master's back. From now on, we shall practice for an hour together at this hour every day, he instructed. I understand, she replied eagerly. Old woman, bring me some rice flour. I shall stay with my elder brother for a few days. He recently wrote to say he has been promoted to the 7th rank as an editor in the Hanlin Academy. What about the work in the fields? Li continued making pancakes without pausing. She intended to go to the capital, as the malevolent spirit would not be resolved until she did. However, it was she who needed to go, not her husband, as they would be left without anyone to tend to the farm. I have asked the village head to help find someone from the village with less land to assist in the fields. We will settle the payment with grain. 10 pounds of grain for each mu of land. After taxes, there will be little yield left for us. This year's harvest is poor, and if this continues, we won't be able to sell for much, Li lamented. Her family was relatively well off, with 10 mu of prime land and 20 mu of lower quality land. However, this year the yield was dismal, barely 4 stones per mu. The land tax would take a large portion, and with the added expense of hiring help, there would be little left over. The village head had warned that rain was likely in the coming days, and without help, their crops might rot in the fields. Su Huaiyi expressed his concerns. In truth, he had more pressing matters at hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't be using a visit to his elder brother as a pretext for going to the capital. Although the village head had spoken subtly, he understood that his son was currently missing. It was likely that he had already. If he didn't investigate further, how could he face his second son? Moreover, he was not alone in hearing the whispers of concern. The village head. He could trust the village head's character, but he remained anxious for his wife. If she were to learn of their second son's situation, she would surely be unable to bear it. Indeed, there is a heavy rain coming. After we divided the family, we didn't have time to harvest the millet, and it all soaked in the fields. We are so tight on food that we can barely eat, Xian added, tossing a dry branch into the stove. Li did not oppose hiring help. After finishing the last pancake, she declared, I will go with you. What nonsense. Stay at home and keep an eye on your elder brother while he works. What is there to fear? Let Deshan and Xiaoshan keep watch. If I'm not mistaken, the village head recommended those 2 brothers, didn't he? They are honest and diligent. They will keep a close watch on your elder brother. Li quickly wrapped a few pancakes for the journey and deftly pulled out 2 pounds of white flour from the cupboard. Dear, after you finish eating, don't run off. Your grandparents are heading to the capital, and I'll bring you pearl herbal paste. Sure, Xian replied, biting into a soft pancake that was still steaming hot. Su Huaiyi, knowing he could not change his wife's mind, felt disheartened. Let us take another hen for your elder brother's health. What? No way. That hen is meant for Guai to lay eggs. Li shot back, her eyes wide and teeth clenched. Su Yun had always known that her grandfather was generous towards her uncle, but now that she had regained her memories, she found her grandfather's attitude quite displeasing. She could only cry out in distress. Grandpa, Guai has no eggs to eat. Guai wants eggs. What? His leg was broken by your elder brother's doing? Was it true that his leg was broken by his elder brother? When they had traveled to the capital for the examination and encountered trouble, if not for his elder brother stepping in, it would have been far worse than merely a limp. Later, his elder brother had also delayed his examination to find a doctor for him. The doctor had said that had they not arrived in time, he would have been bedridden, and his leg would have been completely useless, leaving him unable to walk as he did now, albeit with a limp. Could it be that all this was orchestrated by his elder brother? Su Huaiyi's thin body swayed, and he leaned against the wall, closing his eyes. Indeed, he had been more academically gifted than his elder brother. His parents had said that only those who could pass the exams could continue their studies. The family's finances could only support one scholar, and his elder brother's disregard for brotherly love was ultimately for his own education. In the Qin dynasty, individuals with disabilities were barred from taking the imperial examination and serving in the government. What a grand scheme. Chapter 8. System 001. Old man, what has happened to you? Although Li felt momentarily taken aback, the myriad of news she had absorbed over the past day and a half had accustomed her to the situation. The realization that the old man had been deceived by that vile Su Huaiyi did not shock her. Today, upon closer inspection, she noticed how frail he had become. He was clad in a loose-fitting gray linen shirt, devoid of patches yet faded to a sickly yellow. Unbeknownst to her, the old man's white hair and the wrinkles on his face had multiplied over time. The more she looked, the more pitiful he appeared. Ensnared in ignorance while still compelled to honor his treacherous brother. Had she been too harsh in her tone earlier? Perhaps she should treat him with more kindness in the future. Old man, please do not frighten me. Seeing Su Huaiyi remain silent, Li worried that her previous reprimand had pushed him too far. What to do? I hope I haven't upset him too much. Oh dear, I am truly sorry. Su Yun, equally alarmed, hastened to Su Huaiyi's side, tugging at his clothing. Hearing the choked voices of his wife and the child, Su Huaiyi opened his bloodshot eyes. His voice was hoarse. It's nothing. I simply did not sleep well last night and felt a bit dizzy. You nearly scared me to death, Li said, lightly tapping Su Huaiyi on the back in a show of frustration. Well, it seems you are all right now. My dear, let us gather our things and leave quickly. Dawn is approaching. What about the chicken? Li hesitated. Let it be. We shall leave it for the child to have eggs. And the flour can stay behind to make noodles for the child. As Su Huaiyi made his way outside, Li's voice brimmed with excitement. No, we must go empty-handed. Indeed. Our elder brother in the capital would surely look down upon our rural offerings. Su Huaiyi paused. Wife, are we still leaving? This is the first time we are going without anything. Just as he lay down, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for altering the family division plot. Reward, 1 point of enhanced learning, facilitating effortless mastery of any subject, automatically installed for the host. Blessing Talisman 6 can only be activated by silently reciting the name of the blessed. This talisman dispels misfortune and prays for blessings, capable of withstanding a fatal blow. Note, consumable. Upon receiving a fatal attack, the talisman will dissipate. What on earth? Su Yun exclaimed. When did she acquire a system? Moreover, the family division had occurred yesterday. Why was the reward delayed until today? 001, sensing Su Yun's thoughts, remained silent. How could it explain to the host that it had merely been next door in a small world enjoying a snack? Choosing to feign ignorance, 001 decided that since the rewards had already been distributed, it was not in violation of any rules. Su Yun mentally recited, System? Are you there? 001 dared not respond. Su Yun mumbled, This system is nothing like the ones described in novels. It seems rather dim-witted. 001 bristled, Who is dim-witted? I am the most intelligent 001. Ding. Host. I am here. What is your query? Still quite sluggish, Su Yun whispered, aware that the house was poorly soundproofed and her mother would likely be waking soon. System. Can the blessing talisman be used simply by reciting the name? What if I don't say the name? For example, can I directly use it on my father? I have seen in novels that systems can hear the host's thoughts. 001. Do not forget to shield that. Shielding completed. 001 regretted its predicament. Had it not mistakenly bound to this old rogue, it would not have to endure this. Originally, it intended to bind to the antagonist. Su Yun felt pleased. Since she could use the blessing talisman directly on others, she could ascertain whether her uncle was still alive. 001. Apply it to my grandfather, grandmother, father, mother. And my dear uncle. Moreover, she reiterated, my dear uncle, 001. Do not confuse it. Usage confirmed. The specific status can be viewed on the panel. A luminous screen projected in midair. Su Yun deftly navigated to her inventory. Inventory. 1 point of enhanced learning. User Su Yun, currently in normal use. Blessing Talisman. User Su Yun, currently in normal use. User Su Huaiyi, currently in normal use. User Li, currently in normal use. User Su Bing, currently in normal use. User Liu Xia, currently in normal use. User Qi Lian, currently in normal use. Splendid. My dear uncle is still alive. Just as Liu Xia stirred, she heard her daughter's thoughts. My younger brother is alive. How wonderful. Do you know where he is, dear? Liu Xia wanted to listen further. But after straining her ears for a while, silence ensued. She shook the still sleeping Su Bing. Dear, wake up. Su Bing turned over, falling back into slumber. Liu Xia shouted into his ear, the water has burst. What? The water has burst. The water has burst. Su Bing jolted awake. Leaping from the bed with a sudden burst of energy, he scooped up Liu Xia and dashed outside. Hearing the commotion, Su Yun opened the door. Father. What are you doing? Isn't the water bursting? Su Bing, clad in a white undergarment, maintained his grip on Liu Xia, still dazed. Liu Xia tugged at his ear. Put me down. Oh, Su Bing complied. Now fully awake, he surveyed the quiet courtyard, sensing something was amiss. Where are my parents? Did they sneak out in the dark? No, the elder has been promoted. Grandfather and grandmother went to check on things early this morning. Seeing her parents disheveled, Su Yun added, by the way, father. Once Deshan and Xiaoshan come to find you, you should head out to work in the fields. You should wash up quickly. Su Bing's smile faltered. Oh! My parents truly are something. They left without ensuring I was well informed. My father is so silly. Liu Xia chuckled softly, indeed, quite silly. As it happened, Liu Xia and Su Bing had just finished breakfast when the two brothers, Deshan and Xiaoshan, arrived at their door. Brother Su, are you home? Currently. Only Su Yun and Liu Xia remained in the household. Liu Xia retrieved a bamboo basket and 2 small hoes from the woodshed. Dear, let us go dig for wild vegetables. We shall make steamed buns for lunch. All right. Su Yun took one of the hoes and slung it over her shoulder. Qingshan village was aptly named for the towering green mountains nearby. Rich in resources, the legends spoke of bears lurking deep within. However, one did not need to venture into the mountains to gather wild vegetables, for they grew abundantly at the foot of the hills. The distance from the old Su home to Dakingshan was considerable. One had to reach the village entrance to find the path leading up the mountain. Just as they reached the village center, they encountered Jinhua, who was preparing to leave her home. Xia, are you going to dig for wild vegetables? Wait for me. I want to join you. Jinhua, with her thick eyebrows and bright eyes, was fair of face yet dark of skin. And she had a peculiar penchant for wearing pink dresses, which only accentuated her dusky complexion. In no time, she emerged with a basket of her own. Let us go. Then, as if just noticing Su Yun, she masked her jealousy and pouted. This girl has become even fairer in just a few days. But isn't she getting a bit too plump? Chapter 9. Crumbly pastry, you are the one who is chubby. I merely possess baby fat. I am not fat at all. Su Yun turned her head aside, pouting. She despised it when others remarked on her weight. Liu Xia gently patted Su Yun's head, reassuring her, Dear, you are not fat at all. Children are simply growing, and soon you will be slender. That may not be the case. Who knows? You might grow up to be as plump as a winter melon, Jinhua chuckled, covering her mouth. Su Yun's eyes widened in indignation, and she boldly retorted, "If I am a big winter melon, then Aunt Jinhua is surely a black coal ball." This remark struck Jinhua to the core. "You little brat. I'll tear your mouth apart." Children often speak without restraint, and Jinhua wondered why she should take offense. It wouldn't sound good if word got out. Liu Xia, understanding where Jinhua's sensitivities lay, swiftly intervened. Jinhua brushed the leaves off her shoulders with a huff. Su Yun hid behind her mother, making faces silently. "You black carbon." Jinhua, now furious, suddenly wore a sinister smile. "Just wait, little girl. Once I become your stepmother, I shall make your life miserable." Liu Xia playfully flicked Su Yun's smooth forehead. "Oh, you, don't be so mischievous." Su Yun giggled, her eyes curving with delight. Liu Xia felt troubled. Jinhua, with her incessant gossip, was always gravitating towards her. It was either slandering her mother-in-law or belittling Su Yun, and she felt trapped, unable to shake her off. "I just remembered I have some matters to attend to at home. Jinhua, you go on ahead." Liu Xia frowned, perplexed by Jinhua's inability to take a hint. "What? You crumbly pastry, spend all day dropping crumbs and getting into mischief." Liu Xia ventured cautiously. "By the way, Jinhua, I recall you turned 20 this year. Hasn't your mother been anxious to arrange a match for you?" "Not yet. You know my standards are high. My mother listens to me." Jinhua changed the subject. "I heard your family has split. Su Lao heir left empty-handed. So that means all 30 acres of land now belong to Su Bing, right?" Liu Xia realized that Jinhua was indeed scheming about the crumbly pastry. Usually, in their conversations, 8 out of 10 topics revolved around it, and she had failed to notice. Liu Xia's expression darkened as she asked bluntly, "What? You keep bringing up Su Bing. Do you fancy him? If you do, let me know, and I'll have you brought into the family as a concubine." "Mother is formidable. Mother is powerful, just like that." Su Yun silently cheered. Jinhua's smile froze on her face. "What nonsense are you spouting? If you keep joking like this, I might just get angry." "A concubine? You think just because you are a scholar's daughter, you can act like the lady of the house? What a joke. Just wait. Su Bing can only belong to me." "Oh, is that so? It seems you have a soft spot for Su Bing. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." Jinhua, incensed, stamped her foot, her eyes filled with malice. Su Yun whispered, "Mother, doesn't Jinhua have feelings for my father? Is it possible my father might really marry her? I dislike her. I have heard that concubines in wealthy families often mistreat the legitimate wife's children." "I'm sorry, father. I didn't mean to say that. I know your heart belongs to mother. But if I don't voice my concerns, mother might continue associating with Jinhua. Jinhua is not a good person. She deliberately approaches mother to entice father. Even more despicable, Jinhua even removed her clothes and accused father of misconduct. Mother almost miscarried when she caught sight of it." Liu Xia felt a surge of anger upon recalling the incident that had almost cost her child. Calm down, she soothed her belly. "Do not let anger consume you. The situation is not yet determined. I will not allow it to come to pass. There's nothing to it. You're just a child. Don't think wildly. Have you seen anyone in our village taking a concubine? Besides, your father wouldn't dare, even if he agreed. Your grandmother would never allow it." Liu Xia gently reassured her, speaking softly. Su Yun bit her lip. "Mother, let us not play with Aunt Jinhua anymore, okay?" On their way home, they frequently encountered villagers. Liu Xia greeted everyone with a smile. Some elderly villagers sat beneath the large locust tree in the village, chatting amiably while busily making shoe soles. Among them was Jinhua's mother, who, with spittle flying, remarked, "If you ask me, that girl from Su Lao heir's family must be possessed. Otherwise, how could her temperament change so drastically? Just think. How could Su Lao heir leave without a single copper coin? I suspect she has been bewitched to protect her." "Indeed, I noticed something strange in her eyes," Aunt Lu said, quickly stitching the soles of her cloth shoes. Jinhua's mother, ever perceptive, spotted Liu Xia and Su Yun and warmly called out, "Isn't this the eldest daughter-in-law of the Su family? Now that the person involved is here, who better to clarify than a family member? Is it true that Su Xiyue is possessed? I cannot say. I am not Master Yao. Liu Xia feigned a polite smile. Jinhua's mother was displeased. If you don't wish to speak, then don't. If your family doesn't, who would? Besides, didn't your parents go to the capital? I heard they intend to invite a master from the capital to exorcise that spirit. Everyone knows how much Li treats Su Lao. She would never easily allow a separation. Liu Xia ignored her, quickening her pace. Jinhua's mother stepped forward to grab her. Liu Xia could smell her foul breath even from a distance. Suyun tugged at Jinhua's mother, grandmother. Is it true that Aunt Jinhua wants to be a concubine for my father? You little imp, what nonsense are you spouting? Jinhua's mother released Liu Xia and pointed at Suyun, scolding her. Spittle nearly hit Suyun's face. Suyun stepped back, looking innocent. Why does Aunt Jinhua keep asking about my father? Aunt Lu's curiosity piqued. Indeed, what does little you know at just 6 years old? If it weren't for your Aunt Jinhua's wild tales, how would such a child know about concubines? She set her sewing aside, realizing that Jinhua, at 20, must indeed have feelings for the eldest son of the Su family. Nonsense, that's not true. Just recently, the manager of the tavern in town proposed to my daughter Jinhua. Chapter 10, Best Friend Wang Linba. Ultimately, isn't it just being a concubine? That old manager's son is over 50 and still has the audacity, Lu Auntie murmured to the person beside her. Jinhua Nyang lunged forward. What nonsense are you spouting? I see you're just envious. Who doesn't know you're a rooster that can't lay eggs? You've been married to old Lu for 30 years and Haven T had a single child. Jinhua Nyang struck at Lu Auntie's sore spot, and the two began to tug at each other's hair. Liu Xia hurriedly pulled Suyun away to escape this contentious place. Upon returning home, Suyun felt uncertain. Did I upset Mother? I didn't mean to say that. It's just that Jinhua Nyang was being so touchy with Mother. What if she hurt my younger siblings? Liu Xia squatted down, looking directly at Suyun. Dear, some matters are better left unthought. You're still a child. Mother doesn't want you to bear such burdens. For a fleeting moment, Suyun thought her mother could hear her inner voice, but how could that be? She averted her gaze. Liu Xia sighed softly, filled with compassion. All I desire is for you to be joyful and carefree. All right. Suyun nodded, still somewhat confused, yet her happiness relied upon her family's safety. She noticed the changes in her dear friend, but she could still feel that her friend was indeed her dear friend, albeit with a shift in her mindset. Suyun chuckled foolishly. I'll go find Shaolin and dig for earthworms to feed the hens. They Haven T laid eggs lately without them. With a small hoe slung over her shoulder and a grasshopper cage woven by her grandfather at her waist, mostly used for catching earthworms, Suyun was on her way. Shaolin, the youngest daughter of Wang Ernyo, was of the same age as Suyun. Wang Ernyo lived off hunting at the village entrance near the foot of the Green Mountain. Coincidentally, as Suyun approached Shaolin's house, she saw Shaolin emerge with a small bamboo basket. Wang Lin was dressed in a vibrant red outfit, her hair adorned with 2 red hairpins, bouncing as she ran. Yuna, I was just coming to find you. You have no idea how much I've missed you these past few days. Well, here I am. Let us go catch some earthworms together, Suyun said, grasping Shaolin's hand. My dear friend, why haven't you come to see me? You know I've been bored to death at home. It's not that. My father won't let me go, saying your family has matters to attend to. Wang Lin hurriedly explained, fearing Suyun wouldn't believe her, carefully pulling out a bulging handkerchief from her bosom. Suyun, puzzled, asked, why the sudden explanation? I'm not upset about you not coming to play. What is this? Wang Lin, with a proud puff of her little chest, declared. It's roasted bird eggs that I picked from the trees myself. The handkerchief was embroidered with beautiful plum blossoms, and upon opening it, 5 plump bird eggs were revealed. Suyun took one and placed it in Wang Lin's mouth. What are you doing? That's for you. I've already eaten mine, Wang Lin protested, covering her mouth, fearing Suyun would feed her. Without hesitation, Suyun consumed the rest. Hand in hand, they made their way to the foot of the mountain. No way. I cannot let my best friend fall into this fire pit. As long as Uncle Ernyo is alive, her uncle surely wouldn't dare to lay a hand on her. Wang Lin thought, shocked, covering her mouth with one hand. Indeed, she hadn't misjudged. Siyun's lips hadn't moved, yet she had heard her inner thoughts. What does best friend mean? Perhaps it signifies a close sister? But would her father truly perish this winter? Her mother had died giving birth to her, and her uncle hadn't even visited once. It was evident that if she fell into his hands, she would only meet a fate of being sold. Noticing Wang Lin had halted in her tracks, Siyun questioned, "Shaolin, why aren't you moving?" Wang Lin dropped her hand. "A bug just flew into my mouth." "Why are you so silly? Just spit it out," Siyun urged in a panic. Wang Lin feigned spitting, remorseful in her heart. "I'm sorry. I didn't want to lie. But father said if a fairy's secret is discovered, the fairy will fly away. Yuner must be here to rescue her little fairy." Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Suyun dug up numerous earthworms, some of which Wang Lin had helped find. Once home, Suyun fed all the worms to the hens. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The 3 hens and a rooster flapped their wings, eagerly vying for the food. Just as a hen swallowed 3 earthworms, it began to cluck excitedly. "Mother, the hen laid an egg," Suyun exclaimed, rushing to the kitchen with the warm egg in hand. Liu Xia lifted the pot lid, and a thick white steam swirled around. "Put it in the cupboard. I'll cook it for you this afternoon. Wash your hands and get ready for lunch." Lunch was simple: steamed cornbread, mung bean soup, stir-fried greens, and a portion of potatoes stir-fried with preserved meat. Although there were more potatoes than meat, Suyun still savored every bite. After lunch, Liu Xia filled a bowl with food and poured mung bean soup into a wooden bucket, slinging the basket to deliver lunch to Su Bing. Unable to sit still, Suyun followed along, planning to find Wang Lin after delivering the meal. "Hey," Liu Ani approached in a hushed tone, "you wouldn't believe it. Jinhua, that girl, took food to your Su Bing. And big meat buns, filled with real pork. I saw it. Your Su Bing readily accepted it. Looks like good fortune is on your horizon." "Oh," Liu Xia replied indifferently, pulling Suyun away. Liu Auntie spat on the ground. "What kind of person is this? Acting like a scholar's daughter. Doesn't she see what she is? Can't even hold on to a man." Suyun overheard and turned to glare at Liu Auntie. 001. Do you happen to have a misfortune talisman? Rewards can only be obtained by the host altering significant plot points and changing character destinies, 001 replied bureaucratically. Just then, an announcement appeared. "What's going on? How has the plot changed? Congratulations to the host for altering Qi Lian's fate. You have received 3 misfortune talismans. As the name suggests, they bring misfortune. Even drinking cold water could result in toothache. Valid for 1 day. Can be stacked, and 3 lucky charms. As the name implies, the goddess of fortune is upon you. Valid for 1 day. Can be stacked." After being taken aback, 001 went silent. "My dear uncle's fate has been rewritten?" Suyun, using her mind, opened the light screen, and indeed, it displayed a protective talisman. User, Qi Lian, expired. Realizing that it was the protective talisman that saved her uncle's life, Suyun felt grateful for 001. She chose to use 1 misfortune talisman on Liu Auntie and 1 lucky charm on her uncle, Qi Lian. Chapter 11. "My dear, I truly have nothing," Liu Auntie muttered, as an invisible talisman that only she could see slipped into her body. Still grumbling, she inadvertently bit her tongue. Ouch! She covered her mouth and, distracted, stepped into dog feces. Losing her footing, she fell flat on the ground. Whose wretched dog is allowed to roam free and defecate? If I find out, I'll stew it for dinner. Suyun could hear Liu Auntie's wails and curses from quite a distance. Liu Xia cast a furtive glance at her daughter, noticing that Guai Guai seemed to be conversing with someone. Who was Lin Lin Yi? Could it possibly be the family guardian spirit her mother often spoke of? Yet, she had not heard Lin Lin Yi's voice. Perhaps only Guai Guai could. Liu Xia pretended not to notice, shouldering her basket as she walked into the fields. The golden sun bathed the grains in a radiant glow, while a gentle breeze made the vast fields of golden millet sway. The azure sky contrasted beautifully with the lush green leaves. The incessant chirping of cicadas offered a hint of coolness amidst the sweltering heat. Su Bing bent over, wiping sweat from his brow, while Jinhua sat in the shade of a tree, gazing dreamily. Su Bing, with his keen eyes, spotted Liu Xia and Su Yun. He waved his sickle, a grin plastered across his face, resembling a fool. Wife, over here. Liu Xia ignored Su Bing entirely. Deshan, you and your brother should take a break. I've brought lunch and mung bean soup. No need, sister-in-law. Shashan and I have already eaten pancakes, Deshan replied. Scratching his head awkwardly, Shashan's eyes darted around, and he casually nudged Su Bing, whispering, Brother Su, did you upset sister-in-law? Why won't she even look at you? Impossible. Everything was fine this morning. You know I've been working in the fields all morning, Su Bing replied, his face tinged with frustration and a hint of grievance. Shashan shrugged, but brother, you've been working all morning, and it seems someone has been watching you the entire time. Jinhua shyly cast a flirtatious glance, her cheeks flushing crimson. Of course, Su Bing was oblivious to it. No way. Is Jinhua really eyeing me? Don't be ridiculous. Jinhua's family has fields nearby. She might just be watching old man Jin. Liu Xia, while conversing with Deshan, had her mind focused on Su Bing. Eat. You're not allowed to work until you finish, she insisted, gritting her teeth as she thrust the basket into Deshan's arms. Deshan was taken aback, but nodded. Then I'll take it to eat with Brother Su. Your brother Su isn't hungry. You and Shashan eat. My dear, I'm hungry, Su Bing exclaimed, approaching Liu Xia and tugging at her sleeve, swaying side to side. Liu Xia expressionlessly pulled Su Bing's hand away. Silly father, mother is jealous. Haven't you seen how Jinhua has been staring at you? I heard Liu Auntie say she even offered you a big meat bun. Su Yun mused, enjoying the spectacle of her parents' antics, finding it far more entertaining than her previous infatuations with fictional characters. Su Bing understood at once. My dear, look. This is the meat bun I saved for you. He produced a bun wrapped in lotus leaves from his bosom. Liu Xia's eyes glistened with sorrow. So, the scoundrel truly accepted Jinhua's bun. Noticing Liu Xia not accepting it, Su Bing held the bun to her lips. Try it. It's so fragrant. Silly father. Who would eat something from a rival? Su Bing truly comprehended this time. Panic washed over his face, fearing that his wife might genuinely be upset with him. My dear, this bun is from Jinhua. She gave it to me and others too. Shashan accepted one as well. Hearing the commotion, Jinhua hurried over, arms crossed. Xia, must you be so dramatic? It's just a bun. Su Bing, do you have feelings for Jinhua? If you do, just tell me and I'll help you in. Liu Xia spoke to Su Bing, her gaze fixed on Jinhua. I don't. Su Bing exclaimed, terrified, throwing the bun at Jinhua. The bun soared through the air, landing perfectly on Jinhua's head. With a twisted expression, Jinhua held the bun. Xia, could you not pressure Brother Su? If this gets out, people will think you're jealous. So what if I am jealous? I advise you to keep your distance from my Su Bing. Liu Xia retorted, then embraced Deshan. Old man Jin, keep your daughter in check. Does she have no shame, always thinking about another woman's man? Old man Jin, who was cutting millet with his 3 sons, turned dark with anger upon hearing these words. Jinhua, having never faced such a reprimand from old man Jin, covered her face and burst into tears. Ultimately, she glared at Liu Xia once more before hastily departing. Su Bing's eyes turned red with anger. My dear, let me explain. Father may be a bit foolish, but he truly loves you, mother. Remember, when you were harmed, he killed the culprit. Liu Xia blinked her dry eyes, no longer angry. Okay, I believe you, my dear. I truly haven't spoken to Jinhua more than necessary. Su Bing's heart was heavy. Who could have harmed his wife? Why did Guai Guai's matters always seem half-finished? Hey, I've noticed that when my father is anxious, he calls you my dear, but when he is calm, he calls you wife. Liu Xia shot a sharp glance at Su Bing. Oh, really? Is that so? Su Bing looked at Su Yun, incredulous. Guai Guai, how can you be so mischievous? Su Yun blinked innocently. What is the matter now? 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Before dawn, Su set off alone to the village chief's house to practice martial arts. In the past days, Su Bing had accompanied her, but then the chief insisted she should build her courage by going alone. She wasn't particularly afraid, having lived 2 lives. The previous days were spent in horse stance and running around the foot of the Great Green Mountain. Today, she was to learn the internal cultivation techniques. Su felt quite exhilarated. The chief recited the heart method once, and upon seeing Su enter a meditative state, he sensed her energy subtly manifesting. He felt a sense of satisfaction. This girl had more talent than he had at her age. As she successfully circulated her energy through the meridians, Su opened her eyes. The chief solemnly patted her head. Do not become arrogant. Progress must be gradual. Yes. Returning home, Su lay on her bed, closing her eyes to rest. In the past few days, fearing Su Xiyue would play tricks, she had used 2 misfortune talismans. Counting the days, today the talismans should lose their effectiveness. She wondered how formidable their cumulative power was. Suddenly, raindrops began to pelt the eaves, soon turning into a torrential downpour. Luckily, the grains had been harvested just yesterday and were piled in the west wing. Su Bing threw on his clothes, rising to call out softly from the corridor. The chief, unaccustomed to being called master, preferred to be addressed as great-grandfather. Su Bing nodded, his gaze cast anxiously at the heavy rain. Something must have delayed her. Su comforted herself with the same thought, but the gloomy sky made her feel particularly unsettled. She activated the light screen. What is happening? Why has the protective talisman lost its effectiveness? Could it be that danger has arisen? Su quickly used her remaining lucky talismans on her grandparents. The talismans working indicated that her grandparents were not in immediate danger. 001, could you lend me 2 protective talismans? Su feeling uneasy, called out to 001. 001. Are you there? 001? Chapter 12. A disturbance with grandparents. Su Bing, anxious, donned a raincoat. Though he was unfamiliar with the protective talisman, it appeared to hold the promise of salvation. The charm had evidently failed when his parents were in peril. He paid little heed to the mysterious being known as Lin Linyi. His only wish was for his parents to be safe. Liu Xia, a light sleeper, emerged wearing an outer garment. What's wrong? Why is your father in such a rush? Nothing. He just went to fetch grandfather and grandmother. Su concealed the truth from Liu Xia. Her mother was with child and should not be burdened with worry. Mother, please rest a little longer. It's not yet dawn. Oh! How I wonder about grandfather and grandmother. Liu Xia realized the gravity of the situation. Her parents must have encountered trouble, otherwise her husband would not have dashed into the pouring rain. The scene shifts to a road 20 miles from Qingshan village, specifically along the official road passing through Longda town. Su Huaiyi, carrying the unconsciously, limped towards the government office. During a scuffle with the coachman, the frightened horse had caused the heavy cart to crush the 3 of them. Strangely, neither he nor his wife felt any pain, and they managed to escape through a narrow gap. Yet, the coachman, whose chest had been pierced by the cart's timber, stood up as if unscathed and lunged toward the old woman. The old woman was knocked over, her head striking a stone, rendering her unconscious. He seized a large stone nearby and struck the coachman, but the man seemed impervious to pain, continuing to grasp the old woman tightly. He lost count of how many times he struck. Each blow sent blood cascading down the coachman's forehead, mixing with the rain. His pupils dilated, and he appeared utterly numb, devoid of any expression. He resembled a fiend rather than a human. Taking advantage of the coachman's momentary unsteadiness, he hurriedly fled with his wife on his back. Whether it was indeed a guardian spirit manifesting, he suddenly spotted soldiers clad with sabers ahead. Who goes there? The blades were unsheathed, their silver edges gleaming coldly, reflecting his disheveled and blurred image. Officer, please save me, he gasped, collapsing to the ground. What shall we do with this man? The lead officer, puzzled, noted that this man was not holding an oil umbrella, yet the rain seemed to avoid him entirely. Fu Yuan flicked a dagger with his fingers, which flew through the air and embedded itself in the coachman's forehead. With a thud, the coachman fell, lifeless. The leading officer expressed his confusion. Why not capture him for interrogation? His mind is under someone else's control. He cannot survive. See to it that those two receive proper treatment. Fu Yuan's pupils were deep. She alone possessed the ancient art of sorcery in her past life. The village head, feeling uneasy, decided to accompany Su Bing in the search. He cracked the whip over the yellow ox's back. The ox seemed to understand, snorting steam as its hind legs picked up speed. They had been traveling for an unknown duration when the village head caught a whiff of blood in the air and called for a stop. Halt, Tingjun. Steer towards the left side of the forest. Su Bing complied, and indeed, they soon stumbled upon an overturned cart. Now only fragments of the carriage remained. The horses had fled to an unknown location. The village head leapt from the ox cart and approached the wreckage for inspection. He gently brushed his fingers over the earth before inhaling deeply. Then he picked up a stone that lay nearby. To the government office. After a moment's contemplation, the village head understood the entire sequence of events. Without a word, Su Bing urged the ox cart onward. He was burning with anxiety. Not having found his parents might be the best news of all. He feared encountering only cold, lifeless bodies. Not daring to think further, Su Bing struggled to keep his eyes open against the rain. In the distance, he saw a blurred figure lying on the ground, and his throat tightened, rendering him speechless. Upon arriving, the village head turned the body over, frowning at the gaping wound on the forehead. It was evident the injury had been inflicted by a dagger. A swift and fatal strike. Noticing the bruises on the head and the penetrating wound on the chest, the village head understood. This man was the coachman, who for some unknown reason had attacked Huaiyi near Longda town. The village head explained to Su Bing, pointing at the coachman's head. Observe this. The bruises were inflicted by Huaiyi in self-defense. And this wound on the forehead, another group must have dealt the mortal blow. This man rescued your parents. The corpse had been dead for an hour. This man had killed without reporting to the authorities and had undoubtedly taken your parents from Longda town. Su Bing exhaled a sigh of relief, but the village head's words tightened his heart once more. Sir, what should we do? Where could this man have taken my parents? Should we report to the authorities? Absolutely not. This is merely my conjecture. Let us first inquire at the medical hall in Longda town. We will devise a plan if we find nothing. Very well, let us not delay. Su Bing was as frantic as a headless fly, ready to heed the village head's every word. The village head patted Su Bing's shoulder, suggesting that perhaps the man meant no harm. Otherwise, he would not have intervened to help. Let us hope so. The two men visited every medical establishment in town but returned empty-handed. Liu Xia had already prepared hot water and a large pot of ginger soup, warming it on the stove. What happened? The village head removed his raincoat. Tingjun's wife. Is there hot water? Let Tingjun change his clothes before we discuss further. Of course, I will fetch it. Liu Xia turned to the kitchen for hot water. Su Bing, having changed clothes, sat there in a daze, sipping ginger tea. Liu Xia, exasperated, exclaimed, Su Bing, could you not look so lost when trouble arises? Speak up, and we will figure it out together. What has happened to our parents? Tingjun, you must be honest. It may lead to a glimmer of hope. The village head spoke cryptically. Su Bing's eyes brightened. Indeed, there was Guai Guai. Guai could communicate with that Lin Linyi. Perhaps Lin Linyi knew the whereabouts of his parents. The situation is as follows. I accompanied my grandfather along the road, and in the forest by the official road, we encountered the overturned cart. Su Bing recounted the events, glancing at Su Yun intermittently. My grandparents had no grievances with the coachman. Why would he suddenly attack them in Longda town? Su Yun innocently inquired, Father, great-grandfather, did the coachman have anything peculiar about him? Why would he suddenly assault my grandparents? Chapter 13 Complaint 001 There is indeed something peculiar about the situation. The carriage driver was pierced through the chest by a wooden stake, which any ordinary person would find unbearable. Yet, despite this, your grandfather struck him with a stone, and the driver seemed impervious to pain. Pursuing your grandfather for a full 4 miles. The village had pondered this anomaly. No sensation of pain. It must have been Su Xiyue who acted. Indeed. In the original text, she never kills by her own hand, instead using her abilities to manipulate others into committing murder on her behalf. Su Yun lowered her head in silence, realizing that those 2 unfortunate talismans had no effect on the female protagonist. It now appeared that either Su Xia would die, or her entire family would perish. Su Bing's eyes widened in fury as he stood up. Liu Xia grasped his sleeve and subtly shook her head, communicating with her lips. No. It turned out that even the husband could hear the heartfelt thoughts. However, his agitation could spell trouble if even a whisper of this got out, which would not bode well for their little one. After 8 years of marriage, Su Bing understood Liu Xia's meaning. He sat back down, clenching his fists with a creaking sound. Very well, a fine character indeed, Susia. Whether she be human or ghost, from this moment forward, there shall be no coexistence. The village head, as an outsider, remained calm and collected, gathering more information. The original text? His pupils constricted slightly. Could it be that their world existed within a book? If so, it was no wonder that young girl could know so much. He found it utterly absurd. What did that make him? Devoting most of his life to guarding the land, only to discover it was all penned by another, with destiny dictated by a single individual. How ludicrous. The village head stiffened, forcing a smile. The 3 individuals in the hall were behaving oddly, yet Su Yun, calling out to 001, remained oblivious. 001, are you there? 001. I wish to file a complaint against you. The talismans you provided are utterly useless. At this critical moment, Su Yun could not locate 001. And her anger compelled her to press the complaint button. What is going on? Why are you acting so irrationally, filing a complaint against me? 001 was flustered, having merely attended a wedding and now facing a complaint. The main system had deducted a significant portion of its energy and reduced its level to the lowest, a result of its painstaking accumulation. In truth, this was all because Su Yun was an old hand. Had she been a newcomer unaware of the system, she would never have known about the complaint button. System 001 lamented for the 101st time for having bound itself to the wrong person. Did this mean it could now learn the whereabouts of her parents? Liu Xia was not so convinced. Lin Lin did not seem reliable at all. Now, she no longer regarded Lin Lin as the family's guardian spirit. But what exactly was he? It appeared someone above had the power to control him. The complaint voiced by the little one was akin to reporting a grievance. But why was she chosen? Was there some ulterior motive? Liu Xia felt a wave of anxiety. Meanwhile, the village head remained lost in his own world, struggling to accept that their reality was not genuinely existent. 001 was furious. What can you possibly have to report? Moreover, there are no rewards at this moment, and other matters fall outside my jurisdiction. Is that so? Then I shall relay my feedback to the main system. Su Yun retorted with a wry smile. Just as 001 was about to argue back, it noticed a plethora of rewards in the announcement. Leaving the system in a daze. What was happening? It had only been away for 3 days, and the plot had twisted so drastically. The arrogance it had displayed moments ago was now replaced with humility. It quickly adjusted its tone. Host, could you ever find it in your heart to forgive me? I promise I shall not err again. Without waiting for Su Yan's response, it dispensed the rewards. Congratulations, host. You have diminished the female protagonist's fortune by 5%. Earning Reward Locator 1, a powerful tool that, when combined with a character's name, allows you to view their location and health, with no upper limit. Congratulations, host. You have altered Su Huaiyi's fate, earning Reward Pregnancy Preservation Pill 1 and Infant Intelligence Pill 2. As the name implies, these are exclusively for infants, with even greater efficacy before birth. Su Yun had no time to engage in a verbal spar with 001, nor to ponder the nature of these changes. She input her grandparents' names into the locator. 2 small red dots appeared on the otherwise blank map, with text emerging from the boxes. Su Huaiyi, age 53. Health 95, in good condition. Li Shi, age 50, health 79, in suboptimal health. Thank goodness, Grandpa and Grandma are safe. Su Yun enlarged the map and was astonished by their location. My heavens, why are they at the Princess Pingyang's residence? This timeline doesn't add up. How could it be 3 years ahead? She named it Fu Yuan. When Fu Yuan was 1 year old, due to negligence by the attendants, Princess Pingyang managed to escape with the child from the palace. When they were finally found, only the body of the princess floated in the Yellow River, and the child was nowhere to be seen. The emperor was furious and subsequently sealed off news of the palace, forbidding anyone from discussing or entering. He was aware of this, as the emperor had once mentioned it in passing while intoxicated. Yet, if the timeline had indeed advanced, could it signify a shift in the predetermined events of the book? Did this not imply that they were all living beings, not mere figments of imagination? The breakthrough in his mindset allowed him to make advancements in his long-stagnant abilities. Su Bing and Liu Xia were bewildered. Who was this antagonist? They were merely rescued by those from the princess's residence and likely posed no threat. Su Bing and Liu Xia exchanged glances, realizing that they could not act recklessly, for it would be difficult to explain how they knew their parents were at the princess's residence. Their eyes reached a silent agreement. The heavy silence in the room lingered for quite a while, and Su Yun finally sensed something was amiss. What is happening? Why is everyone silent? Are you all imagining the worst, that Grandpa and Grandma have met with misfortune and are heartbroken? Clearing her throat, she reassured, Father, Mother, Great-grandfather, please do not worry. Grandpa and Grandma will be protected by their good fortune. Yes, your grandmother has always honored the family guardian spirit, and surely, the spirit will watch over them. Knowing that his parents were safe somewhat eased Su Bing's anxiety. Liu Xia was speechless, her foolish husband still believing Lin Lin to be the family guardian spirit. Liu Xia understood the truth in her heart but maintained a facade. This was the only course of action, if things remained dire. They would report to the authorities in a couple of days. The magistrate of Longde County indulges in frivolities, and his subordinates follow suit. Reporting to the authorities would yield no results. Thankfully, Grandpa and Grandma are unharmed. Though the antagonist may be ruthless, he is certainly not one to kill innocents indiscriminately. Su Yun contemplated silently. The village head nodded discreetly, which was precisely why he had dissuaded Ting Jun from reporting to the authorities. If a report was made, the officials might see the driver's body and turn the tables. Those inept officials would not solve the case, and if someone were to report, they might accuse the informant of being the murderer and throw them into a death cell. If no one reported it and the officials stumbled upon the body, they would simply bury it on the spot. The emperor was truly becoming senile, neglecting the management of the realm while indulging in wine and revelry. Chapter 14. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. At the hour of Su, the rain continued to pour. Curiously, she had long been asleep at this hour before her memories awakened, yet now, sleep eluded her. Su Yun resolved to find something to occupy her mind. Host. I am here. 001 was nearly exasperated. It had never worked overtime despite having so many hosts. Is there something you require, host? Why didn't your misfortune talisman work? I clearly used 2 on Susia, yet she still found the time to deal with my grandparents. Su Yun recalled the incident with skepticism. 001 was furious. It could be accused of negligence, but to claim its talismans were ineffective was a blow to its pride. Impossible. My talismans are of the highest quality. Consider this. Susia is the protagonist, the daughter of the heavenly path. How could 2 misfortune talismans possibly stop her? Su Yun retorted. Who says they are ineffective? If that were the case, you wouldn't think the protagonist's fortune would diminish. It was because you used 2 talismans that the protagonist was injured during the assassination attempt. 001 blurted out. Su Yun sat up in excitement. What? Susia was injured. How serious is it? Host lacks the authority to inquire further. 001 cannot check. It dawned on 001 that it had divulged too much. Su Yun pouted. She really got off easy. Next door, Su Bing was eavesdropping with his ear pressed to the wall, nodding occasionally. Liu Xia rubbed her forehead and whispered, "Is it possible to hear without pressing against the wall? Wife, what do you think of Linlini? Is he good or bad?" It's hard to say, Liu Xia pondered for a long time. However, since he chose Guai Guai, he must want her to do something. It should be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Su Bing nodded, beaming with admiration. "My wife is so clever." He then changed his expression, indignantly declaring, "That evil spirit really has it easy. I should have gone to invite Master Yao to break ties with him from the start. Well, even Linlini, who is unfathomable. Couldn't he handle Master Yao's mediocre skills?" Liu Xia tapped Su Bing's forehead. You must keep your mouth in check, lest outsiders discover Guai Guai's secret." "Don't worry, I'm not that careless," Su Bing reassured her. Yet Liu Xia couldn't shake her concern. Sometimes she questioned whether her father's claim about her husband's scholarly talents was a mere fabrication. Su Bing continued to eavesdrop, but after a while, when no further sounds reached him, his eyelids grew heavy, and he fell asleep. Meanwhile, Suyun sat up all night. When she arose at the hour of evening, she felt invigorated, not fatigued by her sleeplessness. On the contrary, she was in high spirits. As usual, she sought out the village chief, for today she would learn swordsmanship. In the capital, at the Princess Pingeng's residence, an Yi knelt on one knee, hands clasped in salute. "Master, have all inquiries been resolved?" Fu Yuan flipped through the book in his hands, his sharp and deep phoenix eyes casually lifting. An Yi reported, "The two individuals saved by the master are named Su Huaiyi and Li Shi. Recently, they separated from their family and, upon learning that their second son was not biological, they have been probing around since arriving in the capital. They initially visited elder brother Su Huaiyi's home, but left shortly thereafter. After sending Li Shi away, Su Huaiyi lay in wait on Su Huaiyi's route to the Hanlin Academy. He ambushed him with a sack and struck him with a wooden stick, breaking both of Su Huaiyi's legs." A chuckle escaped Fu Yuan's throat. No such event occurred in his previous life, if memory served him correctly. Su Huaiyi had always risen to the position of a scholar at the Hanlin Academy. Continue. An Yi, drenched in sweat, was witnessing the master smile for the first time. Li Shi, turning to the shadow building, spent one tael of silver to buy her granddaughter's life. Strangely, just as Li Shi left, Su Huaiyi also arrived at the shadow building, offering 2 taels of silver for the same purpose. An Yi hesitated to speak. Li Shi was troublesome. At the shadow building, she brazenly haggled, declaring that a peasant girl was not worth 2 taels, effectively cutting the price in half. Seeing that Fu Yuan did not lose his temper, an Yi continued. After the order was placed, the shadow building dispatched Copper 28, yet he was unexpectedly killed. The shadow building ranked its assassins by gold, silver, copper, and iron, with those higher up possessing greater strength. Dispatching a copper-level assassin was akin to using a butcher's knife to slaughter a chicken. "Oh, what is that peasant girl's name?" Fu Yuan inquired, intrigued. "Su Xiyue." Fu Yuan's grip on the book tightened, veins protruding on the back of his hand. "What bad luck! It's the future Rongxia. Did Su Huaiyi and his wife discover something, or were they merely like him?" An Yi speculated silently, believing the master was angry due to his mismanagement. He lowered his head. "Master, I am at fault for not managing the shadow building properly. Please punish me." "It matters not. Did Copper 28 manage to injure the target?" Fu Yuan remained unconvinced. In his past life, no matter what methods were employed, the likes of Rongxia and her companions could easily neutralize them. Was it still unchanged? The sword pierced Su Xiyue's shoulder, yet just as the opportunity presented itself, Copper 28 fell dead. Good. And he found it hard to gauge Fu Yuan's intentions. To him, the master was an enigma. He tentatively suggested, "Master, allow me to take Su Xiyue's life." "An Yi, how long have you been with me?" Fu Yuan rhythmically tapped the book against his palm. Each sound resonated like a drumbeat in an Yi's heart. "Master, for 4 years. Since when did you learn to decipher my thoughts?" Fu Yuan's voice turned cold. "Get out and accept your punishment." "Yes, master." An Yi vanished without a trace. Fu Yuan curled his lips maliciously. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He strode toward the guest quarters of the princess's residence. At merely 12 years of age, Ouyang He, clad in white, was gentle and refined, possessing exceptional medical skills. He was conversing with Su Huaiyi and his wife in the courtyard. Grandfather Su, Grandmother Su, there's nothing serious. It's just that an illness from childbirth has left its mark, and their health has faltered a bit. If they follow the prescriptions I provide, they will surely recover. Ouyang He assured. Thank you, Young He. Su Huaiyi bowed in gratitude. Grandfather Su, a healer's duty is to save lives. Such gratitude is unnecessary. Ouyang He quickly helped him up. Su Huaiyi, stroking his beard, looked at Ouyang He with satisfaction. The younger generation is truly impressive. Ouyang He felt a bit uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Is there something wrong, Grandfather Su? Nothing at all, quite well indeed. Su Huaiyi replied with a smile. As a long-married couple, Li Shi was certainly aware of Su Huaiyi's little thoughts. She pinched Su Huaiyi and shot him a warning glare. Turning to Ouyang He, she smiled. Your grandfather's mind seems to have gone awry. Why don't you take a look at him again? All right. Ouyang He stifled a laugh. No. I haven't, Su Huaiyi protested. At the same time, a maid presented the brewed medicine, and Li Shi hurriedly took it. I'll handle it. She felt extremely uneasy. This residence was so opulent that it could rival even that of a royal household. After downing the medicine in one gulp, a maid tactfully offered her a candied fruit. Thank you, dear girl. Chapter 15. The Su family must have a secret, madam. This is merely my duty, Qingyi said. Feeling somewhat uneasy, as no one had ever expressed gratitude towards her. The term girl reminded her of her late grandmother. Fu Yuan appeared from around the corner after observing for a while. Li Shi's eyes brightened. Who is this handsome young man? Dressed in dark attire with ink-black hair and strikingly pure phoenix-like eyes, his youthful visage bore the promise of extraordinary beauty in maturity. Fu Yuan approached and politely bowed. Are Mr. and Mrs. Su in good health? Quite well. You must be the benefactor that Xiaohe mentioned. Li Shi exclaimed, pulling Su Huaiyi down to kneel. But Fu Yuan stopped him. Absolutely not. That would be a disservice to a younger generation. Ouyang He was taken aback. What was happening? Was this the ruthless Fu Yuan known for his mercilessness? He discreetly pricked himself with a silver needle, the pain confirming he was not dreaming. Fu Yuan, what are you? Fu Yuan cast a sharp glance at Ouyang He, a silent warning embedded within. This was indeed the Fu Yuan he recognized. Under the gaze of the three, Ouyang He stammered, there are ginseng and deer antler in the storeroom. We can take them along when Mr. Su departs. Fu Yuan replied nonchalantly, that is absolutely unnecessary. The benefactor has saved us, how could we take anything from him? Su Huaiyi politely declined. One should not accept rewards without merit. Ginseng and deer antler are indeed too precious. However, I do quite like this young man. Mr. Su, Li Shi interjected, you are truly eloquent. Indeed. We have yet to repay our benefactor. How could we impose upon him? Her eyes glistened with emotion as she gently patted Fu Yuan's hand. Benefactor. If you do not mind, you are always welcome to visit the Su family in Xingshan village. She genuinely felt for this child, who, despite residing in such opulent surroundings, was without parents. You may simply call me Xiao Yuan. Very well. Xiao Yuan, please refrain from addressing me as madam all the time. Call me Su Grandma like Xiaohe does. Ouyang He was nearly speechless. Was Fu Yuan under some enchantment today? He usually cherished wealth above all. Furthermore, during previous consultations, he had been overly coy about allowing him to touch him, behaving like an unmarried maiden who even required a handkerchief. Fu Yuan ignored Ouyang He and turned to Su Huaiyi. Mr. Su, have you offended any enemies lately? Not others, just some family matters, Su Huaiyi replied stiffly, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Who could he have offended aside from his elder brother Su Huaiyi and Susia? Surely his brother was unaware that it was he who had ensnared him. As for Susia, those in the shadowy realm of assassins were bound by confidentiality. They would not divulge anything. Once he inquired in Longde County whether Su Xiyue was still alive, the truth would be revealed. Li Shi, quick to speak, filled with disdain, said, "It must be that malevolent spirit." "Why do you say that, Su Grandma?" Li Shi, pouring out her grievances, replied, "Xiao Yuan, you cannot fathom the malice of my eldest granddaughter. In the past, she was as silent as a mouse, but now she has sharp words that have divided my attention from my second son. What else could it be but a malevolent spirit?" He would have believed Li Shi's words were it not for the fact that Su Huaiyi had come to Beijing to search for his biological son. "Su Grandma, is your eldest granddaughter Susia? My subordinates have tracked the coachman and found that he had contact with her while passing through Longde County." "What?" "I knew it was that wicked girl." Li Shi cursed, her heart aching over the loss. That 1 or 2 taels of silver had been wasted. Su Huaiyi furrowed his brow. Even the shadows had failed? This malevolent spirit was indeed formidable. What could be done? Yang He, confused, mused that no matter how powerful, she was still immortal. Why not report her to the authorities and have her punished? The renowned shadow agency had failed. How could the officials possibly handle her? This malevolent spirit was adept at manipulating hearts. Reporting her might backfire. Li Shi, without hesitation, shared all her thoughts. Su Huaiyi was astonished that his wife was aware of the shadow agency, but he did not press the matter further. He realized that Li Shi had misunderstood his intent, and so he offered no further explanation. After all, he had his secrets. Speaking too much could lead to mistakes. Yang He found himself intrigued by Susia. Fu Yuan's ink-black pupils remained as calm as a still pond, devoid of emotion. It appeared that this elderly couple had secrets from one another. They did not seem like people who had lived long enough to know better. The Su family certainly harbored a secret, one that could potentially harm Rongxia. Fu Yuan smiled. Though a discerning eye would notice that the smile did not reach his depths. Seeing Li Shi and Su Huaiyi attempt to refuse, he continued. Despite Qingyi's tender age of 14, she possesses remarkable martial skills. Furthermore, if we know of this matter and do not intervene to assist, how could I find peace in my heart? Thank you. Li Shi considered the request and acquiesced. The benefactor is simply too kind. Otherwise, you would not have intervened to save us in the first place. Li Shi, still concerned, grasped Fu Yuan's hand and urged, "Xiao Yuan, it's fortunate that Su Grandma and Su Grandpa are honest people. Always be on your guard, should someone harbor malicious intentions. They may deceive you until you are left with not even a piece of clothing. You are far too kind-hearted." Fu Yuan nodded obediently. Yang He rolled his eyes discreetly. Kindness would not protect one from deception. If Fu Yuan did not deceive others, that was enough for him. Who would dare to deceive him? The moment one thought to do so, their life would already be forfeit. An hour later, an inconspicuous carriage quietly departed from the back gate of the Princess Pingyang's residence. Though her visage was delicate, it was her fair complexion that rendered her ethereal, akin to a pristine lotus emerging from the water. Qingyi, her face flushed, said, "Grandma, there is a sachet hidden in the compartment of the carriage. If you feel unwell during the ride, you may use it to alleviate your discomfort." While Qingyi had always referred to her as Madam, Li Shi was unaccustomed to being called Su Grandma. Out of personal inclination, she addressed her as Grandma. Li Shi indeed found the embroidered sachet with bamboo motifs in the concealed compartment on her right, inhaling the faint medicinal aroma that eased her dizziness. "The girl has a thoughtful heart." "Of course," Qingyi exclaimed cheerfully, guiding the carriage steadily towards Qingshan village. Chapter 16. Wang Mazui arrives. Another day has passed. The morning is graced by a gentle drizzle. Last night, Su Yun noticed 2 red dots on the locator steadily approaching Qingshan village, with an intelligent estimation of their arrival time. In 8 hours, which roughly translates to foreshurchen, they will be home, she mused, delight filling her heart, making her breakfast particularly enjoyable. At the dining table, Su Bing and Liu Xia exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with joy. "Wife, could you fetch me some coins?" "I plan to buy some meat from Ernyo's house," Su Bing suggested. "There's no need. Once the rain stops, I will go with Guai Guai," Liu Xia replied. And don't even think about going out to fool around. Stay home and study, she admonished, setting down her utensils and fixing a stern gaze upon Su Bing. Su Bing hastily finished his meal, exclaiming, I am done eating. Now I shall go read. Liu Xia was quite pleased with his response. Su Yun assisted her mother in clearing the table, and only when they had finished did she remember the prenatal and cognitive enhancement pills she had yet to use. Upon clicking to use them, a line of small text appeared. Only talisman types can be activated by mentally reciting the name. Pills must be swallowed. Mother can take the prenatal pill directly, but how do I use the cognitive enhancement pill? She pondered. Just let your mother swallow it. The effects of the cognitive enhancement pill will transfer from the pregnant woman to the fetus, the voice clarified. Retrieving the 3 small, dark pills from her backpack, she fretted over how to get her mother to ingest them. Just then, Liu Xia paused in her embroidery, and Su Bing, holding a book, had not turned a page for quite some time. An idea struck me, Su Yun declared, rushing to Liu Xia's side. Mother, open your mouth. Liu Xia complied, and Su Yun quickly fed her the 3 pills. They dissolved instantly in her mouth, bearing a hint of sweetness. Liu Xia feigned ignorance, asking, Guai guai, what have you given your mother? It's quite sweet. Of course, they are sugar pills, given to me by Shaolin, Su Yun sighed in relief. Thank goodness they are sweet. Otherwise, I would not know how to explain. Su Bing, mischievous, chimed in, Guai guai, I would like to have some too. Su Yun spread her hands in exasperation. Father, you are being unreasonable. You can't have any. Su Bing persisted. Guai guai, you feed your mother and not your father. How sad that makes me. Seeing Su Yun's dilemma, Liu Xia set down her needle and thread. Enough already. You're old enough. Hurry and study. Just then, the courtyard door creaked open. A loud voice boomed, Brother Su. Wang Mazui shook off the raindrops from his straw cloak and peered into the chicken coop with shifty eyes. Upon spotting the plump hens, he could not help but lick his lips. Brother, why haven't you been to the martial arts school in town these past few days? He inquired, his gaze fixed on the chickens. Wang Mazui lived in town. His father once owned a clothing shop, which he sold after his father's passing, leaving him to fend for himself. Like many young men, he had once harbored dreams of martial arts glory, prompting him to sell the shop and train at the martial arts school, where he met Su Bing, who shared similar aspirations. However, upon seeing Liu Xia's stern expression, Su Bing trembled, causing his book to drop to the ground with a dull thud that drew Wang Mazui's attention. Su Bing, I considered you a brother, worrying daily about your absence at the school, and here you are reading at home. Who said dogs don't read books? Su Yun silently observed Su Bing, who felt embarrassed at the quick rebuttal. Liu Xia scolded, Wang Mazui, if you wish to practice martial arts, you may go to the school alone. Do not drag my husband into this. He is currently preparing for the Scholar S examination, and if you disturb him again, do not expect me to be courteous. What? When did he say he was preparing for the examination? Wasn't it agreed he would only read? Su Bing hesitated to retort, but was silenced by a stern look from Liu Xia and quietly changed his stance. He planned to follow Wang Mazui discreetly as soon as he left. Casting a glance at the sack and wooden stick he had hidden behind the courtyard door, Wang Mazui grew anxious. He knew he had to take Su Bing to the gambling den in town today to retrieve the 500 taels of silver. Brother Su, may I have a word? He urged, pulling Su Bing aside to whisper, I know a quick way to make money. Once you start studying, you will have plenty of silver. Do you want to join me? Su Yun, having honed her senses through martial arts training, overheard every word. I can't let my father fall for Wang Mazui's trick and go to the gambling den. No matter what, I must prevent him from following. Dad, Su Yun called weakly, curling up on the rattan chair, clutching her belly. Though Su Bing knew she was feigning, the sight of her pale face still pained him. Guai guai, what's wrong? Wang Mazui urged Su Bing, brother, have you decided or not? Get lost. Can't you see my daughter is unwell? Su Bing pushed Wang Mazui away and lifted Su Yun into his arms. Her hair was damp with sweat. Dad, I'm fine. It's just a sudden stomach ache. I'll be all right after resting a bit. Can you stay with me and tell me a story? Of course. Su Bing began to search his mind for tales to share. Wang Mazui, undeterred, attempted to interject once more, but Liu Xia approached with a broom, swinging it wildly. Get lost. From now on, every time I see you, I'll hit you. Mother, be careful. You're still carrying. Su Yun worriedly glanced at Liu Xia, abandoning her pretense of illness. Su Bing, alarmed, set Su Yun down and stood protectively in front of Liu Xia, fearing Wang Mazui might lash out in anger. With a fierce glare, he commanded, "Hurry up and leave." Fine, fine, fine. After all I've done for you, Su Bing, this is how you treat me? Wang Mazui huffed as he stormed away. Liu Xia pinched Su Bing's waist, exclaiming, "It's all your fault." What kind of friends are these? Wife, I was wrong. Su Bing pleaded, but unable to contain his anger, he grabbed the sack and wooden stick and set off. Wife, keep an eye on Guai Guai. Dad, where are you going? The events unfolded in an instant, and Su Yun could hardly process what was happening. What? Afraid of losing face is one thing, but trying to sneak away is another. She leapt from the chair, intending to follow him, but Liu Xia held her back. Liu Xia tapped Su Yun's head lightly. What is this? Is your stomach no longer in pain? It doesn't hurt anymore. It just suddenly stopped. Su Yun's ears flushed crimson. My acting is so poor. Mother must have seen through it. How embarrassing. Liu Xia ruffled Su Yun's hair until it was a disheveled mess, finally satisfied. Come, dear, let me teach you embroidery. Huh? Oh! Su Yun nodded, dazed. How do mother and father's thoughts jump so quickly? I can barely keep up. Liu Xia's eyes sparkled with laughter, finding her child's innocence endearing. This was how children should be. Meanwhile, Su Bing took a shortcut. Lying in wait on the official road to Longda town, hidden within the tall grass. Oblivious to the impending danger, Wang Mazui continued to walk, muttering angrily, "Those damned people. Telling me to leave. One day, they will come to me for help." Frustrated at the thought of the 500 taels of silver slipping through his fingers, he stomped his foot against a nearby tree. Chapter 17 features Su Xiyue once again. The pain is unbearable. Wang Matzi hopped around, clutching his foot. Su Bing seized the opportunity and perfectly placed the sack over Wang Matzi's head. Who the hell are you? Let me go. Su Bing struck Wang Matzi with a shovel, and, still unsatisfied, kicked him twice more. Seeing that the person was merciless from the outset, Wang Matzi became frightened. Who is this brave soul? What have I done to offend you? Su Bing knew that Wang Matzi was not genuinely afraid. He was merely contemplating how to break free. Despite having only learned a few basic techniques at the martial arts school, Wang Matzi was still quite strong. He remained silent as Su Bing increased the force of his blows. Thud, 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 the shovel struck Wang Matzi, echoing loudly in the air while Su Bing gasped for breath. He planted the shovel into the ground, resting one hand upon it. Meanwhile, Wang Matzi lay on the ground, already unconscious. After resting for a moment, Su Bing dragged Wang Matzi's feet toward the forest. The long drag marks were quickly washed away by the rain, leaving no trace behind. The raindrops began to grow larger, and Su Bing found a secluded spot to bind Wang Matzi to a tree. The rope was fashioned from strips torn from Wang Matzi's own clothing. Now, he was left bare-chested, wearing only his underpants. His eyes were covered with torn cloth, his head drooping, and his body marred with bruises. When Su Bing's gaze fell upon Wang Matzi's face, he felt a pang of discomfort. With both hands, he slapped Wang Matzi's face repeatedly until it swelled up significantly. Now that looks much better. Su Bing stroked his smooth chin with great satisfaction. Wang Matzi was awakened by the pain. He struggled for a moment, but soon realized he was bound and unable to move. With his eyes covered, he had no idea who this person was. After ruminating for a while, he couldn't think of anyone he had offended. He regretted coming to Qingshan village today. Ouch! Wang Matzi gasped in pain. Brave soul. Let me go, and I will give you 50 taels of silver hidden in the soles of my shoes for a drink. Su Bing's eyes lit up. He almost missed out on a windfall. He removed Wang Matzi's shoes and indeed found 50 taels of silver hidden inside. The smell, however, was quite overwhelming. Wang Matzi, seeing the silence from Su Bing, grew anxious. Is it not for the money, but for my life? Or does this person find the silver too little? Brave soul, if you spare me today, I promise to bring you 500 taels in a few days. 500 taels. Su Bing knew Wang Matzi's worth. If he claimed to have only the 50 taels, he might have believed him, but 500 was surely a jest. Su Bing altered his tone. Do you think me a fool? Either you give me 500 taels now, or you forfeit your life. Hearing the cold, feminine voice, Wang Matzi gritted his teeth. Realizing that after practicing martial arts for so long, he had been outwitted by a lowly woman. If you could give me a few more days, I promise to deliver 500 taels once I finish my current business. Wang Matzi intended to buy time, planning to settle the score with this woman once he escaped. Su Bing chuckled coldly, the sweet sound of her laughter sending shivers down Wang Matzi's spine. What you say is true. Do you know Su Bing, the eldest of the Su family in Qingshan village? Someone is offering 500 taels to have him gamble everything away. Who? Su Bing cursed inwardly. It was Susia again. This ghost simply would not disperse. Do you think I am sent by anyone? Su Bing said cryptically. Wang Matzi's mind raced. He hadn't offended anyone, and the only person he aimed to deceive was Su Bing, which had not yet succeeded. Could this woman be the one sent by the girl? A clever ploy indeed. Regardless of whether he could entice Su Bing into the gamble, neither the 500 taels nor the 50 taels would end up in his hands. Su Bing picked up the sack and carried the shovel away, not sparing a second thought for the bound Wang Matzi. He was confident that Wang Matzi would never guess it was he. Since childhood, he had discovered his talent for altering his voice, a secret known only to him. He had initially thought he was a martial arts prodigy, but the reality was far different. As for Susia and Wang Matzi, his earlier words had already taken effect, letting them tear each other apart. After placing the shovel and sack back in their original spots, he entered the house. Suyun dashed to the door. Father. Where's the dog? What dog? Su Bing scratched his head, grinning foolishly. If I recall correctly, my father went out to deal with a dog, right? No. What dog would he be dealing with? Su Yun's expression was blank. Then what did you take the sack and shovel for? For exercise. Su Bing replied earnestly. Spinning a tale. Liu Xia interjected. All right, quickly change your clothes. No more nonsense. Father, do you think I believe you? Su Yun squatted down, drawing circles, feeling as if her father was treating her like a fool. She sensed that her parents were hiding something from her. Congratulations, host, for altering the minor plot and entering the gambling scene. You have received the reward of the gambler's skill, no matter the gamble. As long as you state I want to bet against you, there is a 99% probability of victory, which has been automatically installed for you. Su Yun suddenly realized what her father was up to. Oh my father isn't dealing with a dog, is he? Su Bing, now dressed in a gray robe, sat in the hall sipping hot tea. His damp hair cascaded down his back, and his long eyelashes quivered. His eyes, when focused, exuded a profound tenderness. What is happening? I never noticed my father was this handsome before. He seems a bit too delicate, like a kept boy. Coughing, Su Bing choked on his tea, his fair face flushing with embarrassment. It was indeed charming. Liu Xia smoothed his back. How careless of you at your age. Su Yun felt a twinge of suspicion. Could it be a coincidence? No, my father is only at odds with Wang Matzi because of me and my mother. How could he have caught Wang Matzi in a sack? He wouldn't be able to hear. As her thoughts trailed off, Su Yun regarded Su Bing with suspicion. She decided to test him. My father is a fool. My father is weak. Looking at Su Bing and then at Liu Xia, she noticed both remained calm. She was ready to unleash a big reveal. When my father was 8, he stole a kiss from a little girl. Su Bing, endure it. Liu Xia smiled. You scared me. I thought father could hear my thoughts. Thankfully, he can't. It seems my father looks simple, but is actually quite clever. Su Yun patted her chest. The rain began to ease, and Liu Xia smiled, instructing, stay home obediently. Your father and I are going to Aaron Yo's house to buy some meat. Mother, I want to go too. Su Yun wished to find Wang Lin. Once the rain stops, you can go. Who knows, it might rain again on the way. Liu Xia decided to give Su something to do, pointing to a nearby cloth. Help your mother embroider this cloth at home. All right. Su nodded after some thought. The cloth was something her mother had picked up from the Lani Pavilion in town. Embroidering a medium-quality piece would earn 5 won, while a high-quality one would fetch 10 won. If she embroidered more, she could lessen her mother's burden a bit. Liu Xia didn't expect Su to truly embroider. It was merely an excuse. Liu Xia held Su Bing's hand, smiling tenderly. Su Bing felt a mix of emotions. The softer and more affectionate his wife's smile became, the angrier she truly was. They arrived at Ernyo's house at the village entrance. Throughout the journey, Liu Xia ignored Su Bing, standing at the gate and shouting, "Is Ernyo home?" Chapter 18. The plan to partner in a business come in, sister. Wang Ernia beckoned, wielding a dagger to prepare wolf pelts. Wang Lin emerged, disappointment evident on her face as she noticed Su Yun's absence. "Aunt Su, why hasn't Yun arrived?" "She's at home learning embroidery. In a couple of days, when the weather clears, you can all go out together," Liu Xia said, gently ruffling Wang Lin's hair. Wang Lin smiled sweetly. "All right." Wang Ernia looked up. "Are you here to buy meat, big sister?" "Yes, I wonder what meats your brother still has?" "You've come at just the right time. We are left with only a few wild chickens and rabbits. Soon, if you want to buy meat, you'll have to go to the town." Wang Ernia wiped his hands clean on his shirt, leaving a faint wet imprint. Liu Xia inquired, "What happened?" "Yesterday, I went hunting in the mountains and encountered a lone wolf. After killing the beast, it clawed my arm, leaving bloody marks. Little Lin insisted I shouldn't hunt anymore. I thought if something were to happen to me, what would happen to her, having lost her mother at birth?" Wang Ernia rolled up his sleeve, revealing 3 gruesome claw marks. "I've long advised you not to be so reckless. Now that you understand, it is for the best. For little Lin's sake. You must find a stable livelihood." Liu Xia nodded, wrapping one arm around Wang Lin. Wang Lin felt a warm glow. Yun was like a little fairy, and her mother was a great enchantress. They were among the few sources of warmth she experienced. Her head leaned gently against Liu Xia's. Imagining if her own mother had been alive, would she have embraced her like this? Su Bing gazed longingly at Liu Xia, then shot an exaggerated glare at Wang Lin. Yet his fierce look lacked any real threat, instead appearing rather pitiful. Wang Lin tugged at Liu Xia's sleeve. "What's wrong?" Liu Xia asked, smiling softly. "Aunt Su, why does Uncle Su look like he's about to cry?" "My father says real men don't cry, only women do." Su Bing's eyes widened. The corners of his eyes tinged with red. When did he look like he was going to cry? No wonder Guai always played with Wang Ernia's daughter. Their chatter was strikingly similar. Liu Xia dismissed Su Bing with a glance. "Ignore him. Let him cry if he wants." "No, wife, I truly am not crying." Su Bing wanted to say more, but, mindful of the presence of others, ultimately fell silent. Wang Ernia rubbed his hands together, a look of apology on his face. "I'm sorry, Su Loudy, little Lin only hears what I say." "It's fine, brother Ernia. Do you have any plans for the future?" Su Bing was not overly concerned. He had long grown accustomed to his own Guai's antics. Wang Ernia had a rugged face, with unkempt facial hair giving him a fierce expression, yet he was inherently simple-hearted. When nervous, he would clutch the hem of his clothing. "I haven't thought it through yet. I only have my strength to offer." "Su Loudy, what if I opened a shop that not only sells pork, but also other household items commonly used by villagers? What do you think?" Wang Ernia pondered, drawing connections. Su Bing's eyes lit up. "Excellent. But how will we source the goods? The prices mustn't be higher than those in town, but they can't be too low either. If we undercut by a penny or two, I believe not only our Qingshan village, but also neighboring villages would be eager to buy. To be honest, I know a brother at the escort agency. They often have goods held back due to unpaid debts. With the items being too varied and outdated, the town merchants are pressing the prices down. My brother is at his wit's end. With the new year approaching, he has no money to pay his staff." Wang Erniu exclaimed excitedly, "If this can work out, It will not only help my brother at the escort agency resolve his immediate troubles, but also provide him with a stable job. Why not seize the opportunity? Getting pigs won't be a problem. We can source them from our village and others. Su Bing calculated, believing it feasible. However, he furrowed his brow. But the documentation for business might be tricky. I can handle that. Since this plan originated from you, Su Huaiyi, you shall have half of the shop's profits. Wang Erniu insisted, not giving Su Bing a chance to refuse. It's settled then. In his earlier years, Wang Erniu often delivered deer and roe to the scholar's family. While he was not very familiar with them, he nonetheless had some connections. Arranging the documentation would be manageable. Seeing Wang Erniu genuinely wanted him to join, Su Bing pulled out 50 taels of silver notes from his pocket. Brother Erniu, take this money. If you refuse, we shall forget this matter. Moreover, it need not be 50-50. Let it be 80-20. You take 80, and I take 20. If the shop opens, I will not involve myself in the management. Only the dividends. All right. Wang Erniu, not one to be overly sentimental, accepted the money without hesitation. He then fetched a wild chicken and 2 rabbits from the kitchen. Su Bing did not decline. Very well, come over to my house for drinks another day. A fine drizzle began to fall again. In the village, families were huddled indoors, engaged in various tasks. The streets were deserted. Liu Xia held an oil paper umbrella, while Su Bing leaned halfway out from under it. The small umbrella made him appear larger than he was, and raindrops occasionally splattered onto his clothing. Wife, that 50 taels came from Wang Matzi, he clarified, indicating he had not hoarded any silver. Seeing Liu Xia remain silent, he extended his hand pitifully. Wife, look, Wang Matzi is too thick-skinned. My hand is sore from hitting him. Liu Xia paused, continuing to walk, shifting the small umbrella slightly towards Su Bing. She feared Wang Matzi might retaliate later. Did he recognize you? No, he was blindfolded. After that, they fell into silence, leaving Su Bing feeling uneasy. Wife, actually, the girl I stole a kiss from was you. His ears turned red as he spoke. The first time my father sent me to your home to study, I saw you sleeping against a tree. I didn't think much of it then, just thought how fair your face looked. When he stole that kiss, his heart raced, just as he had imagined. She was indeed soft and tender. He remembered how, upon waking, she saw him standing there, blushing and speechless. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Little Liu Xia challenged, hands on her hips. I am Su Bing, here to study. Why is your face so red? Have you done something shameful? Little Liu Xia pressed closer to him, causing Su Bing to retreat against the wall. No. This was a story Su Bing had not intended to share. It was the first time he learned to tell a fib. To his surprise, it was revealed by Guai Guai. Liu Xia approached him as she did in childhood, her smile radiant. At 8, you stole a kiss from a girl. Who else have you stolen kisses from? All along, it has only been you. Su Bing replied, his eyes sparkling with affection, his voice tender. Chapter 19. The Second Uncle. Lord of the Lonely City, due to her remarkable aptitude, Siyun quickly grasped any skill she endeavored to learn. She maintained her mother-esque traditional embroidery style, threading the needle with deft precision. The needle danced skillfully in her hands, and soon a lifelike peony bloomed on the silk handkerchief. After a moment's contemplation, she added a droplet of dew poised to fall from the petal. Liu Xia shook off the raindrops from her oil paper umbrella, her nose slightly flushed as she took a deep breath. The rain had persisted for several days. Just days ago, the weather had been warm, yet today it turned cold. My goodness, I nearly forgot. The rain had been falling for half a month, and the fields could hardly be tilled for planting wheat seedlings. This winter is particularly frigid. Even though the village elder had dug ditches in advance to drain the fields for sowing, they had all succumbed to the frost. Su Yun could do nothing to avert this natural disaster. The barren fields had undoubtedly led to the demise of many. All she could do was persuade her grandparents to stockpile grain. Liu Xia's heart sank. If the wheat seedlings were frozen, the authorities would not care whether there was a harvest or not. Taxes would still be due. This day could bring chaos. with only one daughter. How would her father endure such calamity? Su Bing and Liu Xia shared a mutual concern, though Su Bing's thoughts ran deeper. Liu Xia sensed that he feared her discovering the scent of blood. She picked up her oil paper umbrella. Is he going to seek out Brother Ernyo again? She thought it best to take it, as the rain might intensify. Su Bing nodded. If that were the case, the shop would not be able to open. He intended not only to find Brother Ernyo, but also to seek counsel from the village elder. With his vast experience, he might decipher this bizarre weather. A few words from him could lead to a village assembly. In the face of calamity, only unity among the villagers could ensure their survival. Suyun rushed into the corridor. Mother, why does my father need to find Uncle Ernyo again? Did he not already buy chickens and rabbits? He forgot to give Uncle Ernyo the money. Liu Xia offered a casual excuse. The endeavor to open a shop amid such natural calamities was akin to a child carrying gold through a bustling market, impractical and fraught with risk. If she revealed too much to Suyun, it would expose them. She harbored a deep-seated instinct that Suyun must never know that she and her husband could hear her thoughts. Otherwise, it could lead to regrettable consequences. Very well then. Suyun was not surprised. Her father's absent-mindedness was not a new trait, and it was normal for her mother, pregnant as she was, to forget things. She lifted the silk handkerchief. Mother, do you think my embroidery is well done? The peony bloomed delicately, and the droplet of dew was the finishing touch. Liu Xia could not help but reach out to catch the droplet as it threatened to fall. It was only when her fingers brushed the silk that realization struck her. Who would have thought her child possessed such talent? Merely by observing her mother's embroidery a few times, she surpassed her in skill. Liu Xia's eyes sparkled with delight, especially at the perfect placement of the droplet. Being praised by dear mother is a bit embarrassing. Suyun grinned, revealing a set of tiny teeth. Dear one, you are still a child. Staring too long is harmful to your eyes. All right. Suyun nodded. In her previous life, she had been nearsighted, without glasses. The world appeared a blur. This time, being in ancient times without spectacles was unacceptable. She could not afford to become nearsighted again. Early in the morning, Su Bing tidied up the pigsty and fed the chickens. With nothing urgent to occupy her, Suyun began examining the locator she had devised, adding her entire family to the list. Su Huaiyi, age 53, health status 95. In good health. Li Shi, age 50, health status 89. In good health. Both had a note beneath them, currently located in Qingyuan County, for hours remaining to destination. Su Bing, age 32, health status 100. Youthful vigor. Full of energy. Liu Xia, age 29, health status 100. In excellent physical condition. Suyun, age 6, health status 100. Same as above. 3 currently residing in Qingshan village. Qi Lian, age 29, health status 47. Severely injured. Narrowly clinging to life. Currently residing in the Lord's mansion of Lonely City. The Great Qin and South Moon Kingdoms stood in a delicate balance, with Lonely City not belonging to either. Although Lonely City rested within the borders of the Great Qin, it stood alone, with its citizens united in loyalty to their lord. The newly enthroned Emperor of South Moon, Nan Yuqiu, harbored grand ambitions to conquer the Great Qin. This spring, he initiated probing attacks against the Great Qin. Initially, fearing the war god Guanqing, the assaults were minor skirmishes. However, with the conquest of 2 cities, the morale of the South Moon army surged. As they marched southward, they inevitably approached Lonely City. Nan Yuqiu, filled with arrogance, had already claimed Lonely City as his own. Little did he realize the strength of the city's lord and its citizens. United, the inhabitants of Lonely City were all skilled in combat. At the cost of considerable injury, Nan Yuqiu managed to slay the lord of Lonely City, ultimately capturing the city. This was the narrative depicted in the text. Calculating the time, South Moon is currently engaged in battle with Lonely City. Could my second uncle be the unnamed lord? Surely. The protective charms and amulets have safeguarded him thus far, but amidst the turmoil of war, he is gravely wounded. What shall I do? Su Yun felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, yet found herself powerless, a deep-seated helplessness washing over her. Liu Xia's hand faltered as she tended the fire, nearly burning her hand. The Su family was merely common folk. The upheaval of war felt distant. Suddenly hearing that her uncle was the lord of Lonely City, now embroiled in conflict with South Moon, her heart sank. Yet this was beyond the reach of their humble home in Xingshan village. They must focus on how to survive the winter ahead. Currently, news of the conflict with South Moon had not reached the capital. Should word spread, famine would likely ensue in the latter half of the year, and not only would they owe land taxes, but every household might be compelled to send able-bodied men to the battlefield. Su Yun was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. If I can alter Susia's fate, perhaps I can save my uncle. She recalled that before her maternal grandmother passed away, she bestowed upon her mother a water droplet jade pendant, said to be a family heirloom. Later, her father, having been deceived at a gambling den, lost their entire fortune, including that jade pendant. Ultimately, it came into the possession of Susia, becoming her spiritual reservoir. Su Yun couldn't help but smile in irony. It seems my family is still blessed with fortune. Chapter 20. Seizing the female protagonist's fortune. What is this? To whom does one distribute wealth? The little one often utters phrases that leave her perplexed, such as plot, a term she has yet to comprehend. Mother, where have you placed the jade pendant that grandmother gave you? While Liu Xia was engrossed in contemplation, she was startled by Su Yun's sudden outburst. Collecting her thoughts, she wondered why the pendant had suddenly come to mind. Mother, I just want to take a look. Please show me, Su Yun pleaded, attempting to present herself as a spoiled child. I don't care. I simply wish to see it. Apologies, dear mother. But I am determined to prevent grandmother's jade pendant from falling into Susia's hands. Liu Xia's eyelids twitched. Susia seemed too sinister. How could her belongings possibly end up in such a nefarious person's possession? The pendant is with your father. I knew it. In the plot. How could my father pawn my mother's pendant at the gambling house? It must have been with him all along, when her husband was young. He had saved her from drowning, which left him with a frail constitution. She had heard that jade nurtures the body, so she gifted him the pendant in his youth. They had agreed that, regardless of what transpired, the pendant must be well preserved. It was only after giving birth to the little one that her husband's health improved sufficiently for him to pass the pendant on to her. She had kept it safe until the child turned one, planning to let her wear it again when she was older. No way would her husband ever pawn it, even if he were set up at the gambling house. Surely, there must be more to this tale. Is the little one too reliant on the so-called plot? Now she comprehends what the plot entails. It is somewhat akin to foresight. Yet, this plot is certainly not entirely accurate. As Su Bing approached the doorway, he overheard this conversation, his handsome brows furrowing in concern. He, too, shared Liu Xia's suspicions and suddenly realized that they could not solely depend on the little one's intuition. It seemed the so-called plot contained both truths and fabrications. Striding into the kitchen, Su Bing had heard the voices of the mother and daughter from afar. Is the little one wanting the jade pendant? Yes. Where have you put it, father? Su Yun nodded, her eyes hopeful as she looked at Su Bing. She wished to have everyone in the family try it. If one person could not bond with the pendant, perhaps 5 would succeed, for her mother was its rightful owner. Su Bing ruffled Su Yun's hair, saying, Your father has put it away safely. I would never lose it. This is a token of love from your mother. Even if it cost me my life, I would never part with it. He emphasized the latter part, hoping the little one would grasp his meaning. Seeing Su Yun still bewildered, he sighed softly. Stay here. I will fetch it for you. As the saying goes, those involved are often confused, while bystanders see clearly. When would the little one break free from her entrapment? Before long, Su Bing returned to the kitchen holding a small wooden box. Su Yun took it carefully and opened it with utmost caution. The jade pendant, a milky white droplet strung on a red cord, sparkled within the box, appearing to shimmer like rippling water. Indeed, this is the ancestral jade pendant from my grandmother's family. But I wonder, when I prick father and mother's fingers, will they object? Never mind. I'll just find an excuse. It's only natural for a child to be a little unreasonable. Su Yun mused aloud as she held the pendant, seemingly nonchalant. Mother, I read in a book that jade possesses a spirit and can recognize its owner through a drop of blood. Shall we give it a try? Seeing her tone was not as effective as she hoped, she lay down on the ground and pretended to cry out. I just want to try. I just want to try. Huh. I wonder where this mischievous child learned such antics. Liu Xia's lips twitched. Su Bing stifled a laugh. Which book did you see that in, my dear? I don't recall seeing it. Su Yun paused, motionless for 5 seconds, then suddenly had a bright idea. Perhaps you overlooked it, since you're not fond of reading. It's normal to miss things. Get up and show me what you look like. Liu Xia pulled Su Yun up and dusted off her clothes. Mother and father did not say not to try. Su Yun's expression was blank. So, even if I don't throw a tantrum, mother and father will unconditionally support me. Oh, how fortunate I am. Su Bing's smile never faltered. You wanted to try, right? Hurry up, I still need to pluck chicken feathers later. All right, mother goes first. Su Yun exclaimed, pulling a needle from her pocket. It seemed she had prepared well in advance. Liu Xia teased her, and Su Yun, feeling a bit shy, gently pricked Liu Xia's finger. A round drop of blood emerged, and she quickly let it fall onto the jade pendant. The bright red blood contrasted sharply against the milky white pendant, yet it failed to absorb. It merely clung to the surface. Seeing Su Yun's disappointment, Su Bing extended his finger. Let father give it a try. However, neither Liu Xia's nor Su Bing's blood, nor even Su Yun's, had any effect. Could it be that the heavens want to bestow my mother's pendant upon Su Xiyue? This is nothing short of theft. No way. I refuse to accept this fate. How about mother tries again? Liu Xia squeezed the needle, letting drops of blood fall onto the pendant. Initially, it reacted as before, but when the blood enveloped the pendant, it suddenly radiated light and flew to Liu Xia's left wrist. It worked. Liu Xia was momentarily stunned. A vision of a field appeared in her mind, complete with a quaint wooden house and a babbling brook. However, the field was bare and devoid of crops, while the water was crystal clear, meandering until it disappeared from sight. Su Bing grew anxious. He grasped Liu Xia's wrist, noticing a small black spot and rubbing it gently. My dear, do you feel anything unusual? Yes. Where do you feel discomfort? Su Bing was sweating profusely, alarmed by Liu Xia's silence. My dear, are you all right? Don't frighten me. At that moment, she had successfully bonded with the jade tablet in the little house and had truly become the master of the spiritual stream space. She understood how to utilize it and its origins. This space was crafted by her ancestors, the spirit stream master, who, realizing the decline of spiritual energy in this world and the closure of the ascension pathway, had exhausted his life's cultivation to create this spiritual stream space, passing it down to his descendants and those destined for it. Liu Xia quickly ran to close the yard's gate and quietly explained to Su Bing and Su Yun. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had truly been frightened moments ago. Meanwhile, Su Yun appeared deep in thought. The water droplet pendant obtained by the female protagonist was a spiritual spring space, which, although contained an area the size of an acre, held only a small pool of water. Conversely, her mother possessed an entire spiritual stream, 100 times more effective. It seems that it is not I who has seized Su Xiyue's fortune, but rather Su Xiyue who has taken my mother's chance. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have weakened the female protagonist's fortune by 20% and received a reward, the Door of Dorman. To use it, simply say there's a mouse aloud, and when your hand touches any door, you will reach your desired destination. Note, the usage is limited to this world. It has been automatically installed for the host. Listening to the voice of 001, Su Yun found it oddly less annoying. Upon seeing the reward was a portal, she internally screamed with excitement. Ah, my second uncle is saved. Chapter 21. Susia faces the rebound of her powers. What has happened to my second brother? Su Bing inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. No, I have been too simplistic in my thoughts. Su Yun vacated her mind, hoping for a moment of clarity. In her previous life, a brief mental respite would often lead her to the answers she sought. Liu Xia deftly scooped hot water from a gourd and poured it into a basin. She gestured to Su Bing to wait for further explanation, then pointed to the wooden basin and announced, "The water is ready." Su Bing quickly set to work, efficiently preparing the meat with salt for marination. Meanwhile, Su Yun remained lost in thought. This portal is indeed useful, but how can I explain the sudden reappearance of a living person at home? Moreover, if my second uncle were to vanish without a trace, wouldn't the city of Guqing descend into chaos without its lord? Suddenly, a light flickered in her mind. I have a solution. My mother possesses the Lingxi space. I can request her to send some Lingxi directly to my uncle's residence, thus saving him. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with hope. Mother, please provide me with some Lingxi from your space. Although Lingxi cannot resurrect the dead, it is an excellent remedy for restoring health. Liu Xia, having been informed by the jade tablet, understood Su Yun's intentions upon hearing her earnest thoughts. However, would the term flash delivery align with her understanding? Su Bing also found this plan dubious. You are being overly naive, my dear. Even if you could teleport there, how would you gain access to your second brother? I understand now. Your second brother is the Lord of Guqing. Guqing is a no-man's land. For someone to become a city lord, they must possess significant prowess. Would a city lord, even wounded, not have guards and companions? I fear that you might be mistaken for an assassin before you even approach. My dear, your mother may not be able to grant you that, Lingxi. Why not? Su Yun asked, her cherubic face etched with confusion. Your father inquires. What do you intend to do with that, Lingxi? If it is for someone else, how would you explain it clearly? Have you not learned the principle that possessing precious items can lead to danger? Such actions would only place your mother in a difficult predicament. Su Bing's words were heavy. Yet they were necessary to dispel Su Yun's intentions. Having received her education from her grandfather since the age of 3, and with the advantage of modern knowledge from her previous life, she understood the implications of possessing valuable items all too well. She fell silent, filled with remorse. Mother, I am sorry. It was my lack of foresight, but I truly do not know what to do. I only wish for my family to be safe and united. The memories of her family's tragic fate from the book weighed heavily on Su Yun's heart, causing her great distress. Tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls, and Liu Xia, filled with compassion, embraced her. There, it will be all right. Su Bing's throat felt dry. Indeed, my dear only wishes for our family to be together and safe. What is wrong with that? I am not one to hold on to pride. I apologize for my harsh words. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as we perceive. We must always consider the consequences and devise thorough strategies for our actions. Meanwhile, in Longde County, Su Xia's shop buzzed with activity. Her peppermint toothpaste was flying off the shelves, even attracting orders from the largest makeup shop in the capital. Since her injury a few days prior, her mother had been overseeing the shop. Her father was responsible for procuring herbs and peppermint, which Su Xiyue would then craft into toothpaste. The shop was a rented courtyard, with a small storefront in front for sales and living quarters in the back. At that moment, Su Xiyue was in the midst of making toothpaste when her right lower eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably, filling her with an inexplicable dread, as if something crucial was slipping away from her grasp. This sensation was not unfamiliar. She had experienced it before during the apocalypse when an opportunity was snatched from her. Who could it possibly be? Su Xiyue's pupils darkened, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossing her mind. A few days prior, she had encountered a streak of misfortune, even choking on water, and had narrowly survived an assassination attempt. In a desperate moment, she had used her mental powers to subdue the assassin, forcing him to reveal the identity of those behind the plot before he perished. To her surprise, it was the 2 old men. To return to Qingshan village, she would inevitably pass through Longde County, where she planned to disguise herself as a beggar and approach every carriage passing through. Had she not been injured and her power levels too low to control anyone except those who made eye contact with her, she would have orchestrated their mutual demise. Unfortunately, the two old men remained in their carriage the entire time, leaving her only able to control the driver. Before long, the mental connection she had established with the driver severed, indicating his death. She sought information at the government office and learned that only the driver's corpse was found, thus confirming that the two old men had been rescued. Unwilling to accept defeat, she sought out Wang Matzi from the martial arts school. An inner voice guided her, suggesting that if she could trick Su Bing into coming, she would acquire what she needed. However, with the opportunity lost, who was responsible for this? Disguising herself, Susia resolved to find Wang Matzi to inquire about the situation. She knew where he lived and swiftly scaled the wall to enter his premises. Approaching the closed door, she knocked. "Who is it?" "It's me." Susia adjusted her hat and lowered her voice. Wang Matzi was elated but nearly failed to enter Londe County. He had planned to bribe the guards with his pocket money but was met with hostility instead. Ultimately, he spent 5 taels of silver to secure an outfit that allowed him entry into the county. Ignoring his injuries, he went to the martial arts school to arrange an ambush near his home, determined to teach the girl a lesson. Fortune seemed to smile upon him at last. Wang Matzi opened the door, only to find the cloaked figure before him smirking coldly. "You still have the audacity to show your face. Do you wish to die?" Susia threatened. Upon seeing Wang Matzi's grotesque expression, she froze. What had transpired? What has happened? Wang Matzi raised his voice. "Brothers, attack." The courtyard door was kicked open, and a dozen armed thugs surrounded Susia. Wang Matzi seized the opportunity to hide behind the thugs. "Brothers, beat her up. If she dies, it's on me." Wang Matzi had invested heavily, using his last 10 taels of silver to hire these thugs. He vowed that if he did not take revenge, he would change his surname. Each of the 10 thugs was muscular and imposing. Initially, Susia managed to hold her ground, but one of them landed a punch on her injured shoulder. Hissing in pain, she clutched her shoulder, intending to question Wang Matzi. But the barrage of fists left her no chance to speak. With no other recourse, she was forced to utilize her powers. Although these thugs practiced martial arts, they lacked internal energy. Their willpower, however, was formidable. Some turned against their own comrades, while others resisted her mental control, remaining only momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Susia made her escape. Meanwhile, in Qingshan village, the Su family was enjoying their lunch, a simple bowl of egg noodle soup, one for each of the 3 of them. Just as Suyun finished her meal, 001 arrived to report. Ever since being reprimanded, it had refrained from sneaking away. Such was the plight of a worker. Life was not easy, 001 sighed. "Congratulations, host. You have caused the female lead to suffer a backlash from her powers, reducing her luck value by 1%, remaining luck, 74%. You have received a reward, Sanji's invisibility cloak. Loudly proclaiming that food must never be wasted will grant you invisibility, as long as there is no physical contact. Even top-notch experts will not detect your presence." Chapter 22. My heavens, is this tough guy my uncle? With an invisibility cloak in hand and the ability to traverse through any door, I possess unwavering confidence in my quest to rescue my uncle. Excitement sparkled in Suyun's eyes as she sipped water to suppress her inner thrill, discreetly glancing at Su Bing, who was tidying up the dishes. Upon meeting his gaze, she hastily lowered her head and gulped down her drink. "This little girl is playing tricks on him." Su Bing chuckled, aware that Suyun was trying to avoid conversing with Liu Xia, a mutually beneficial arrangement. What could she have done to acquire such peculiar items? Su Bing was filled with questions as he continued to clean up until Liu Xia coughed lightly. "Can I handle it, or should I take over?" "Yes," Su Bing replied resolutely. He quickly tidied the dishes and wiped the table before heading to the kitchen. A thought just crossed my mind." Su Bing paused in his dishwashing, his curiosity piqued. Liu Xia was equally intrigued. A man must never say he cannot. Suyun couldn't help but burst into laughter. her sense of humor delightfully odd. In the kitchen, Su Bing froze, nearly dropping a dish. What a chaotic notion. Perhaps he and his wife had been too indulgent. It seemed that once the current calamity passed, he would need to hire a tutor for his little girl. Liu Xia shared the same sentiment. Noticing her mother gazing at her with unspoken words, Su Yun inquired, "Mother, what is it?" "Nothing." Liu Xia hesitated to reveal her thoughts, understanding that it was merely Su Yun's inner musings. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. So incomprehensible. Su Yun shook her head dramatically. Liu Xia could no longer suppress her frustration and lightly tapped Su Yun on the back of her head. "Sit properly, for goodness sake." "All right. Almost forgot that my mother has been studying etiquette since childhood." Su Yun straightened up, her eyes wide as she looked at Liu Xia, her pudgy hand half covering her mouth. "Mother, could you grant me some spirit spring water to drink?" "Forgive me, my beautiful and kind mother. I repent and promise never to deceive you again. This is merely a harmless fib." Liu Xia recognized her daughter's nature. If she denied her the spirit spring water, Su Yun would certainly still attempt to rescue her second brother regardless. The worst outcome would be if she ventured out unprepared. "Very well. I shall pour it into a bamboo tube for you to drink when you're thirsty." "Thank you, mother." Su Yun joyfully embraced Liu Xia and planted a kiss on her cheek. The soft contact lasted only a moment, leaving Liu Xia's ears slightly flushed. "My mother is indeed the best in the world, always thinking of our family. If only we could bring Grandpa here too. However, I must admit, my mother is most beautiful when shy." "Yes," Su Yun cheerfully clutched the bamboo tube. "Mother, I shall take a nap now." "Go ahead." Liu Xia waved her hand, secretly relieved. Yet, as for being the most beautiful, she was too humble to accept. This time, her father-in-law would not be visiting, he would have to be brought over. Su Yun dashed into her room, swiftly shutting the door behind her. Soon, she found herself in a dilemma. 001, must I shout loudly? Can I keep it down? That's not allowed. 001 smiled. Hee, today you shall experience the embarrassment of social death. Su Yun darted back outside. Father, mother, no matter what I shout, please do not disturb my nap. Great-grandfather says this is a new training method. My apologies, great-grandfather. Forgive me, father and mother. I have lied again. Why does the slap of reality come so swiftly? All because of 001 insisting I shout a slogan to use my skills. Enough, go take your nap. Liu Xia urged Su Yun, leading the freshly emerged Su Bing towards the east room. With the rain falling, there was little else to do. So she and her husband would also take a brief rest. Closing her eyes, she shouted, "We must never waste food. There's a rat. As long as no one sees, I will not feel embarrassed." Su Yun clutched the bamboo tube and opened the door, mentally reciting, "To the place where my second uncle Qi Lian resides." As Su Yun departed, Liu Xia began conversing with Su Bing. The door swung open, revealing not her familiar courtyard, but a simple yet tasteful room. Dappled sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window, illuminating a desk adorned only with basic writing implements. Upon closer inspection, aside from the bow and crossbow hanging on the wall and a jet-black sword, there were no other decorations. A finely carved bed stood simply, upon which lay a striking man with sword-like brows and starry eyes. Though he appeared pallid and devoid of color, it did not diminish his formidable presence. My heavens! Is this tough guy truly my uncle? How does he resemble my father so little? In truth, there was a resemblance in their features, yet their temperaments were starkly contrasting. Su Yun slowly approached. My uncle is truly handsome, yet his fate seems grim. Remembering the description of the solitary city lord, she shook her head. Shaking off her thoughts, Su Yun opened the bamboo tube, preparing to feed Qi Lian. The previously slumbering Qi Lian was jolted awake by the child's voice, his head pounding. Yet he remained unaware of anyone else in the room, with only his right-hand man, Qi Ju, outside. He suspected he must be hallucinating due to his severe injuries. How should I feed him? Should I pry open my uncle's mouth? It should be fine. He appears to be in a coma. Qi Lian frowned, attempting to open his eyes, but lacking the strength. His index finger twitched. Unbeknownst to Su Xiyue, she squeezed her uncle's mouth and poured the spirit spring water down his throat. Much of it spilled out, dampening Qi Lian's clothing, but fortunately, he managed to swallow half. His gaze sharpened as he grasped Su Xiyue's neck. This is truly disheartening. I merely wished to save my uncle, yet I find myself being choked instead. If you do not loosen your grip, dear, charming uncle, your lovely and kind niece may perish. Su Xiyue's face turned a shade of blue, and the bamboo tube slipped from her grasp, landing on Qi Lian. He stared intently at the suddenly appeared tube, realizing that if he was not mistaken, there was no one in his hands, yet the sensation and the child's voice revealed he was indeed grasping a small child. Strangely, why had Qi Xiyue outside not heard her voice? The child claimed to be his niece. Yet he was an orphan. Where could familial ties originate? Qi Lian's expression remained impassive as he tightened his grip. Chapter 23. My uncle is too loyal and righteous. Su Xiyue felt a tightening in her chest. Yet she was unwilling to succumb to death. In a hoarse voice, she stammered, "Uncle." Qi Lian released his grip and gently lifted Su Xiyue to the inner side of the bed, tucking the bamboo tube under the covers. At that moment, the door swung open and Qi Xiyue dashed in with a meteor hammer in hand. City Lord, you are awake. Qi Xiyue clasped his fists, his gaze scanning every corner of the room. Strange? I distinctly heard a girl's voice. Qi Lian sat up, the blanket slipping to reveal his damp undergarment. City Lord. You. Qi Xiyue exclaimed, bewildered. No one has entered or exited this room. How could your clothing be wet? Qi Lian silenced him with a glance, prompting Qi Xiyue to swallow his questions and remain silent. Although Sansha had mentioned that the city lord would be in a deep slumber for 3 hours after taking the medicine, waking up in less than an hour was certainly unusual. It seems my uncle no longer wishes to harm me. Su Xiyue lay on the bed, her fingers tracing her neck. Oh, it truly hurts. Noticing Qi Lian's somber demeanor, Qi Xiyue's heart sank. Could it be that the city lord's condition had worsened? City lord, is there something wrong with your health? None. Qi Lian hesitated, then asked Qi Xiyue, can you hear anything at this moment? Nothing. Qi Xiyue shook his head, securing the meteor hammer at his waist. Qi Lian pondered, finding that the child's words resonated with genuine thoughts. Could it be that he truly was this girl's uncle? Did he too have family? Feeling the gradual healing of his wounds, Qi Lian's left hand brushed against Su Xiyue's skin. The touch, though gentle, landed on her neck. Ah! Su Xiyue gasped involuntarily. Qi Xiyue clenched his meteor hammer. Who? His grip was perhaps too forceful. The girl's neck must have surely turned bruised. Qi Xiyue's lips moved, but he refrained from saying anything further. The city lord was clearly favoring the person concealed in the shadows. He could not fail to recognize that it was unmistakably a girl's voice. Oddly, he distinctly heard the sound emanating from the inner side of the city lord's bed, yet there was no one to be seen. Qi Lian coughed lightly into his hand. Is there any movement from the Nanyu kingdom? Enough. You may leave now. Summon Sansha. Yes. Qi Xiyue bowed and exited. My foolish uncle. Qi Xiyue is the most loyal. How could you send him away to summon Sansha? Sansha possesses both medical and toxic expertise and has secretly administered chronic poison to you. Otherwise, why would you have suddenly been defeated by Nanyu Chu? Qi Lian's heart was shaken, his fingers trembling slightly. Sansha and Qi Xiyue were rescued by him from the slave market, having followed him since childhood. Except for Sansha's medical skills, it could be said that both Sansha and Qi Xiyue's martial prowess were cultivated by him. He had never harbored suspicions against Sansha. However, during the battle with Nanyu Chu, his inner strength had indeed faltered for a brief moment. If not for his innate sensitivity to timing, he would not have perceived it. But why had Sansha betrayed him, and when had it begun? Speaking of which, Sansha is also a pitiful soul. His entire family was exterminated when he was young, leaving only him and his sister to escape. Yet, during their flight, they accidentally became separated. 3 years ago, by chance, Nanyu Chu saved Sansha's sister, Tanxier. And upon learning that her brother was the infamous Sansha of the Lonely City, he covertly reached out to him. With his sister under Nan Yuchu's control, Sansha had no choice but to comply with Nan Yuchu's arrangements, perhaps out of concern for Qiju, who had always been by my uncle's side. He refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Or perhaps it was out of gratitude for the life-saving favor. One could only say that the pitiful are often deserving of disdain. Listening to the tender voice, Qi Lian's expression darkened. So, it was this way. Ever since he rescued Sansha, he had known that the latter was searching for his sister. For the past 7 years, he had been assisting in that search. Knock. Knock, knock. Enter. Qi Lian hastily covered Su Yun with the blanket. Though he knew that others could not see the girl, he still felt uneasy. What? It's suffocating in here. Qi Lian anxiously pulled the blanket down a little. Sansha, clad in black, with his dark hair tied up high, ambled in, yawning lazily. Brother Qi, I heard from Qiju that you are awake. Are you feeling better? Without further ado. He sat at the edge of the bed and began to take Qi Lian's pulse. Feeling the steady and strong pulse beneath his fingers, Sansha's heart raced. Though his expression remained unchanged, he grinned, as expected of you, Brother Qi, your constitution is robust and recovers swiftly. There is no serious issue. I shall prescribe some restorative medicine and you will be well in a few days. Humph. My uncle's body has expelled all toxins with Ling Shi's help. His injuries will gradually heal within 3 days. I see you, young man, are eager to poison my uncle after realizing his health is splendid. Su Yun scoffed. Having lain on her side for too long, her body feeling numb, she slowly shifted to a crawling position. Qi Lian noticed Su Yun's restlessness and gently patted her head from within the covers. What nonsense! Why is my uncle patting my head? Brother Qi, is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Sansha, observing Qi Lian's reticent demeanor, was not surprised, as the city lord had always been this way, and he had grown accustomed to it. Qi Lian raised his eyes to meet Sansha's gaze. Have there been any updates regarding your sister? None. Still the same. Sansha replied, his head bowed, a sense of despondency enveloping him. Ever since Nan Yuchu's disappearance, he had been unable to contact her. The upheaval following Nan Yu's usurpation left him uncertain of his sister's fate. Your sister's name is Tanxier, correct? Qi Lian suddenly inquired, startling Sansha, nearly causing him to stumble. He had only mentioned to Qi Lian that his sister was named Xier, never revealing their surname. How did Qi Lian know? Sansha steadied himself, a flicker of hope igniting in his heart. Brother Qi, how did you know? Is there news about Xier? She is in the Nanyu kingdom, Qi Lian stated, casting a deep look at Sansha. Could it be that my uncle had long suspected Sansha's betrayal, yet wished to grant him an opportunity, a chance for confession? Alas, my uncle is too sentimental, leading to his downfall. Had it not been for my use of the protective and lucky talismans, my uncle would surely have perished. Protective and lucky talismans? Qi Lian contemplated. During his duel with Nan Yuchu, he had narrowly escaped a fatal strike, the sword meant for his throat inexplicably deflected. He had not thought much of it at the time, dragging Nan Yuchu into the dark river with him. The dark river surged violently, traversing the entirety of the great Qin kingdom. Anyone who fell into its depths was doomed to perish. Yet, by some twist of fate, he had become lodged in a crevice, and Qiju had swiftly found him. Everything had happened so coincidentally. It was the girl, claiming to be his niece, who had saved him. Qi Lian harbored no doubts, believing that Su Yun possessed the capability for such mystique. Meanwhile, Sansha stood frozen, discreetly pinching 3 silver needles that emanated a dark aura. He was now certain that Qi Lian had long since discovered his intentions. His delay in taking action was merely to feign being poisoned, allowing Nan Yuchu to lower his guard. No wonder he had found no residual poison when he examined Qi Lian's pulse earlier. Chapter 24. Oh dear, this is going to be the end of me. Tanxie has likely already fled to the Great Qin Kingdom. It is recalled that after Nan Wechu successfully killed my second uncle, she fell into the dark river and was swept ashore by the current. A passerby found her and took her to the capital for auction, where the female lead rescued her. Meanwhile, Tan Xia secretly accompanied Nanwet Chu's people to the Great Qin to search for her whereabouts. Qilian understands Sansha well and is reluctant to take action against him. You may leave. What? Sansha's smile nearly faltered. He incredulously replied, You know I betrayed you. Why would you let me go? As a repayment for our bond of mentor and friend, our next encounter will be a matter of life and death. Qilian added. Your sister is currently in the Great Qin. If you linger in the capital, you might encounter her. Sansha remained silent and knelt, bowing his head. Outside, Xiyue could no longer contain himself. He pushed the door open and obstructed Sansha's path. City Lord, you cannot let him go. Xiyue glared at Sansha, his teeth grinding. Despite how well the City Lord has treated you, you dare betray him. Sansha kept his forehead pressed against the ground, not lifting his head. Let him go. Qilian commanded Xiyue. Xiyue, ever obedient to Qilian's orders, had no choice but to comply. He could only vent his fury on Sansha. From this day forth, I, Xiyue, have no brother like you. Sansha offered no further explanation. After bowing his head heavily twice more, he turned to leave. Clad in black and red attire, with his hair braided into numerous thick plaits and a golden red headband adorning his forehead, Xiyue's temperament matched his striking appearance, fiery and impetuous. City Lord, you. Even if he wished to curse, Xiyue found it difficult to voice his frustrations when faced with the City Lord's righteous countenance. Abruptly, he turned and stormed out. My second uncle is deeply loyal, and I am certain he feels more sorrow than anyone else. In truth, even if my uncle did not let Sansha go, he could not kill him. Sansha, originally the male third lead, possesses a certain fortune, whether it be the male or female leads. Only when the fortune upon them is extinguished can they be utterly defeated. Qilian turned to glance at the side of the bed, surprised at how much his niece seemed to know. But what did the male and female leads signify? He understood fortune. Those burdened with great destiny were indeed hard to kill. Is there no one else here? Why do you not reveal yourself? Qilian lifted the blanket. Suyun feigned unconsciousness, contemplating how to escape. Seemingly aware of her thoughts, Qilian effortlessly scooped her up with one arm. Do not think of running. I truly am a clever little thing. Perfect. I have never seen a ghost. This is a fine opportunity to keep one for amusement, Qilian remarked with a faint smile. This is a miscalculation. I cannot remain in this solitary city for too long. If I linger, my parents will surely discover my absence. Suyun felt a surge of anxiety, secretly attempting to muster her not-so-skillful internal energy to struggle free. Save your half-baked skills. Qilian remained unmoved. Oh dear. I almost forgot my second uncle is highly skilled and could compete with my great-grandfather. Suyun lamented, her eyes pleading in hopes of swaying her loyal second uncle. Very well. Qilian's response thrilled Suyun, but his subsequent words cast her into despair. You may leave once you reveal yourself. Fine, Suyun replied, feeling aggrieved. Who says my second uncle is loyal? I save him, and he chokes me, not to mention he won't let me go. Oh dear, I feel like crying. I forgot to ask 001 how to deactivate my invisibility. 001, you didn't mention how to deactivate the invisibility state. It felt uneasy, and its tone grew impatient. What little text? Read it yourself. Suyun, now irritated, felt the burden of her second uncle's oppression as well as 001's frustration. It was understandable that her uncle did not recognize her. But was 001 becoming too self-important lately? With a swift motion, she lodged a complaint, quickly tapping on the poor attitude option. Suyun, you censored. Censored. 001 began to curse, but all was harmonized away. Upon seeing that 001 had not spoken favorably, Suyun ignored it and slid to the skill invisibility items section, scrutinizing the minuscule text. Note: to deactivate the invisibility cloak, loudly recite. I will never doubt a woman's tears. Oh dear, this is going to be the end of me. Su Yun genuinely felt like crying. Qilian kept his gaze fixed on his niece, sensing she was conversing with someone. Lin Lin? Su Yun closed her eyes and shouted, "I will never doubt a woman's tears." With a loud bang, a cloud of mist erupted, and Su Yun became visible. The young girl stood with her eyes shut, resembling a sacrificial lamb. Qilian quietly assessed Su Yun and noticed that her nose and lips bore a striking resemblance to his own. His niece was indeed quite beautiful. Upon seeing the ghastly scar on Su Yun's neck, Qilian felt a pang of guilt. He retrieved a fine jade ointment from the hidden compartment at the head of the bed, scooping out a bit with one hand and gently applying it to her wound. "What is your name?" Feeling the coolness against her neck, Su Yun opened her eyes, only to be struck by the sight of her uncle's face. She murmured, "Su Yun. But my grandparents and parents call me Guai Guai. To be honest, my second uncle is really handsome, even more so than my father." "Huh." Qilian chuckled softly, his muscular chest rising and falling. Good." Su Yun grasped the jade ointment, leaping off the bed and turning at the door. "Goodbye, uncle." The last two words she spoke barely above a whisper. "When shall we meet again? I yearn for our family reunion. But how shall I explain to my uncle that he is indeed my uncle? And how do I clarify this to my parents and grandparents?" With her eyes closed, Su Yun yanked the door open and shouted, "There's a mouse." Unbeknownst to her, Qilian softly vowed that they would meet again. "Guai Guai." As he reached the door, a deafening scream erupted from the young girl. Where's the mouse?" Su Xiyue burst into the room with a meteor hammer in hand, swinging it wildly. Since childhood, he had harbored a profound fear of mice and kept his eyes tightly shut. Cough, cough, Qilian cleared his throat to signal. Su Xiyue slowly opened one eye, confused. "Where's the mouse?" "What mouse?" "I distinctly heard a girl." Qilian interrupted, "You must have misheard." Su Xiyue attempted to retort, but Qilian continued, "The great Nanwei is in chaos. Why not seize this opportunity to support a new emperor, thereby dismantling the forces left by Nanwei-chu? Nanwei-chu led the army to harm the city lord and countless citizens. It cannot go unpunished. I shall send my subordinates to investigate which prince is suitable for this position." With that, Su Xiyue dashed out. Qilian gazed resolutely at the door. "Guai Guai. Once your uncle resolves these matters, I shall seek you out, along with your parents and elder brother." Chapter 25. Grandparents have returned. She should never have left Guai Guai alone. She ought to have kept a watchful eye on him. It is all her fault. Su Bing embraced Liu Xia, urging her not to be anxious, suggesting they wait a little longer. If they delayed much further, she would be unable to enter. "Let me knock once more," Su Bing reassured Liu Xia. Just as he stepped forward to rap on the door, it swung open from within. Su Ying poked her head out. "Father?" She did not step outside, but instead scanned the area, her gaze landing on Liu Xia, who had her back turned. "Mother, may I borrow the makeup powder father bought for you? Recently, great-grandfather has been teaching me the art of disguise, and I wish to practice it these days. Dear mother, I know you are reluctant to use that box of makeup powder. And great-grandfather, I apologize, but I truly do not wish to lie again. The scars on my neck are too severe to be discovered." Liu Xia's tears, which she had just wiped away, surged forth anew, and she endeavored to keep her voice steady and usual. "Very well, mother will fetch it for you," she replied. Su Bing hung his head, not daring to push the door open directly. A sudden wave of helplessness washed over him. He felt utterly powerless. He had to entrust Guai Guai with the duty of guarding their home. In that moment, Su Bing resolved to study diligently, aspiring to rise to a position of power. Only by attaining such status could he secure what he desired and protect those who mattered most to him. Su Ying carefully applied the makeup powder around her neck, relieved that her fair complexion masked its presence entirely. With a beaming smile, she stepped out. "Mother, I shall return the makeup powder to you in a few days." "Never mind, dear, keep it for now. I am unable to use it in my condition." Liu Xia tried her utmost to ignore Su Ying's neck. Su Bing gently patted Liu Xia's shoulder, understanding her distress over Guai Guai's injury. From now on, he would shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding their family. "Thank you, mother," Su Ying exclaimed, linking her left arm with her mother's and her right with her father's. "Let us go greet grandfather and grandmother. Now that second uncle's injuries are no longer severe, I believe our family will soon be reunited," she added as the trio made their way to the village entrance, where they were greeted by a throng of villagers. Aunt Lu immediately took the treat handed to her and, after a couple of chews, swallowed it. "This candied fruit is truly sweet. Sweeter than brown sugar." Aunt Lu's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the bundles on the cart. Has the old Su family struck it rich on their trip to the capital? Indeed. There are so many items on that cart. What are they? Let us take a look. Many onlookers were eager for the spectacle. Seeing the situation grow tense, Qingyi swiftly unsheathed the soft sword coiled at her waist. The villagers scattered in a panic. "My goodness, this girl is fierce," Aunt Lu exclaimed, retreating hastily and patting her chest. The village chief, hearing the commotion, bellowed, "What are you all gathered here for? Don't you have any work to do? Tomorrow, everyone will dig ditches." "What is the point of digging ditches?" Jin Hua's mother muttered in discontent. The village chief shot a sharp glance at Jin Hua's mother. "If you don't want to work, then do not come to me for anything in the future." This woman has no sense of decorum, he thought, dismissing the matter. Jin Hua's father glared at his wife, then turned to the village chief, saying, "Since everyone is here, each household should send a representative to my courtyard to discuss matters by morning." With that, he strode off. "Everyone disperse." The villagers sauntered away, and Su Ying and her family finally managed to push through the crowd. "Grandfather, grandmother, I have missed you so," Su Ying exclaimed as she sprinted towards them. Su Huaiyi scooped her up in his arms, playfully pinching her nose. "How much have you missed me? One day apart feels like 3 autumns." He laughed heartily, his face glowing with joy. Su Ying patted Su Huaiyi's arm, eager to descend. "Where is grandmother?" she asked excitedly, climbing onto the cart and perching on the front frame. "This is my first time riding in a cart." Qingyi nimbly perched herself on the left side of the cart. Was that the heartfelt voice of a granddaughter for her grandmother just now? She teased with a smile. "Miss? That sounds rather awkward and embarrassing." Su Ying replied shyly, waving her hand. "You need not call me miss. You may refer to me as Shaowen or Yuner." "Yuna," Qingyi chuckled, finding Su Ying endearing. Her laughter was infectious, and her beauty grew ever more captivating. Su Ying gazed at her in awe. "This sister is so lovely, and her figure is so graceful. I wish to grow up to be just like her." She glanced down at her own form. Qingyi immediately understood, her face reddening like an apple. She focused intently on driving the cart. Behind them, Su Huaiyi stumbled slightly, nearly falling. "Father, are you all right?" Su Bing asked hurriedly. "Yes. I merely stumbled on a small stone." Su Huaiyi straightened himself, pondering, what words are these from my dear child? Could it be that the eldest has led him astray? He cast a doubtful glance at Su Bing, resolving to encourage his eldest son to study diligently starting tomorrow. Su Bing and Liu Xia were much more composed. They had grown accustomed to Guai Guai's occasional outbursts over the past few days. Upon reaching home, Li Shi had awakened. She stepped down from the cart, producing a small porcelain bottle filled with the brown herbal ointment. "Guai Guai, look what your grandmother has brought for you." "Thank you, grandmother," Su Ying said as she accepted the small bottle, which emitted a faint herbal aroma upon opening. "My grandmother is so thoughtful, always remembering me. It truly moves me." Li Shi beamed. Qingyi watched the joyful family with envy as she silently unloaded the items from the cart. Aunt Lu peeked over the wall, spying on the bundles. Qingyi, noticing, shot her a warning glance. With a thud, Aunt Lu tumbled off the wall. "Ouch, that hurt," she cried out, sprawled on the ground. "Such a fierce sister," Su Ying exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Qingyi smiled shyly and continued her work. Li Shi urged her, "Stop bustling about. Let the men handle it. Quickly, come inside and rest." Once inside, Su Ying hurriedly poured tea for her. "I can manage by myself," Qingyi protested, but Su Ying insisted, "Sister, you need to rest. You've traveled a long way. Meanwhile, Su Bing and Su Huaiyi busied themselves outside, while the three women and the little girl chatted inside. This is Qing, a servant of our beloved Su family. Li Shi introduced her with great honor. Ah, this is my favorite sister Qing. It's such a pity. What a pity. Qing wondered, sensing that Yuna seemed to know her. Chapter 26. Discussing grain storage. Su Yun shook her head, her small hands cradling a sweetened fruit, savoring it one bite at a time. What a pity, truly a pity. A beautiful maiden, ruined by her affection for the second male lead and poisoned by the supporting female character. Li Shi increasingly felt pity for this unfortunate girl, grasping Qingyi's hand. Thank you, grandmother. Qingyi did not refuse, as she could not claim she would never leave. Her task from her master was to find a way to remain in the old Su family. As for Yuna saying she would fall in love with some Nan heir, only to be killed by that Nipe, how could that possibly be? And what peculiar names these were? Su Bing tidied himself and inquired with his father about the events that had transpired, informing him that he had gone with the village chief the previous day to search. In a moment, take a few packs of snacks with me to thank the village chief, Su Huaiyi instructed. At dinner, Li Shi had intended to take charge of the cooking, but was outdone by Qingyi. A delightful spread of 3 dishes and a soup was prepared: spicy rabbit meat, stir-fried greens in vinegar, shredded potatoes in a tangy sauce, and a wild mushroom and chicken soup. Wow, it smells divine, Su Yun exclaimed, her appetite awakened by the delectable offerings before her. When she picked up the spicy rabbit meat, her eyes sparkled. Oh, this rabbit meat is so delicious. If only I could eat Qingyi's cooking every day. She is so wonderful. I want to introduce her to my second uncle, but he is 29 this year. And Qingyi is only 13. Wouldn't that be like an old cow courting a young calf? Cough, cough. At the dining table, the Su family members all covered their mouths, coughing. Su Bing quickly clarified, I can't eat spicy food. It caught in my throat. I'm fine. I quite enjoy spicy food. It's just that this shredded potato dish is too good, and I may have eaten a bit too quickly. I hope I did not embarrass you, Miss Qingyi, Liu Xia said, feeling bashful. No, not at all. Qingyi shyly shook her head. The Su family members treated her well, besides her master. She was the second person to show her respect. However, regarding Yuna as uncle, the information provided by her master indicated that Su Jianan was not a legitimate son of the Su family, and even the whereabouts of the second son remained a mystery. Even to her master. Could it be that Yuna had already found her true uncle? Yuna was quite enigmatic, knowledgeable about many things, and she could easily relay this information to her master. Yet, she harbored her own selfish motives, unwilling to do so. Li Shi took a sip of rice soup, lamenting. At my age, I can hardly manage a meal anymore. Have you all finished speaking? What did he say? Su Huaiyi grumpily took a bite of his steamed bun, remaining silent. Su Yun, blissfully unaware, continued to enjoy her meal, sipping the delicious chicken soup, her eyes squinting with happiness. Her second little brother was still alive. How delightful it would be to reunite with him. Li Shi felt her heart swell with joy, even finishing an extra bun. Su Huaiyi shared her happiness, as he had not uncovered any news about his second son during his trip to the capital. Those who knew of the matter back then had been discreetly dealt with, and he could not boldly approach the Rongho residence to inquire, especially since he lacked solid evidence to prove that Su Jianan was the illegitimate son of the Marquis of Rong. As long as his second son was safe, that was enough. Qingyi lowered her head even further, pondering if she ought to have prepared this meal. Miss Qingyi, allow me to express my gratitude with this cup of tea in place of wine. Su Bing poured a cup of clear tea, raising it in a toast to Qingyi. Before dawn, Su Yun returned to the village chief's residence to clock in. For the past few days, she had been practicing swordplay. Her great-grandfather even made her a small wooden sword. Repeatedly practicing, sweat soaked her back and her movements became increasingly fluid. Wait for me, grandfather, Su Yun mused. Great-grandfather mentioned yesterday that there would be a meeting in the morning to dig a water channel, but even if we dig it, If the wheat seedlings are planted, they will freeze to death. Isn't that a futile endeavor? What we truly need to do now is for every household to stockpile grain. The village chief silently shook his head, thinking that Yun was overly simplistic in her thoughts. With the incessant rain, other villages would undoubtedly be digging channels for irrigation. If Qingshan village were to begin large-scale grain storage, it would surely attract attention. In the event of a natural disaster, everyone would know that Qingshan village had ample grain, making it a target for pillaging. Digging channels was necessary, and grain storage was also essential, but it must be done discreetly, without raising suspicion. Today's meeting was also a way for him to caution the villagers. Soon, the villagers gathered. The village chief stood on a stone bench and addressed them, "Fellow villagers, I have called you here today because the weather is abnormal. It is expected to rain for nearly 20 days. With this continuous rain, we cannot plant crops, so we must dig channels to drain the fields." The attendees were all men, not prone to excessive chatter, quietly listening to the village chief's arrangements. Moreover, with the weather turning colder, we cannot be certain if the crops will survive even if planted. Therefore, we must prepare thoroughly. I will select 20 villagers to take turns purchasing grain each day. Upon hearing this, the villagers grew uneasy. I recall that 20 years ago, crops planted in winter were all frozen to death. Those with better conditions managed to survive, while those with poorer conditions perished. Indeed, grain must be stored. But we must also prepare warm clothing. That's right. Roofs need repairs as well. The heavy snow 20 years ago collapsed many houses and claimed lives. The villagers had all endured hardship and were quite experienced. The village chief raised his voice, "Everyone, be quiet. The warm clothing and grain will be purchased by the 20 selected individuals, and each household must dig channels and repair their roofs once they finish." He selected a reliable group of 20, including Su Huaiyi. Money will be collected collectively. We must resist this natural disaster and cannot afford to be complacent. He then issued a warning. This matter must not be spoken of. Keep it to yourselves. Especially those with women at home. Control your tongues. If I find out who spreads rumors, you will be expelled from Qingshan village. Yes, yes, yes. The villagers acknowledged, understanding the gravity of the situation. If word spread, the price of grain would surely skyrocket. In a few days, when the government comes to collect taxes, those with money should pay in silver. And do not use grain to offset taxes, the village chief advised. Qingshan village had been impoverished, but since the village chief took over 10 years ago, the village had slowly prospered. The villagers held him in great esteem. Upon entering the courtyard, they found Qingyi kneeling on the ground, bowing to her grandmother. "I beseech you, grandmother, please keep Qingyi." Chapter 27. Qingyi remains. "What are you doing, child?" Li approached and grasped Qingyi's arm. Yet no matter how hard she pulled, she could not lift her. "Let us speak civilly." Tears streamed silently down Qingyi's sorrowful face. She made no sound, allowing the tears to flow unrestrained. Li's mind began to race. Could it be that this girl harbored some unspeakable burden? The sordid affairs of the wealthy were countless. Surely, her benefactor's aunt would not tolerate her benefactor and thus targeted the maidservant. This poor girl has suffered immensely. Li wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Liu Xia also came to a realization. During their idle chatter, she had learned of the connection between Qingyi and her mistress. Since childhood, Qingyi had been rescued by Fu Yuan, and the two young children had barely enough to eat, relying on begging along the way. Liu Xia understood more than Li. She and Su Huaiyi were unaware that Fu Yuan's biological mother was a princess of Ping'an. They intended to lay blame on the maidservant beside Fu Yuan. Liu Xia, now pregnant, found herself more sentimental, her eyes reddening. "Dear Qingyi, please rise. I understand your predicament." Qingyi's tears abruptly halted, and she was momentarily stunned. Could it be that Yun-er's mother was aware of her intentions? Yun-er was remarkably astute, so her mother must be even more so. However, Li misinterpreted Qingyi's demeanor, assuming the girl was merely frightened. She pulled harder, successfully lifting Qingyi to her feet. "Good child, it's all right, do not be afraid." You must live to assist your benefactor in secret. Although our Su family is of humble origin, we shall do our utmost should your benefactor require anything. Li comforted Qingyi, stroking her back. It seems my grandmother and mother have conjured something in their minds. I, Qingyi, have said not a single word. Qingyi stifled a sob. Indeed, she had yet to find the opportunity to speak. Su Huaiyi coughed a couple of times. My dear wife, eldest daughter-in-law. Perhaps we should inquire of Qingyi what troubles her and think of a solution. Despite his age, he was not eavesdropping intentionally, he was merely captivated. Yes, just so. She is in distress. Must you press her wounds, you old fool? That was not my intention. Then what is it? How can you be so ungrateful? Unable to tolerate even a young girl over a mere meal? Li scolded Su Huaiyi, though in truth, she empathized. Having grown up without parents, she had struggled to survive alone. Not to mention begging, she had often filled her mouth with dirt in hunger. Dad, run quickly. Grandfather is angry. Su Yun urgently signaled to Su Bing. Su Bing swiftly glanced at his mother and father, noting their displeasure. Without a second thought, he tossed the firewood into the courtyard, grabbed a shovel and ran outside. Su Huaiyi could not react in time, shouting from behind, "Eldest son, where are you going?" The sky was as overcast as Su Huaiyi's expression, and rain began to pour fittingly. Li patted the dazed Qingyi. It's all right, do not fear. I am in charge here. You are welcome to stay. Qingyi nodded vacantly. Liu Xia, being perceptive, took Qingyi's hand to explain, Father is kind. He will calm down soon. He often quarrels with mother like this. Forget that old man. Li huffed. It's pouring. Will my grandmother, mother, and Qingyi not come inside? Why must we speak out here? Li finally realized they should move indoors to converse, avoiding mention of the men, and instead focus on joyful topics. All right. Qingyi smiled sincerely, her fondness for Li growing. She truly resembled her grandmother, with her head bowed. Tears mingled with the falling rain. As they chatted, they were often brought to laughter by Su Yun. Liu Xia also seized the moment to mention her desire to bring her father to live with them. Li beamed, that would be splendid. If that old man knew his in-laws were coming, he would surely be delighted. Lu Quanzhong and Su Huaiyi were close friends, and their bond remained strong even after marriage, eventually becoming in-laws. Yet, I wonder if my maternal grandfather will consent. He is quite strict and likely to refuse. Su Yun sighed. There was little written about her maternal grandfather in the tales, merely a few words. The entire Su family had perished without anyone to claim the bodies, and Lu Quanzhong had to bury them one by one, eventually collapsing at his daughter Liu Xia's grave. Su Yun felt a pang of sadness when recalling that stern old man who always maintained an upright posture. Liu Xia understood her father's temperament, but this time was different. A calamity loomed, and her father must be with her. Eldest daughter-in-law, tomorrow morning, you and the eldest should go bring your father here. Today. Wing Erniu is in town for supplies, and digging the ditch only requires one person. He has nothing to do. Su Huaiyi, drenched, wiped his face with a towel. If your father refuses to come, just say I am bedridden. Li muttered, this old man is quite resourceful. The following day, before dawn, a gentle rain fell. Yesterday, Su Yun had requested leave from the village head and did not practice swordplay. She awoke early to set out with Su Bing and Liu Xia. Although her maternal grandfather lived in the neighboring Shangxi village, it was separated from Qingshan village by 2 large mountains. The detour alone took 2 hours. Thanks to her martial training, Su Yun did not feel fatigued. The trio eventually reached Shangxi village as dawn broke. Su Yun dashed ahead, searching for the path to her grandfather's home from memory. This child, Liu Xia chuckled, shaking her head. Su Yun's maternal grandfather resided on the west side of the village, preferring solitude, and there were few neighbors nearby. He adored flowers and plants, and both sides of the entrance were filled with an array of wildflowers. Arriving at the door, Su Yun joyfully knocked. Grandfather, grandfather. After a while with no response, she knocked more forcefully. Who is it? Knocking so early in the morning? A grumpy voice called out, and an irritable man opened the door. What are you doing here? Where is my grandfather? Su Yun angrily questioned. Chapter 28. The occupation of grandfather's house. How dare you speak to your elders in such a manner, you disgrace. Liu Xing rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular forearms. With a single hand, he lifted Su Yun as if she were a mere chick. Gritting her teeth, Su Yun demanded, "Where is my grandfather? How dare you reside in his house? What a troublesome brat." Liu Xing scoffed, clearly annoyed by the early morning disturbance. At that moment, Cui Er slinked out of the house, her figure swaying like a water snake. She languidly attached herself to Liu Xing. Does this scoundrel not understand human language? However, she overestimated her own height and inadvertently kicked Liu Xing in a most sensitive area. Ow! Liu Xing doubled over, clutching himself, his face turning pale. You little wretch, if I don't deal with you, I shall change my surname. If it weren't for his father being present, who knows what Liu Xing might do? Just the sight of his vile gaze made her want to retch. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, Su Yun picked up a twig from the ground and jabbed it at Liu Xing. Being small and agile, she evaded his grasp effortlessly. Ah! Liu Xing yelped, bending awkwardly as he tried to dodge her. Brother Xing, I'm coming to help, Cui Er shouted as she clawed her way towards Su Yun. Naturally, Su Yun prevailed, landing a precise hit with her stick in a rather private area. Cui Er, her hair a wild mess, was left in a frenzy, her thighs and abdomen ablaze with pain. Ah! You wretched girl, I will kill you. Su Yun's ears perked up at the sound of approaching footsteps. In a hurry, she grabbed a handful of dirt and smeared it across her face, rolling on the ground a couple of times. Help! Someone's trying to kill me. Lu Da's daughter-in-law had given birth a month prematurely, and he was on his way to town with his son to fetch some medicinal supplies, as well as buy eggs and wild pigeons. However, passing by Liu Xiaotsai's house, he heard a girl's cries for help and rushed over with his son to investigate. The 6-year-old girl was filthy, crawling on the ground with tears streaming down her small face. Behind her, a deranged woman clutched her ankle. Stop! Liu De boomed with authority. Cui Er, startled, released her grip. Liu Shan, feeling a pang of compassion, scooped Su Yun into his arms. His wife had given birth to a daughter prematurely, and seeing this girl's pitiful state tugged at his heartstrings. If his daughter were ever bullied like this, he would ensure the perpetrator faced dire consequences. Everything's all right. Everything's all right. The burly man clumsily comforted Su Yun. Uncle Shan, Su Yun called softly. Liu Shan finally recognized her. Father, look. Isn't this Liu Xiaotsai's granddaughter? Indeed. Liu De leaned in closer. Yun girl, did you come here to find your grandfather? Where is your mother? My mother is behind me. I missed my grandfather so much that I ran over, but I didn't expect. Su Yun broke down in tears. Why is my grandfather's house occupied by my uncle? I want my grandfather. This is outrageous. Liu De glared disdainfully at the crouching Liu Xing, then turned away upon noticing Cui Er's scant attire. Shameless. Bah, woman. He shouted at Liu Xing. What are you doing at your uncle's house? Where is Liu Xiaotsai? This house was given to me by my uncle for my marriage, so why can't I stay here? Liu Xing replied through gritted teeth, trembling from the pain. Impossible. Su Yun retorted vehemently. Liu Shan cast a disapproving glance at Liu Xing. What kind of person are you? Liu Xiaotsai would never transfer property to you. His marriage has nothing to do with him. I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. My uncle is a worthless scoundrel. Nobody would even mourn him if he died. Why would this house be given to me if not to you? Liu Xing spat venomously. Where is your uncle? Liu De struck the ground with his cane. What business is it of yours where my uncle is? Now get out of my way. Liu Xing straightened up, his steps unsteady as he approached Liu Shan. Hand over that little girl. His sensitive area still throbbed painfully, and he was uncertain if he could still produce an heir. If not, he would make Su Yun pay dearly. Liu Shan stepped back, raising his voice. Someone come quickly. Liu Xing has occupied a scholar's house and is threatening to harm the scholar's granddaughter. Su Yun stared blankly at Liu Shan, realizing that one could always learn throughout life. From now on, regardless of the situation, she would shout for help. This commotion drew the attention of Liu Xia, who was conversing with Liu Xiaoxiang. I must see what's happening. It sounds like someone is in danger, possibly from my father's residence. Liu Xia pushed Liu Xiaoxiang's hand away, eager to leave. Liu Xiaoxiang quickly blocked her path. I told you, uncle has gone to town. How could there be any commotion at his place? You must have misheard. We haven't had a proper chat in ages. I really don't have time. I just saw my father. I must go see. Liu Xia replied impatiently. Her cousin's sudden enthusiasm puzzled her. This was not how Liu Xia usually behaved. Liu Xiaoxiang struggled to maintain her smile, realizing Liu Xia had arrived earlier than expected. Get out of my way. Su Bing pushed past Liu Xiaoxiang, addressing his wife. Huh, brother-in-law, don't you have a temper? You won't be hitting anyone, will you? Liu Xiaoxiang insinuated, casting a glance at Liu Xia. Su Bing raised his fist. What do you think? Just kidding. Liu Xiaoxiang refrained from further comments and followed behind, contemplating her next move. If only that old fool hadn't refused to transfer the property deed to her brother, they wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. From the moment Liu Xia arrived in Shangxi village, an unsettling feeling had gripped her heart. She sensed that something ominous was on the horizon. As she hurried home, a crowd of villagers followed, eager to witness the unfolding drama. From afar, Su Yun spotted her mother. Upon seeing Liu Xiaoxiang beside her, she frowned. Liu Xiaoxiang is a wicked woman, and Liu Xing is no better. They are all of a despicable breed. This vile woman has schemed to sever the bond between my parents, leaving my mother to languish in sorrow while pregnant with my unborn siblings. Su Bing's fists clenched, quietly positioning himself protectively in front of Su Yun. It dawned on him that Liu Xia was indeed the one responsible for his wife's demise. No wonder she always spoke with such malice. Her words were clearly aimed at sowing discord between him and his wife. Liu Xia could hardly contain her anxiety as she spotted the dirt-covered Su Yun calling out in distress. Sweetheart. Dear mother, I am truly fine. But the show must go on. I must perform for the villagers. I cannot allow this wicked woman to seize my grandfather's house. Su Yun's heart brimmed with worry. I wonder where my grandfather is now? I shall press Liu Xing for answers. I refuse to believe that amidst so many witnesses, he could remain silent. Chapter 29. The grandfather imprisoned in the cellar. Dear aunt, you are unaware that my father and I went to the town to fetch medicine for my wife. However, we were suddenly alerted by the cries of a young girl in distress. Upon our arrival, we witnessed Liu Xing and an unknown woman mercilessly assaulting Yun Yao. Liu Shan exaggeratedly recounted the events. My heavens, Liu Xing is utterly despicable to lay such brutal hands on a child. Indeed. He even dared to strike the sole granddaughter of the scholar. If I were the scholar, I would not only expel him from the house, but give him a good beating as well. How foolish of the scholar! The villagers murmured among themselves. Liu Sheng's face darkened. He could not admit that he was beaten by Su Yun and had to swallow this humiliation. What are you women babbling about? Mind your own affairs. He barked. How could such an honest man like Liu Lao to have a son as vile as you? Retorted an aunt who had long harbored disdain for Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng's neck bulged with veins, while Cui Er sobbed helplessly. This is utterly outrageous. I haven't even entered the family, yet I am being bullied by your village. Do not fear, Cui Er. Liu Sheng consoled her before turning to brandish his fists. All of you get lost. I will not care who you are. I will strike you without mercy. Have the guts to hit me. And see if I do not take up residence in your home, eating your food and drinking your wine. Oh! So you're aware that you haven't married and yet shamelessly share a bed with the male party. Indeed, just look at what she is wearing. Bah! A seductress. The older women were undeterred, each brimming with fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Liu Xia realized something was amiss. Liu Xiaoxiang had informed her that her father was in town and had been obstructing her. Furthermore, her father would never bestow the house upon Liu Xing. When she was young, Liu Xing often laid hands on her. Liu Xing, where is my father? She inquired. Cousin, did I not tell you? My uncle has gone to town. Liu Xiaoxiang attempted to link arms with Liu Xia, but was blocked by Su Bing, who gave a forced smile. Did I ask you? Liu Xia retorted coldly. Lu Xiaoxiang harbored resentment, but sought to explain. Xiaoxiang, do not engage with her. If she seeks my uncle, let her go to town. Lu Sheng crossed his arms, his face clouded with anger. Liu Xia was utterly ungrateful. A mere touch from him would send her running to that old man. How dare he strike the only heir of the Liu family? Lu Sheng sneered. Go ahead. Find him if you can. Su Bing began inquiring among the villagers, esteemed uncles and aunties. Has anyone seen my father-in-law? It seems I have not seen him for over half a month. Indeed. It was only some time ago that Liu Laoda fell, and I saw the scholar hastily heading towards Liu Laoda's house. The villagers replied. Something is amiss. That scoundrel's expression is not right. It seems he is worried my mother cannot find my grandfather. Suddenly recalling something, Su Yun struggled to rise and dashed forward. To great-grandfather's house. Why on earth would you go to my house? Lu Xiaoxiang frantically blocked Su Yun. Like a cannonball, she charged ahead, knocking Lu Xiaoxiang to the ground. Su Bing quickly followed, carefully shielding Liu Xia. Thus, a throng of people made their way to Liu Laoda's residence. The gate was ajar, and Su Yun boldly entered. Grandfather. Zhang Zhaodi was in the midst of husking rice when Su Yun's voice startled her, causing the basket to tumble and grains to scatter everywhere. She anxiously began gathering the dirty rice. What are you shouting about? Where is my grandfather? Su Yun demanded. A large crowd surged into the cramped courtyard. Lu Xiaoxiang approached her mother, signaling with her eyes. Zhang Zhaodi was unafraid, having acted so boldly. She had no reason to fear. She raised her voice. Why are you all here? Have you nothing better to do? Though the scholar was not fond of venturing out, it was absurd for him to be absent for over half a month. Could it be that Liu Laoda's family is plotting to seize the scholar's house? This was the gossip of the villagers, who claimed descent from the same ancestor as Lu Quanzhong. He made a slicing motion across his throat as he spoke. Where is my father? Liu Xia's emotions surged. Su Bing held her tightly, preventing her from approaching Zhang Zhaodi. It was chaotic. If anything were to happen, it would be catastrophic. You old fool, what nonsense are you spouting? You, who is already half in the grave, cannot keep that mouth of yours shut. Zhang Zhaodi scolded. My daughter has already stated that her uncle has gone to town. If you do not believe it, go search for him in town. What are you making noise about here? If you cannot find him, report it. Hearing Zhang Zhaodi's audacious words, Su Yun felt lost. Su Bing, having seen much, recognized the defiant nature of such individuals. Had it not been for the house, he might have believed her. Go ahead, report it. Su Bing scoffed. Zhang Zhaodi became increasingly frantic and aggressive. If you want to report it, then do so. Do not linger in my home. Get out. From the back of the crowd, Lu Sheng stealthily made his way out of the courtyard. Su Yun pushed through the throng and hurried after him. Behind Liu Laoda's house was a pile of firewood. Lu Sheng glanced around to ensure no one was watching before shifting a bundle of wood. Below was a wooden board, and upon pushing it aside, he discovered a cellar. With a slight crash, the sound of broken dishes, though faint, reached Su Yun's ears. She ran towards the firewood pile, calling for help. Come quickly. After shouting, she descended into the cellar. The cellar, aged and spacious, was several times larger than usual. As soon as she arrived, she overheard Lu Sheng speaking with her great-grandfather. Father, that wretched girl Liu Xia has come, claiming she cannot find this old man and wants to report it. Let her report it. Why have you come down? If someone sees us, our entire family is doomed. Su Yun gritted her teeth, searching for a weapon. However, the only items available in the cellar were sweet potatoes. Grabbing one in each hand, she summoned all her strength and hurled them at Liu Laoda and Lu Sheng. The small sweet potatoes struck their heads, rendering both men unconscious. Su Yun gazed at her great-grandfather, tears streaming down her face. In the dim, damp cellar, the frail old man lay on dry straw, surrounded by some decaying food scattered on the ground. The air was thick with a foul stench. Once so meticulous, her great-grandfather now appeared utterly disheveled. His pale hair clung to his cheeks, and his lips were smeared with dark, tainted blood. He struggled to sit up, his back straight, yet his expression was vacant. and his words lacked strength. Is it you, my dear? Chapter 30. Reporting to the authorities. Do not fear. Dear grandfather, I have come to rescue you. Su Yun, emulating Liu Xia's comforting demeanor, consoled Lu Quanzhong. She first tidied her grandfather's hair and clothing, ensuring he appeared less disheveled. As she arranged him, tears streamed down her face. The thought of how her grandfather must have endured his solitary confinement in the cellar, after her mother passed away in sorrow and her father took his own life after murdering Liu Xiaoxiang, was unbearable. Grandfather, be good, I'll carry you out. Su Yun gritted her teeth and hoisted Lu Quanzhong onto her back. She took careful steps, inadvertently stepping on Lu Laoda and Lu Xing as she passed. Close your eyes, we'll be home soon, she reassured him, fearful that the light of the outside world would blind him after days in darkness. As Su Yun climbed out of the cellar, Su Bing and the others arrived. Father, mother. Upon seeing her parents, Su Yun's emotions overwhelmed her, and she shouted desperately. Liu Xia stumbled towards her, trembling hands hesitating to touch her father. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she shakily offered her father water from the pouch at her waist. Father, drink some water. Lu Quanzhong, dazed, drank eagerly, savoring the sweetness. Su Bing couldn't help but feel tears welling in his eyes as he clasped his hands together. Uncles and aunts, does anyone have an ox cart I could borrow? I do, Lu Laoda declared, rushing to fetch the cart. He wasted no time, swiftly bringing it back with a blanket laid inside. Quickly, lift the scholar onto the cart. Su Bing took over, carefully placing Lu Quanzhong onto the cart. The family of 3 climbed aboard, heading towards the medical clinic in Longda town. Zhang Zhaodi, are you even human? Lu Laoda, despite his seemingly honest demeanor, shocked everyone with his actions. Disgraceful, a family devoid of conscience. After their departure, those who had once benefited from Lu Quanzhong's kindness could no longer remain idle. Zhang Zhaodi and Liu Xiaoxiang were frozen in fear, their only thought being that it was over, completely over. Everyone, let us go. Let us deal with this heartless family. The villagers first spat in unison, then surged forward, each delivering a kick to Lu Laoda. Even Lu Laoda and Lu Xing, still in the cellar, were dragged out and beaten mercilessly. At Jiyuntang, the doctor declared, strange indeed. Doctor, what is wrong with my father? Liu Xia anxiously inquired. Your father has been starved to the point of emaciation, and his stomach has also suffered. Normally, his right pulse would be weak, but it is surprisingly strong. The doctor shook his head. Never mind, I'll prescribe some restorative medicine. He must avoid heavy meals for a few days and stick to easily digestible foods. It must be the lingxi that mother fed to grandfather that has taken effect. Su Yun thought silently, gripping her grandfather's hand tightly. Liu Xia sighed in relief. I will go buy some porridge for father. Su Bing patted Liu Xia's shoulder. Do not worry, I will ensure Lu Xing's family pays for this. Liu Xia replied softly. After buying porridge, Su Bing went to the yamen to beat the drum. Dong dong dong, he struck 6 times. The guards, yawning lazily, approached. Who is beating the drum? Civilian Su Bing. My father-in-law is Lu Quanzhong, imprisoned in the cellar by Lu Sheng's family since the 15th of this month, and they have occupied his home, Su Bing explained succinctly. The guards had little interest until they heard Lu Quanzhong's name. Is he the scholar from Shanxi village? Yes, indeed. Please wait here. One guard replied before entering the yamen, dismissively waving his hand. Go on, this matter does not concern us. My lord, Lu Sheng's family is truly despicable. My father-in-law has nearly starved to death. Su Bing slipped some silver into the guard's hand. The guard weighed the 2 pieces of silver, his eyes lighting up. That's a total of 40 taels. After greasing the palms of the county magistrate and the clerk, I will still have some left. He grinned. Indeed. They are not good people. Brothers, it's time to act. The guard called out, and 4 or 5 drowsy guards emerged. By now it was noon. After finishing the porridge, Lu Quanzhong took a nap and felt considerably better. With the money in hand, the guards waited politely outside Jiyuntang. Lu Xia bought her father a clean set of clothes. After changing, Lu Quanzhong tidied his hair and stood upright as he slowly walked outside. The yamen was not far from Ji Yuntang, and Su Yun and Liu Xia followed closely behind. The guards stood in 2 neat rows, rhythmically striking their staves against the ground. Zhang Zhaodi knelt in tears, while Lu Laoda wore a grim expression. County Magistrate Zhao, wearing his official hat, sat at the high table, striking the wooden block on the desk. Silence. Zhang Zhaodi trembled, biting her lip tightly, while Lu Xiaoxiang appeared equally pale. Lu Laoda, have you imprisoned Lu the scholar and occupied his home? Commoner. Lu Laoda stuttered, glancing at Lu Quanzhong as if he were a lifeline. Little brother, I was wrong. Please forgive me, I won't dare again. Lu Laoda knelt, slapping his own face in despair. County Magistrate Zhao observed quietly. Though he had accepted Su Bing's bribe, this was ultimately a family matter. And if Lu Quanzhong chose not to pursue it, there was little he could do. Lu Sheng, unable to contain himself, shouted defiantly, Father, why are you begging him? I am the last hope of the Lu family. That old man wouldn't dare let me rot in prison. If I go to jail, who will break the pottery for him? Lu Laoda's face darkened further. Was his eldest son truly a fool? He slapped Lu Xing across the face. You idiot! That is your own uncle. Father, you dare hit me? Lu Xing exclaimed in disbelief. You worthless good-for-nothing. All you do is strike your son, if you had any ability. Why didn't you smother your second brother back then? If you had, we wouldn't be in this mess. Zhang Zhaodi, who favored her eldest son, raised her hand to claw at Lu Laoda's face. Her emotions had already unraveled, and she was speaking without thinking. Initially, Lu Sheng had suggested eliminating Lu Quanzhong and burying him, but Lu Laoda clung to their brotherly bond and refused to go that far. All he desired was his brother's house, not his brother's life. Silence. County Magistrate Zhao struck the wooden block again, the sound echoing sharply. Zhang Zhaodi released her grip, her demeanor becoming frantic. Lu Xiaoxiang remained silent, her head bowed, obscuring her expression. Lu Laoda, shedding tears, crawled towards Lu Quanzhong, clutching at his garment. Little brother, I truly know my mistake. Look, you are fine now, can you forgive me? I was merely confused for a moment. Don't forget. When our parents were busy, it was I who raised you. Seeing Lu Laoda play the emotional card, Xian anxiously glanced at her grandfather. These are crocodile tears. Grandfather, please do not be soft-hearted. Chapter 31. The Lu family enters prison. What kind of fish is an alligator fish? This fish can even shed tears. How strange. Lu Quanzhong pondered. If he had not misinterpreted, Guai had remained silent. He respectfully addressed County Magistrate Zhao. Your Honor, the cause of this matter has been documented by this humble citizen. He retrieved a scroll of paper from his bosom and handed it to the scribe. After perusing it, the scribe passed it to County Magistrate Zhao. Lu Laoda's eyes widened. His younger brother had even drafted the complaint, leaving no escape for their family. Do you acknowledge your guilt, Lu Laoda? County Magistrate Zhao, aware of Lu Quanzhong's adamant desire to imprison Lu Laoda's family, did not wish to engage in lengthy discourse. He raised the gavel and struck it down. Lu Laoda, dazed, could not utter a word in defense. With a wave of his hand, Zhao commanded, Take Lu Laoda and his family to the dungeon. Your Honor, this is unjust. I had no knowledge of this matter. Lu Xiaoxiang trembled as she prostrated herself, then pointed at Lu Laoda and the others, exclaiming, It was all their doing, all their doing. What are you saying, Lu Xiaoxiang? Lu Sheng was filled with rage, but was firmly restrained by 2 bailiffs. With wide eyes and bristling brows, veins bulged on his furious face as he glared at Lu Xiaoxiang. If it weren't for your outrageous suggestion, would my father and I have committed such acts? You vile wretch, just wait. All of you take them away. Zhao, magistrate, spoke impatiently. The bailiffs dragged the 4 away. This is so unjust. Lu Xiaoxiang and Zhang Zhaodi cried out in despair. Meanwhile, Lu Laoda seethed with resentment, glaring at Lu Quanzhong, hatred surging within, his blood boiling as his face flushed. He cursed, Lu Quanzhong. May you meet a wretched end. Ha ha ha, may you meet a wretched end. Lu Laoda laughed maniacally. Your grandfather must be heartbroken. Su Yun approached Lu Quanzheng, her small hand grasping his frail one. A warmth spread through Lu Quanzheng's heart as he gently patted Su Yun's head. In truth, he had already resigned himself to despair when his elder brother confined him to the cellar. County Magistrate Zhao, portly and jolly, approached Lu Quanzheng, his flesh quivering with each step. With affairs settled, he had no desire to linger. Lu Xia, I have other matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Your Honor, take care. Lu Quanzheng bowed. After Zhao departed, Su Bing caught up with the scribe. Scribe. He discreetly pulled out 4 taels of silver and pressed it into the scribe's hand, lowering his voice. You've worked hard. Take this for some wine. Rest assured. The scribe shot a glance of appreciation at Su Bing, contentedly tucking the silver into his waist. It was merely a matter of keeping an eye on Liu Laoda's family. He needn't lift a finger. The jailers would ensure that Liu Laoda's family would suffer immensely. After all, they were not choosy. It was common for both men and women to be stripped of their dignity. Losing a few lives was nothing unusual. After much persuasion, Su Yun and the others finally convinced Lu Quanzheng to stay in Qingshan village for a few days. Father, what did you discuss with the scribe just now? On the ox cart, Su Yun feigned ignorance. Do not think I am unaware of your secretive gift of silver. She rolled her eyes. Wait. Where would my father get silver? Su Yun cast a suspicious glance at her father's back. Could it be that he is hiding money from my grandmother and mother? Su Bing supported his forehead with one hand, wondering why Guai was so prone to inner monologues all day. It seemed he had much more to learn. This was great. Now both his father-in-law and his own father could jointly guide Guai, saving him from endless daydreaming. As for the silver, it was the 50 taels from Wang Matzi. With the shop failing to open, Nyo had returned the banknote to him. After offering 44 taels as a gesture of filial piety, he had reserved 5 taels for his wife. After setting aside money for Kanji, he bought some pastries for Liu Deyi, leaving him with just over 700 won. Had his wife known he was not hoarding money, she would have surely misunderstood him. Liu Xia looked away from him, her heart solely focused on her father. Father, do you want some water? Ma'am. Lu Quanzheng took the water pouch and gulped down several large mouthfuls. Before long, they arrived at Qingshan village. Upon reaching the Su residence, the rain began to pour more heavily. Su Huaiyi had been waiting at the door, glancing around. When he saw his emaciated friend in the ox cart, he was taken aback. Huaiyi, Lu Quanzheng greeted as he dismounted from the cart. Su Huaiyi quickly ushered him inside. Quanzheng, what has happened to you? It's nothing. Just confined to the cellar by my elder brother. Lu Quanzheng recounted the events in a nonchalant manner. Su Huaiyi slammed the table in frustration. Is Liu Laoda even human? He then scolded Lu Quanzheng. Quanzheng, you truly ought to bend a little. Why maintain such pride? Do you think your brother will pity you and release you just because you refuse to eat? That scoundrel wouldn't have done such a thing if he valued brotherly love. I have already come to terms with it. Lu Quanzheng felt utterly despondent. My grandfather genuinely cares for you, yet it feels like you're arguing. And my grandfather, always with a stern face, is actually warm-hearted. Su Yun swayed her little head, glancing back and forth between her grandfather and Lu Quanzheng. Su Huaiyi softened his expression. Could it be that he had been too harsh? Quanzheng had just endured such suffering, and he was still saying this. He truly felt guilty. An invisible weight of remorse pressed upon Su Huaiyi. He cleared his throat and spoke gently. Quanzheng, I did not mean it that way. I know. Lu Quanzheng forced a smile he considered amiable. Why does my grandfather's smile seem so strange? He resumed his stern demeanor. Su Huaiyi observed his friend's small gestures and couldn't help but suppress a smile, only to force it back down. My grandfather and my grandfather-in-law are like brothers in misfortune, one crippled by Liu Laoda, the other imprisoned in the dungeon. Lu Quanzheng was shaken. So, it was Liu Huaiyi who had harmed Huaiyi's leg. He knew well how much Huaiyi had fallen after that injury. Lu Quanzheng wished to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words. Neither of them said anything, and silence enveloped the room. Liu Xia lightly tapped Su Yun on the head. Dear, what's wrong? Come with your mother. Let your grandfather and great-grandfather converse privately. Liu Xia understood. Both fathers could hear Guai's innermost thoughts. With the little one around, there was no way to have a serious conversation. Tonight, Li Shi prepared vegetarian dumplings to welcome them and bid farewell. Eating dumplings symbolized family reunion. At the dining table, no one mentioned the unpleasant events again. Instead, they engaged in cheerful banter. Qingyi watched enviously, quietly eating a dumpling. Suddenly, several plump dumplings appeared in her bowl. Looking up, she discovered it was Li Shi who had ladled them for her. Eat more. Thank you, Qingyi said softly, her eyes glistening. Whoa. It seems Sister Qingyi is crying. Sister Qingyi had relied on her grandmother since childhood. After her grandmother was killed by bandits, she hid in a wardrobe to escape. Sister Qingyi has had a hard life. She must be missing her grandmother. Suyin ladled another generous scoop for Qingyi. Sister, you've worked hard making dumplings. Eat more. Qingyi looked at her bowl brimming with dumplings, both amused and exasperated. She buried her head and ate heartily. The dumplings today tasted exceptionally good. It was the flavor of home. Chapter 32. Jinhua is to be married. Another day has passed. The weather is overcast, and a chilly wind sweeps through. Among those captured is her father. Lu Quanzheng opened the wooden chest, rummaging through the books inside. Starting today, Tingjun and Guai will study the 4 books and 5 classics together. Father-in-law. I still need to dig the irrigation ditch later. Su Bing yawned, still half asleep. Wai has said he will dig the ditch today. I have already mastered the 4 books and 5 classics, so you can teach Guai alone. From now on, I will study on my own in preparation for next spring's county examination. I am still a child. Why must I learn the 4 books and 5 classics? If I recall correctly, my grandfather brought this entire chest of books from my father. Suyin cast a resentful glance at Su Bing. She sharpened her 2 prominent tiger teeth. Though her expression was fierce, the dimples at the corners of her mouth made her appear adorably innocent. You must not neglect your studies. While it is commendable to prepare for the county examination, you cannot afford to slack off. Neither of you can escape. Do not attempt any tricks. Huaiyi is aware of this too. Lu Quanzheng, having procured a ruler from somewhere, struck Su Bing on the head. Su Bing covered his head, wondering why he was always the one to suffer. The rooster crowed, heralding the dawn. The sky brightened. Li Shi and Qingyi were in the kitchen preparing breakfast, while Liu Xia was feeding the chickens. Lu Quanzheng supervised Su Yun and Su Bing with the ruler in hand. In the main hall, Su Yun's eyes darted towards the outside. Why is my mother taking so long to feed the chickens? When will she come into the hall to rescue me? With a thud, the ruler struck the table. Su Yun was startled, immediately focusing and reading the Analects earnestly, learning and practicing it at intervals. Is it not a joy? A friend from afar, is it not a joy? An hour later, Lu Quanzheng knocked on the table and declared, That will be all for today. We shall continue tomorrow. Finally liberated, Su Yun set down her book and dashed outside. After breakfast, the sky cleared. The continuous rain of the past few days had left the clothes moldy. Liu Xia took out the damp garments and rinsed them again in water. Auntie, let me do it. Qingyi took over, deftly hanging the clothes on the line. Su Yun placed her hand on her forehead and gazed skyward. Qingyi, mother. Shall we go mushroom picking later? The rain has just stopped. The road is still wet. Xia, you should refrain from climbing the mountain, Li Shi said, weaving a bamboo basket without looking up. Liu Xia was also reluctant to go, intending to rest a bit before entering the space to plant some vegetables. Otherwise, that acre of land would go to waste. Mother won't be going. You and Miss Qingyi should go. Just stay close to the edge and don't venture deep into the mountain. Liu Xia advised Su Yun. All right. Su Yun pulled Qingyi along, each carrying a bamboo basket as they headed towards the foot of Deqing Mountain. With the rain subsided, many people emerged to forage for mushrooms. Su Yun chose a secluded spot where the little mushrooms were pristine, resembling pieces of flawless white jade. She joyfully picked them one by one, placing them into her basket. Before long, the two had filled 2 large bamboo baskets to the brim. On their way back, Su Yun overheard several people discussing Jinhua. Do you know who Jinhua is marrying? Aunt Lu inquired mysteriously while gathering mushrooms by the creek. Other aunts, while cleaning the freshly picked mushrooms, asked, who? Isn't Jinhua's mother notoriously picky? Just a few days ago, I attempted to introduce her to someone, but she refused. Aunt Lu scoffed. Who could it be? It's that shopkeeper's son from the county who runs a tavern. Isn't that being a concubine? One aunt scoffed. That's not the case. Our girls from Qingshan village don't end up as concubines. Aunt Lu whispered, it's because Jinhua has set her sights on Su's eldest son. That's why her father is so eager to marry her off. The aunt washing mushrooms exchanged glances, and seeing Aunt Lu still talking, she silently distanced herself. She smiled at Su Yun. Dear Yun, have you just finished picking mushrooms? Su Yun nodded and walked home with Qing Yi, saying little. Aunt Lu dismissed their silence, unbothered. What does it matter? We're merely speaking the truth. Ignoring Aunt Lu behind her, Su Yun pondered, once Jinhua is married off, she should cease her reckless behavior. Not far from the old Su family, Su Bing intended to switch places with his father to dig the irrigation ditch, but was intercepted by Jinhua. Su Bing, do you know I am about to get married? Jinhua, clad in a rose-red dress, adorned with an old-fashioned pair of gold earrings, shyly twirled a strand of hair with her pinky finger. In a fit of anger, Jinhua stomped her foot and feigned a fall, leaning against Su Bing. He dodged, causing her to tumble to the ground, covered in dirt. Jinhua lifted her head, batting her eyes. Su Bing, I fell and it hurts. If you're ill, go seek treatment. Su Bing turned to leave, but Jinhua grasped his leg. Su Bing, do you not understand my feelings? This statement startled Su Bing. He quickly turned to run, fearing that if Jinhua accused him, he wouldn't be able to defend himself with 100 explanations. Jinhua, watching Su Bing flee, felt her face flush with anger and humiliation, her fingers clawing at the dirt beneath her, contorted with rage. Why should Liu Xia marry Su Bing while she was destined to marry a 50-year-old man as a concubine? Yes, it's Liu Xia's fault. If Liu Xia were to vanish, wouldn't Su Bing glance at her more? Jinhua rose, her gaze dark and brooding. She approached the Su household and shouted, Xia! Xia! Liu Xia, just waking from a slumber, hesitated to respond upon hearing Jinhua's voice. She got up and peeked into the courtyard, noticing the door was bolted from the inside, and the house was empty. Even her father was nowhere to be found. Their home had both a front and back door. Usually, when she and Guai were home alone, the family would exit through the back. The back door was locked from the outside, while the front door was secured by a wooden rod from within. Seeing Liu Xia not coming out, Jinhua suddenly recalled having seen Li Shi and Lu Quanzheng with a fishing net earlier and concocted a plan. She couldn't believe that this wretched girl could remain calm upon hearing that her father had fallen into the river. Xia, did your scholar father fall into the river? Jinhua called hauntingly. What? Did he fall into the river? Liu Xia panicked, wondering if her father had gone to the river because she mentioned wanting to eat fried fish. Liu Xia hurried to the courtyard door, flinging it open. Jinhua, which river did you see my father fall into? The one in the fields or the one by the east of the village? The one by the east of the village, Jinhua said ominously, staring at Liu Xia. Liu Xia, in her urgency, failed to notice anything amiss with Jinhua. Let us split up and call for help, she declared, running while shouting, help. Before she could finish, she tripped and fell. Liu Xia's abdomen struck a stone, a sharp pain radiating through her. She clutched her belly, her face pale. Had she not been hiding behind a large tree to spy on Su Bing, she would never have formulated such a deadly plan upon overhearing Li Shi and Lu Quanzheng discussing Liu Xia's pregnancy. Hee hee. In the pitch-black room, a sliver of light shone through the wooden window, illuminating Jinhua's face. She twisted her features, a forced smile gracing her lips, her mouth curving into a sinister grin. Chapter 33, Reckoning with Jinhua Mother. From a distance, Su Yun spotted her mother sprawled on the ground and rushed over. Sweat dampened Liu Xia's hair, with a few strands clinging to her pale lips. Qingyi knelt beside Liu Xia, supporting her head in the crook of her arm, while her other hand felt for a pulse. Her brow furrowed at times, then relaxed. "Sister, how is our mother?" Su Xiyue wiped the sweat from Liu Xia's brow with her sleeve. A sharp stone caught her eye, causing her eyelids to flutter. How could my mother have fallen? The stones near the doorway were supposed to have been cleared by father. Siar. Lu Quanzhong dropped the wooden bucket he was carrying, splashing water everywhere, as thumb-sized fish flopped helplessly on the ground. He rushed to Liu Xia's side, unsure of how to assist. Li Shi was filled with guilt, pounding her chest. "I should not have gone out and left Xia alone at home. Grandmother and Grandpa Liu, do not worry. Auntie will be fine." This hardly resembled a situation without injury. Li Shi's anxiety was not due to a lack of faith in Qingyi's medical skills. It was Liu Xia's alarming pallor that troubled her. Moreover, Liu Xia was pregnant with twins, and such a fall could be catastrophic. Having borne children herself, she understood the hardships and dangers involved. "I will fetch Dr. Zhao from the village." "Good. Auntie, please ask Dr. Zhao to bring some medication to stabilize the pregnancy." Qingyi nodded, lacking any medicinal herbs herself, and bringing another doctor would at least provide some reassurance to the Su family. "Your mother's pulse is quite peculiar. It is steady and strong. Yet she appears to be in great pain. Grandfather Liu, would you kindly step outside for a moment? I would like to examine Auntie's injuries." He rubbed his bony hands together, his usually straight back now bent. As Qingyi lifted Liu Xia's garment, she gasped at the sight of the bruised mark on her abdomen. If it were anyone else's belly, not only would the pregnancy be at risk, but even the adult might not survive. Fortunately, the children within Auntie's womb seemed unharmed. Su Xiyue dashed to her room, retrieving a water pouch and jade bomb before returning to her mother. "Oh dear, your mother?" Lu Quanzhong inquired of Su Xiyue, his once spirited eyes now dimmed. "A few days ago, I gave mother a pregnancy-preserving pill. The twins should be fine. But mother's belly struck the stone and has sustained an injury." Su Xiyue forced herself to maintain composure. "Do not worry, grandfather. Mother will surely be all right." "Very well, you may enter." Upon seeing the water pouch in Su Yun's hand, Lu Quanzhong gestured for her to proceed. The water within was no ordinary liquid. It would surely provide some relief for Xia. Su Yun carefully helped Liu Xia sip water. "Mother, drink a little." Liu Xia had initially intended to place a water tank in the home so that everyone could drink, but Su Bing had vetoed that idea. With Qingyi now residing in their home, even if she seemed kind, one must always guard against potential threats. Lingxi was known for its peculiarities. Su Bing dared not gamble with human nature. Thus, the water was kept in a pouch reserved for family use for emergencies. After Liu Xia drank, her pain eased slightly. Su Yun dug out a generous amount of jade balm, meticulously applying it to Liu Xia's abdomen. "Mother, once applied, it will alleviate your pain." Liu Xia nodded slightly as the cooling sensation spread across her belly, making the discomfort somewhat bearable. Seeing her mother feel a bit better, Su Yun's heart finally settled. "This jade balm is truly effective. It will heal in just 2 days. Thankfully, my second uncle gifted me a bottle." Liu Xia caressed Su Yun's face, recalling her daughter's injured neck with a soft sigh. Meanwhile, Su Huaiyi was summoned by the village chief to discuss where to store the grain and winter supplies they had recently acquired. The grain could not be distributed to the villagers yet. It needed to be managed collectively. Only when disaster struck would it be fairly divided among households. He tossed aside his hoe and hurried into the courtyard. Spotting his father-in-law at the entrance, he gasped, "Father-in-law, what has happened?" "Xia has fallen." Before Lu Quanzhong could finish, Su Bing dashed into the house. "Wife." At that moment, Liu Xia's clothing had been arranged, and Su Bing had not yet seen the horrifying bruise on her abdomen. "I am fine." Liu Xia propped herself up against the headboard. Just then, Li Shi entered with Dr. Zhao. Lu Quanzhong, still concerned, followed them into the room. The small space became crowded with so many people that there was hardly room to stand. Dr. Zhao opened a window, his expression stern. "Everyone, please step outside," he commanded. And Li Shi and the others complied without protest. Moments later, Dr. Zhao emerged, holding a bundle of medicine. "It is nothing serious. Just take a few doses of the pregnancy-preserving medicine and rest well for a few days." Li Shi accepted the medicine. "Ah, thank you, Dr. Zhao." She hurried to the kitchen to prepare the medicine. Dr. Zhao assessed Qingyi. "Do you practice medicine?" "A little," Qingyi nodded. "Either you do or you do not." "What does a little mean?" Dr. Zhao scoffed as he approached Su Bing, extending his hand. "I do not charge for the consultation. The medicine costs 700 won. Su Bing retrieved a pouch from his pocket, pouring out exactly 700 won. He couldn't shake the feeling that Dr. Zhao was aware of how much money he had. After taking the payment, Dr. Zhao turned to leave. Though Dr. Zhao is notoriously ill-tempered in the village, he possesses a kind heart, treating the elderly without charge, even if he displayed a harsh demeanor towards Sister Qingyi. It also indicated his acknowledgement of her medical skills. It is regrettable that due to past events, Dr. Zhao remains solitary, refusing to associate with others. Su Yun shook her head. She did not notice that Dr. Zhao paused momentarily before departing without hesitation. She sensed that the situation was far from coincidental. No one was at home, and her mother fortuitously fell upon the stone. How could there be so many coincidences in this world? Liu Xia had realized as soon as she stumbled that she had been deceived by Jinhua. She had thought Jinhua merely coveted her husband, never anticipating that she would turn against her. Concerned for her family, Liu Xia recounted the incident. Upon hearing her tale, Su Bing's eyes darkened, and without a word, he strode toward the door. Liu Xia grasped his arm. "Do not act rashly." As husband and wife, Liu Xia knew Su Bing well. She feared he might endanger himself in seeking vengeance against Jinhua. "Do not worry. I am merely going to settle a score. Nothing more," Su Bing reassured her, patting her hand. "Jinhua is about to marry, yet she is still relentless. She intends to harm my mother. This cannot be overlooked. Father, wait for me. I am coming too." Chapter 34. A resounding slap struck Jinhua's face. The door to the Jinhua household stood firmly shut, seemingly harboring secrets. As no response came despite Su Bing's persistent knocking. Stepping back a couple of paces, Su Bing delivered a forceful kick against the wooden door. With a dull thud, the door remained unyielding. "So my father's reputation has been solidified. Should I assist him?" Su Bing did not grant Su Yun a chance to speak. Launching a series of kicks against the door, his foot growing numb from the effort, yet the door remained intact, unable to bear the sight any longer. Lu Quanzhong picked up a slender twig and deftly slipped it through the crack, easily disengaging the latch. He calmly pushed half of the door open. Su Bing's eyes widened in astonishment. His father-in-law possessed such skills? "Is this my grandfather?" Su Yun shared the same shock. Li Shi was in the kitchen concocting medicine, oblivious to the unfolding drama, and only the three of them had arrived. Had it not been for Lu Quanzhong's quick steps, they would have undoubtedly been detained by Liu Xia. Upon seeing the door ajar, Su Bing kicked the other half of the door. "What on earth are you doing?" Su Lauda, the head of the household, upon hearing Liu Xia's words, was in a frenzy to marry off Jinhua. With no other option, she could only seek the highest bride price. Initially, she intended to take her time, but all thanks to Liu Xia. She hadn't even settled the score with the Su family before they came knocking at her door. Were they trying to drive her family to despair? First, they slandered her daughter, and now they were at her doorstep. Her daughter was to be married soon, yet the Su family would not relent. What enmity lay between them? Jinhua's mother sat on the ground, pounding her thighs in frustration. "This Jinhua's mother is truly tiresome. I'd love to slap her." Su Yun gritted her teeth, rubbing her fists together. With the medicine still not ready, Li Shi, noticing her family had vanished, inquired from Qingyi and learned the reason. She instructed Qingyi to keep an eye on the medicine while she rushed over in a flurry. Upon arrival, she found Jinhua's mother retaliating. Her temper flaring, she seized the hair at the back of Jinhua's mother's head. What are you screaming about? Your Jinhua harmed my Xia. This matter is far from over. Ah. Jinhua's mother tilted her head back, causing mushrooms from her basket to scatter across the ground. She reached out to grasp Li Shi, but she was no match for her. Li Shi pinned her to the ground, delivering a one-sided beating. My grandmother is so formidable. Suyin watched in awe. Hearing her mother's cries, Jinhua could no longer remain passive. Let go of my mother. Without further ado, Su Bing slapped Jinhua across the face. Though he did not strike women, Jinhua was far from being a decent person. With a crack, Jinhua's face twisted to one side, rapidly swelling with redness. You dare hit me! She cried, covering her face as tears streamed down. This slap felt like a dagger to her heart. She retreated in anguish. My father can indeed throw a left hook, a right hook. Let us deal with her. Lu Quanzhong also felt the urge to break his vow against violence, his palms itching with anticipation. Su Bing was determined. If he didn't vent his frustrations today, it would be a disservice to his wife's suffering. Had it not been for the protective pills given by Guai Guai, he shuddered to think of the consequences. Su Bing aimed a kick at Jinhua, but at that moment, Jinhua's mother, fueled by an unknown strength, broke free from Li Shi and lunged at Su Bing. Jinhua understood that this matter could not end peacefully. It was impossible for her to stand by and be beaten, so she stepped forward to assist her mother. The scene erupted into chaos, with Su Yun, being small, squeezing into the fray and occasionally landing punches on Jinhua. Her strikes targeted pressure points, causing excruciating pain. Lu Quanzhong stood on the outskirts, still wielding the twig, quick to strike Jinhua with a few well-placed taps. For a time, none of the neighbors noticed the turmoil unfolding within the Jinhua household. Oh my heavens! This is quite a spectacle. She slipped away, dashing around the village while shouting. Come quickly. Jinhua's mother is fighting with the Su family. The innate curiosity of the villagers drew many toward the Jinhua residence. The Su family, not foolish, ceased their actions and retreated to the side upon seeing the crowd approach. Jinhua and her mother, caught in a frenzy, lunged towards Su Yun and the others. Two of her brothers restrained Jinhua and her mother. Jinhua's father, embarrassed, could hardly face the situation. He was always concerned with his reputation, which was why he was in such a hurry to marry off Jinhua. His intention was to betroth her to Wang Erniu. Although Wang Erniu had been married once before, his wife had perished during childbirth. He was skilled in hunting and had only one daughter, making the prospect of having a son in the future appealing. Unfortunately, Wang Erniu showed no interest in remarrying, leaving Jinhua's father with no choice but to offer her as a concubine to son Zhongguan. What is all this commotion? Can't anyone find peace anymore? Jinhua's father shouted at Jinhua's mother. You old woman only knows how to be stubborn. The Su family is bullying us right at our doorstep. Jinhua's mother, bloodied and furious, struck her eldest son. The three brothers remained motionless, gazing at their father. Jinhua's father, in exasperation, slapped the air. Enough of this. Don't you feel ashamed? Is there someone who enjoys stirring the pot? He asked Li Shi, who stood nearby. My Xia is pregnant, and this Jinhua is no decent person. She lured my Xia out and caused her to fall, nearly costing her life. Shouldn't I teach the Jinhua family a lesson? Absolutely. If I were you, I wouldn't just strike. I would have Jinhua taken to the magistrate. The villagers' sentiments were clear as day. Upon seeing Jinhua's demeanor, they knew there was truth to the matter. Jinhua's father's face darkened further as he kicked Jinhua with all his might. You wretched girl. Kneel and apologize. I won tea. Who saw it? Why should I believe Liu Xia's one-sided tale? She fell by herself. How is that my fault? Jinhua collapsed to the ground, her lips striking her teeth and bleeding profusely. She grinned widely, blood staining her teeth. She fell because she deserved it. What does that have to do with me? Observing Jinhua's lack of remorse, Jinhua's father raised a hoe, ready to strike her. Jinhua's mother clung desperately to him. Husband, one blow from that hoe, and she won to survive. I didn't expect Jinhua's mother to be so protective of her. Su Yun mused quietly. Once the magistrate arrives to take her away, who will you use to settle the 60 taels of silver I've already promised to your eldest, second, and third? Jinhua's father hesitated, the hoe poised high but not yet descending. Listening to the murmurs of the villagers, Jinhua suddenly felt engulfed by a multitude of malevolent spirits. She saw the villagers' mouths moving but could not hear their words. Yet Su Bing's disdainful and repulsive gaze pierced her heart. Indeed, no one cared for her. Her mother's affection was merely a means to secure a good price for her. Her father was only concerned with hollow reputation. Her 3 brothers, how laughable! They pretended to be oblivious. She felt unloved, uncared for. What was the point of living? Suddenly, Jinhua sprang up, hurling herself against the wall. Her head blossomed with crimson flowers, blood cascading down her face and staining her rosy dress. With a vacant stare, she gazed at Su Bing, her lips barely moving. I return this life to your wife. Can you not look at me in such a manner? Chapter 35. Tax collection by the authorities. 2 days had passed since Jinhua collided with the wall. Her demeanor had since transformed into one of madness. Her intellect reduced to that of a mere toddler. The incident had severed the ties between the Su family and the Jin family, with neither party willing to greet the other during their encounters. On this day, a light drizzle fell from the heavens, ushering in an unexpected chill. Su Yun had just finished her breakfast when she heard a commotion at the door. I want Brother Su Bing. I refuse to get into the sedan. The family of the Su household was gathered at home, as the drainage work was nearly complete. Upon hearing Jinhua's cries, Su Huaiyi's expression soured. Just days prior, he had witnessed Jinhua's reckless behavior firsthand when he visited the Jin family alongside the village chief. Jinhua's mother made quite a scene. Had the Jin family been more reasonable, they would have already extorted his family. Now, merely seeing anyone from the Jin family brought him distress. He could not ignore this uproar. Older brother, do not go out. Stay home and accompany your wife, Su Huaiyi instructed before rising from his seat. This foolish girl hasn't forgotten to call for my father even in her state. Su Yun hurriedly followed him. She saw Jinhua's elder brother gripping her tightly. Let go. The sedan from the Sun family will arrive shortly. I don't want to get into the sedan. I want Brother Su Bing. Jinhua, dressed in a pink wedding gown, was missing her usual earrings. Her eyes sparkled with childlike innocence, yet her words were nonsensical. As she struggled to free herself, she bit down hard on her brother's wrist. Release her. Jinhua's elder brother slapped her on the back of her head. A chunk of flesh was torn away and blood gushed forth. He broke into a cold sweat from the pain. It was all his mother's fault for failing to keep an eye on a fool like her. This morning, Jinhua had bolted while getting ready. Had he not been quick, he would not have caught up to her. At that moment, Jinhua's parents and 2 other brothers arrived. The door creaked open. Upon seeing the door ajar, Jinhua's eyes lit up. Brother Su Bing. But when she realized it wasn't he the person she longed to see, her expression dimmed. Su Huaiyi frowned, declaring, if you wish to create a scene, do not do so at my doorstep. Take her away. Jinhua's father, feeling humiliated as Aunt Lu peered in, shouted at his 3 sons. The 3 tall brothers effortlessly lifted Jinhua away. I don't want to go. You're all bad people. Bad people. Jinhua cried out. Her father kicked out in frustration. Old man, don't injure her. Aunt Sun pleaded. We're counting on our family to produce a healthy grandson. Once they departed, Su Huaiyi's demeanor softened slightly. Aunt Lu, munching on sunflower seeds, spat out a shell. Thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the Su household was knocked upon once more. The authorities are here to collect taxes. Everyone gather at the village entrance. Every household had been notified, and soon the villagers had assembled at the entrance of Qingshan village. With nothing better to do, Su Yun accompanied her grandfather. About 10 constables pulled along 10 carts. These carts were not enclosed, but rather flatbed carts meant for hauling goods. How peculiar. Why are there so many flatbed carts for tax collection this year? Su Yun wondered. The village chief, upon seeing the flatbed carts, sensed trouble. He approached, clasping his hands. Honorable officers, may I inquire how the taxes will be collected this year? A directive had been issued from above. Only grain would be accepted as tax, and no silver would be accepted. The constables were familiar with the village chief. In previous years, Chishan village had always been the first to settle their taxes, requiring no personal oversight from them. However, this year was different. They had been instructed to collect grain ahead of time. The village chief slipped a corner of silver to the lead constable. Can we not settle with silver at all? The orders from above leave me no choice. Should the grain collected fall short, we will also face consequences. The constable, recognizing the village chief's significance, lowered his voice. Isn't there 100 households in Qingshan village? If 70 households pay in grain, the remaining 30 can pay in silver, albeit at a 60% tax rate. The village chief nodded. Realizing that those in higher authority had noticed the unusual circumstances. Raising his voice, he addressed the villagers. Those who wish to pay their taxes in silver must pay 60%. For those who prefer to pay in grain, it remains as in previous years. Who would choose to pay in silver? That's an extra 10%. Aunt Lu grumbled. Old Lu, aware of the reality, understood that as the weather turned colder, silver would not guarantee the purchase of grain. Just yesterday, he had seen prices soar during his trip to town. He was the first to speak up. My family will pay in silver. Are you mad? That's an extra 10%. Aunt Lu scolded him. Old Lu glared at her. We have no children. What need have we for so much silver? Su Huaiyi also decided to pay in silver, his firm words silencing any objections from his wife. Over a dozen flatbed carts were filled to the brim with grain, covered with a layer of straw. After paying the taxes, the Su family found themselves with little silver left. Fortunately, they had ample grain stored. Before they knew it, a month had passed. The skies had cleared. Yet the cold remained biting. Though wheat seedlings had been sown in the fields, they had yet to break through the surface. Grain prices in town had reached astronomical heights. Thankfully, the village chief had hoarded a significant amount of grain. On this sunny day, basking in the warmth of the sun was slightly comforting. Li Shi had cut some fabric and cotton to make a garment for Su Yun. Liu Xia was busy stitching shoes in the courtyard. Xiao Lin. Su Yun spotted Wang Lin from a distance as the courtyard door was left ajar. Wang Lin trotted over Yuner. The two little girls embraced warmly. Wang Erniu ambled into the courtyard, grinning foolishly. Auntie, I would like to ask you to make a thick cotton coat for Lin Lin. He presented the fabric from his basket. Li Shi accepted it, her smile widening as she felt the vibrant red cloth. This fabric is festive. Perfect for the approaching new year. The remainder can be used to make a garment for Yuner. Wang Erniu had brought more than enough fabric. Fearing Li Shi would refuse payment, so he had purchased extra fabric and cotton. That sounds splendid. The sisters can wear matching outfits. Li Shi was grateful. If she did not accept, Wang Erniu would surely prevent her from helping. Wang Erniu peeked around. Auntie, is Su Bing at home? He is. He's inside studying. Li Shi smiled sincerely. Her eldest son's ambition was commendable. Moreover, with their in-laws nearby watching, it was certain he would excel. Li Shi had great confidence in her eldest son. Father, what's the matter? Erniu asked. I'm looking for you. Remember to review later. You can't just read all day. Take some time to relax. All right. Su Bing set down his book. Wang Erniu had intended not to disturb him, but Su Bing emerged. Brother Erniu, why didn't you call me when you arrived? I just got here not long ago. Wang Erniu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. His scruffy beard concealed the blush on his face. Su shouted, I plan to go hunting in the mountains tomorrow. Would you like to come along? How can I persuade Uncle Erniu to abandon hunting? With winter upon us, something unfortunate may happen, and I don't want Xiaolin to lose her father, only to be sold to the foolish son of County Magistrate Zhao by her uncle, becoming a child bride. Su Yun grasped Wang Lin's hand, her gaze darting towards her father and Uncle Erniu. Chapter 36. Great-grandfather is going too, so there's no worry. Wang Erniu was momentarily taken aback. The expression that crossed his rugged face was unexpectedly endearing. Was that the heartfelt sentiment of Miss Yun just now? What could those words possibly imply? Fortunately, his bushy beard concealed any signs of astonishment from the onlookers. After a brief pause, he spoke again. The village head is organizing a hunting trip in the mountains today, and anyone who joins will share in the spoils. Oh, great-grandfather is going too, so it's all good. Wang Ernie cast a sidelong glance at Su Yun before continuing. Brother Su, I mentioned before that I would refrain from hunting in the future. However, this time is different. The village head has shown me kindness, and I must repay that debt. Years ago, Wang Ernie had fallen into a trap in the mountains and was rescued by the village head. This time, many villagers would certainly join the hunt. Firstly, with the current skyrocketing prices of grain, hunting some meat would provide a much-needed addition to their diet. Secondly, with both the village head and Wang Ernie present, safety for the hunting party was assured. After a moment's contemplation, Su Bing agreed. Very well, we shall settle on that. I will accompany you. We must set off before dawn tomorrow. Can Linlin stay over at your house tonight? Upon hearing Wang Ernie's words, Su Yun joyfully grasped Li's hand. Grandma, my dear grandma, please let little Lin sleep with me tonight. All right, my dear girl, when have I ever refused you? Little Lin is such a darling. How could I not adore her? Su Yun felt a weight lifted from her heart, and her spirit soared. Li affectionately ruffled Wang Lin's hair. The following day dawned bright and clear. The previous night, the two little ones had chatted until the early hours, resulting in a late rise. Because of the hunting expedition, the village head had informed Su Yun that she need not come. After washing up and having breakfast, Li inquired, I plan to go to town to buy some cotton. Would you and little Lin like to join? I fear you might find it dull at home. She then glanced at Qingyi. You should accompany them as well. It would be a good opportunity to stroll around. Let us go together, sister. Su Yun tugged at Qingyi, who smiled and nodded in agreement. At home, only Liu Xia and Lu Quanzheng remained. Su Huaiyi had also gone to the mountains, though his legs were not strong. He could still lend a hand with lifting the game or heating up some flatbreads. A few days prior, Liu Xia had planted some radishes and cabbages in the spirit stream space, and she had secretly kept a few small fish from the last catch to release into the stream. Now, they had grown to nearly the length of her arm. The radishes and cabbages had sprouted green shoots, a sight indeed gratifying to behold. Filled with joy, Liu Xia pulled Su Yun aside and discreetly slipped her a couple of silver coins. My dear, please bring back some seeds for your mother from town. Of course. Su Yun nodded, understanding her mother's intentions. The four of them arrived at the village entrance, awaiting the ox cart. Aunt Lu had been there for some time, sitting on a stone with a basket on her back, incessantly nibbling on sunflower seeds. Spotting Li, she approached after spitting out a seed shell. What does it matter to me how Jinhua is doing? Li shot her a sideways glance. Aunt Lu felt slighted and returned to her stone, muttering about her ungratefulness. Su Shulan arrived driving the ox cart. He first dismounted to feed the old ox some hay, giving its head a gentle pat before climbing back into the cart. Hold on tight, it's 3 per person. Interestingly, Su Shulin and Su Yun belonged to the same clan. Qingshan village was not the main branch of the Su family. The true lineage was in the capital. Su Yun's branch was merely a remote offshoot. After greeting Su Shulin, Li counted out 12 from her purse. Aunt, we are family. There's no need for money. Just sit. Su Shulin, of the same age as Li but lower in seniority, did not accept her coins. However, Li insisted on placing the copper coins into his hands. Uncle Shulin. Su Yun beamed. Yun girl and Lin girl should sit at the front. It's smoother there. Su Shulin took the basket from Li and placed it at the front of the ox cart, leaving ample space for the 2 little ones. Su Yun and Wang Lin climbed aboard, bending their heads to share whispers. At that moment, Jinhua's mother arrived, paid her 3 and sat beside Li. Li felt a wave of annoyance and shifted her position to sit next to Aunt Lu. As the ox cart rolled along, Jinhua's mother tapped the cart's side and nudged Wang Lin. Let us switch seats. I get motion sickness. Su grasped Wang Lin's hand and turned her head. No roughhousing. You're too heavy. You might crush the ox. Who are you talking to, you little brat? Just as Jinhua's mother attempted to pull Su-yun's hair, the cart hit a bump, causing her to knock her teeth against her lips. She covered her mouth, tears of pain welling in her eyes. Su Shulin, how are you driving? If you don't want to ride, just get off. Su Shulin had a notorious temper in the village, rivaling that of Dr. Zhao. He cared not for anyone's status and retorted with a harsh tone. Without further ado, he dismounted and dragged Jinhua's mother down from the cart, tossing the basket and her 3 win coins at her. Ah, you scoundrel. Jinhua's mother sat on the ground, pounding her fists in frustration, helplessly watching the ox cart roll away. Upon reaching town, Li intended to buy cotton. Conveniently, next to Lani Pavilion was a shop selling seeds. Grandma, Lin and I will play here. All right, just don't run off. Be careful of pickpockets. You should also join them for fun. Li nodded, knowing the 2 shops were nearby. Spotting some candied hawthorns for sale in a general store, she handed Su-yun 6 won. Su-yun accepted the money and promptly bought 3 skewers of candied hawthorn, 1 for herself, 1 for Wang Lin, and 1 for Qingyi. I want 1 too. Qingyi stood there, stunned, holding her candied hawthorn. They're delicious. Try it. Su-yun offered the treat to Qingyi's lips. The sweet and sour hawthorn, coated in sugar, was exceptionally appetizing. Qingyi daintily enjoyed it, lost in her thoughts. Su-yun savored hers, all the while remembering to procure seeds for her mother. Seeing Su-yun buying so many seeds, Wang Lin and Qingyi said nothing, assuming it was per Li's instructions. The shopkeeper produced a collection of seeds from a corner, an assortment of various shapes mixed together. Little miss, I have some new seeds sourced from merchants traveling far and wide. They're said to be exceptional. Would you like some more? I'm buying so many. You should give me a few for free. I'll come back to your shop next time. Su-yun haggled. The shopkeeper chuckled. All right, I'll give you some. After all, they don't sprout well in my own fields. Having gathered her seeds, Su-yun suddenly spotted Su Xiye's figure. She crouched down, pulling Wang Lin and Qingyi with her. Look, Su Xiyue is going into Lani Pavilion. What is she doing there? Oh no, my grandmother is there too. With urgency, Su-yun grasped Wang Lin and Qingyi's hands, and the 3 raced towards Lani Pavilion. Chapter 37, which noble family's precious person left, leaving a trail of fur? Wang Lin could not comprehend why Su-yun appeared so flustered. Qingyi, however, was different. Upon her arrival, her master had expressly cautioned Su Xiyue about her complexity. The implication from Yuna was that Su Xiyue would pose a threat to their grandmother. Although merely 2 storefronts apart, Qingyi swiftly grasped both Su-yun and Wang Lin by their arms, propelling them towards Lani Pavilion. It could be said that just as Su Xiyue stepped inside, the trio of Su-yun followed closely behind. Wang Lin, feeling lightheaded upon dismounting, inadvertently jabbed her candied hawthorn skewer into the back of Su Xiyue. Despite Su Xiyue's vigilance, her recent recovery from illness rendered her body slower than her mind. Did she wish for death? Her gaze darkened, and with a cold expression, she turned around. Upon seeing Su-yun standing nearby, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Yet another member of the Su family. Wang Lin, frightened, retreated 2 steps, mistakenly believing that Su Xiyue's unwavering stare at her candied hawthorn was a yearning for it, and promptly thrust it towards her lips. Xiyue, do you wish to have some? I can share, she exclaimed. Your demeanor is rather terrifying. Bravo, my sister. A splendid display of courage, Su-yun whispered, pulling Wang Lin behind her while giving her a discreet thumbs up. The candied hawthorn became stuck to Su Xiyue's lips, and perhaps due to her surprise at Wang Lin's actions, she did not manage to evade it. With a deep, somber gaze, she ripped the skewer away and flung it to the ground. The sugar coating shattered, splattering onto the garments displayed nearby. Su Xiyue had come to Lani Pavilion with a specific purpose. She had no desire to create trouble. Moreover, with Qingyi, who was unaware of the nuances of the situation, she felt even more compelled to refrain from conflict. What do you intend to do, you wretched girl? Li Shi, having selected some inferior fabric and cotton from the back courtyard, emerged to witness the scene and could not suppress her anger. Seeing Li Shi present only intensified the murderous intent within Su Xiyue. Had it not been for this old hag, she would not have suffered such grievous injuries. Su Xiyue remained silent, her eyes fixed on Li Shi with a heavy, lifeless gaze. "You cursed girl," Li Shi scolded before dragging Su Yun and the others towards Manager Zhou. In broad daylight, under the open sky, she surmised that the malevolent spirit would not dare to act. Lani Pavilion, a storied establishment with branches across the great Qin Empire, boasted seamstresses who were not only skilled in embroidery but also possessed striking beauty. Each was delicately formed, with long, fair hands. A female seamstress approached Manager Zhou and whispered a few words. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhou casually glanced at Su Xiyue. Dressed in a purple skirt adorned with light purple gauze, she exuded an air of elegance that made one's heart race. Her hair was loosely pinned with a jade hairpin, and as she moved, wisps of hair playfully tumbled down. "Wow, what a charming sister!" Su Yun exclaimed in genuine admiration. Manager Zhou paused, offering a charming smile. "Little one, you must be the well-behaved child that Xia often mentions. You know me. Your smile is enchanting." Su Yun nodded eagerly, though she did not fully grasp the meaning behind her words. The pure admiration in her eyes was evident. Once accustomed to flattery from noble scions, Ingwan found Su Yun's praise particularly delightful. With a radiant smile, she remarked, "Your embroidery skills are commendable. That droplet of dew truly resonates with my heart." Su Xiyue recognized Manager Zhou, having met her during her time running the mint toothpaste shop. Observing the ongoing conversation, she quickly approached. "Manager Zhou, may I have a word?" "Xiao Chun, please calculate the payment for the garments for Miss Su," Manager Zhou replied coldly, momentarily interrupted. She truly could not fathom why Su Xiyue, a member of the Su family, was so detestable. At least she had separated from Xia. Manager Zhou then turned to Li Shi with a smile. "Auntie, no need to fret. Once we conclude, I will settle the payment with you. There's no rush." Li Shi, beaming, awaited the spectacle of Su Xiyue's humiliation, entirely unperturbed. Xiao Chun, with her abacus, clicked away. In total, it amounts to 122 taels. After which, she tucked the abacus away and extended her hand towards Su Xiyue. "What 122 taels?" Su Xiyue feigned ignorance. Surely the sugar from the candied hawthorn had adhered to the garments, otherwise she would not have ventured to Lani Pavilion. The sugar had splattered onto the prized Qing Xiaoyun jean and 2 silk garments displayed in the shop. Xiao Chun pointed to the 3 dresses hanging on the wall. Su Xiyue's eyes narrowed slightly. "Can't we just wash it off? Is it possible that such a vast establishment as Lani Pavilion would stoop to extorting money?" Xiao Chun informed the authorities. Manager Zhou nonchalantly polished her crimson nails. "You're truly formidable, sister. I adore you." Observing Su Xiyue rendered speechless, Su Yun gazed at Manager Zhou with admiration. Qing Yi suddenly felt that Yuner was a traitor, having once called her sister so affectionately, now so easily bestowing the title upon another. Li Shi ruffled Su Yun's hair, having grown accustomed to her granddaughter's candid remarks over the past few days. Though she was small in stature, her appreciation for beauty was undeniable. However, the little one was correct. Manager Zhou was indeed impressive, capable of putting that malevolent spirit in its place, and this thought brought her considerable comfort. Wang Lin felt a pang of jealousy and tightly grasped Su Yun's hand. Su Xiyue observed the expressions of those around her, erroneously believing they were all relishing her misfortune. Suppressing the rising tide of fury within her, she forced a smile. "Harmony breeds prosperity. I am here today to discuss a significant business opportunity with Manager Zhou." "Oh!" Manager Zhou, seemingly uninterested, leaned against the counter. "Can we speak privately?" Su Xiyue scanned the crowd. "No need, just speak plainly." It was not in Manager Zhou's nature to forego profit. If there was any intriguing business proposition, she might consider it. Su Xiyue felt a knot form in her stomach, fully aware that encounters with the Su family rarely ended favorably for her. They were her nemesis. While her endeavors typically unfolded smoothly, today, before she could even negotiate, Manager Zhou appeared displeased and she found herself indebted for 122 taels. Su Xiyue retrieved a square piece of fabric from her basket and presented it to Manager Zhou. This is made from duck down, when crafted into winter garments. It is not only warmer than cotton but also lighter. Seeing Manager Zhou examine it closely, she continued, "This duck down has undergone special treatment, leaving it completely odorless. While the quality is commendable, where would I procure such a quantity of duck down?" Manager Zhou countered. Su Xiyue had anticipated this question upon her arrival. As the weather grew increasingly cold, duck down proved to be superior to cotton for warmth. Although difficult to source, with Manager Zhou's connections, acquiring duck down from taverns would be a trivial matter. Duck down is lighter than cotton, making it an excellent choice for the beauty-conscious nobility. We could market it as down jackets, an appealing and timeless name. Cut it out. Even with the best technology, down jackets shed feathers. What more in ancient times? Su Yun shook her head. "Pretty sister, please do not agree. This business will undoubtedly incur losses." Chapter 38. Your home. Su Bing, covered in blood Zhou, the shopkeeper, gazed at the little fellow with a smile filled with affection, finding him quite intriguing. She lifted a piece of cloth, tugged at it, and then shook it, causing fine duck feathers to flutter out. The scarcity of duck feathers made them an expensive material for down jackets, unattainable for the common folk and unnecessary for the affluent. "Xiaochun, if Miss Su refuses to compensate, we shall report this to the authorities. It has been days since I last saw County Magistrate Zhou." It would be a pleasant chat. The implication was clear: she had connections. Understanding that commoners should not confront officials, Susia recognized her current lack of influence and chose to acquiesce. She produced the last of her silver notes, a mere 100 taels. "No need to trouble Miss Su. Xiaochun, run to the mint toothpaste shop and fetch shopkeeper Su." Zhou signaled with her eyes, and a burly man appeared, blocking the doorway. Susia's expression soured. "What does this mean, shopkeeper Zhou?" "Quite literally." Soon, Xiaochun returned with Su Jianan, accompanied by Wang Baoyi, who shot a glare at Susia, well aware of the formidable Lani pavilion. Reluctantly, she counted out 22 taels of silver. "That will suffice. Xiaochun, wrap the garments for Miss Su." At Zhou's command, Xiaochun smiled tightly. These 3 garments were summer attire, lingering unsold for a year. Selling them all today meant her commission was secured. She deftly wrapped them and handed them to Susia. Meanwhile, Su Jianan greeted Li Shi. "Mother, no. I am not your son." Li Shi turned her face away, feeling repulsed by this fraudulent family. The dinner they had shared last night nearly churned in her stomach. Su Jianan felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that she knew he was not her biological son? No, that was impossible. He hadn't even confided in Baoyi. His mother couldn't possibly know. She must still be upset with him. Wang Baoyi, in a foul mood due to her financial losses, derided Li Shi. "Jianan, will you leave or not? They don't even acknowledge you, and yet you persist in clinging to them." Her words were harsh, causing Su Jianan's expression to darken. "No, I cannot bear that." Li Shi rolled her eyes, fearing the confrontation would infuriate her further. With that, Su Jianan pulled Wang Baoyi and Susia away. Zhou resumed her cheerful demeanor once they departed. She handed Li Shi 2 taels of silver. "Isn't this too much?" Li Shi hesitated to accept. Zhou smiled at Su Yun. "Not at all. The extra tael is for the 3 handkerchiefs the little one embroidered." Only then did Li Shi smile and accept the silver. "Congratulations, host. The female lead's fortune has diminished by 0.1, now at 73.9, and you have received a reward of 10 cotton coats and 10 cotton quilts." On the way home, Su Yun pouted upon hearing the reward announcement from 001. Since the last complaint, 001 had been devoid of energy, unable to produce anything of value. The items received were merely the bare minimum, within reasonable limits. Even if Su Yun were to complain, it was unfazed. She handed all the seeds to her mother. "Well done," Liu Xia praised. Su Yun presented 2 taels of silver, mentioning the additional tael from shopkeeper Zhou. Liu Xia chuckled softly. Your Aunt Ingwan must have taken note of your embroidery skills. Keep that tale for yourself. Thank you, Mother. However, Grandmother hasn't been receiving the silk handkerchiefs. I fear it may strain her eyes. Shopkeeper Zhou? Aunt Ingwan? Zhou Ingwan, the daughter of Prime Minister Zhou from the capital? What brings her to Longdatown? Siyun pondered, intrigued, as the plot had never mentioned Zhou Ingwan visiting Longdatown, let alone being the proprietor of the Lani Pavilion. Liu Xia's eyelids twitched. She was privy to remarkable news. Dismissing her thoughts, they prepared to have dinner. Tonight's fare included pork lard mixed with sugar, corn cakes, and a meat and vegetable soup. The meat had been purchased by Qingyi, who also prepared the meal. As she rose, a loud knocking echoed at the courtyard door. What? Liu Xia swayed, nearly losing her balance. Li Shi studied her. Take it easy. Despite her inner turmoil, she forced herself to remain calm. What? My father is covered in blood. Su Yun was startled, quickly checking her locator, relieved to see her father was unharmed. Why is he covered in blood, then? Li Shi and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief. The entire family rushed out. Even Wang Lin and Qingyi followed to the village entrance. As Su Yun approached, she saw her father standing there, drenched in blood, waving at her mother. Wife, are you hurt? Even though Liu Xia knew Su Bing was fine, the sight of him covered in blood was still shocking. Wang Lin jogged over to her father, examining his wounds. Father, are you all right? I'm fine. This is all bare blood. Wang Ernie lifted Wang Lin with one arm. Sister-in-law and Lin Lin, don't be afraid. My brother and Ernie are safe. This is Su Lai, the youngest son of the Su clan chief. You wouldn't believe how brave my brother is. That big black bear lunged at our group, but Li Jiang and Ernie held it down by its arms. None of us dared to step forward. But my brother boldly rushed in, wielding a sickle to strike at the bear's eyes. Su Lai animatedly recounted the tale. Once the bear was blinded, it went into a frenzy, while Ernie and Li Jiang attacked its neck. Blood sprayed everywhere, drenching my brother. My father is so impressive, from now on. I shall never call him a pretty boy again. Su Huaiyi approached Li Shi, gently patting her hand, knowing she must be frightened. After hearing Su Lai's words, Su Huaiyi tapped his forehead. Don't listen to that young rascal's nonsense. We all killed the bear together. Its hide is thick, without our numbers. We wouldn't have succeeded. Su Yun spotted the lifeless black bear lying on the ground, its body covered in gashes, particularly the conspicuous wound on its neck where the artery had been severed. Nearby lay 6 or 7 adult wolves and a pile of wild chickens. She knew it hadn't been an easy feat, but did they disturb the wild chicken nest? Indeed, that nest of wild chickens was discovered by him. Su Huaiyi whispered to Li Shi, boasting, Fellow villagers, let us work together to carry these spoils to my yard. We must mask the scent of blood with lime to prevent the wolves from the mountains from catching a whiff. Upon hearing Li Jiang's words, everyone pitched in. Soon, they buried the bloodstains with lime and transported the game to Li Jiang's home. Strange, why does Uncle Ernie have blood continually oozing from his shoulder? At first, Su Yun thought the blood on Wang Ernie's shoulder was from the bear, as most villagers returning from the mountain bore some traces of blood. Wang Lin quickly slid down, her concern evident. Father, are you hurt? I got scratched by the bear, but it's nothing serious. What do you mean nothing serious? That blood is gushing out. Chapter 39. Regrettably, neither of the two spoke up. Hold on, let me take a look. Upon the black fabric, 5 fissures marred its surface, obscured by a profusion of bloodstains, nearly undetectable at first glance. The village head swiftly tapped 2 fingers on Wang Ernie's shoulder. Old Zhao, he shouted towards the wall. Dr. Zhao, whose home was adjacent to that of the village head, stormed through the door in a fit of rage. Shouting at this hour. And old Zhao, no less. He harbored serious suspicions that this was all intentional. What is the matter? Dr. Zhao asked, his displeasure evident. Ernie has been injured by a black bear. The village head's expression turned grave. Dr. Zhao's demeanor softened as he approached to inspect Wang Ernie's wound. Does anyone have scissors or strong liquor? I'll get it. The village head replied, retreating into the house. He had only one son, whose mother had passed away when he was young. Now his son was in the capital with his grandson, leaving him to reside alone in Qingshan village. He kept a well-stocked household. In no time, the village head returned with the requested items. Dr. Zhao quickly cut open Wang Ernia's sleeve. "Bear with it," he said sternly as he poured liquor over the wound. The dried blood mixed with the fresh, washed away by the alcohol. The fabric clinging to the wound fell away, revealing a gash deep enough to expose bone. Sweat beaded on Wang Ernia's brow, but he gritted his teeth in silence. Dr. Zhao could not help but steal a few more glances. After applying a healing powder and bandaging the wound, he retrieved a porcelain vial from his medical box. "Take this." Wang Ernie understood the value of the medicine and swallowed it promptly. He clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Dr. Zhao. I wonder about the payment. You cannot afford this. Consider it a personal favor owed to me." Dr. Zhao interrupted. He slung his medical box over his shoulder. "I'll return in 3 days to change the dressing. If there is ever a need for my assistance, please do not hesitate to call upon me, Wang Ernie," he solemnly promised, aware that Dr. Zhao was showing him kindness due to his circumstances as a single parent. "Thank you, Grandpa Zhao." Wang Lin sprinted over to Dr. Zhao and bowed deeply. The sight of that wound had frightened her terribly. Had it not been for Yunu gripping her hand, she would have surely cried. Dr. Zhao noticed the girl's red-rimmed eyes and instinctively turned away. "It's nothing. And stop calling me Grandpa Zhao. Call me Uncle Zhao." Wang Lin was utterly bewildered. "But Grandpa Zhao looks older than Grandpa Su. Why should I call you Uncle? Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. This Zhao Xian is quite amusing. Who told you to disguise yourself? My sister wanted to call you Grandpa, so what should she call you?" Su Yun's face was serious, but her heart was in high spirits. Dr. Zhao was taken aback. How did the little girl from the Su family know his name? The village head understood then that this was Zhao Xian from the Zhao family, which explained the familiarity. Though he knew Dr. Zhao had disguised himself, he had no idea it was Zhao Xian. This Zhao lad had vanished after his father passed away, and now he had unexpectedly reappeared in Qingshan village. Su Yun shook her head like an old man. TSK, now I understand how my Aunt Ingwan ended up in Longda Town. What a pity neither of them spoke up. Ingwan in Longda Town. Dr. Zhao's expression twitched, nearly causing his mask to slip off. He clenched his fists, suppressing his racing heart, and left in silence. Qini gazed deeply at Dr. Zhao's departing figure, resolved to spread this news. The following morning, Su Yun had finished her martial training and studies. At that moment, the Su family was gathered for breakfast. The black bear from yesterday had been skinned by the village head, with all but the bear's paws distributed among several families. The bear skin, wolf skin, and bear paws were taken to town by the village head to sell. "Old man, how much silver do you think our family will get?" Li Shi asked. Sipping rice soup, her head clouded with happiness these days. First, they witnessed the villain facing defeat, and next, they received a fair share of meat. Su Huaiyi placed a piece of salted vegetable into his bowl. "Why ponder so much? Whatever we receive is what we deserve, and besides, it was the village head and Ernia who did the hard work." "Hey, you old man, just thinking about it makes me giddy." Li Shi rolled her eyes. "By the way, that shopkeeper Joe gave an extra tael of silver yesterday. Our family is going to earn money better than you." Su Huaiyi frowned at her words. He knew the 3 embroidered handkerchiefs made by Guai Guai. A single tael of silver seemed excessive. The eldest daughter-in-law took half a year to earn just 1 tael. Why such a generous amount? Shopkeeper Joe said he was quite taken with Guai Guai's embroidered handkerchiefs. Li Shi replied, her face beaming with delight. Su Huaiyi nodded but said nothing more. Even when they had not split from Su Jian's family, Li Shi was always open-minded. The children could keep the money they earned themselves. Only the money from the fields was considered communal. Over time, Liu Xia had adapted the same way. Su Bingyi guessed that his wife must have given the silver to Su Yun. He leaned closer to Su Yun, lowering his voice. "Guai Guai, what if you lose that tael of silver? Give it to father and I will keep it safe for you. If you want to buy something later, just ask me. Su Yune's doe-like eyes widened as she tightly clutched her small purse. Are all parents in the world so deceitful about their children's money? And later? I want to see a single coin. This is given to me by mother. I want to give it away. Father. How can you deceive? As soon as Su Yun spoke, Su Bingyi realized he had made a mistake. He quickly covered her mouth and laughed awkwardly. Haha. Father was just joking. You're already a father, and you're deceiving your own child. Guai earned this herself, if you have the ability. You should earn it too. Li Shi stood up and slapped Su Bingyi on the head. Su Bingyi looked at Liu Xia with a pitiful expression, only to find her gazing at him with disdain. Fearing her father might still be lingering on the matter, Su Yun finished her meal and dashed outside. I'm going to find Xiao Lin to play. Run slowly. Li Shi called after her, shaking her head in affection. Li Shi and Qingyi prepared to turn the wolf meat into jerky, while Su Huaiyi, having nothing to do, helped as well. Meanwhile, Su Bingyi was dragged away by Lu Quanzhong to study. Liu Xia retreated into her room to begin planting the seeds Guai had brought. Some seeds she recognized, while others were unfamiliar. Regardless, she planted them all. Looking at the lush green sprouts and the fish, she stood proudly with her hands on her hips, smiling. Meanwhile, Su Yun was busy with Wang Lin, digging for earthworms. They noticed other children running towards the village entrance. The peddler is here. Su Yun tugged at Wang Lin. Let us go take a look. If you see something you like, don't be shy, I have money. She patted her chest. The peddler was a small, elderly man carrying 2 baskets full of goods. A crowd of children surrounded him. Peddler, do you have sweet rice candy today? Yes, it's delicious. Same price as always, 1 won per piece. The village children usually had a few coins on them, earned from helping their families. After buying the sweet rice candy, they left. Noticing Su Yun and Wang Lin, who were dressed nicely, the peddler pulled out 2 hair flowers from beneath his basket. Little girls. These are in high demand in the capital. Do you like them? Just 30 won each. Seeing Wang Lin's eyes fixated on the flowers without blinking, Su Yun realized her sister was fond of them. As for herself, she was no longer just a little girl. Su Yun bought 2 blue flowers for Wang Lin. Do you have any better hairpins for sale? Sure, but they're with my wife. She wasn't feeling well earlier, so I told her to wait at the entrance. Want to have a look? The peddler squinted, his eyes gleaming. Forget it. Su Yun paid and prepared to leave. The peddler, however, was persistent, saying, This amounts to a tale of silver, but I do not possess such funds to settle this. All my money lies with my wife. Something is amiss with this peddler. Yet, after merely a couple of steps, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and his vision blurred before he collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 40. The flower girl was abducted by the peddler as the peddler stuffed 2 small children into his basket. The flower girl, Jinhua, approached and seated herself upon a nearby stone. Sweat beaded heavily upon his forehead as he exhaled a deep, labored breath. Oh, are you looking to purchase something? He inquired, lifting the cloth covering the baskets. Though they appeared brimming with assorted goods, secrets lay within. They were cleverly divided into 2 layers, the upper filled with wares, while the lower remained hollow. Disgusted by the scent of perspiration emanating from the peddler, Jinhua waved her hand dismissively. Who would buy your wares? They're both shabby and overpriced. Then do not buy. My goods are of the finest quality, the peddler retorted, his anger barely concealing a sigh of relief as he recovered the baskets. Jinhua's keen eyes quickly spotted the blue fabric wedged in the hidden compartment, reminiscent of the attire worn by the Li family's maid, Yun. A thought struck her, and she called out, Wait! Startled by her sudden shout, the peddler slowly turned around, his irritation evident. Even if you wish to buy today, I shall not sell to you. Jinhua, fixated on the baskets, swallowed hard and pointed at 2 flowers on the ground. The flowers fell. The peddler retrieved them and, casting a sidelong glance at Jinhua, departed. She sank back onto the stone, shaking her head. I did not see anything. Yes, let us pretend I saw nothing. The disappearance of the Su family's little mate has nothing to do with me. This is merely retribution for the Su family. Aunt Lu had come to town again, intending to inquire about the rising grain prices. Fortunately, her husband had wisely paid the taxes in silver. With the skyrocketing grain prices, a sale would surely multiply their coin. Delighted, Aunt Lu's attention shifted to the dazed Jinhua. She patted her on the back. Ah! Startled and harboring her own secrets, Jinhua screamed. Upon recognizing Aunt Lu, her usual fiery spirit returned. Why are you acting so mad, you crazy woman? Oh, I merely patted you. Is this how you respond? Have you done something wrong? Aunt Lu, in a good mood, chose not to engage further. Who's in the wrong? It is you who seems guilty. Jinhua rose, her words flying in her fervor. As Su Xiyue approached with his ox cart, the commotion buzzed in his ears. If you're not riding, don't block the way. Let us ride. Aunt Lu quickly produced some coins and cheerfully climbed onto the cart, eager to attend to her business in town. Jinhua, unwilling to walk any longer, fell silent, paying her fare and sitting quietly in the cart. Once they were all aboard, Su Xiyue drove toward town. Su Xiyue awoke with a throbbing headache. Her body tossed within the basket, nearly losing her stomach's contents. She covered her mouth, stifling any noise. The 2 flowers contained a sleeping drug. She could not be sure what else the peddler had on him. Stealthily, Su Xiyue activated her locator, realizing the peddler was heading toward Shuani County, a route opposite to Longda town, leading directly outside the capital to Dingbei City. Peering through the gaps in the basket, she observed the small peddler and a burly man with a scar across his face. The peddler drove a donkey cart while the scarred man sat on a board cart, studying the basket. Clad in a black tunic and a tiger-skin vest, with curved daggers at his waist, he was unmistakably a formidable fighter. Escaping under his watchful eye would prove exceedingly difficult. They were merely 2 6-year-old children, and in their drugged state, their captors seemed overly vigilant. Third brother. This time we have top-notch goods. This trip will surely bring us fortune. The peddler's voice brimmed with excitement. The scarred man surveyed the surroundings. Little 5. Do not discuss this outside. Third brother, you are overly cautious. With bandits around, who would take this small path? Perhaps that villager's woman noticed me. I wonder why she hasn't exposed me. Do not underestimate a woman. Little 5, grateful for his third brother's leniency, replied. I will not mention this to Big Brother. Thank you, third brother. The peddler genuinely feared his third brother, while Big Brother was a smiling tiger. Third brother was a wolf that would tear flesh from bone. It must be Jinhua. No one else could have done this. How absurd. Spending money and losing oneself and my sister in the process. I wonder how my family and Uncle Ernie will react when they find out we are missing. What a daily torment. Su Xiyue lamented. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, a 10-year-old boy chuckled quietly. Xiao, what are you laughing at? The burly man beside him was puzzled. It was rare for Xiao to laugh. Mui rolled his eyes. What, am I not allowed to laugh? Unlike you. Who wears a perpetual frown? See. I knew it. Xiao's tongue was as sharp as ever. Tian Lao Lu grimaced. Did I choose this? Who could be happy being constantly scolded? Xiao, how long are we to remain here? No one will travel this bandit route. We will act soon. Mui placed a finger to his lips and waved his hand, slowly descending the mountain. Tian Lao Lu followed behind, grumbling, what are we acting for? It's been a month since we've had any spoils. Mind your own business. Mui snapped, causing Tian Lao Lu to sigh as he slouched down the mountain. Stop. Mui raised his hand. Let us wait here. Su Bing had ventured out searching. Nyo, are you at home? No. Wang Ernia felt something was amiss. He had assumed Wang Lin was at Su Yune's home. These 2 children had always been well-behaved and would never wander off. This is bad. Let us hurry and find the village chief. Su Bing followed closely behind, and the 2 ran together. After a brief conversation with the village chief, the 3 began to inquire separately. Soon, they reconvened at the village entrance. Su Bing panted. Some children in the village mentioned a peddler arrived today. He has been selling goods frequently these past few days, and Guai Guai and Lin Lin had bought from him. I heard the same. No one else in the village has seen the two children. The village chief narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Aunt Lu remarked that Jinhua was acting unusually today. Looking as if she were hiding something, her gaze lost in a particular direction. Wang Ernia wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing the blood oozing from the bandage on his shoulder. It must be that peddler. I need to find Jinhua. Wang Ernia turned and sprinted toward the Jin family. That peddler was undoubtedly a trafficker. If anything happened to Lin Lin, he would not wish to live. Chapter 41. Just out of the tiger's den. Yet into the wolf's lair as Jin Huanyang stepped outside, she was immediately confronted by Wang Ernio and his companions. Noticing the village chief among them, she averted her gaze. Wang Ernio seized Jin Huanyang by the collar with one hand, demanding, "Where's Lin Lin?" What? Jin Huanyang was genuinely bewildered. She had initially thought Su Bing had come looking for Su Yun, only to find Wang Ernio in a frenzy. What peddler? I haven't seen anyone, she denied vehemently. Regardless of the consequences, she could not divulge the truth. After all, that peddler had a maid from Wang Ernio's household. It served her right, after all. Wang Ernio had refused to agree to her family's proposal. Su Bing wasted no time and struck Jin Huanyang on the head with a stone. Blood trickled down her face and neck as she touched her face in shock. Ah, blood. Silence. Where has that peddler gone? Wang Ernio growled, his eyes bloodshot and fierce. He headed north this morning. Jin Huanyang trembled in fright. North? Could it be he was heading to Shuani County? After a moment of contemplation, the village chief quickly urged, Ting Jun, hurry. Bring the cart from your yard. Meanwhile, Su Bing and his companions rushed northward. At the fork in the road, although there were no wheel tracks, there were signs of branches being dragged, and the village chief pointed right. Take the small path. This path is mine. This tree I have planted. If you wish to pass, leave behind some fare, old Tianlu said wearily, resting a large cleaver on his shoulder. I'll be damned. It's a black market deal, and when those two sides clash, I'll take little Lin and escape amidst the chaos. Suyun peered through a crack, intently watching the unfolding events. Forget it. Perhaps it's best not to run just yet. The larger one looks incompetent, while the smaller one. Her words were abruptly cut off as Mu-yi kicked old Tianlu. Look at your miserable state. Anyone would think you were robbed. Little E. What do they have worth robbing? Just a couple of broken baskets, clearly devoid of any valuable goods. Old Tianlu lamented with a woeful expression. Pa, you are the worthless one. Su-yun shot a glare at the baskets. Mu-yi smirked and jested, leave behind the good stuff, and you may be allowed to depart. The peddler, not even having unloaded his donkey cart, burst into laughter. He wasn't belittling them, it was simply amusing to see a hulking man listen to a child. The scarred, burly man fingered the crescent blade at his waist, scrutinizing the duo, one large and burly yet with a sorrowful expression. The other clad in a flowing robe with a fine fox fur at his waist, presenting the image of a dashing young gentleman. Yet, when he spoke, it shattered that elegant facade. Who calls this ugly winter melon a little brat? Mu-yi inquired of old Tianlu. Leaning on the cleaver, old Tianlu replied, Call him little brother. He is still but a baby, truly clueless. Mu-yi chuckled softly, shaking his shoulders. This little girl is certainly amusing. The peddler paused, realizing the situation, and drew a dagger from his waist, its blade stained black, a clear indication it was poisoned. Xiao Wu. The scarred man placed a hand on the peddler's shoulder. Third brother. The peddler understood that his elder brother sought peace, but it left him feeling disgruntled. Ignoring his sentiments, the scarred man turned and extracted 5 taels of silver from his pocket. To whichever brother this may concern, my elder brother is Gui Xiao Chou. Could you grant us the courtesy of passage? What Gui Xiao Chou? Ghost crying sorrow. And your elder brother? Ridiculous. In this world, everyone has someone to curry favor with. Mu-yi scoffed as he caught the silver with one hand and tossed it to old Tianlu. The scarred man was genuinely furious. It did not matter what was said about him, but he could not bear insults directed at his elder brother. This man deserves death. gripping his crescent blades tightly. He dashed forward with remarkable speed. The clash of blades rang out as the powerful cleaver met the crescent knives. The scarred man was pushed back swiftly, leaving a long trail in the dirt. Third brother. The peddler reversed his dagger, intending to seize Mui first. In his eyes, capturing this boy would allow him to control old Tianlu. A perfect opportunity now. Indeed, Su Yun was making her escape. She pushed aside the basket and, noticing that everyone was too preoccupied to pay attention, stealthily approached another basket, shaking Wang Lin. Little Lin, little Lin. Perhaps the peddler's drug was potent, for Wang Lin remained in slumber. As the fighting intensified before her, Su Yun leaped onto the donkey's back and slapped its rear. Go, hurry, little donkey. Third brother. That girl has fled. The peddler shouted in alarm, but he was already stretched thin. This boy, though small, was formidable, able to hold his own in a fight. Meanwhile, the scarred man found himself equally powerless. You ugly winter melon, can't you keep your mouth shut during a fight? Su Yun shot the peddler a glare, tugging at the donkey's ear and staring it left. The startled donkey kicked its hind legs and took off at a swift pace. Success! After riding the donkey for a while, Su Yun found it had given up before even reaching the main road. It plopped down, stretching its legs forward and refusing to move. Su Yun tugged at the donkey's ear, but it remained unresponsive, snorting in exasperation. What the hell? You scared me to death. Her heart raced as she glanced up the hill. Mui stood atop the hill, doubled over in laughter. This is too amusing. He descended the rocky slope with agile grace, mocking, you can't even get a donkey to cooperate, yet you still dream of painting grand visions. Old Tianlu followed closely behind, carrying one of the baskets. The peddler and the scarred man were bound with ropes, humiliated as they knelt on the ground. Their mouths stuffed with socks, though their fiery gazes were quite unsettling. If I could paint, that donkey would have left long ago. Why wait for you, old Liu? To catch up? I can't even run if I wanted to. But do not fret. Watch me perform. Su Yun blinked her eyes, squeezing out a tear. Dear sirs, my sister and I are but ordinary peasant girls with no silver to spare. We have an elderly mother at home and younger siblings who depend on us. I implore you to let us go. Pa, my mother is the most beautiful in the world. In light of this, Mui pondered for a long while. Then you may leave. Quickly speak. Su Yun looked on with anticipation. Old Liu, take them both away, easing the burden for that elderly mother. Mu Yi's eyes sparkled with mirth. Thank you. Su Yun's mouth fell open in shock, nearly stuttering. I truly thank you. I see you are the real old Liu. Oh my, just out of the tiger's den and straight into the wolf's lair. Chapter 42. Hey. Why not call for the big chicken? Wait. I can come with you, but could you first save my sister? She has been poisoned and has yet to awaken. Adhering to the principle of survival in adversity, Su Yun swiftly wiped away her tears. Mu Yi, with a bemused smile, approached the vendor and retrieved a small porcelain vial from his embrace. He tossed it to Su Yun. Open it and let your sister inhale its contents. If she doesn't awaken, your sister may. What? Why can't you finish your sentence? Su Yun grinned, revealing her small, pearly teeth. Thank you so much. She placed the vial beneath Wang Lin's nose. Wang Lin's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly regained consciousness. Yuner, you're finally awake. Su Yun blinked furiously. My dear sister. Quickly address me as your elder sister. What if that mountain bandit discovers my deception and, in his fury, decides to chop us both up and feed us to the dogs? Oh, I truly apologize, sister. I intended to gift you something. Yet it has only brought trouble upon you. Elder sister. Wang Lin grasped Su Yun's hand and sat up, her gaze darting towards the 4 individuals ahead. Wasn't he that the vendor who had been tied up? She quickly pieced together the situation from Su Yun's thoughts. Wang Lin felt no fear, with Yuner by her side. She felt reassured. Old Tian could no longer bear to watch. These 2 girls were so pitiful, with an elderly mother to care for and younger siblings depending on them. They had narrowly escaped being abducted. A glimmer of hope ignited in Su Yun's eyes. There's a chance. Wang Lin caught on as well. her tears flowing more profusely than Suyun's. They cascaded down her face, yet she bit her lip, remaining silent. Old Tian's heart ached for them, being a father himself. He could not bear to see young girls weep. Xiao Yi, can you refrain from calling me that all day? I'm not deaf. Mui crossed his arms, declaring, Listen to your own words, not mine. Listen to yours. Old Tian hoisted his blade and produced 2 strips of black cloth from his pocket. Bind them. And they will be unseen. Is that what I think it is? Suyun felt a flush of embarrassment. She had hoped old Tian would show some compassion, but it seemed he was truly a hard-hearted character. With their eyes covered, to prevent them from removing the blindfolds, old Tian also bound their hands. He turned his head away in disdain, as if looking any longer would blind him. Listen to my words. Thank you for being the warmth that brightens all seasons. Suyun sang softly in her heart. Mui, with a smirk, waved his hand. Old rules apply. You go first. Why is it always me? Old Tian grumbled. Yet despite his complaints, he proceeded. He stripped the vendor and the scarred man of their clothes and hung them upside down from a large tree. 500 taels of silver. Old Tian raised his voice. Xiao Yi, we shall have a prosperous year ahead. He delivered a kick to the vendor and the scarred man. These two are truly despicable, thinking 5 taels of silver could appease us. Old Tian, with a small pile of loot, cheerfully drove the donkey cart. The scarred man and the vendor, dangling from the tree, were crimson-faced, their eyes nearly popping out. Half an hour later, Su Bing, driving a horse cart, passed beneath the tree, only to be halted by the village chief. The 3 disembarked. Wang Ernyo, brandishing a dagger, waved it, causing the 2 to fall. He stepped on the vendor's belongings, glaring down at them. Where are the 2 girls? The vendor and the scarred man had never been treated this way before. Now, stripped of their dignity, they were at a loss for words. Wang Ernyo, seeing their silence, was filled with murderous intent, palpable in the air. Where is my daughter? What have you done with her? Kidnapped by mountain bandits. The vendor swallowed hard, having said all he could. Can you let us go now? Both he and his companion were incapacitated by the softening powder, lacking any strength. Once the drug's effect wore off, he would ensure these men regretted their actions. Recalling the 2 bandits, the vendor's anger nearly caused him to grind his teeth. Where did the bandits go? Su Bing inquired softly. I truly do not know. Bang! Wang Ernyo's fist struck the vendor's face. With his natural strength, the vendor's head turned away and 2 teeth mixed with blood fell from his mouth. A flicker of hatred crossed the vendor's eyes as he spat blood. Among them, there are those who know formations. I could not even see where they went. After separately questioning the scarred man, the village chief received the same answer. He nodded, confirming they both spoke the truth. Wang Ernyo slammed his fist into the ground, creating a fist-sized dent in the mud. Scoundrels! These 2 cannot be spared. Su Bing took the dagger Wang Ernyo had set aside, his expression darkening. The village chief snatched the dagger, declaring, Let me handle this. I've told you all I know. Please let me go. The vendor pleaded for mercy. The scarred man, more composed, quietly revealed a hidden poison needle from his gums. Before he could utter a word, he was silenced by a swift blade to his throat. His eyes widened in shock as he fell backward. After dealing with the 2, the village chief wiped the dagger on the ground, the soil absorbing the crimson blood, leaving the blade caked in dirt. Suddenly disoriented, Su Bing pursed his lips, his expression darkening ominously as he desperately searched for clues. Abruptly, a small mound caught his eye. Cautiously, he approached and began to dig, revealing a piece of fabric. It was a corner of clothing. The fabric belonged to the little girl. Realizing it was a clue left by Suyun, he quickly unfolded it. Safe. Written in red liquid was a small word. Brother Ernyo, master, quickly look. Su Bing called out to the others. Wang Ernyo trembled as he took a glance. What does this mean? With reddened eyes, Wang Ernyo nodded, recalling Suyun's mysterious nature, which slightly eased his heart. At this moment, my father must have seen the cloth I left behind. Suyun tightly clutched the corner of her clothing that had been torn away. When she administered the antidote to little Lin, she discovered the liquid was red. Hence, She had discreetly left the fabric as a clue. Mui had noticed it long ago, yet he paid it no mind, fixated on Su Yun, his gaze unwavering. What is your name? Big Ya. My sister is Xiaoya. Why not call her Big Chicken? Taken aback by the remark, Su Yun's smile froze on her face. Who is this person? I have never encountered such a sharp-tongued individual before. May I ask how to address you, young sir? Chapter 43, Whose House Lacks a Door Mui. Is this the Mui I know? What a stroke of bad luck. If I recall correctly, Xifeng Mountain will soon be slaughtered. Su Yun wished she could leap from the vehicle right then. But that doesn't make sense. The Mui I know isn't very talkative. Mui's pupils trembled. Slaughter at Xifeng Mountain? He still wanted to engage Su Yun in conversation, casually asking, What are your younger siblings' names? Am I supposed to say they are still in my mother's womb? How would I know their names? Su Yun pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Throughout the journey, Mui incessantly asked questions. Though Su Yun refrained from voicing her thoughts, she silently vented her frustrations. Upon arrival, Mui untied their bindings and removed the cloth from their eyes. The location was surrounded by mountains, forming a grid-like pattern. Below, there were numerous caves. Not a single house in sight. Su Yun glanced around, searching for an exit. How did we get in here? Qi Laosan approached, teasingly punching Tian Lao's chest. Don't speak nonsense. Are you trying to get me killed? Tian Lao looked around nervously and quickly covered Qi Laosan's mouth. These two children were rescued from the hands of bandits by Xiao Yi. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden hand grasped Tian Lao's ear. Wife, no. Don't listen to Laosan's nonsense. Tai Rong gritted his teeth, dragging him home. Su Yun felt a heaviness in her heart as she observed these vibrant individuals, knowing they would soon meet their demise. She bit her lower lip. Never mind, once we enter the house, I'll make a run for it. Why worry about anything else? Not thinking further, Su Yun took Wang Lin's hand, signaling her not to be afraid. Wang Lin smiled sweetly, shaking her head slightly. Mui, still puzzled by the impending slaughter at Xifeng Mountain, would not allow Su Yun to leave. He planned to keep a close watch on her, not allowing her to stray even an inch. As they stepped into the cave, Su Yun was left dumbfounded. What is this? Whose house locks a door? This is absurd. Initially hoping to exit through a magical door, she realized that the cave had no entrance at all. Su Yun closed her eyes and took a deep breath. How can you not even have a door? Isn't that obvious? Mui pointed ahead. Su Yun had nothing more to say. She withdrew into her thoughts. Who refers to a curtain as a door? This is terrible. How will we escape? It seems there truly is no way out. Are we to wait here for death? Mui and Wang Lin were baffled. They couldn't comprehend the connection between escape and the presence of a door. Wang Lin squeezed Su Yun's hand. Sister, I need to go to the restroom. A light bulb went off in Su Yun's mind. Right. There must be a door to the restroom. Mui's eyes flickered. It appeared he wasn't the only one who could hear her. The restroom is over there. Following his gaze, Su Yun was left speechless, her mouth agape for quite some time. A row of wooden planks tied with hemp rope stood upright in the ground. As the wind blew, the curtain fluttered, revealing a rudimentary squat toilet inside. Most importantly, it was completely open air. You call this a restroom? Someone might mistake it for a doghouse. Just then, a burly man was heading to relieve himself. He picked up 2 wooden sticks from the ground and entered. The curtain was tightly secured by the sticks, yet one could still see his head. Sister, I suddenly don't want to go anymore. Wang Lin was in disarray, tugging at Su Yun to turn away. Su Yun looked up at Mui, who was walking ahead. She realized he towered over her by a considerable height. This kid looks small. Is he on growth hormones? What are hormones? Mui was curious, but did not show it. He spoke, In a few days, I fear that my sister and I may meet our end. If Xifeng Mountain is slaughtered, you will be the only one left. Mui froze in place, motionless for a long while. Oh dear, is this really Xiao Yi? When did he become so eloquent? Ma Lauer leaned in close to Mui. It was truly strange. His speech today was far more pleasant than usual. I understand now. Have you settled the debts my father assigned to you? You claim to understand everything, yet you can't even solve simple arithmetic that a child would grasp. Mu Yi's words flowed out rapidly. Ma Lauer stepped back, raising his hand. Stop. Enough of your chatter. I'm going now. After Ma Lauer left, Mu Yi absent-mindedly stroked the fox tail hanging from his waist, lost in thought. After a moment, he took action. Let's go. Su Yun followed closely behind, whispering to Wang Lin. Let's think of a plan after we've eaten and rested. Yes, I'll follow your lead. Wang Lin responded in a hushed tone. Mu Yi chuckled to himself, realizing that the girl was likely speaking for his benefit. If he truly wished to release them, he would not have made any moves. If he intended to keep them, he would certainly have guards at the exit. He chuckled inwardly, finding her clever but not overly so. Su Yun stepped into a deeper cave, discovering a vast interior that defied her expectations. It was spacious and not as damp as she had imagined. The floor was laid with wooden planks, adorned with various decorative porcelain. They had merely entered a hall, and if her guess was correct, there were several rooms beyond. The only exception was that there were no doors, only flowing curtains. I didn't expect it to be quite nice inside. Su Yun quietly asked. Why don't you have any doors? You have so much porcelain but no money. Su Yun was somewhat skeptical, subtly pouting. Ha ha. These must be the two little girls that Lao Lu mentioned. A newcomer, dressed in garb resembling that of the Nanwe people, approached, the collar adorned with mink fur. His hair was intricately braided, and he wore an earring in his left ear. Isn't this the attire of the Nanwe people? Su Yun wondered, perplexed by the presence of Nanwe individuals in the Daqin kingdom. Mu Yi's gaze darkened slightly. This girl seemed to know too much. First, it was Sifong Mountain. And now she had deduced that his father was from Nanwei. Mu Duoji, beaming with delight, settled into a tiger-skin chair and beckoned. Little girls, please sit. Lunch is already being prepared. Su Yun, feeling unreserved, pulled Wang Lin down to sit. Now that we're here, we might as well enjoy a couple of days. Tomorrow morning. Let Xiaoyi take you to Shuani County for some fun. Don't worry, I'll have Qi Laosan deliver a message to your families. Su Yun tentatively suggested. Mu Duoji's expression suddenly turned cold, and with a loud bang, he shattered the table into pieces. This is utterly unacceptable. Chapter 44. Misfortune strikes even when drinking water, alas. I knew they would not let us leave easily. Su Yun rapidly flipped through the plot in her mind. Yet, in the original narrative, the description of Sifong Mountain was merely brushed over. What should we do? It doesn't even mention what Mu Yi's father is like. Judging by this expression, he might very well skewer us alive. Perhaps we should feign submission? Su Yun hesitated, stealing a glance at Mu Duoji. She rubbed her small hands together, utterly at a loss. How can you still smile? Mu Duoji scolded. His imposing figure, already tall, appeared even more menacing when he furrowed his brow, his eyes radiating a fierce glare. I am not smiling. Who could possibly smile in such a situation? This is utterly unjust. Su Yun quietly tugged at Wang Lin, inching backward. Bang! Another resounding crash. The stone bench shattered into fragments. Kneel! Mu Duoji's voice was cold, his face stern. I would rather die than kneel to heaven, earth. Or my parents. Su Yun trembled, her legs weak, yet she stubbornly met Mu Duoji's gaze. Pfft. Mu Yi could no longer contain his laughter. Mu Duoji's fingers trembled with rage. You little rascal, you have truly lost all sense of propriety. Not kneeling, is it? He turned to leave, his broad shoulders sagging, his imposing aura dissipating. Ah, so it was not directed at me. How embarrassing. I'm relieved I didn't speak earlier. However, if I'm not mistaken, Mu Yi's father seems to be crying. That cannot be true. Just imagine a fierce-looking man in tears. Su Yun felt a twinge of uncertainty. Father, I was wrong. Mu Yi stepped forward, grasping Mu Duoji's garment, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. His movement was fluid, with not a moment's hesitation. As if rehearsed 100 times, Mu Duoji's eyes brimmed with tears, his previous fierceness now vanished. You dare break the rules of Sifong Mountain, and you still recognize your wrongs. Raising you alone has not been easy. You frolic with stray cats and dogs, and now you've brought 2 children up the mountain. I am aging. I truly can no longer control you. Turning away, he feigned nonchalance. My dear, I hope I did not frighten you too. No. Wang Lin sincerely shook her head. Is this really Mu Yi? The one who is cold-hearted and only cares for Su Xiyue? Su Yun began to doubt the narrative she had been following. Yet, she shook her head again. Perhaps Mu Yi's temperament changed after the massacre at Sifang Mountain. Mu Yi remained kneeling, his head bowed. The massacre at Sifang Mountain. This girl has mentioned it numerous times. How can she be so certain? It was as if she knew him yet did not truly understand him. Besides, he was unfamiliar with anyone named Yu. How could that be? Though I cannot ascertain if today is the day, it is best we do not linger. Mu Duoji's tears flowed once more. He gazed at Su Yun with reddened eyes. Why does this robust man weep so pitifully? He even pleads with me. What have I done to deserve this? I thought to flee, while he seeks to atone. I possess the truth yet cannot speak. I am truly doomed. Indeed, is it not merely a meal? Su Yun internally reassured herself. Wang Lin could not bear to see anyone cry, especially a man. Feeling helpless, she fumbled her words. Do not cry. So, does this mean you both agree to stay for dinner? Mu Duoji's tears ceased to flow, not a moment more escaping. Well, Wang Lin turned to Su Yun. Su Yun pursed her lips and nodded. Surely my misfortune cannot be so great. At worst, we shall eat quickly and leave. In truth, misfortune could strike even when one merely drank water. The feast lay spread before them. Tables were connected in a long line, laden with 100 dishes. The entirety of Sifang Mountain's populace had gathered, each holding their cups. Mu Duoji rose, cradling a bowl in his hands. Today marks 2 significant occasions. First, I must apologize to these 2 young friends. He downed a cup of wine in one gulp and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. I shall punish myself with 3 cups on my son's behalf. I am truly sorry. He bowed apologetically to Su Yun and Wang Lin. Su Yun felt a surge of discomfort, and Wang Lin was not faring much better. Both girls lowered their heads, too embarrassed to meet anyone's gaze. What must it feel like with so many eyes upon you? Perhaps my social life is over. Mu Duoji filled his bowl with wine. Brothers, let us raise a toast to our 2 young friends. Cheers. The crowd echoed, exuberance filling the air. Mu Yi took a sip of wine, quietly studying Su Yun. Once intoxicated, Mu Duoji's face flushed crimson as he single-handedly lifted a jug of wine. Secondly, today marks my son's 10th birthday. Ia has grown up under the watchful eyes of the brothers, mischievous and willful, causing trouble. That is not true. Ia treats us as friends. Tianshi Lu raised his cup in cheer. This initiated a chorus of agreement from the others. Indeed, apart from his loose tongue, he is quite fine. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Su Yun stood frozen in shock. His 10th birthday. Today is indeed the day of the massacre at Sifang Mountain. Why am I so unfortunate? There is an insider from Jindao village at Sifang Mountain who poisoned one of the dishes during Mu Yi's 10th birthday. Which dish was it? Su Yun's heart raced as she surveyed the array of dishes before her. She felt a wave of anxiety if all the food at Sifang Mountain were poisoned. She and Wang Lin would meet their end as well. Wang Lin grasped Su Yun's hand below the table. This simple gesture calmed Su Yun's racing thoughts. Iyo. Tianshi Lu nudged the visibly distressed Mu Yi. What are you thinking? We've called your name several times. Everyone is waiting for you to say a few words before we begin the feast. Mu Yi rose, mumbling aimlessly. His gaze fixed on Su Yun as he spoke for a quarter of an hour. Zhang Laosan urged, can we not say less? Everyone is waiting with hungry bellies. Wait. I remember. It was the cilantro. The garnish on the dishes was cilantro. It was only because Mu Yi despises cilantro that he escaped this calamity. Su Yun suddenly recalled the abundance of cilantro adorning most of the dishes. She felt a wave of worry wash over her. But how can I ensure that no one eats cilantro? If I say anything, no one will believe me. I might even be mistaken for a spy. Chapter 45. The Inside Man Who is the Traitor? He cast a meaningful glance at Ji Lao-san. Why the urgency? This is just the beginning. In front of so many people, Qi Laosan's face turned sour, and he remained silent, his lips quivering. How can you speak to your third uncle like that? Mu Duoji reprimanded. I have always spoken this way, Mu Yi replied coldly. With over 100 brothers present, Mu Duoji could not afford to show weakness. He still needed to maintain his dignity. A big brother must uphold the image of a big brother. His son had never heeded anyone's words, and it was only when he saw him cry that he realized tears were the only way to control him. Mu Duoji tugged at Mu Yi's clothing, whispering, Give your father some face. Mu Yi remained silent, his gaze fixed on Qi Laosan. Old Ma, let us not be too harsh. Today is little Es' birthday. So let us allow him to speak a bit more. Who put this cilantro here? Do I not detest cilantro? Mu Yi continued to glare at Qi Laosan, deliberately provoking him. When he noticed no change in Qi Laosan's expression, he paused in surprise. Not old 3. Then who could it be? Though Mu Yi was not usually one to seek trouble, his sharp tongue had offended many, yet they bore no grudge against him. They merely assumed he was in a foul mood today and thought little of it. Tian Laolu shared the sentiment, scratching his head. I planted this cilantro. It would die in the cold if not harvested, so I gave it to the kitchen to avoid waste. If you don't want it, I can pick it up for you. Mu Yi knew that Tian Laolu was not the inside man. He had a wife and children in Xifang Mountain, living a leisurely life without reason to act against them. He raised his chin defiantly, insisting, I don't want to see a single stem. Throw it all away. No one is allowed to eat today. Wonderful. Who would have thought this little temper of his would manifest at such a moment? If the people from Xifang Mountain are not poisoned, then the people from Jindao village surely won't come today. Su Yun mused silently. Seeing Tian Laolu picking out the cilantro one by one, Qi Laosan's temper flared. He slammed the table and stood up. This remark struck Mu Yi, who offered no further explanation but became even more arrogant. If I say to pick, then pick. If you don't want to, then get lost. No one is allowed to eat today. Mu Duoji watched Mu Yi with a pained expression. He understood his son better than anyone. Although he was sharp-tongued with others, he secretly helped them. His son simply lacked the ability to show concern for others, often acting contrary to his words. There must be a purpose behind his actions. Noticing that some from Xifang Mountain held prejudice against Mu Yi, Mu Duoji decided to speak up. Old 3. Do you remember a few years ago when you were gravely injured? Of course I remember, Qi Laosan replied through gritted teeth, recalling how, at the age of 5, Mu Yi had looked at him with disdain, saying, How could you be so useless? You got injured just from hunting. Qi Laosan remained silent, biting his lip. Mu Duoji sighed and shook his head. Do you still remember the medicine I gave you for your wounds? Qi Laosan's expression softened as he nodded. He had always admired Duoji and remembered this kindness. He looked at Mu Yi in disbelief, suddenly recalling the small child who had come to see him while injured. How had it been? Young Mu Yi had impatiently said, It's none of your business. You should rest more to avoid dying again. Ignoring Qi Laosan, Mu Duoji turned to Tian Laolu, who was still picking cilantro. Old Liu, your daughter is gravely ill and needs 100 taels of silver. Do you know where that money comes from? Tian Laolu harbored some resentment towards Mu Yi. Upon hearing Mu Duoji's words, he paused. If it weren't for Brother Duoji, my daughter would be lost. I have always remembered this kindness. He glanced at the others, wanting to say more, but was interrupted by Mu Yi. Father, that's enough. Who would have thought that Mu Yi could be so good? But one who only acts without speaking cannot expect to gain favor. Isn't it said that those who work are outdone by those who flatter? Tian Laolu's resentment dissipated, and he quickly continued picking cilantro. Old Ma chuckled, All right, Duoji. No need to say more. Everyone understands. He patted Mu Yi on the back. Little E, stop making a fuss. If you don't eat cilantro, that's fine. Let everyone enjoy it. We can't waste food. Though I do not know who the inside man is, Old Ma seems rather suspicious. Su Yun thought as she took a sip of tea, using the bowl to shield half her face while secretly observing Old Ma. Old Ma lived up to his name, with a horse-like face, shifty eyes, and a sly demeanor. A glint of anger flickered in Mu Yi's eyes as he gripped Old Ma's hand and kicked his leg. Old Ma fell to the ground. Duoji, are you going to manage little E or not? Yeah. Mu Duoji had not anticipated Mu Yi's aggression towards Old Ma. Without further words, Mu Yi pressed 2 fingers against Old Ma's body. Under Old Ma's bewildered gaze, he began to search. Suddenly, Mu Yi felt something in his hand. He pulled out a signal flare and tossed it to Mu Duoji. A signal flare. Surely, Old Ma is the inside man. Old Ma's acupoints had been sealed. Though he could not move, he could still speak. Mu Yi, when did you start suspecting me? Ignoring him, Mu Yi kicked Old Ma towards Mu Duoji. Father, you handle this. Mu Duoji's gaze dimmed. Old too, why must you do this? Has Sifang Mountain treated you poorly? What has Jindao Village promised you? The signal flare bore the insignia of a small square knife, a unique mark of Jindao Village. Mu Duoji simply could not understand why Old Ma would act this way. Huh. Old Ma lay on the ground, his face pressed to the earth, mocking laughter escaping his lips. Old too. Here in Sifang Mountain, you can only ever be the eternal second. What right do you have to be the leader? He shouted at the top of his lungs. How long are you going to watch the show? Are you not going to take action? Oh no, could there be another inside man? Su Yun's heart raced. The signal flare ignited in the sky. Mu Yi clenched his fists, his face filled with fury. It's you. Chapter 46. The Golden Blade of Fortune. Who is it? I could hardly see just now. Su Yun expressed her curiosity. She had only glimpsed the general location, but with people seated closely together, she could not discern who was who. At that moment, the mountain ahead slowly parted, revealing a gap large enough for an adult to pass through. The 30 members of the Golden Blade gang emerged from the mountain, each brandishing a curved saber. Clearly, they had been lying in wait nearby, and upon seeing the signal fire, had rushed over. As the last person emerged from the mountain, the rocks behind them melded back together. Wow! Is this some sort of formation? I wish I could learn it. Su Yun's eyes sparkled as she stared at the mountain. She felt no fear. Although the Golden Blade gang had arrived, the people of the Four Directions Mountain had not been poisoned. At worst, it would lead to a fierce battle. And the outcome was uncertain. In her view, the leader of the Golden Blade gang might not even strike. In the narrative, Jinhu could be considered a mere pawn. He was suspicious by nature and would not act without absolute certainty. Jinhu stood at the forefront, accompanied by the second-in-command, Jin Quan. Speaking of Jin Quan, he was indeed a formidable character, cruel and cunning, and the male lead had suffered at his hands before. Jin Quan, Jinhu's uncle, though advanced in age, was still full of ambition. He squinted his eyes and beckoned, Rong come here. Tai Rong pushed her daughter towards Tian Lao Lu, who was visibly shocked. Trembling as he shouted, Wife! Tai Rong hesitated for a moment, but then resolutely walked away. From then on, the two became opposing factions. I never expected it to be her. But why? Su Yun pondered. A loud slap echoed as Tai Rong's face turned, a trickle of blood seeping from her lips. You wretch! You can't even handle a simple potion. Have you truly developed feelings for those two? Jin Quan's gaze was as cold as a serpent, coiling around Tian Lao Lu and Tian Tian. Tai Rong lowered her head, her hair cascading down to obscure half her face. Tian Lao Lu was enraged, gripping his long-handled machete and pointing its tip at Jin Quan. Yet Tai Rong silently stepped in front of him, her hair falling away to reveal her expressionless face. Wife. Tian Lao Lu halted, his grip on the blade loosening. Jin Quan tossed his curved saber to Tai Rong, commanding, kill those two. Without a moment's hesitation, Tai Rong plunged the saber into Tian Lao Lu's abdomen. He did not flinch, clutching his wound, his eyes filled with pain and confusion. Father. Tian Tian attempted to rush over, but was seized by Mu Duoji. Her tear-streaked face contorted with hatred as she shouted, Mother, what are you doing? Why are you listening to that old man? Tai Rong's other hand trembled as she kicked Tian Lao Lu towards Mu Yi. Blood dripped from the blade in her hand as she stared blankly at it. What's this? Softening your heart? Jin Quan kicked Tai Rong aside. Don't think I didn't notice. That strike was deliberately aimed away from a vital spot. Jinhu chuckled. All right, uncle, this Tai Rong is after all your daughter. That kick was rather heavy. Jin Quan smiled thinly, but said nothing further. What he truly thought was known only to him. I can't believe it, how powerless I am. So, this is what happened. She is actually Jin Quan's daughter. But why would she abandon her own daughter and husband? Could there be some hidden truth? Su Yun now realized that the plot merely revolved around the protagonists, while this world was a genuine one. Each individual possessed their own story, though it remained unwritten. Mui was perplexed, believing Su Yun to possess all knowledge. In reality, she had merely caught a glimpse of the hidden truths. Mu Duo Ji. I trust you are well. Today, if you relinquish the Four Directions Mountain, I shall spare these lives. Jin Hu proclaimed, wielding his saber towards the crowd. Although the Four Directions Mountain had 100 people, half of them were old, weak, women, and children, and only 2/3 of the remainder were capable fighters. Thus, while victory was possible, it would come at the cost of lives. Mu Duoji was well aware of this. The only thing the Four Directions Mountain relied on was its protective formation. Now that the mountain formation had been compromised, only Yi knew how to operate it. And there was no time to set up a killing array. If sacrificing the Four Directions Mountain could save the lives of its people, that would be sufficient. His resolve began to waver. Mui understood his father's thoughts and shook his head. If they truly conceded, they would all perish. Jin, who was cunning. This was merely a test of their resolve. Mui picked up Tian Lao Lu's machete and approached Jin Hu, dragging the blade across the ground, leaving a long scratch. When they were still a yard apart, he halted. If your Golden Blade gang wishes to conquer the Four Directions Mountain today, you must step over my corpse. He pointed the blade at Jin Hu, declaring, enough with the talk. If you wish to fight, let us do so. I shall take your head as a trophy. Jin Hu's thoughts circled back. He had realized this young man was sent by Mu Duo Ji to provoke him. Since the Four Directions Mountain had already seen through their poison plot, they had likely anticipated their arrival. This could well be Mu Duo Ji's strategy. Jin Hu laughed heartily. Good lad, you have spirit. If war breaks out, the Golden Blade Gang is not afraid. A mutually destructive fight would yield no winners. He advanced, pressing Mui's machete forward. Youth, maintain your composure. Do not always think of slaughter. Instead, how about we gamble? If you win, the Golden Blade Gang will withdraw immediately. If I win, the Four Directions Mountain will belong to us. At this moment, Jin Hu was still probing. Huh, you cowardly bald man. Are you afraid? Mui pushed his machete forward. The two engaged in a contest of wills, neither gaining ground for the time being. A closer look would reveal that Mui was merely holding on. Meanwhile, Jin Hu was astonished, his suspicions dissipating. This lad could not be more than a teenager. Yet his prowess was remarkable. He loosened his grip and stepped aside. Now, Jin Hu was certain that the Four Directions Mountain had a backup plan. Cautiously, he inquired. So, what does the Four Directions Mountain desire? Mui feigned reluctance. We can gamble, but why should the Golden Blade Gang have no stakes? If that is the case, it would be better to go to war. We could easily wipe you all out, and then the Golden Blade Gang would naturally fall into our hands. You impudent brat! Your arrogance is excessive. Jin Quan stepped forward. Huzi, why waste words with him? Let us simply slaughter them all. Uncle, stand down. Jin Hu barked. Jin Quan's expression twisted momentarily as he took 2 steps back, clenching his fists. One day, the Golden Blade Gang would not be under Jin Hu's command. Mui shouted. If you have the courage, come and kill me. Look at how hideous your old face has become. Killing you would sully my blade. You. Jin Quan was restrained by Jin Hu's arm, his hollow eyes brimming with malice. Jin Hu's expression darkened. What do you want as a stake? I desire the ancestral golden blade. It is a treasure. Though it is but a kitchen knife, it conceals the golden crow blade technique. Most importantly, this golden blade is crafted from pure gold. Su Yun was ecstatic, for she knew that Jin Quan had been able to injure the male lead only by acquiring this golden crow blade technique. Mui casually gestured towards Su Yun. What stake is to be had? Let her decide. I. Su Yun pointed to her own nose. Jin, who appeared insulted. It was one thing for Mu Duoji to send Mui for negotiations, but Mui pointing to a girl was tantamount to disrespecting the Golden Blade Gang. He suppressed his inner fury. Speak, what do you desire? It seemed as though if Su Yun could not articulate her wish, Jin Hu would end her life without hesitation. Feigning ignorance, Su Yun responded, Golden Blade Gang, Golden Blade Gang, how about we stake a golden blade? Chapter 47. Challenge her to a bet. Jin Hu reigned in his fury, his gaze penetrating. Emotions were waiting for him here. He had little faith that this girl would act without the instigation of Duoji. She must have her eyes set on the ancestral golden knife of the Jin family. Jin Hu did not believe that the people from Sifang Mountain could defeat him. Very well. He accepted the challenge. The golden knife had always been passed down to the chief of Jindao village, and it was said that those who wielded it could learn the supreme swordsmanship. Jin Quan had longed to see the golden knife, yet Jin Hu kept it at his side, never allowing him a glimpse. Now, upon hearing that Jin Hu intended to use the golden knife as a wager, he was furious. Absolutely not. This golden knife is a treasured heirloom of our Jin family. Are the decisions of Jindao village to be dictated by the second chief? Mui was filled with confusion and questioned. Jin Hu narrowed his eyes coldly. Calling him uncle was merely a gesture to give Jin Quan face. If Jin Quan could not recognize his own status, he would not hesitate to commit fratricide. Jin Quan snorted, choosing to remain silent. It seemed this old man had some sense. Who among Sifang Mountain is willing to bet against me? He casually weighed the knife in his hand. Naturally, the wager would be based on who proposed it. Mui squatted down, fiddling with pebbles, not even bothering to lift his head. You rascal! You dragged me into this. Why don't you gamble yourself? Su Yun glared at Mui openly. Besides, if I win the golden knife, it won't be given to me. I refuse to go. There's no benefit for me. Just as Su Yun was about to decline, Mui spoke again. If she loses, Sifang Mountain will yield. If she wins, you shall give her the golden knife. You clever boy. Su Yun was indeed quite tempted by the golden crow sword technique. She nodded slightly. Very well, I shall wager with you. No. This is Qi Lao San. This concerns Sifang Mountain, and he cannot allow Mui to act recklessly. Mui declared in a deep voice, I make the decisions. If this girl loses, Sifang Mountain must not renege on the deal. Jin Hu directed this remark at Mu Duoji. Lao San, just observe. In the future, Sifang Mountain will be led by Yi Er. We shall follow his decisions. We must trust Yi Er's judgment. Just as he once saved you single-handedly, he will not allow Sifang Mountain to falter now. Mu Duoji patted Qi Lao San's shoulder, knowing that Mui had his reasons for acting this way. He would never act rashly. He then called out to Jin Hu. Chief Jin, Sifang Mountain will never stoop to such actions. With this assurance, Jin Hu felt at ease. Qi Lao San ultimately said nothing further, his gaze fixed intently on Su Yun. Su Yun entrusted Wang Lin to Mui. Please take care of my sister. I'll win for you. All right. A smile danced in Mui's eyes. Ha ha ha, this girl thinks she can win. Do you even know what we're betting on? You probably can't even comprehend the numbers on the dice. Jin Hu chuckled. No matter what, we must maintain our momentum. Watch me perform. Su Yun stepped forward. Standing tall and straight, perfectly executing a military stance. Her voice rang out. Before we gamble, we must clarify. You must present the golden knife. I cannot feel secure without seeing it. Very well. Jin Hu waved his hand, and several of his underlings moved a table to the center. On it were neatly arranged 2 sets of shaking cups and 6 dice. He slammed the golden knife onto the table. We will not compare totals, but rather who wins first. Who will go first? Together. Su Yun bounced slightly before cracking her knuckles. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Mui and Wang Lin picking up stones and playing. What time is it? No support for me? Have you started playing with stones? Su Yun lowered her head in disappointment. Wang Lin, having just been instructed by Mui to throw a stone to the northwest, heard her thoughts and clenched her fist, shouting, Sister, you can do it. Seeing Su Yun glance over, he flashed a thumbs up. Don't worry. I won't let you down. Su Yun took a deep breath and shouted, Chief Jin, I challenge you to a bet. Very well. Jin Hu responded. grinning as he took up the shaking cup. Su couldn't hold it with one hand, so she grasped it with both. Jin Hu laughed heartily at this. Su maintained a serious expression. They both began at the same time. Su shook the dice awkwardly, while Jin Hu performed the action with practiced ease, shaking the dice in the air before catching them back into the cup. After stopping, Jin Hu scoffed. He clearly heard that the girl had rolled a total of 13. Will you go first, or shall I? Together. Su-yun's palms were sweating with nerves. It wasn't that she lacked faith in her gambling skills. She feared the 1 in 100 chance of losing. They both opened their cups simultaneously, yet no one paid attention to Su-yun's score. Even the people from Sifang Mountain assumed she would lose. Qi Laosan shook his head in despair. How ridiculous that Sifang Mountain was entrusted to this little girl. Yet Duo Ji continued to indulge Mui's recklessness. The people from Jindao village thought similarly. One of the younger brothers exclaimed, "The chief is amazing." "It's a 1. Jin Hu laughed heartily, reveling in the ease with which he could conquer Sifang Mountain without a fight. Su Yun discreetly glanced at her score. "Oh no, no points. I win." Quick as a flash, Su Yun seized the golden knife and dashed toward the ranks of Sifang Mountain. "What are you doing?" Jin Hu fumed. Su Yun stood confidently in front of Mu-yi, clutching the golden knife tightly. "I won." "Impossible!" Jin Hu exclaimed, seeing the 6 dice standing together. Their red dots scattered, the dice were intact with no points. She truly won. Enraged at the theft of the golden knife, he bellowed, "Brothers, let us flatten Sifang Mountain today." He waved his hand, and the people from Jindao village surged forward, yet they could not advance even an inch. Mui weighed a stone in his hand, genuinely surprised that this girl had won. He feigned offense while actually buying time to set up a killing formation. Jin Hu finally grasped the situation, grinding his teeth in frustration. "You tricked me." The killing formation was designed to induce illusions in the weak-willed, leading them to harm one another. Some members of Jindao village were already beginning to lose their senses, swinging their knives aimlessly. Only Jin Hu, Jin Quan, and Tai Rong remained clear-headed. Jin Quan shouted to Tai Rong while fending off attacks. "Get over here and help me." Tai Rong, wielding her knife, had her long hair obscuring her face. She slowly advanced toward Jin Quan. Although Jin Hu was powerful, one man could not fend off 4 hands, and he was now preoccupied with his own defense. Tian Lao Lu, witnessing this, turned pale and knelt. "Xiao Yi, my wife is still inside. She will lose her life. I beg you, let her out." Tian also knelt beside him. Though she did not understand why her mother had killed her father, she still loved her mother deeply. The hatred was present, but the past affection was undeniable. She did not wish for her mother to die. Mu-yi maintained a cold expression, ignoring Tian Lao Lu's pleas. "Lao Lu, it is not that Er will not spare Tai Rong, but once the killing formation is activated, it can only be deactivated by eliminating everyone within." Mu Duoji, well-versed in formations, understood their purpose even if he could not set one up. He did not want others to misunderstand Mu-yi, thus he explained. "Huh." Ma Lao, lying on the ground, scoffed. He did not believe a word of Mu Duoji's remarks. "If we cannot exit, can we not enter?" Tian Lao Lu gripped the knife tightly, his gaze resolute. "We can enter." After saying this, Mui kicked Ma Lao into the killing formation. "But even if we can enter, Tian Lao Lu will not survive." Su-yun did not understand why Tian Lao Lu wanted to enter the killing formation. Chapter 48. A Difficult Evaluation Father. Tian implored, as she grasped Tian Lao Lu's hand. She understood that her father wished to perish alongside her mother, but what was she to do alone? Tian Lao Lu slowly pried her fingers apart, unable to meet her gaze. Without hesitation, he turned and rushed into the fray. "Father!" Tian cried out, tears streaming down her face. With Tian Lao Lu joining the battle, the odds seemed to improve for Tai Rong. In a short while, only 4 individuals remained alive within the chaos: Jin Hu, Jin Quan, and the couple, Tian Lao Lu and Tai Rong. Their resolve unwavering, they refrained from striking. Jin Hu and Jin Quan stood vigilantly at opposite corners, while Tian Lao Lu supported Tai Rong's shoulder. "Wife, are you unharmed? Why did you come in?" Tai Rong lifted her head, half of her face obscured by hair matted with blood. "I promised you." Tian Lao Lu tucked her hair behind her ear. Tai Rong hesitated and took a step back. Jin Quan scoffed, "Ronger, kill him. This formation cannot be broken." His words were laced with intensity as he cast an ambiguous glance at the weeping Tian. Tian lowered her head, fists clenched, wrestling with her inner turmoil. Misinterpreting Jin Quan's intent, Jin Hu positioned his knife defensively. "Uncle, do you wish to survive alone?" He refused to believe that the formation was unbreakable. Perhaps this was all Duoji's cunning scheme. His arrogance had led him to underestimate Mu Isen's character, believing he could gamble with a mere girl. Now, it seemed that everything was orchestrated by Duoji. However, Jin Quan had no intentions of allowing anyone else to survive. He was determined to be the sole survivor. Jin Quan's hawk-like eyes narrowed. Tian Lao Lu was from Sifang Mountain, making him a necessary target. If Tian Lao Lu were to perish, he would likely be next. Jin, who trusted no one and sought to sow discord. "Tai Rong, do you know how your mother met her end?" "Ronger, do not heed Jin Hu's nonsense. Kill Tian Lao Lu." Jin Quan's eyes flashed with malice. She brandished her knife, attacking the nearest Tian Lao Lu. Jin Hu cursed under his breath, realizing that his cleverness had backfired, causing Tai Rong to lose her resolve. Yet, this worked to his advantage. While Tai Rong and Tian Lao Lu engaged in their deadly dance, he would seize the opportunity to eliminate Jin Quan and the others. "Wife, I promised you. I will never raise a hand against you. I would rather die first." Tian Lao Lu caught the knife with his hands, now stained with blood. A single tear escaped Tai Rong's eye, tracing a path through the air. She increased her strength, appearing to strike Tian Lao Lu while gradually inching closer to Jin Quan. At that moment, Tian Lao Lu, bloodied and battered, attempted to embrace Tai Rong. With a sickening sound, the blade plunged into flesh, and Tian Lao Lu collapsed to the ground. Tai Rong leaped forward, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to him. "Father!" Tian screamed, discreetly retrieving a dagger from her waist. She aimed for Mu Isen's heart. Mu Isen had anticipated Tian's move and felt a pang of disappointment. They had grown up together. He never imagined that after saving her life, she would turn to kill him. Understanding her inability to match Mu Isen's strength, she frantically accused him. "This formation can be broken, can't it? If you die, my father and mother can live. Why won't you save them?" Suddenly, she knelt and began to knock her head against the ground. "Aren't you the one with the kind heart? Would you consider dying in exchange for my father and mother? What a display of moral coercion. You mustn't let your compassionate instincts overwhelm you." Su Yun, fearing Tian's sudden madness, pulled Wang Lin a little further away. Mu Isen's eyes were clouded, making it difficult to discern his emotions, yet he helped Tian to her feet. "All right." "What?" Su Yun gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. Tian, incredulous, felt a flicker of hope before Mu Isen seized her and hurled her into the chaos. "I will reunite you with your family." He had no regrets about saving Tian. The life he once spared could now be extinguished. Is this boy intentionally leading her from hope to despair? His words are quite the breath of fresh air. Meanwhile, Tai Rong redirected her blade towards Jin Quan's throat. Jin Quan, ever vigilant, dodged the attack. He scoffed, lifting Tian by the throat with one hand. "I have known your tricks for ages. 3 years ago. I sense the murderous intent in your eyes." Jin Quan had long been aware of Tai Rong's hostility towards him, suspecting she had witnessed his slaying of Taiyu Xin. He feigned ignorance of her approach, deliberately offering a modicum of trust. He reveled in her desire to kill him, yet her compulsion to obey. Tian Lao Lu, sensing Tai Rong's intentions, shouted from the ground, "Wife, no." Tai Rong's hatred was overwhelming. Her knife pierced through Tian's body and into Jin Quan's heart. Jin Quan, in disbelief, never imagined Tai Rong would strike her own daughter to eliminate him. After all, even when she acted against Tian Lao Lu, she had avoided lethal blows. With the blade withdrawn, Both Tian Tian and Jin Quan fell to the ground. In her final moments, Tian Tian came to a realization. Though her mother appeared to love her and her father, there had always been an invisible barrier between them. At times, her mother even looked at her with a glimmer of resentment, which Tian Tian had tried to dismiss as a misinterpretation. But now she understood, only her father truly loved her. Tian Tian cast a final glance at Tian Lao Lu, closing her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Sweetie." Tian Lao Lu cried out in anguish. Jin, who first struck Jin Quan with a knife, then turned to attack Tai Rong. The blade sank into Tian Lao Lu's back. He held on to Tai Rong, aware that she had never truly loved him. Even that child had been despised by her. A bitter smile crept onto his lips as blood poured from his mouth. "I promised I would die before you. See, I have kept my word." "Why? Why did you do this?" Tai Rong did not understand, wiping the blood from Tian Lao Lu's lips. Why, despite avenging her mother, did she still feel such pain? Why did her heart feel so empty? Were all men so untrustworthy and ungrateful? Was Tian Tian not the child of that heartless man? Why treat a child not of her blood as though she were her own? What was the reason for this? Tai Rong was driven to madness, shaking Tian Lao Lu. Why? Why were you so good to me?" The knife plunged into Tai Rong's body, leaving Su Yun with a tumult of emotions. She believed she understood why Tian Lao Lu had insisted on entering the fray. It is truly difficult to evaluate. Ultimately, Tai Rong succumbed with lingering questions, while only Jin who remained in the massacre. He sought to escape this hellish arena but found no exit. Gradually unraveling, he ran madly. "Impossible, impossible! I will escape. This formation can be broken." Old Chi-san looked at Mui-sen with a complex expression. Chapter 49. The impending threat from Shangxi village, of course. Mui intentionally spoke only half of the story. Su Yun, frightened, hurriedly concealed the golden knife in her embrace. With a smile, Mui led the donkey cart and said, "Here you go, off you go. Could you refrain from speaking while panting?" Su Yun and Wang Lin climbed onto the cart, while Mu Duoji moved some dried meat and flour, offering it as a form of apology to the two of them. He felt uncomfortable about the events that had unfolded without them having a proper meal. With a forced smile, Mu Duoji remarked, "Do come and visit sometime." "Sure." Su Yun nodded. "But it seems that once we leave, we may never meet again." However, Mu Yi is merely a devoted admirer of Susia. "Perhaps we might meet again in the future. What a pity that if we meet again, it will be as adversaries. I truly do not wish to have foes skilled in formations. One might not even realize how they met their demise." Mui lowered his gaze, pondering why this little girl was so certain he had taken a liking to Susia. Even if he were acquainted with her, he would not feel that way. In fact, Mui had begun to develop a slight aversion towards Susia. Suddenly adopting a casual tone, he said, "I find myself regretting my decision. A man's word is his bond. I shall not return this knife to you." Su Yun crossed her arms defiantly, shaking her head in refusal. "I am not a man." Mu Yi's lips curled into a smile as he leaped onto the donkey cart. "You are untrustworthy." Fuming, Su Yun puffed her cheeks. "Ah, I long to bite you, you wretched sycophant." She ground her teeth in frustration. Mui chuckled as they approached the mountains, where he knocked twice. With a rumble, the mountain parted, revealing a crevice. Indeed, they were truly departing from Sifang Mountain. By the time the donkey cart reached the entrance of Qingshan village, the sky had turned pitch black. Woof, woof, woof. The dogs kept by the villagers barked loudly at the sound of unfamiliar visitors. The homes in Qingshan village gradually lit up with oil lamps. The Su family had not yet gone to sleep, and Wang Ernie was also present. Hearing the barking, Li Shi joyfully sprang to her feet and dashed towards the village entrance. The entire Su family, including Qingyi, mobilized. Su Bing, concerned that Liu Xia might struggle to keep up, was running faster than anyone, carrying her along. His wife had cried all day. If they failed to see their darling again, she might do something foolish. Liu Xia, now pregnant, was prone to irrational thoughts and could easily lose control of her emotions. She pounded on Su Bing's back, her voice choked with tears. Can't you run a little faster? All right, Su Bing replied, quickening his pace. Meanwhile, Mui handed Su Yun a book from his pocket. I am leaving. This is as far as I can take you. What is this? Su Yun asked, attempting to open it, but Mui stopped her. Without another word, he drove the donkey cart into the night. How mysterious. Darling, came the voices of Su Bing and Liu Xia. Wang Ernia rushed over, embracing Wang Lin and inspecting her closely. Father, I'm fine. Wang Lin reassured him, but then noticed the blood seeping from his shoulder. Father, you're bleeding. Quickly, put me down. Just glad you're all right. Just glad you're all right. Wang Ernia held Wang Lin tightly, murmuring. Meanwhile, Liu Xia scrutinized Su Yun with great concern, only shedding tears once she confirmed everyone was safe. See, everything is fine. Stop crying. Next time, I'll take you wherever I go. Su Yun comforted Liu Xia. The Su family collectively exhaled in relief. The village leader and other villagers, attracted by the commotion, arrived as well. Aunt Lu surveyed the area, but, upon not seeing the Jin family, sighed. Well, it seems there will be no good show to watch. She yawned and headed home. Days turned into weeks, and soon winter arrived. On this day, snow fell heavily, with only 10 days remaining until the new year. Throughout these 3 months, she continued her routine of practicing martial arts and studying. Now, she had added 2 more pursuits, practicing the Jinwu sword technique and the Grand Formation manual. She had stored the golden knife in the system grid, while the Grand Formation manual was a handwritten gift from Mu Yi, complete with thoughtful annotations. Su Yun found herself at a loss with the Jinwu sword technique and the Grand Formation, so she sought guidance from the village leader. She was informed that both the formation and sword techniques were top tier and must never be disclosed. Lunch is ready, Li Shi called out. Upon hearing this, Su Yun hurried out. Breakfast consisted of sweet potato porridge and simply steamed buns. Just as she took a bite of the bun, she heard a commotion from Aunt Lu's house next door. The noise was loud enough for anyone to hear clearly. What is it to you that I sold that grain? The price has doubled, and the silver is still in our hands. How much can we eat? I still saved a bag, Aunt Lu wailed. From time to time, the sound of old Lu smashing pots and pans could be heard. Are you out of your mind? Go to the town and see how much grain costs now. Even if you had silver, you couldn't buy any. Old Lu exclaimed in frustration. When exactly did you sell it? Old Lu had only discovered the grain missing today while checking the cellar. Aunt Lu sat on the ground, crying and shouting. It was 3 months ago. What's done is done. There's nothing left to sell. You. Old Lu pounded on the stool, enraged, and stormed out. The couple's argument persisted for half the day before finally quieting down. Su Yun paid little mind to their troubles, but at noon, the inhabitants of Shangxi village arrived at Qingshan village. Not good, not good. Shangxi village has sent 4 to 5 dozen strong men. The villagers gathered at the village entrance. Su Lai knocked on the Su family's door, called out, and then moved on to the next house. Su Huaiyi and Su Bing armed themselves with hoes, while Su Yun wished to join the commotion. Li Shi pulled Su Yun back by her collar, saying, This is adult business. What do you, a child, have to do with it? I just want to see. My grandpa, my father, and my maternal grandfather are all here. Don't worry about me, mother. Su Yun pleaded with wide eyes, glancing at Liu Xia. Since the day the traffickers had abducted her, Li Shi had become overly protective, keeping Su Yun confined for 3 months. She even personally escorted her to the village leader's house. I truly want to see my beautiful mother and kind grandmother. Please. I beg you. Qingyi, who was feeding the chickens, paused and smirked. Auntie, Grandma, I'll take Yuner to have a look. You can trust me to keep her safe. My sister Qingyi is the best. From today on, no one is worthy of my noble sister. Go then. Liu Xia waved her hand gently. Thank you, mother. Su Yun exclaimed joyfully, leaping with excitement. Li Shi coughed lightly to mask her anticipation. Thank you, grandmother. See, I knew my mother and grandmother are the best. With their praise, Li Shi and Liu Xia both smiled brightly. Su Yun grabbed Qingyi's hand and dashed outside, fearing that she would miss her grandfather and the others. As Lu Quanzhong and the others reached the village entrance, Su Xiyue arrived as well. The villagers from both sides held their hoes, silently confronting each other. Su Xiyue stood aside, straining to see. Due to her height, she couldn't gain a clear view. Qingyi lifted her up. What's going on? Why is the village leader from Shangxi also here? They seem to be arriving with great force. Chapter 50. In the village of Shangxi, the audacity was simply astounding. Liu Xia squinted as he scrutinized the people from Qingshan village, his teeth grinding with envy at their rosy complexions. How could they appear so well-fed when the inhabitants of Shangxi looked emaciated, perpetually hungry and ill-clad? Each household barely had one meal a day, resorting to quenching their hunger with water. Irritated, he directed his gaze towards Lu Quanzhong, who stood behind him. Quanzhong, our surname Lu cannot be written by two. Why do you not shed light on the circumstances of Shangxi while shielding Qingshan from scrutiny? Although Liu Xia was distantly related to Lu Quanzhong, it was a connection that stretched back 6 generations. Quanzhong, taken aback by the unexpected mention, clasped his hands in confusion. Uncle Liu, I fail to grasp the meaning of your words. Ah, so you still feign ignorance at such a time. Liu Xia struck his cane upon the ground. The people of Shangxi, feeling a surge of indignation, could no longer remain silent. Indeed, my family has not a single grain of rice left, and my child is crying from hunger. How fortunate you are. My 80-year-old mother, in her attempt to conserve food for the younger generation, starved herself to death. Tears welled in the eyes of a man from Shangxi as he spoke. Lu Quanzhong understood all too well the implications of their words, and yet he found himself unable to voice a counterargument. Self-interest prevailed, and he could not prioritize the villagers of Shangxi over his own kin. With a stern countenance, Lu Quanzhong straightened his back. 3 months ago, when the wheat seedlings froze, I cannot believe you were unaware. Grain was still purchasable then. Why did you not buy it? Observing the silence of the Shangxi villagers, he continued, you were waiting for prices to drop, hoping the government would intervene. Little did you anticipate that now, even with silver in hand, you cannot buy a single grain. This proclamation rendered the villagers of Shangxi utterly speechless. Guanqing cast a sharp glance at Liu Xia, exuding an air of unspoken authority. The villagers of Shangxi were aware that their grain was hoarded, and it was evident that someone from Qingshan had leaked this information. Brother Liu, what do you mean by this? Have you come to stir trouble in Qingshan? Guan, your village began hoarding grain 4 months ago. You must have quite a stock. Why not sell us some? It would be better than allowing word to spread and having it taken by others. Liu Xia was not intimidated by Guanqing. He doubted anyone would dare to take action. How shameless of the people of Shangxi! What do you mean by others taking it? That is nothing short of a threat. Guanqing laughed, surveying the crowd. When he noticed Jin Huanyang attempting to sneak away, he called out, why are you in such a hurry to leave, Jin? Jin Huanyang froze, turning stiffly around. The villagers of Qingshan were well aware that Jin's father had injured himself while drinking, making her excuse somewhat valid. Yet, Guanqing was not convinced. Jin Huanyang's demeanor betrayed her guilt, and he did not believe for a second that she had not leaked information. He stepped onto a stone, and as he shifted his weight, it crumbled to dust. I hear your maternal family is from Shangxi as well. Jin Huanyang gave a forced laugh, swallowing nervously. Guanqing's understanding deepened. Did your father, in his drunken stupor, share a few words with you, prompting your hasty visit to your maternal home? The villagers of Qingshan glared at Jin Huanyang, and someone shouted, drive this troublemaker out. Yes, cast her out. Guanqing drew a dagger from his waist and pressed it against Liu Xia's throat. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. The blade dug in, drawing a thin line of blood. The villagers of Shangxi recoiled in fear, clutching their hoes. Liu Xia quavered, I said nothing. I will take my leave immediately. With a shove, Guanqing pushed him aside. Liu Xia's legs weakened, and he stood unsteadily, his teeth chattering. Leave. He knew that Guanqing had genuinely intended to kill him. In that moment, the villagers of Shangxi would undoubtedly share in the consequences. Leave. And expel the Jin family from Qingshan. With a wave of his hand, the crowd followed Liu Xia towards the Jin household. The Su family, prominent in Qingshan, had considerable influence, and they trailed behind Guanqing. Li Shi, what if the people of Shangxi ally with others to seize grain? What shall we do then? I have already devised a plan, Guanqing replied, patting the shoulder of the Su clan leader. At this reassurance, the leader felt a sense of relief. Strength in numbers meant that the Jin family had no choice but to gather their belongings and leave. Jin Huanyang cursed as she departed. Fine. But return the grain we purchased. Her father had spent money to buy grain, yet Liu Xia had hoarded it, refusing to part with it until absolutely necessary. The days ahead promised to be even more arduous. Liu Xia produced 3 taels of silver from his pocket and tossed them into Jin's father's lap. You paid 3 taels initially. Consider this a refund. Jin's father nodded silently, his hair having turned mostly white overnight, and he appeared significantly aged. He saw Jin Huanyang still attempting to protest and, grabbing her hair, hobbled away. You old fool, I'll fight you. Jin Huanyang clawed at the air. Her 3 brothers swiftly subdued her. Thus, the group departed Qingshan in a flurry of commotion, laden with their belongings. Aunt Lu observed with a sigh. Although she had sold grain, she had just learned from old Lu that Liu Xia still had some in reserve. Thankfully, she had managed to escape in time. Otherwise, she might have faced the same fate as the Jin family. All right, everyone disperse. Liu Xia waved his hand. He then turned to Su Yun. Yun, come here. I have some matters to discuss. I suspect my great-grandfather intended for me to devise a maze for Qingshan, ensuring that others cannot enter. Guanqing shared this sentiment. Together with Su Yun, they resolved to set up a simple maze. The formation would disorient strangers attempting to enter, allowing them to leave, but preventing them from locating Qingshan. Should the villagers of Qingshan venture out, they would need to wait for the guards to summon them back in. Guanqing already had candidates in mind for the role of guard. They could not be compensated without reason. So he planned to allocate a small portion of the villagers' grain as payment. Su Yun, inexperienced in setting up such formations, was handling it for the first time. She buried the focal point beneath a large locust tree and established the maze at the village entrance. The subsequent details were entrusted to Guanqing. Days and nights passed swiftly and a new day dawned. On this day, Wang Erniu was stationed at the village entrance, while Su Yun instructed him on how to permit entry. Suddenly, a man stumbled into the maze. He wandered around the entrance, unable to find his way in. Scratching his head in confusion, he looked around. Strange, I distinctly remember Qingshan being here. Where has it gone? Who is this? Why does Uncle Ernie look so grim? Su Yun's face was filled with bewilderment. Chapter 51. Scaring away Lin Dehai, who is that? Su Yun inquired as the man in the formation leaped onto a rock, clutching his bundle protectively, resembling a frightened bird. Who? Stop pretending. Wang Ernie whispered, That's Lin's uncle. I thought Uncle Ernie was still alive. Why is Lin Dehai here at this hour? Su Yun frowned in irritation. Wang Ernie's expression darkened. Ignore him. Ever since Lin's mother passed away, we've severed ties. Ah. So Uncle Ernie is upset because Lin Dehai didn't come after Andy's death. No wonder his face was so grim earlier. Su Yun nodded in understanding. Lin Dehai craned his neck, glancing around, and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw no one nearby. The gentle snowfall created a mist of white vapor as he exhaled. He rubbed his hands together, pondering the oddity of it all. Could it be that after 6 years away from Qingshan village, the entire village has relocated? He squatted down with his bundle, feeling a sense of despondency. If he could not find a girl for his sister's son to marry, where could he possibly find another to serve as a child bride for the foolish son of County Magistrate Dao? Su Yun's eyes sparkled with mischief. She beckoned to Wang Erniu. Uncle Erniu, it's not good for Lin's uncle to remain here. I have a trick for you. Next time someone from another village comes, do it this way. Wang Erniu's eyes brightened as he listened, silently giving her a thumbs up. Su Yun nodded, signaling the start of their plan. Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. Her laughter, low and eerie, sent Lin Dehai retreating, his spine tingling with fear. Who is it? Show yourself. If you're trying to scare me, I swear I'll end you. He recalled his mother's words, that if one encounters a ghost, fear only invites them closer. Lin Dehai brandished his bundle in front of him, glancing left and right. Though his heart raced with fear, he cursed defiantly, "If you have the guts, come out. Let us see if I don't take you down." As the laughter ceased, Lin Dehai wiped the sweat from his brow. It seemed he had successfully frightened the ghost away. His mother had indeed spoken true. Woo 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 woo. Wang Erniu, covering his mouth, emitted an eerie cry that fluctuated between high and low. Lin Dehai's bladder tightened, nearly losing control. His legs trembled, and he gritted his teeth. Realizing he had encountered a series of misfortunes, first, he could not find Xingshan village, and now he faced two ghosts. No, he couldn't show fear. If he did, he might truly meet his end here. He took 2 shaky steps forward, swinging his bundle wildly. "Begone! All you demons and spirits, retreat!" Su Yun decided to escalate the scare, raising her voice sharply. "Return my life, Lin Dehai. You owe me my life." At this, Lin Dehai completely broke down. His pants dripping with water as he collapsed to the ground, frantically scooting backward. "I didn't cause your death, Ting Ting. It wasn't me. If there's a grievance, go seek County Magistrate Zhao. You've harmed me terribly. I'm so cold." Su Yun cried out dramatically. "Ah!" Lin Dehai fled, leaving a puddle behind. How wicked can one be? I can't believe he has harmed others. Why doesn't heaven strike him down? Su Yun fumed, shaking her small fists, wishing to personally deal with Lin Dehai. Wang Ernie patted Su Yun on the head. "All right, the ghost is gone. He probably won't return. I know how to set this formation. You can go play with Lin Lin now." "All right." Su Yun nodded and dashed toward the Wang family's home, which was located at the village entrance, nestled against the foot of the Great Green Mountain. Su Yun and Wang Lin planned to search for wild edibles at the mountain's base. Despite the cold, some wild vegetables were frost-resistant and thrived. Upon arrival, they found many people already foraging for wild vegetables and mushrooms. Dressed in matching bright red cotton coats, Su Yun and Wang Lin stood out against the snowy landscape. However, as the crowd scoured the area, the edible finds dwindled, and Su Yun unknowingly wandered a bit deeper into the woods. "Yuner, let us search here. We can't go any further." Wang Lin pulled Su Yun back, remembering her father's warning to stay at the mountain's base. They had already ventured quite deep. "Fine. Let us see if we can find something to eat." Su Yun began sifting through the snow with a stick. After a long search, she had only found a few mushrooms. Spotting a branch laden with snow, Su Yun cheerfully pointed it out. "Lin, you keep an eye on the basket while I climb the tree for bird eggs. We can roast them later." "Okay." Wang Lin smiled sweetly. Most village children could climb trees, and Su Yun, having practiced martial arts, was no exception. Although the branches were slippery with snow, she skillfully ascended. The nest was adorned with a blanket of white snow containing 6 oval eggs, but no sight of the mother bird. Carefully, Su Yun placed the eggs into her pocket and waved down to Wang Lin. A splash of blood red caught her eye nearby. Looking closer, she saw a young man clad in black silk, lying motionless on the ground, his surroundings stained crimson. What's going on? How did he get here? Did he come over the mountain? Su Yun paused, feeling no inclination to assist. Why should I bother? Clearly, he has been chased and is in dire straits. I can't get involved in this mess. Let someone else handle it. Without another glance, she deftly descended from the tree and pulled Wang Lin down the mountain. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Great Green Mountain, the boy, half buried in snow, stirred his fingers. Liu Xia sat in a daze in the corridor, her pregnancy evident. The twins causing her to appear larger than usual. What's wrong, mother? You look so unhappy. Su Yun, ever the caring daughter, hurried over and grasped Liu Xia's cold hand. Mother, your hands are freezing. Why don't you go inside and warm up by the fire? It's nothing. I just needed a moment outside. Liu Xia forced a smile. Something's off. What's wrong with mother? Su Yun observed the empty house, puzzled. Where's father? Why is everyone gone? They've all gone to see Dr. Zhao, Liu Xia replied, her smile faltering. I don't know what's happening anymore. The food is ready in the pot. Let us eat together. Chapter 52. Is it true? How did my father manage to rescue him? Li and Qingyi had entered first, while Su Huaiyi and Lu Quanzheng quietly conversed behind them. Su Bing was carrying someone whom Su Yun recognized, except for Qingyi. All the others turned to look at Su Yun. Su Yun blinked her eyes, wondering why they were staring at her. Li and Su Huaiyi exchanged glances, a single thought simultaneously arising in their minds. It seemed they could all hear her. Quick to react, Li smiled brightly to avoid raising Su Yun's suspicions. Look how much my little one has grown. Really? I thought my pants were a tad short. Hehe, I hope I can reach 168 meters in the future. Su Yun was quite concerned about her height, and upon hearing Li's words, her eyes sparkled with joy. However, when she caught sight of the unconscious youth on Su Bing's back, her expression shifted abruptly. My foolish father, why do you save anyone without considering their injuries? This knife wound clearly indicates he was pursued. His identity is likely to be quite troublesome. Su Bing carefully adjusted the youth he was carrying. He had discovered the boy while chopping firewood. Initially, he intended to leave him be, but was drawn in by the jade pendant at the boy's waist. The pendant was made of exquisite warm jade, intricately carved with a lifelike qilin on one side and the character Qin on the other. In the Great Qin, only the royal family bears the surname Qin. Just then, the boy, who was likely a prince, opened his eyes and met Su Bing's gaze, leaving him with no choice but to rescue him. According to the laws of the Great Qin, failing to assist a member of the royal family in distress was punishable by death. Su Bing's thoughts raced and a stiff smile tugged at his lips. Your great-grandfather will know him. After Dr. Zhao examines him, he can recuperate at our home. I believe the village head knows this person, so there shouldn't be any major issues. Fine. Upon hearing that it was the village head who had spoken, Su Yun chose not to press further. Liu Xia also sighed in relief. Each person in the room harbored their own thoughts. Only Su Huaiyi, Lu Quanzheng, Su Bing, and Qingyi suspected the youth's royal identity. The jade pendant was also placed in the boy's embrace by Su Bing. As heavy snow fell, another day passed. Suddenly, a pure white dove flew into the sky from her home. Su Yun gazed at the flying dove, her head bowed, hesitating to enter the house. After a moment, as if coming to a realization, she entered with a smile. Sister Qingyi, you're here so early? Yes, early. Qingyi nodded awkwardly. She was aware that Su Yun had stood at the door for quite a while, undoubtedly having seen the dove. Yet, Su Yun did not question her. Nor did she express her thoughts. Qingyi stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have altered Qin Jihua's fate. Reward. 1 death resurrection medal, can revive 3 hours after death. Note. Only the host can use it. And revival requires the preservation of the physical body. After 3 months of silence, 001 finally stirred, issuing a reward. Su Yun understood the principle behind 001's rewards. Whenever a plot character deviated from the original storyline, regardless of whether it was her doing, she would receive a reward. This reward was granted because Qin Jihua had escaped life-threatening danger earlier that morning. In the storyline, Qin Jihua was the current 7th prince, having just turned 11. Yet his life was tragically brief. His mother, once a maid, had ascended to the dragon bed and gave birth to him. Growing up without maternal protection, Qin Jihua endured bullying from servants. By the time he reached 11, he was assassinated due to factional strife. Reflecting on this, Su Yun couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for him, recalling the events involving Princess Pingyang and the current emperor. When Su Yun noticed the small print on the Death Resurrection medal, she rolled her eyes. It truly seemed rather useless. At breakfast, the family gathered at the same table. Qin Jihua had yet to emerge, as his injuries were severe, preventing him from getting out of bed. It was Li who brought him food. Su Huaiyi instructed Li to prepare noodles using white flour and eggs, adding fresh vegetables and a few drops of pork fat. Li only knew he was a noble and dutifully brought out the meal. How is it? Did he find it to his liking? Su Huaiyi asked nervously, fearing the young prince might not be accustomed to rustic food. Of course, it's to his liking. Qin Jihua has eaten spoiled food as a child, so this egg noodle is quite a treat for him. In the west room, Qin Jihua let his noodles slip into his bowl. He recognized the tender voice he had heard while lying in the snow. So, it was her. But how did she know? As he ate, the steam from the hot food obscured his face. Su Huaiyi and Lu Quanzhong exchanged incredulous glances. How could a prince eat spoiled food? Meanwhile, Su Bing remained calm, continuing to eat and drink, even offering a pair of chopsticks filled with vegetables to his wife. However, Liu Xia moved her bowl away. Su Bing raised an eyebrow, his peach blossom eyes glistening with moisture. My dear. Su Yun guessed correctly. Liu Xia was no longer angry. She simply wished to avoid Su Bing's saliva. She explained, you have saliva on your chopsticks. My dear, you've changed. Su Bing murmured as he finished his meal. Li struck the back of Su Bing's head with her chopsticks. Look who's changed. When did you become so fond of rescuing others? You frightened both me and your father, thinking you had harmed someone and rushed to Dr. Zhao's house. Ha ha ha, mother, you're going to make me laugh to death. Su Yun sipped her rice soup, secretly amused. In truth, Lu Quanzhong had thought the same, nodding earnestly. I won't do it again. Su Bing raised 3 fingers to the sky, making a promise. Next time won't happen. But what about the next time? Su Yun delivered a witty retort. Under the threatening gazes of Li and the others, Su Bing wore a pained expression. What kind of daughter was so troublesome? Qin Jihua stayed with the Su family for 7 days, and the village had visited a few times. By now, his injuries had mostly healed. The Su family claimed he was a distant relative who had come seeking refuge, going by the name Su Huaiyi. Su Yun was playing at Wang Lin's house when she heard a commotion at the village entrance early in the morning. She tugged at Wang Lin to run over. Aunt Lu stood amidst the chaos, with an elderly woman on one side and Lin Dehai on the other. Though she could not see the entrance to Qingshan village or the people, she shouted, Wang Erniu, I know you're at the village entrance. Hurry and open the formation so we can enter. The village head had declared that outsiders were not allowed into Qingshan village. Wang Erniu glared fiercely at Lin Dehai. Chapter 53. The early maturity of ancient children. This matter is likely the result of some supernatural antics. Villagers have spoken of how anyone who ventures into Qingshan village becomes lost, accompanied by eerie wails echoing through the night. If it were indeed Tingting, why has she not graced Linjia village with her presence? Thus, he brought along Grandma Wu, Tingting's grandmother, to Qingshan village. Wu's daughter is married there, and it was at her maternal home that they sought her out. After listening to the discourse, he comprehended the arrangement of certain formations. Wang Erniu, who are these outsiders? Have you truly disowned your own brother-in-law? If that is the case, then return my niece to the Lin family. Lin Dehai's demeanor was audacious, as if harboring ulterior motives. Aunt Lu, feeling equally displeased, placed one hand on her hip and pointed accusingly. What, has Wang Erniu gained some prowess? The Su family can bring a distant relative, yet my own mother cannot come to see me? You must summon the village head. Come what may, my mother must enter. And why can't Lin Dehai come in? Is it forbidden for an uncle to visit his niece? Aunt Lu, who would have thought her family had such a close relationship with Lin Dehai? Wang Lin kept her head down, lost in thought. Hearing the undercurrents of their conversation, Wang Erniu realized the 2 children had arrived. He turned to Wang Lin and whispered, Lin, why don't you go play at Yuner's house for a while? Uncle Erniu must be yielding to pressure to allow entry. It's better to hide at my place for now. With so many people in the village, Lin Dehai cannot possibly seize little Lin in broad daylight. Su Yun urged Wang Lin, come on, let us go to my house for a bit. Wang Lin stood still, a sudden resolve washing over her. She cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, releasing her pent-up frustration. You are not my uncle. I have no uncle. My mother does not have a brother like you. How dare you? Wang Ernio, is this how you educate your children? Lin Dehai's face flushed with anger, his patience wearing thin. Who do you think you are? You two may enter, but Lin Dehai cannot set foot in Qingshan village. As Lin Dehai prepared to retort, he was pulled aside by Wu. She patted his arm, signaling him with her eyes. Eventually, Lin Dehai nodded and withdrew for the time being. Once he departed, Wang Ernio arranged for Aunt Lu and her companion to enter. Aunt Lu, irked, raised her chin defiantly and scoffed. Look at you, just a mere gatekeeper. How dare you speak to me this way? Wu tugged at Aunt Lu, offering an apologetic smile to Wang Ernio. Ernio, don't stoop to her level. Wu's gaze scrutinized Wang Lin. Oh, so this is Lin Lin. She looks just like your mother, truly remarkable. That old witch clearly harbors ill intentions. Su Yun seized Wang Lin's hand and dashed away. Wu, feeling her dignity slip, became slightly irate. What an ill-mannered child. Will you enter or not? If not, be gone. Wang Ernio disapproved of their behavior. Wu hurriedly led Aunt Lu away. It was not that she did not wish to cause a scene, but Ernio was as obstinate as a bull, and she feared for her own safety. I told you about the Su family next door, Aunt Lu whispered to her mother. You wouldn't believe it. Their granary is overflowing. Is that so? Wu's dim eyes darted around as they continued their gossip. Wang Ernio, needing to observe the formation, remained in place until Deshan arrived to take over. He and his brothers had been alternating watch since midnight. Standing at the entrance, Wang Lin panted. The white mist swirled in the frigid air, and a snowflake delicately landed on her long lashes. Her nose and ears were rosy from the cold, and she nodded obediently. Resembling a forlorn little rabbit, he gazed at Wang Lin repeatedly, unable to fathom how someone could bear such a resemblance to a rabbit. She truly reminded him of the little rabbit he had once raised, though that rabbit had. He lowered his head, refraining from further observation. Su Bing rubbed his hands together, exhaling a plume of warm breath. What are you two doing at the door? Aren't you cold? Hurry inside. Wang Lin called out. Uncle. She then turned to the slowly approaching Qin Jihua, unsure of how to address him. Su Yun grasped Wang Lin's hand. Don't mind him. We can choose whether to greet our peers or not. Sister, do not fall for this doomed soul. He cannot even protect himself. Su Yun had seen that possessive gaze earlier. She truly could not underestimate these ancient children. At just 10 years old, what were they thinking? Children in ancient times are indeed precocious. Wang Lin was momentarily stunned. Did Yuno think too much? She had only just turned 7 after the new year. Moreover, she had no such thoughts. Outside, Su Bing awkwardly scratched his nose. My, how bold she is. This is a prince, even if he is not favored. He is still of royal blood. Thankfully, these thoughts remained unspoken. Uttering them could lead to dire consequences. Su Huaiyi, I will have a word with her shortly. She didn't even greet anyone. Never mind, Qin Jihua slowly shook his head, his complexion as pale as snow. Su Yun was right. He was indeed a doomed soul. If he could not protect a little rabbit, how could he safeguard anything else? Come inside, you just recovered from your injury. Su Bing retreated a step, allowing Qin Jihua to enter first. By noon, the Su family had already dined, except for Qin Jihua, who ate alone in his room. Everyone else gathered around a single table, enjoying a lively meal. Su Huaiyi looked at Wang Lin's 2 little braids and chuckled. Lin Lin, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Have your father come here to celebrate the new year with us. She truly wished to celebrate the new year with Yuner's family. In previous years, it had only been her and her father, which felt so desolate. Just after finishing their meal, the Liu family next door erupted into another commotion. Old Liu pounded on the door, creating a loud racket. Do we have any food left? You sold it all. Have you no conscience? My mother is on the brink of starvation. Can't you lend us some grain? Aunt Liu's voice boomed. Enough, both of you. Don't make a spectacle for others to laugh at. Wu's face flushed with embarrassment, her displeasure evident as she feigned persuasion. Old Liu had endured Wu's presence for far too long. He had been oppressed by his mother-in-law for most of his life, and now, in his old age, was still being exploited. His pent-up resentment exploded in an instant. Tingting isn't working as a cook for Magistrate Zhao. She is your brother's daughter. Why don't you go ask her for food? A little bit from her would suffice to feed your family. As for grain, I have none. Though directed at Aunt Lu, his words struck Wu squarely in the face. Wu's complexion turned pale. At 63, she nearly lost her life. What a revelation! Tingting is actually Aunt Lu's niece. It seems even the families are unaware of Tingting's demise. Su Yun remained outside, casually cracking sunflower seeds. Chapter 54 Milk. Why do you not come to see me? Tingting is merely a helper. Where is the grain? Who would dare to steal from the county magistrate? That would send the entire family to prison. Wu was filled with both hatred and anger. She resented old Liu for hoarding grain in advance without informing her. She was furious that someone she had manipulated for half a lifetime had slipped from her grasp. Regardless, I have no grain. Old Liu slammed the door and stormed out. This farce came to an end. Just when Su Yun thought it was over, the gate of her courtyard was flung open. She had just grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from the plate and was cracking them. How can there be such shameless people? Su Yun gritted her teeth in frustration and lifted the plate with both hands. Pretending not to hear, she moved the plate aside. Wu, seeing that Su Yun was impervious to her influence, rolled her eyes. With her age-spotted hand, she seized Wang Lin's small hand. Lin, I watched your mother grow up. When your mother was still here, she was closest to your uncle. Your uncle thinks of you every day. If it weren't for your father holding him back, Defies would have come to see you long ago. Shameless wretch. Remove your filthy hands. Only I can hold my sister's hand. Don't believe her, sister. This old hag is clearly sent by Lin Defies to deceive you. Su Yun stepped forward, pushing Wu aside, and called out with a smile, Grandma, come out quickly. There's a kidnapper at our house. After her shout, she grabbed Wang Lin and ran towards the kitchen. Calling me Grandma is certainly correct. Watch as I have my grandmother deal with the old hag. Qingyi finished her meal and left, unaware of where she was headed. Li and Liu Xia were busy preparing meat filling in the kitchen. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, so they must prepare the food in advance. Hearing Su Yun's shout, Li was startled and emerged with a kitchen knife, waving it at Wu. Misunderstanding, old sister, I am Liu's mother-in-law. Wu retreated repeatedly, dropping the sunflower seeds all over the ground in fright. Who is your sister? Get lost. You barged in without knocking and bullied 2 children. Aunt Lu climbed up the wall, furious. Who knew how her mother had ended up at Su's house? The Su family is not welcoming. Even if they don't want us, they shouldn't threaten her mother. Mother, what are you doing at Su's house? Su Bing is destined to be a top scholar. We can't aspire to that, Aunt Lu said sarcastically. Li, holding the knife, had a grim expression. Get lost. Who cares to come? Wu fled swiftly. She was genuinely afraid that this madwoman would stab her. Su Bing was studying and came out. He looked at the wall and, without a word, began to mix mud. Li set down the knife. Why are you not studying properly and playing with mud instead? Didn't you hear that Aunt Lu was being sarcastic? Mother, I'll review after finishing this wall. Liu Xia advised Su Yun, you two go play inside. It's cold outside. All right. Su Yun pulled Wang Lin toward the main room. They coincidentally bumped into Qin Ji Huai, who had just emerged from the west room. He wore Su Bing's old cotton clothes, and the tattered garments somehow added a touch of nobility to his appearance. Beautiful people can make even burlap look good. What a pity, he has a short life. Having offended the Grand Prince, Qin Ji Huai coughed softly, his fist against his lips, causing his face to flush slightly. He lowered his gaze, the shadows of his eyelashes casting a delicate outline on his lower eyelid. It's the eldest brother. But he had merely exchanged a few words with fifth brother. Wang Lin dared not meet Qin Ji Huai's eyes and turned her body slightly. Could he be a prince? No wonder Yuna spoke of him that way. Thank you, Qin Ji Huai murmured softly, sidestepping as he exited. A prince can say thank you too. Wang Lin was astonished. Her eyes widened, and her nose felt as if it had been dusted with rouge from the cold. She stood there, stunned, unable to respond. Ji Huai placed a jade bottle on the table. His voice, still in the throes of changing, was hoarse, but not unpleasant. For treating wounds. Ah. The seventh prince is quite thoughtful. I hadn't even noticed my sister's hand had turned bruised. How could that old hag have such strength? Wang Lin hesitated to take the jade bottle. Su opened it directly and gently applied some for Wang Lin. Does it still hurt? Not anymore. Wang Lin replied honestly. At first, it had hurt a little, but now it was fine. Her skin was sensitive, so even a slight pressure would leave marks, making it appear worse than it was. How could it not hurt? Just wait, I'll show you how to retaliate against that old hag. Su shoved the jade bottle into Wang Lin's hands. Don't give it back. Wang Lin lost her words, suddenly realizing she didn't even know the other person's name. Su, with her usual carefree demeanor, failed to notice Wang Lin's apprehension as if she were holding a hot potato. It's fine. He gave it to you, so just keep it. Ji Huai often got hurt when he was young, so he always kept medicine on hand. Who would have thought that this fellow lived in the shadows during his childhood, yet remains so upright? Ji Huai, a beautiful name. Wang Lin nodded and carefully placed the jade bottle into her pouch. Hearing Wang Lin accept the medicine, Ji Huai in the west room relaxed his tightly clenched fist, a fleeting smile gracing his lips, beautiful yet ephemeral. After Wang Niu took Wang Lin away, the wall of Su Bing's courtyard was raised higher, adorned with sharp wooden spikes. Su stealthily slipped out of the house and found an uninhabited spot to shout. Food must never be wasted. Aunt Lu and Wu were in the kitchen, secretly indulging in egg and noodle soup. Su quietly formed several snowballs and hurled them into the kitchen. Some snowballs struck the two women directly on the head, while others splashed into their bowls, sending soup flying everywhere. Which bastard did this? Aunt Lu set down her bowl and stepped outside, her heart racing in the eerily quiet courtyard. After searching every room and finding no one, Wu remained composed, placing her bowl of soup firmly on the table. Dear, do you think it could be that girl from Su's house causing mischief? Oh, this old hag is quite perceptive. Su unleashed another snowball, hitting Wu squarely in the face. Wu wiped the snow off and headed outside. Hearing her mother's words, Aunt Lu began to suspect that their home was under a spell. She pushed the door open, and the two women ran outside, exchanging glances. Is it not that girl from Su's house? Su carefully placed a snowball at their necks, the chill causing Aunt Lu and Wu to shiver simultaneously. They quickly turned around, but there was nothing behind them. The two truly felt fear, running all the way to the village entrance. Yet the snowballs seemed to have eyes, relentlessly pelting them. Ah, there are ghosts. Wu shouted as she stumbled and fell into a snowdrift. Su in a low voice, breathed cool air near Wu's ear. Chapter 55. At this age, my mother still spanks me. Wu was terrified and crawled forward. Though she felt a breath by her ear, there was no one around. Her daughter had vanished without a trace. Which wild ghost are you? Surely you have the wrong person. Mightingting is alive and well. Wu trembled, her teeth chattering. Su decided to stoke the flames further. After immersing her hands in the snow, she gripped Wu's neck tightly. Do you not even recognize me? Lin Dehai did not introduce me to Zhao County Magistrate's household as a mere cook. He sold me to him as a concubine. I died a most unjust death. Wu's eyes rolled back, and she fainted from fright. Su, unimpressed, clapped her hands. Her casual remark had clearly been too much for Wu. As Aunt Lu and the village head approached, Su quietly slipped away, seeking refuge behind a stack of straw, and shouted, I shall never doubt a woman's tears. Widow Tian, hidden behind the straw, was hugging her knees and crying when Su Yun's voice startled her, causing her tears to halt abruptly. After wiping her face, she peeked around the straw pile and sighed in relief upon recognizing Su Yun. Did you hear that? Oh my, I was scared to death. Su Yun slowly turned around, her expression vacant. Tears streamed down Widow Tian's cheeks as she saw Su Yun's silence and felt no anger. Do you believe me? A glimmer of hope sparked in her eyes. I am no harbinger of disaster. I did not cause Xiao's death. I would never wish for Xie to die. He is my only son. My heart aches more than anyone else's. Su Yun recalled how widow Tian, pregnant at the time of her husband's death, had been constantly berated by her mother-in-law for being a curse. After giving birth to Li Shi, who bore no resemblance to Li Da, she was further scolded for her lack of propriety and subsequently cast out. Alone, widow Tian raised her child through hard work and frugality, sending Li Shi to school in town. Tragically, at the age of 10, Li Shi fell into a river and his body was never recovered. In truth, Li Shi had not perished. A noble passerby had rescued him after his fall, but he had lost his memory. This kind noble recognized Li Shi's scholarly potential and took him to the capital for education. Unbeknownst to Li Shi, it was Wang Baoi who had spread the rumor that widow Tian was a disaster. Thus, she and Wang Baoi had always been at odds. Your son did not die. He was rescued by a nobleman. Unfortunately, he now serves as a support for your arch-rival, Wang Baoi's daughter. Widow Tian was taken aback. She had heard whispers during the Su family's division, believing them to be delusions. Could it be true that her son was alive? It had been 2 months since Li Shi fell into the river, and under her mother-in-law's cold taunts, she had nearly reached the end of her tether, intending to seek a final escape today. Yet, upon hearing Su Yun declare she would never doubt a woman's tears, a flicker of hope ignited within her. For her mother-in-law had once claimed her tears were false. Widow Tian's eyes widened, tears flowing freely. She crouched, grasping Su Yun's shoulders, her lips trembling. Is my son still alive? Indeed, and he may yet become a great minister. Alas, I cannot divulge more. Or how could I explain how a mere child knows such things? Aunt Tian, I do not comprehend what you mean. Su Yun blinked in confusion. Suddenly, widow Tian laughed. Realization dawning upon her. It was not her imagination, it was Su Yun's true thoughts. As long as Xia lived, that was enough. Am I losing my mind? Will I not be able to cope? Su Yun nodded, reaching for widow Tian's hand. As they approached home, Liu Xia awaited them at the door. Arms crossed and a serious expression fixed upon Su Yun. Where have you been? Oh dear, why is my mother so stern? Did my sudden departure frighten her? Su Yun lowered her head, her fingers fidgeting. I was just wandering around the village and happened upon Aunt Tian. Liu Xia nodded at widow Tian before lightly swatting Su Yun's backside. You are such a little liar. If I hadn't overheard the commotion in the Liu household and your inner thoughts, I might have been deceived. This girl is audacious beyond measure. What if she gets caught? Oh dear, I am of such an age, and yet my mother still spanks me. How shameless. Su Yun buried her face in Liu Xia's embrace, her ears flushed. Widow Tian chuckled softly. Why spank her when she is already so grown? Aunt Tian, you are unaware. This child was recently abducted, and it terrified our entire family. A spanking is warranted, but she must not wander. Widow Tian nodded silently, fearing for her mental state. It's cold outside. Let us go inside and sit for a while. Come along, Aunt. Su Yun urged widow Tian inside. Only then did she realize how thin she was. Despite her loose cotton clothing, her slender waist was still apparent. Li Shi was kneading dough in the kitchen, washing her hands before emerging with a plate of stir-fried peanuts. Being empathetic, she felt for widow Tian, as her own son was also absent. Hearing widow Tian's plight brought tears to her eyes. Shufan, do not dwell on it. Your son is clearly blessed. Perhaps he has been rescued. Yes, I understand. Widow Tian nodded, aware that Li Shi was trying to comfort her, fearing she might despair. Widow Tian did not linger long. After a brief conversation, she departed, gently patting Su Yun's head. Li Shi sighed. What a pitiful situation. Indeed, a husband gone. Raising a child alone, tormented by a mother-in-law, and now her son is in trouble. Who could bear such a load? As Su Yun lamented, a playful flick on her forehead from Li Shi interrupted her thoughts. Child, do not run off again, or I shall cook you bamboo shoots with meat. Li Shi raised her hand in mock threat. That night, Aunt Liu and old Liu had yet another quarrel. What does your mother's fighting have to do with me? My mother insists that Ting Ting is dead and seeks vengeance. She nearly severed Lin Dehai's leg. Had you not mentioned Tingting, would she have found my mother? Their argument escalated into the night, and Su Yun, burying her head under the quilt, dozed off, pondering, what business does Qingyi have with Qin Ji? Chapter 56. The world changes and people depart. On the eve of the new year, Su Yun donned a bright red cotton coat, adorned with white rabbit fur sewn by her grandmother at the collar and cuffs. She appeared utterly charming and delightful. Rising early, she prepared for the festivities, as her great-grandfather would celebrate the new year with their family. They engaged in the art of paper cutting and affixing couplets, after a simple breakfast of dumplings. In the afternoon, Guanqing and Wang Erniu arrived with gifts in hand. Su Yun eagerly pulled her companion Wang Lin, clad in similar attire. Let us engage in a snowball fight. They positioned themselves at the doorway, hurling snowballs at one another. With a powerful throw, Su Yun struck Wang Lin. Ha ha ha, little Lin. You must put some effort into it. You cannot hit me. Wang Lin pouted and, summoning all her strength, launched a snowball in an arch towards Su Yun. You must anticipate my movements to hit me. Otherwise, you shall never succeed. After dodging, Su Yun stood with her hands on her hips, instructing Wang Lin on the art of throwing. Suddenly, she sensed a shift in the atmosphere. What is amiss? Why do my sisters appear as if they wished to burrow into a snow cave? Qin Ji chuckled lightly indeed. They resemble little rabbits wishing to burrow into the snow. Su Yun turned around, noting that today Qin Ji had donned a new blue satin robe, draped with a matching fox fur cape, exuding an air of noble elegance. However, the snow atop his hair rendered him approachable and relatable. Wang Lin, cheeks flushed, hurried over. I am sorry, it was unintentional. Qin Ji replied, turning to enter the house. Wang Lin stood dazed, whispering, Yuner, could it be that he is angry? If he were truly angry, he would have imprisoned us. After all, he is a prince and cannot be so petty. Do not overthink it. We meant no harm. Su Yun lifted herself on tiptoes to pat Wang Lin's head. She wore a troubled expression. My grandmother claims I have grown taller. She must be deceiving me. At noon and in the evening, the family gathered for meals together. Due to the number of attendees, the men sat at one table while the women occupied another. After dinner, Li Shi produced 5 red envelopes filled with New Year's money, first presenting them to Su Yun and Wang Lin. Thank you, grandmother. They exclaimed joyfully as they received the envelopes. Li Shi then distributed the remaining 3 to Qin Ji, Qing Yi, and Liu Xia. Do not think little of it. This is your New Year's money. With this gift, you all aged a year. No, thank you, grandmother. Qing Yi gratefully accepted. Liu Xia expressed her thanks and happily tucked her envelope away. Su Huaiyi noticed that Qin Ji remained still with his red envelope, fearing he had offended him. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Though they often referred to him as Xiao Huai, he was still a prince. Their status was vastly different, in blunt terms. They were mere commoners, and red envelopes were traditionally given by elders to juniors. Wiping his brow with his sleeve, he said, Xiao Huai, it is nothing. This is merely my first time receiving New Year's money. Qin Ji treasured the red envelope, placing it in his pocket. Li Shi felt a pang of sorrow for the child. He truly was unfortunate. Wang Erniu and Guanqing also prepared red envelopes, but only for 4 children. Next came the vigil for the new year. They all sat together, engaged in idle chatter. After a prolonged hesitation, Qing Yi finally spoke up. The room fell silent. No one uttering a word. Qin Ji in a hushed tone, stood and clasped his hands. I will depart with Qing Yi. I extend my thanks to Su grandfather's family for their hospitality during these days. Truly, the world changes and people depart. Yet, why does my heart feel so uneasy? So that was why Qing Yi visited Qin Ji's residence yesterday. They were planning to leave together. Su Yun peeled peanuts but did not eat them, arranging them on the table. Guanqing chuckled. Alas, all gatherings must eventually come to an end. Every separation is followed by a reunion. We shall meet again in the future. I shall prepare provisions for the journey, Li Shi remarked, her voice choked with emotion as she left. Qing Yi hurried after her. The two quietly conversed in the kitchen, and occasionally, Suyun could hear Qingyi's sobs. The county magistrate would soon be replaced, and the court had dispatched a new magistrate along with disaster relief provisions. Good, good. Su Huaiyi nodded vigorously. He understood that this was surely the work of Qin Ji Huai. With the relief provisions arriving, fewer lives would be lost in Longda town. But that only concerned Longda town. The surrounding capital was better off, yet the more distant regions were likely to remain chaotic, and many more would perish from hunger. Silence ensued. Time was fleeting. Days of separation always seemed to pass swiftly. Li Shi prepared numerous items for the two, including dried meats, vegetables, and some homemade snacks. Reluctantly, she grasped Qingyi's hand. Finally, turning away, she wiped her tears and forced a smile as she bid farewell. Take care of yourselves. If you find it difficult to survive in the capital, return to grandmother's house. Ma'am. Qingyi embraced Li Shi. Qin Ji Huai climbed onto the carriage, lifting the curtain to cast a final glance at Wang Lin. He understood that this farewell would mark their final parting. On the first day of the new year, Suyun had just finished brushing her teeth when Liu Xia pulled her into the room. Goodness, how have so many peculiar things grown in the Lingxi space? Liu Xia exclaimed excitedly. She had kept vigil all night, and with nothing to do, had immersed herself in the space, discovering a bountiful harvest in that plot of land. However, the arrangement of her crops was rather chaotic. In addition to the cabbages and radishes, there were those unknown seeds from before. She had also planted wheat over half an acre with the family S-grain seeds. Although these were crops from different growing seasons, they all matured within 4 months. The sight of the golden wheat brought her great comfort. No taxes to pay. It's all for our family to consume. After speaking, Liu Xia suddenly produced a bright red fruit resembling a large chicken heart. Its fiery hue adorned with numerous small speckles. Last night, she had inhaled its sweet aroma but hesitated to taste it. Suyun took the strawberry and held it to Liu Xia's lips. Mother, this is a strawberry. It's sweet and tangy and delicious. Eat plenty. It's good for your younger siblings. Liu Xia took a tentative bite, the juice bursting in her mouth, her eyes lighting up as she mumbled, delicious. But then she frowned. How do we share this with your grandparents and maternal grandparents? We cannot reveal the space. The more people know, the less secure it becomes. Just say it was brought by your father, and let him explain later. However, these strawberries should only be for our family. We cannot let outsiders see. Suyun contemplated before responding. Liu Xia then asked, what about the wheat in the space? I cannot harvest it alone. Mother, try using your thoughts to gather it. Imagine the wheat grains being separated and piled aside. It truly works. Liu Xia immediately began to harvest diligently, placing the unfamiliar items aside. Suyun patiently clarified for Liu Xia, this one, resembling winter melon, is watermelon. When it's hot, it's sweet. This bright red one is a tomato. It's also quite tasty, good raw or scrambled with eggs. Chapter 57, The New County Magistrate and Disaster Relief Grain. Liu Xia quickly organized her space, discovering that the seedlings were still vibrant. On a whim, she watered them with some spiritual spring water. Suddenly, the strawberry plants bloomed with delicate flowers. The wheat also transformed into a lush green, as though it were preparing to bear grain once more. Liu Xia felt a surge of excitement. Could it be possible for them to yield fruit again? She shared this revelation with Suyun, and together they ventured out with the strawberries. Suyun, holding 3 strawberries, popped one into Lu Quanzhang's mouth, who was busy tutoring Su Bing in his studies. She then dashed to the corridor to feed Su Huaiyi, who was weaving baskets. Without allowing anyone a moment to react, she hurried to the kitchen, where she offered the last strawberry to Li Shi. Delicious, isn't it? Li Shi inquired, puzzled. It's strawberry. My father must have found it somewhere. Suyun replied with a smile. Li Shi nodded, not pressing for more details, suspecting that the strawberries might have come from Lin Lin as a treat for her child. Liu Xia conveyed the same to Lu Quanzhang, while Su Bing, with his large head and small questions, wondered where they could have procured such strawberries. He had never tasted one himself. Seeing how much his father enjoyed it, he was certain it must be delightful. Why wouldn't Guai share it with him? Wild fruits picked from the deep mountains, growing beside the wild grass, hence they are called strawberries. Su Bing blurted out, recalling Liu Xia's threatening gaze prompting his rapid thoughts. Su Huaiyi shouted from the doorway, next time, do not venture into those deep mountains. The group had no doubts, despite the frigid weather. The mountains still held plenty of resources. Su Bing, with a wry smile, nodded, but ultimately savored the taste of the strawberries. The entire family enjoyed the platter of strawberries, devouring every last one. At noon, Guanqing instructed Su Yun to dismantle the formation. He then proceeded to distribute the grain purchased by the villagers. Guanqing had received word that the natural disaster would not last much longer, as someone from the court was intervening. Distributing the stored grain would alleviate worries for each household. The new county magistrate had arrived ahead of schedule and assumed office today, while the former magistrate Zhao and his entire family had been imprisoned. It was said that he had collected excessive taxes, with several large boxes of silver and a warehouse full of grain discovered in his home. The newly appointed magistrate immediately began selling this grain at the usual price of 20 coins per pound to families with little food. Those without money could purchase on credit, with a limit of 100 pounds per household. This grain was merely what had belonged to Magistrate Zhao. Once the disaster relief grain arrived, impoverished families could obtain an additional 100 pounds. Longde Town, in fact, did not belong to any county, with a population of over 10,000. It had been renamed Longde County during Magistrate Zhao's tenure, although the entrance sculpture had yet to be altered, so many still referred to it as Longde Town. With the new magistrate in office, the entrance sculpture was swiftly changed from town to county. As Su Yun dismantled the formation, she listened to the surrounding chatter about the new magistrate. He is young, approachable, and efficient in his work. You won't believe it. I went to the county this morning to see the commotion, and he even spoke to me. From now on, we are the village closest to the county. This doesn't align. Wasn't it Su Xiyue who discovered the barley seeds in March? How could there be new grain seeds now? Su Yun pondered, confused. Yunmei. A voice called, prompting her to turn around. Su Yuansheng stood there, dressed in a long blue cotton shirt exuding warmth and charm. At 13. He had grown to the height of Su Jianan. Why are both of you growing so tall? Su Yun exclaimed, frustratedly kicking at the snow. Su Yuansheng's expression momentarily froze. Was this really Yunmei's voice? He gently reached out to pat her head, but she dodged away. He chuckled, what's wrong? Have you forgotten your elder brother after not seeing me for half a year? Though you were kind to me as a child, you are not my real elder brother. Who knows, you might even help Su Xiyue deal with me in the future. Su Yun retorted, turning to flee, leaving Su Yuansheng standing there, bewildered. Su Jianan sighed. Ever since the families had separated, there had been a noticeable distance. Now, even when Yunmei saw him, she no longer called him second uncle. In the past, she had been closest to him, yet here she was, no longer addressing even her elder brother. Su Yuansheng was taken aback, his palms sweating. Was he truly not Yunmei's real elder brother? Did this mean he was not the biological son of his grandmother? Furthermore, his father's words had always sounded somewhat peculiar. Regaining his composure, Su Yuansheng smiled as he tried to explain to Su Yun, whatever this is. She is your biological sister. Su Jian and S brows furrowed in disapproval. He could not abide his son being close to the daughter of the old family while neglecting his own sister. It had always been this way. Su Yuansheng's tone turned cold. She is not my sister. He grasped his belongings and headed towards the Su residence. Su Jian and followed behind, his head aching from frustration, feeling powerless against his son, who had never listened to him, neither in the past nor now. In the past, he had attempted to show kindness to this timid sister, secretly saving leftover eggs for her. Yet, she had turned and given the eggs to his mother. He had once thought to embrace this love-starved little sister, but Shi had run away the moment she saw him. There had been countless instances, too many to count, leading him to no longer care. And the Shi of today was even more detestable. dark-hearted, with ambition and desire etched in her eyes. Su Yuanxing walked silently until he stood at the front of the Su household. Glancing at the tightly shut door, he raised his hand and knocked. Li Shi, steeling herself, pretended not to hear. Su Huaiyi paused in his weaving. "All right, go open the door for the child." "I won't open it, if you want it opened." "You go," Li Shi said, wiping the stone table with a cloth, her eyes glancing towards the door. "I suppose my grandmother does want to open it." Yuansheng has always been sensible and filial. How could so many years of affection simply be severed? Having been exposed by Su Yun, Li Shi took the cloth into the kitchen. Su Huaiyi brushed the bamboo shavings off his legs. "You old woman are just being contradictory." He stood up and opened the courtyard door. "Grandfather, Happy New Year." Very well, very well." Su Huaiyi accepted the pastries from Su Yuansheng, ignoring Su Jian and behind him. "Don't come near me," Su Yun exclaimed, quickly hiding behind Liu Xia as Su Yuansheng approached. Liu Xia, who was making small clothes for the two children in her belly, smiled helplessly. "Aunt, where is my uncle?" Su Yuansheng asked, smiling. Liu Xia pointed towards the main room. "Your uncle is studying." At that moment, Su Jian felt like an outsider, unable to stand or sit comfortably. His face darkened as he addressed Su Huaiyi. "Father, I came today just to inform you and Mother that after the new year, our family will be moving to the capital." Su Huaiyi remained silent, continuing to weave baskets. Chapter 58. Dear brother, please be more cautious. The wrong marquise? Su Yuansheng had certainly heard of it in the capital, where the marquis was known for having numerous concubines yet scarce offspring. Presently, he had merely one son and one daughter to his name. His eldest son, aged 26, was the legitimate child of the marquis's wife, while the younger daughter, only 15, was born of a concubine. Astonishingly, his father was a son of a concubine from the Rome marquis, 3 years senior to that legitimate heir. The crucial question lingered. Was his father aware of this fact? Would he meddle in the affairs concerning the marquis's legal wife? Su Yuansheng fixed his gaze intently on Su Jianan's eyes. "Father, why have I never heard you or Mother mention a journey to the capital?" "Whether you know or not is irrelevant. You are still to attend school in the capital. Once your vacation concludes, we shall depart together." Su Jianan, feeling vexed, averted his gaze, his tone tinged with impatience. Was Yuansheng questioning him? After all, he was his father. "Father, how can you speak so? Look at the manner in which you speak to your grandfather. What could he possibly say back to you? And how do you address me?" Su Jianan retorted angrily. "If you refuse to go, then I shall." He flung his sleeves and turned to leave, casting aside a dismissive remark. Li Shi, unable to endure the tension, emerged with a bowl of red sugar water she had prepared earlier. "It's cold outside. Drink this while it's warm to fend off the chill." "Thank you, grandmother." Su Yuansheng accepted it with both hands, gulping it down eagerly. He raised his head, smiling at Li Shi as usual. "Grandmother's sugar water is the sweetest. My grandmother truly is a cantankerous old lady." Su Yuansheng's lips curled into a smile, his heart warmed. Su Yun sighed, observing her brother's foolish grin. After being wronged, Susia intervened to rectify the situation, and now my foolish brother is overflowing with gratitude towards her. How utterly vexing. Su Yuansheng was taken aback. Could Brother Tang truly betray him? Su Huaiyi paused in his basket weaving, rose, and guided Su Yuansheng to sit on a stone bench. He inquired, as he usually did, "How fares your studies? Has the scholar imparted any wisdom?" Su Huaiyi nodded. "And how is your rapport with your classmates?" "Quite well." "Has your grandfather mentioned the necessity of vigilance when outside?" "I shall always keep that in mind." After their casual conversation and a shared meal, Su Yuansheng departed. As he left, Li Shi handed him a large package of egg-wrapped meat, grumbling as she placed it into his arms. "Who is worried about you?" As winter passed and spring arrived in March, the weather remained as frigid as the depths of winter. Su Yun anxiously fidgeted with her small hands. "It has been so long. Why is there not a sound?" Li Shi whispered. "What are you doing? Walking back and forth is utterly tiresome. Can you not remain still for a moment?" She has given birth. A boy and a girl, twins. The midwife joyfully announced as she emerged. Li Shi hurriedly handed her a red envelope of money, her anxiety palpable. How is my Xia faring? She is well. These two children have come to repay a favor. The delivery was remarkably smooth. Why have I not heard a sound from my brother or sister? Su Yun attempted to squeeze past the midwife, only to be blocked. You cannot see your mother just yet. Wait until everything is tidied up. The midwife instructed Li Shi, please bring in the chicken soup I asked you to prepare, along with clean clothes and hot water. All is ready. I will fetch them at once. Li Shi dashed off with the midwife, closing the door behind them, leaving Su Yun and Su Bing outside. Su Yun turned to Su Bing. Father, do newborns not cry upon birth? Who said such a thing? You cried quite lustily as a child. Su Bing peered through the crack in the door. Suddenly, realization struck him. He shouted into the room, Mother, are my wife and the children well? Stop your shouting. Both children are perfectly fine. Li Shi replied as she opened the door. Su Bing and Su Yun hurried inside. Liu Xia sat partially upright, enjoying a bowl of chicken noodle soup. Aside from her damp hair, she was fully dressed and appeared in good spirits. Nestled within the bedding were two plump, snow-white infants, identical in appearance, with round, cherubic faces. Their long eyelashes fluttered, occasionally smiling at those nearby. Are these my brother and sister? They're so beautiful. Su Yun leaned forward, her curiosity piqued. At that moment, the two newborns giggled, drawing the midwife's astonished gaze. I have never seen such lovely children right after birth. They arrived laughing. No matter what, they did not cry, merely furrowing their little brows. They are truly exceptional, destined for great fortune. May your words bring good fortune. Li Shi beamed with joy. Su Yun's days were filled with martial training, practicing with blades, studying formations, and watching over her younger siblings. One morning, she prepared to venture into the mountains to gather peach wood, intending to craft 2 peach wood sword tassels as gifts for the upcoming full moon celebration. In just 10 days, Su Huaiyi and Su Xiyue would reach their first month. As she descended the mountain, she spotted a familiar beauty. Is that not my Aunt Ingwan? Who is the handsome gentleman accompanying her? Su Yun quickened her pace, but could not squeeze through the throng of villagers surrounding them, even the local constables powerless to disperse the crowd. Aunt Lu was particularly enthusiastic, her voice ringing with excitement. County Magistrate Zheng, is what you said true? Can barley be sown even in the coldest weather? I never speak lightly, dear villagers. Please make way. I must consult the village head. Once I have conveyed the characteristics and methods of sowing barley to the head, I will instruct you all. Will this barley suffice for our needs? What exactly is it? Will it thrive once planted? Many villagers voiced their concerns. County Magistrate Zheng reassured them, fear not. For I have brought the seeds today, and every household shall be able to plant them. Barley resembles wheat and boasts a respectable yield. Rest assured. The court has dispatched officials to each village to impart the sowing methods, ensuring survival. I recall Susia introducing barley around this time as well. But surely there cannot be enough seeds for the entire Qin nation? Su Yun pondered from the back of the crowd, her head bowed in thought. She remembered Magistrate Zheng mentioning the court's plans to introduce new grains during winter. Yet, the implementation came at the end of March, while the timing was nearly accurate. Something felt amiss. It seemed that this barley was not the same as what Susia had discovered. Chapter 59 took a turn. Magistrate Zheng, with his captivating lychee-like eyes, scanned the crowd, yet saw nothing of significance. Had someone just claimed that the barley was sought by Susia? Yet, this barley was undeniably discovered by his master 3 years ago, with an additional 2.5 years invested for Gu Laobei to produce the seed. How could it be attributed to Susia? He was well acquainted with her, for the He Di Lao hot pot restaurant had become all the rage in the capital, making it impossible not to know. Magistrate Zheng raised his hands, urging the villagers, let us not delay any longer. The barley must be sown in April. I will soon seek out the county magistrate, and only then can we all plant. Although the villagers harbored many questions, they dispersed upon hearing his words. Su found herself unexpectedly positioned between them, locking eyes with Magistrate Zheng. This handsome gentleman is rather striking. Standing next to my Aunt Ingwan truly reflects a match of talent and beauty. Both Zheng and Zhou Ingwan instinctively distanced themselves. He brushed past Zhou Ingwan, carrying his medicinal basket. Could Zhao Xian have misunderstood? After all, Aunt Ingwan and Magistrate Zheng do seem well suited. Oh no, this will only exacerbate their misunderstanding. I am utterly exasperated. Why doesn't Aunt Ingwan reveal the truth? Su observed the two, her anxiety palpable. Zhou Ingwan grasped Dr. Zhao's wrist. Ah, Xian. Young lady, you have mistaken me. Dr. Zhao's voice was aged, yet his handsome visage, concealed beneath a disguise, flushed. He could not resist Ingwan's touch. Just the grip of her wrist made his heart race. Zhao Xian scolded himself for his lack of composure and expressionlessly withdrew. At my age, young lady, please refrain from such actions. I desperately wish to step forward and clarify. Zhao Xian, your father was not impeached by Prime Minister Zhou. It was orchestrated by another group. When your family was seized, it was Aunt Ingwan who pleaded with Prime Minister Zhou to use his connections to save you. Otherwise, do you think the junior official of the Dali Temple would have allowed your false death and resurrection? Zhao Xian was taken aback. He had always believed that the junior official of the Dali Temple had released him out of gratitude for his father's past support. He never realized it was Ingwan who had interceded with Prime Minister Zhou. But when he sought her out while in disguise, he had witnessed her laughing and conversing with Xia Qi. Zhou Ingwan attempted to reach for Zhao Xian again, but he evaded her. Ah, Xian. It's not what you think. Young lady, please maintain your decorum. There is no Zhao Xian here, only Dr. Zhao from Qingshan village. Dr. Zhao, stooped and burdened with his medicinal basket, departed. Zhou Ingwan's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, her feelings unspoken. Why must lovers be denied their union? Heaven is blind. Why can't these two simply communicate? She smiled, reminiscent of the charming Zhou shopkeeper. Magistrate Zheng rubbed his nose, bemused by the unfolding drama. Ingwan, weren't you in search of your sisters? I shall seek out the county magistrate. Zhou Ingwan waved him off, then approached Su Yun, crouching beside her and pinching her chubby cheeks. Little one, do you remember me? You are my Aunt Ingwan. I have longed to call you sister, but feared the discrepancy in our generations. Indeed, I remember. Su Yun nodded. Zhou Ingwan chuckled, her presence radiant. How beautiful you are. Zhou Ingwan teased, squeezing Su Yun's rosy lips. Come, let it take you home. Is Xia about to give birth? My siblings will be a month old in 10 days. Su Yun led the way. Oh, Ingwan sat by the bedside, playing with the two babies. These little darlings are indeed adorable. Of course, they are my siblings. Su Yun beamed with pride. Liu Xia couldn't help but laugh. They are just like little piglets, eating and sleeping. Children must grow. Oh, Ingwan took out a pair of double-fish jade pendants. When combined, they formed a singular exquisite piece, and when separated, they remained charming. She placed one in each of the infant's swaddles. No, this is too precious. Liu Xia protested. Oddly enough, the drowsy babies awoke, their chubby hands grasping the jade pendants, revealing toothless, joyful smiles. How clever my siblings are, Su Yun exclaimed, kissing the tiny feet of the babies. Today, every household had sown barley. Hope and vigor filled their hearts, as if they had rediscovered their purpose. Joy radiated from every face. Congratulations, host. The female lead's fortune has diminished by 5%, remaining fortune, 68.9%. Reward, 1 grain yield enhancer, upon use. Crops within 100 miles may increase yield by 20%. 001's presence faded as it logged off, engrossed in a television drama. Su Yun, meticulously carving a miniature peachwood sword, paused upon hearing the announcement. It appears the plot has taken another unexpected turn. Susia's promotion of barley had established her reputation among the officials and subsequently led to her acquaintance with the male lead. However, the large-scale cultivation of barley was no longer a trivial matter as she had initiated. This indicated that another individual had discovered the barley. But who could it be? Why had the narrative shifted? Perplexed, Su simply shook her head, dismissing her thoughts. Centering her efforts around Qingshan village, she utilized the grain yield enhancer and cautiously continued carving the peachwood sword. Su Bingfeng returned home, entering the courtyard with exuberance. Father-in-law, I have completed the county examination. As a mere child scholar, he knew he must diligently study for the upcoming exam in August. Lu Quan responded sternly, nodding. Su Huaiyi and Li's faces radiated uncontainable joy. Nothing was more gratifying than seeing their son so ambitious. Is anyone home? A letter from Su Yuansheng. The courier shouted at the gate. Despite her petite stature, Li rushed faster than anyone else. Where is it? Give it. The courier handed her a sealed bamboo tube before swiftly departing. Li opened it, extracting a densely written letter, which she handed to Su Huaiyi. Old man, read this quickly. Yuansheng expresses deep longing for his grandparents and uncle's family. With the cold weather, we must all take care of our health, as many in the capital have fallen ill. Su Huaiyi took the letter, relaying its contents succinctly. However, he paused when he reached the latter part, unable to continue. Li, anxious, implored, "What's wrong, old man? Speak up. What is it? What is it?" Su Yun halted her carving, intrigued. Chapter 60, finally, Aunt Ingwan explains it seems that my grandfather's guidance has led Brother Yuansheng to deviate from the expected narrative. This is a positive turn of events, but I wonder if Brother Yuansheng will still heed Susia's words. Regardless, they are siblings by blood. And though their souls may differ, their kinship is undeniably stronger than mere water. Su Yun continued to carve the peachwood sword as shavings gradually fell to the ground, the blade slowly taking form. Su Huaiyi sighed, realizing that the child was too fixated on the so-called plot. Human determination can indeed triumph over fate within the unseen. There are always variables. Nothing is predetermined. The child is the greatest variable. Li Shi let out a sigh of relief, giving Su Huaiyi a light pat on the back. You old man, reciting a letter is truly alarming. What else did Yuansheng say? Nothing much. He merely mentioned sending small silver locks for his younger siblings in a few days. Li Shi smiled. That child is considerate. While engrossed in the unfolding drama, 001 occasionally observed Su Yun, and upon hearing that Su Yuansheng had been expelled from the academy, it hurriedly checked its inbox. To its astonishment, the rewards from 2 months prior had finally arrived. The entire system of 001 was set ablaze with anxiety. What to do? The reward distribution had been delayed again. Never mind, once it's distributed, I'll feign ignorance. At worst, I'll just endure a few complaints. Congratulations, host. You've altered the minor plot of the academy scheme. Earning a reward, Mental Clarity Pill 1, consuming it will invigorate and enhance learning for an entire day. Su Yun lazily lifted her eyelids, but said nothing further, continuing her work. Meanwhile, 001's tension eased, and the entire system relaxed. Su Ruiwen and Su Xiyue reached their full moon celebration. Finally, Su Yun finished braiding the red string, adorned with a miniature peachwood sword, and personally gifted it to her younger siblings. My little brother and sister are truly adorable. Their chubby faces are delightful. Today, Su Ruiwen and Su Xiyue were wrapped in bright red blankets. The two little ones clutched the small silver locks around their necks, fearing they might be taken away by others. Su Yun pinched their cheeks playfully. Don't you like the bracelets your sister made for you? My brother and sister are such little treasure seekers. Su Ruiwen released his grip, waving the small wooden sword excitedly. Su Xiyue, not to be outdone, bit down on her wooden sword to express her affection. Sister, that's dirty. We don't eat that. Su Yun removed the wooden sword from her mouth. Liu Xia beamed with happiness. All right, everyone is here. Mother will take one and swear out now. The Su family hosted a full moon banquet today, modest yet attended by 8 tables of guests, family, and close acquaintances. Oh, Ingwan also arrived, playfully tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear as she approached Liu Xia. Xia, let me hold one. Su Xiyue eagerly opened her arms, tilting her head towards Zhou Yingwan. With a smile, Zhou Yingwan scooped her up, thinking, "This child is truly clever." As the feast commenced, the two women showcased the children to the arriving guests. With each person they greeted, Su Huaiyi and Su Xiyue would receive another red envelope, their smiles wide as they clutched the envelopes close. Guanqing and Dr. Zhao sat at the same table, and Zhou Yingwan walked over with the child in her arms. "Aren't they adorable?" she asked, directing her words at Dr. Zhao. "Absolutely." Dr. Zhao produced a red envelope to place in Su Xiyue's cradle, only for Zhou Yingwan to intercept it. "Oh dear, if I'm not mistaken. Zhao Xian's neck has turned red. How can he be so tongue-tied? They clearly have mutual feelings, yet they behave like strangers." Su Yun picked up the red envelope, raising herself on her tiptoes to place it in Su Xiyue's tiny hands. "Sister, hold on tight. This is all your beloved little money." Su Xiyue clutched it tightly, flashing a toothless baby grin. In her excitement, drool spilled from her mouth, prompting Zhou Yingwan to dab at her lips with a handkerchief, playfully teasing her, "Be good now." Liu Xia stood by, bewildered, observing the interaction between Yingwan and Dr. Zhao. She was unaware of the change in Dr. Zhao's demeanor, feeling quite flustered. Guanqing, however, was keenly aware. After giving the red envelope, he greeted Zhou Yingwan warmly. "Yingwan, it's been ages since I've seen your father. How has he been? Is that old rascal still fond of his wine?" Guanqing's pupils contracted in anger, nearly causing him to wobble. "Have none of the officials noticed the emperor's peculiarities?" Zhou Yingwan sighed softly. Even if he were aware, he is powerless. "The court is controlled by the empress, and my father is struggling to maintain his position. For now, I can only be discreetly sent away to prevent her from taking action. With the emperor under control, the old officials are surely dissatisfied, not to mention his son. In previous years, Guan Wu would visit Qingshan village, but he hasn't come this year. I should have anticipated this sooner. I must have been too blinded by anger." Unbeknownst to Su Yun, this exchange stirred many thoughts within those present. She remained oblivious, focusing her gaze on Su Bing. "My father has had so much to drink. He won't suffer from alcohol poisoning, will he?" Su Bing, Su Huaiyi, and Lu Quanjing sat at the same table as the Su clan leader. Their faces flushed from the drink. Liu Xia shot Su Bing a glare. Just as their eyes met, he looked aggrieved. It was clearly the clan leader who insisted on pouring drinks for his father-in-law, and he was merely shielding his father-in-law from the alcohol. Why was his wife glaring at him? Su Bing set the wine jar aside, declaring no more. "I still need to study tonight." Upon hearing this, the clan leader and his companions finally ceased their insistence on drinking. Liu Xia felt satisfied. Li Shi finished serving the last few dishes and cleaned her hands. "I'll watch over Wenwen and Shui. You two go ahead and eat some warm food." She placed the two little ones in a wooden basin lined with a thick blanket, sitting beside them to play. Su Yun, along with the three others, shared a table with Dr. Zhao, while Zhou Yingwan sat next to him. She discreetly placed a piece of fish into Dr. Zhao's bowl when no one was watching, lowering her voice, "The other day when you came to find me, I saw you. My connection with that Xiaoqi is not as you perceive." Su Yun's ears perked up as she casually ate, yet her attention was fully engaged in eavesdropping. Finally, Aunt Yingwan will elucidate. "Yes, exactly. That Xiaoqi is no good." Aunt Yingwan suspects that the Xia family had a hand in the Zhao family's downfall, which is why she approached them to investigate. Seeing that the two had fallen silent, Su Yun yearned to clarify matters herself. Chapter 61. "Brother, why do you no longer care for me and mother?" Zhao Xian took a bite of the fish belly, his pointed ears betraying his embarrassment despite the disguise. "After dinner, come to my house. I have something to discuss with you," he murmured, his voice as soft as a whisper, preparing to share his thoughts with Zhou Yingwan when the moment was private. Su Yun took a hearty bite of meat, while Liu Xia playfully flicked her forehead, admonishing her to eat properly. "I am eating diligently," Su Yun retorted, covering her reddened forehead. Just then, Li Shi suddenly cried out in panic, "Help! Someone has kidnapped a child." Her voice startled everyone, and they turned to see a shadow vaulting over the wall. Guanqing immediately sprang into action, utilizing his lightness skill to pursue. The once joyful full moon banquet descended into chaos. Li Shi sat on the ground, frustrated, staring blankly at the wooden basin. She had merely taken a nap, and upon awakening, she witnessed a figure in black whisk away Ruiwen and Su Xiyue over the wall. Liu Xia, frightened, felt her legs turn to jelly, struggling to steady herself against the table. Su Bing, shaken from his stupor, rushed to Liu Xia's side. Su Huaiyi helped Li Shi to her feet, but she pounded the ground in despair, lamenting, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't dozed off, the children wouldn't have been taken." Su Yun activated the locator and discovered that Ruiwen and Su Xiyue were swiftly heading toward Longda County. Are the black-clad figures heading to Longda County, or merely passing through? Su Yun decided to lie in wait, using her small stature to blend into the crowd. "There's a mouse," she shouted, fearing that the kidnappers might intend to harm. Without time to explain, she yelled out and used her portal to burst open the courtyard door. "Wait!" Liu Xia cried out, realizing Su Yun's intentions, but it was too late. Overwhelmed by the shock, she fainted. Su Bing caught Liu Xia as Dr. Zhao checked her pulse. Noting that she had just given birth a month ago and was still weak, the recent fright had caused her to faint. "Let's get her inside." Li Shi rushed out but found no one at the doorway. With all her might, she shouted, "Help!" At that moment, her mind was a tangled mess, devoid of reason. Su Huaiyi and Lu Quanzhong remained calm. After exchanging glances, they acted. Su Huaiyi half-supported Li Shi, saying, "We must not panic. Our priority is to find the 3 children." Except for Su Bing and Dr. Zhao, who stayed behind to care for Liu Xia, the rest hurried toward Longda County. In the midst of the crowd, Guanqing was preoccupied with his thoughts and failed to notice the outsider. The intruder was not particularly skilled in martial arts, but had remarkable agility. Although he had initially followed the figure in black, he lost track of him. Fortunately, he managed to wound the man in the back with a dagger. The blade had been coated with a special powder. Even a small amount would cause the blood to flow incessantly. The only nearby medical facility was in Longda County. Once the man reached there, it would be impossible for him to escape. Guanqing hastened toward Longda County. Su Yun arrived at the nearest latrine to the county entrance via her portal, only to be overwhelmed by the stench. Ignoring it, she flung open the latrine door and rushed toward the county entrance, smearing mud across her face and letting her hair fall in disarray. As the locator indicated she was nearing her siblings, she rolled on the ground, resembling a beggar. She crouched down, observing that her brother and sister were about to enter the county. Nearby, the constables noticed her and shooed her away. "Get lost, you beggar. Can't you see we're busy?" "Enough, Jiangxi. You've already been reprimanded by the county magistrate today. Don't take it out on a little beggar. Hurry up and check the public verification. Someone's entering the county." Magistrate Zheng had recently mandated that all entering Longda County present a public verification. If not shown, entry was forbidden. Under the previous magistrate, Zhao, such stringent measures were unheard of. The new appointee was making a show of authority, and Jiangxi, frustrated, kicked at Su Yun. Seeing the person who had abducted her siblings approaching, Su Yun did not dodge and took the kick head-on, rolling on the ground like a beggar. "Bring the public verification," she cried. "I didn't hear anything about needing public verification to enter just days ago." Chen Si, carrying a basket, frowned. He had no intention of presenting the verification. If his brother learned he had come to Longda County for such matters, he would face severe consequences at home. Zhang Si drew his blade, stating, "What happened yesterday is yesterday. Today, a notice was posted at the county gate early this morning. Didn't you see it? Furthermore, Magistrate Zheng has informed all villages. You aren't from the Great Qin?" Chen Si, feeling the pain in his back, could sense the blood still flowing. He pulled out a silver ingot and pressed it into Zhang Si's hand. "Please, I was injured while hunting and need to see a doctor." Zhang Si bit the ingot, waved his hand, and let him go. Another constable blocked Chen Si's path. Zhang Si, if Magistrate Zhang finds out, we'll be in trouble. What is there to fear? If you don't say anything, I won't either. Who will know? Zhang Si pulled the constable aside, signaling Qin Si to hurry away. Xian clung to Qin Si's pant leg. Please, good sir, have mercy on me. Qin Si, growing impatient and feeling murderous, tossed a silver ingot. It wasn't that he didn't want to give her a coin, he simply only had silver. Su Yun clasped the silver in her hand, refusing to let go of his pant leg, pulling so hard that she almost dragged him down. Qin Si gritted his teeth. Get off. Su Yun began to wail. Brother, why do you no longer care for me and mother? You earn silver from hunting but abandon us. Mother cries day and night just to see you. Instantly, a crowd formed around them, watching with interest. This lad looks decent, yet he has abandoned his own mother. They say a dog doesn't disdain a poor home. But this person is indeed worse than a dog. Look at this little sister, begging to support her mother. This boy has some silver yet doesn't he even remember who gave him life. The kind-hearted elderly women pointed and whispered. Qin Si's face darkened. He was injured and could not afford to act recklessly. If the constables caught him, his identity would be revealed. Qin Si took out a 50-tael silver note, forcing the words out through clenched teeth. My mother and I do not want your money, she merely wishes to see you. Despite saying this, Su Yun swiftly tucked the note into her clothes. Chapter 62. Interrogation of Qin Si. Qin Si was thoroughly enraged. The audacity of this beggar was simply insatiable. Addressing the onlookers, he exclaimed, I do not know her at all. A scornful aunt who had been abandoned by her husband and was raising 5 children on her own, retorted, If you do not recognize her, then why did you give this young girl silver notes? If you claim ignorance of her, then why not offer me one as well? As the crowd swelled around them, the 2 constables in the distance remained indifferent. Qin Si crouched down, grinding his teeth in frustration. What do you intend to do? Su Yun lunged toward the basket, lifting the cloth covering it. Little brother and sister, I always thought you had been stolen away, but it turns out it was your elder brother who took you to sell to that trafficker. The furious aunt noted that the 2 plump children were in a deep slumber, clearly drugged. You wretched scoundrel, she cried, taking control of the situation. Su Yun swiftly retrieved her brother and sister, pulling them away from the crowd. The events transpired too rapidly. Qin Si was taken aback by Su Yun's shamelessness and could hardly react. By the time he regained his composure, he found himself surrounded by a throng of angry women, each delivering blows. A sharp pain shot through him as he was struck on an open wound, blood seeping through his back. From a distance, Su Yun spotted County Magistrate Zhang leading several constables in the opposite direction and shouted, Magistrate Zhang, there are traffickers here. Hurry, if you don't catch them now, they will escape. Qin Si was incredulous. This girl was far too cunning. First, she wailed for her parents, and now she was clamoring for him to be apprehended. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, Qin Si felt a surge of anger. Ignoring the scratches on his face and the knife wound on his back, he pushed through the crowd, rushing toward the county exit. Magistrate Zhang's voice boomed, close the county gates. The door slammed shut, leaving Qin Si only a step away from freedom. Zhang Si, fearing that Magistrate Zhang would uncover his earlier misdeed, raised his machete and aimed directly at Qin Si. After all, it was common for mistakes to occur during the capture of criminals. Qin Si turned to flee, employing his utmost agility. As he spotted Magistrate Zhang, he nearly lost his footing on the rooftop tiles. What is Zhang Yanqin doing here? Fearing recognition, Qin Si shielded his face with his sleeve. However, recalling that he had altered his appearance, he relaxed and lowered his hand, vanishing into an alley. Zhang County Magistrate gazed intently at the direction Qin Si had fled, realizing he had discerned the identity of the perpetrator. At 15 or 16 years of age, and possessing such remarkable agility, the Qin family of the capital was the only one known for such skills. Qin Si had gone too far. He waved his hand, issuing orders. You all, go and capture those 2 teams of people. The constables clasped their fists, replying yes. How did he escape? Su Yun fumed. She had witnessed that Wen and Xiyue had been struck into slumber. The person who came to her house to abduct her siblings was certainly not an ordinary criminal. Magistrate Zheng approached Su Yun and crouched beside her. "Are your brother and sister all right? Did that trafficker take the three of you?" Having already released her siblings from their stupor, Su Yun suspected they were merely fatigued and had fallen asleep again. Feeling somewhat displeased, she offered no further explanation, tacitly acknowledging Zheng's inquiry, for she could not otherwise clarify how she had suddenly appeared in Longde County. Zheng Magistrate gently patted Su Yun's head, reassuring her. "Do not worry. The entrances and exits of Longde County have been sealed off. He cannot escape. Once we catch him, I shall personally land 2 punches." Zhang Si, seeing Su Yun conversing with Zheng Magistrate, broke out in a cold sweat, recalling that he had kicked the girl moments earlier. Su Yun certainly had not forgotten. She believed in settling scores. "Magistrate Zheng, please hold my brother and sister for a moment." Before Zheng could respond, Su Yun placed her siblings into his arms. Flustered, he awkwardly cradled one child in each arm, uncertain of how to move. Su Yun charged forward like a cannonball, delivering a kick to Zhang Si that sent him flying a meter away. With her hands on her hips and chin raised, she huffed, "That S for the kick you gave me earlier. Now we are even." Zhang Si fell to the ground, silenced by the humiliation. He wiped the sweat from his brow, content to endure a few kicks if it meant preserving his position. Just as he sighed in relief, Su Yun lodged a complaint. "Magistrate Zheng, is there no public verification that can be settled with silver?" Seeing Zhang Si's demeanor, Zheng Magistrate immediately grasped the situation. He turned to the nearby constables, commanding, "Arrest him." Shortly thereafter, a constable reported, "Sir, we have captured that trafficker, and he is currently bound at the yamen." Zheng Magistrate nodded, and just then, a knock echoed at the county door. As Guanqing knocked, Su Shulian's ox cart arrived. The group was too hurried to exchange pleasantries. Though Ingwan knocked on the county door, calling out urgently, "I am Zhou, the manager of Lani Pavilion. Open the door quickly." She realized that the county door being closed meant something had gone awry. Zheng Magistrate gestured for the constables to open the door, allowing the ox cart to enter. Su Huaiyi and Lu Quanzheng finally relaxed upon seeing Su Yun and her siblings safe. Li Shi rushed forward, embracing Su Yun tightly. "You nearly scared me to death." Her voice trembled as she surveyed Su Yun before taking the children, Ruiwen and Su Xiyue, from Zheng Magistrate's arms. "Thank goodness, they are all safe." Su Huaiyi took Su Xiyue into his embrace, parting the swaddling cloth to ensure the child was sleeping soundly, which eased his worries. Li Shi's eyes were red, filled with resentment. "Magistrate, have they captured that black-clad man?" "At the yamen." Zheng Magistrate led the way, and the group proceeded toward the yamen. Zheng Magistrate sat in the elevated hall, while Chun Si, now stripped of his disguise by the constables, revealed his true appearance. Though he had single eyelids, he was not unattractive. His sharp nose and thin lips combined to form a striking visage. Unfortunately, he bore the demeanor of a spoiled heir. The Su family was ablaze with fury, and Li Shi could no longer contain her indignation. "My Su family has no grievances with you. You are but a child of 15 or 16 years. Why harbor such a malicious heart?" "You." Li Shi was exasperated. Su Huaiyi tugged at her sleeve, trusting that Zheng Magistrate would make a fair judgment. He could not believe this boy acted without instigation. "Zheng Darren, I implore you to deliver justice for my family." Zhou, Ingwan, and Guanqing exchanged glances, recognizing Qin Si. Guanqing realized why this young man was so adept at martial arts. He was the grandson of that old Qin family patriarch. Zheng Magistrate struck the table with authority, his voice booming and serious. "Qin Si, do you understand your crimes? What crimes have I committed?" Qin Si retorted defiantly, believing Zheng Yanqin would not dare punish him. "Ah, so it is Qin Si, the shameless sycophant. Surely, Susia must have said something, or else how would this rascal have abducted my siblings?" Su Yun felt a compelling urge to slap the insolent boy across the face. Chapter 63. This stubborn fool truly refuses to yield. It's Susia again. Li's anger boiled within her. She could not fathom why such a malevolent entity was granted the protection of the heavens, surviving attempts on its life and incessantly tormenting her family. Su Huaiyi gently patted Li's shoulder, fearing her loss of reason might lead her to confront Qinxi, thereby exposing their carefully guarded secrets. Understanding his intent, Li composed herself and cast a cold gaze at the haughty Qinxi, who knelt nearby. Magistrate Zheng gripped his gavel, his thoughts swirling. He did not consider Su Yune's sentiments to be infallible, much like the matter of the barley. Yet Qinxi had no known dealings with the Su family. He would not act without someone pulling the strings. Why, oh why, did this mere 11-year-old child, still barely more than a toddler, seem to be at the center of so many incidents? Zheng pondered, his voice icy. I shall ask again, Qinxi. Do you plead guilty? I am innocent. Qinxi was gambling on Zheng Yanqing's reluctance to act against him out of consideration for his brother. Yet he had miscalculated the magistrate's unwavering integrity. The gavel struck with a resounding echo, Zheng's expression grave and righteous. Bring forth the torture implements. Zheng Yanqing, how dare you? Qinxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Even officials from the capital would show him some respect. How could a mere county magistrate dare to threaten him? Presumptuous. The magistrate's name is not one you may utter. The two constables shouted in unison, forcefully applying the clamps to all 10 of Qinxi's fingers, pulling with equal strength. Veins bulged on his forehead. His face contorted in agony. The pain from his injuries and his fingers rendered him pale, devoid of color. You may crush me, yet I remain blameless. The two children are perfectly fine. I merely found amusement in teasing them. The constables, unimpressed by Qinxi's demeanor, believed the magistrate to be too lenient. Such torture is typically reserved for women. They instinctively increased the pressure. This fool truly is as stubborn as a dead duck. What do you mean my brother and sister are unharmed? Su Yun was furious. Lu Quanzhong, usually magnanimous, was now filled with rage, stepping forward, hands clasped. Magistrate. Perhaps we should investigate with whom Qinxi has been associating lately. This may unveil the puppet master behind him. My maternal grandfather is indeed wise. Mentioning this will surely make Qinxi anxious, and to protect Su Xiyue, he will undoubtedly confess. Qinxi's expression shifted dramatically. That old fool. Why must he speak so freely? No. If Zheng Yanqing investigates, it will inevitably implicate Xiyue. I confess. Zheng raised his hand, and the constables halted their torture. Speak. Why did you abduct the two children of the Su family? The question left Qinxi momentarily speechless. To tell the truth would only implicate Xiyue, while a lie would be utterly nonsensical. He lowered his head, sweat trickling down his chin and falling to the ground. Confess swiftly. The gavel struck repeatedly against Qinxi's heart, his sweat falling like rain, his words a mixture of truth and deception. I admire Susia. Yet she publicly rejected me. I intended to use the Su children to coerce her. I applaud your ambition. Our families have long been at odds. You needn't threaten her, as Su Xiyue would likely wish to eliminate my entire family herself. Why not threaten her parents instead? Your lies are the worst of all. I can deduce it without a confession. It's clear Su Xiyue has been frowning daily, and upon your inquiries, you decided to abduct my brother and sister to curry favor with her. Qinxi believed he had crafted a flawless narrative, despite the fact that Xia had indeed rejected him publicly. He feared Zheng Yanqing's investigation no more. Do you take me for a fool? Zheng's hand waved dismissively. Bring forth the salt punishment. The two constables brandished a bag of coarse salt. Qinxi struggled. Zheng Yanqing, I have confessed. Do you even recognize the law? If you harm me, my family will not let you go. The constables hesitated, glancing at Zheng. Upon receiving his nod, they poured salt into Qinxi's bleeding wounds. You old dog Zheng, I will kill you. The pain was excruciating, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at him. He had already lost too much blood and fainted. A bucket of cold water was splashed onto Qinxi, rousing him from his stupor. His eyes burned with hatred. If you have the power, kill me. Let us see how the Zheng family will protect themselves. Zheng was aware that Qinxi would rather die than confess. he declared loudly. Bring forth Su Xiyue from the capital. You shall not. Qinxi howled, yet the constables ignored him and proceeded to leave. Zheng waved his sleeve, ordering Qinxi taken to the prison to be tried again on another day. Zheng Yanqing. Qinxi's eyes bulged with fury, as if he could tear someone apart. Upon descending from the high platform, Zheng approached the Su family. Once Su Xia is apprehended, we will hold a joint trial. Thank you, magistrate. Su Huaiyi knelt, but was assisted to his feet by Zheng. Fear not, I shall provide an account of this matter. Zheng promised. Shortly, he would send a letter urging Su Xiyue to personally oversee the interrogation. Only a family member could compel Qinxi to reveal the truth. On the road, Su Huaiyi and Su Xiyue awoke, the two children neither crying nor fussing, simply smiling at everyone. Su Yun produced a banknote along with an ounce of silver. Look here. Dear siblings, this is all for you. I shall save it for you until you are grown. Ah, Su Huaiyi and Su Xiyue danced with joy, their faces beaming with delight. Upon arriving home, they spotted Liu Xia and Su Bing waiting at the door. My dear one, Shui. Liu Xia rushed forward, embracing the three children. Overjoyed to have them back, she was overwhelmed with emotion. Li gently patted her. Enough, Ruiwen and Shui must be hungry. Yes, Liu Xia replied, her voice thick with tears. Upon returning indoors, as she fed the two children, they devoured their food, clearly famished. Seeing Ruiwen and Shui not crying but smiling at her, Liu Xia could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears. Hiding under the covers, she stifled her cries, vowing not to waste any food. There are mice about. She concealed herself and used her magical door to enter the cell where Qinxi was locked. When Su Yun arrived, the locks of the prison had been magically undone. She gazed at the unconscious Qinxi, whose wounds were already dressed, and rolled up her sleeves. First, she struck Qinxi's acupoint to ensure he would not awaken. Then, she clenched her fist and pounded it against his wounds. Before long, the white cloth was drenched in blood once more. Still unsatisfied, she kicked Qinxi. Thankfully, the prison was mostly empty. Su Yun dragged Qinxi's unconscious body out into the corridor. Then, releasing his acupoint, she shouted hoarsely, "There are mice. I shall never doubt a woman's tears." Hearing the commotion, the guard hurried over, just as Qinxi, awakened by the pain, groggily stood up. The guard drew his sword, shouting in alarm, "Quickly, someone. There's an escape attempt." Chapter 64. My poor Lord Xiao in Longde County. At the government office, Magistrate Zheng occupied the left side, while at the center sat a man who bore a slight resemblance to Qinxi. However, their eyes differed. Qinxiu's gaze was more profound, with elongated outer corners that imparted an inscrutable aura. Is this Qinxiu, Qinxi's brother? I never expected to see him alive. Su Yun discreetly glanced at Qinxiu. Today, Lady Li had initially wished for Su Yun to remain at home, but her incessant crying and fussing compelled a reluctant concession. Lady Li tugged at Su Yun to stay behind, admonishing her to behave and not to gawk. Fortunately, Qinxiu was oblivious to the inner thoughts of Su Yun. Otherwise, he would have surely imposed severe punishment. One could only wonder if he was here to assist his younger brother. With an impassive expression, Qinxiu felt a surge of astonishment within. Was that child's voice truly a reflection of the young lady's thoughts? His demeanor concealed his intentions, and his speech always carried an involuntary rise at the end, tinged with a cold timbre. Proceed to the court, commanded the officers, rhythmically striking their wooden batons. Summon the accused. In a chilling tone, Qinxiu declared, Bring forth the accused. Two officers escorted Qinxi to the center, forcing him to kneel. Upon seeing that his brother was presiding over the trial, Qinxi felt a wave of injustice wash over him. For the past 2 days, he had inexplicably found himself outside the prison, only to be discovered by the guards upon regaining consciousness, feeling as though he had been thoroughly beaten, before being met with the lash again. Qinxi, now bruised and battered, let out a pitiful cry. Silence in the courtroom. I will ask you questions, and you shall respond. Qin Xiu's face was stern. His younger brother had been indulged by their parents. If he did not discipline him today, future calamities would surely arise. Summon the accused, Su Xiyue. 2 officers brought Su Xiyue forward. Release me, I can walk myself. She protested, yet they forced her to kneel alongside Chen Si. Upon entering the county, she had discovered that Longda town had been renamed Longda County. After months away, she had not anticipated such significant changes. Even Magistrate Zhao had been replaced. Susia scrutinized the 3 members of the Su family, suspecting that these 2 old fools were behind her capture, sending the officers after her. The Su family seemed destined to bring her misfortune. Oh, you must kneel even if you are unwilling. Zheng, the magistrate, stifled a smile. He was a professional and could not afford to display amusement. Qin Xiu, puzzled, wondered what the magistrate meant. He had no time to ponder this as he forcefully struck the gavel. Susia. Chen Si claims that he abducted the 2 children of the Su family for your sake. Is this true? Brother, it has nothing to do with Xia. I acted alone. Chen Si, who had been gazing at Susia with affection, grew anxious at his brother's inquiry. I admitted that I was driven by love turned to hatred in an attempt to threaten Xia. Enough. Qin Xiu interrupted sharply. Have I asked you to speak? Someone. Silenced Chen Si. The officer on duty, being the son of a jailer, had long harbored resentment against Qin Si due to his father's grievances. He swiftly removed his sock and stuffed it into Chen Si's mouth. Qin Si's eyes widened in terror, helplessly seeking assistance from Chen Xiu. This is delightful. Ultimately, it is beneficial for Chen Si to face some hardships. My honorable Lord Xiu, who has always been virtuous, now finds his illustrious reputation tarnished by his own brother. How tragic! Not to mention, Qin Si has offended Nan Yuechu because of Susia, leading to the Qin family's downfall. It seems that Nan Yuechu eavesdropped at the Grand Prince's residence and deliberately dropped Qin Si's treasured black jade. This clever ploy allowed the Grand Prince to act against the Qin family. Nevertheless, I must say, Nan Yuechu and Susia are indeed a fitting pair. Neither is to be trifled with. My poor Lord Xiu. He has always been dedicated to the people and has never been anyone's pawn. Who could have imagined his fate would be so grim? To be torn apart by horses, just thinking about it brings pain. Su Yun expressed her sympathy. Qin Xiu found himself partially convinced. After all, how could a mere child know the emperor's name of the Nanyu kingdom? How could she be aware that his younger brother carried black jade so closely? If he were to investigate the slaves purchased by Susia in a month, the truth would surely surface. Qin Xiu's anger flared, his voice icy as he addressed Susia. I asked you a question. Is it true or not? What relation does Qin Si's abduction of the Su family's children have with me? You are arresting people without even understanding the situation. I merely lamented that my brother places too much importance on the children of the elder branch. Who could foresee that Qin Si would act in such a manner? Susia grasped the situation, her smile tinged with mockery. Initially, she had failed to recognize Qin Si. He was that foolish boy. Stealing children without resorting to violence. What a useless wretch. Qin Si's eyes reflected deep sorrow, although he wished to keep Susia uninvolved. Hearing her attempt to distance herself from him was painfully disheartening. Qin Xiu sighed silently, realizing that his naive brother had been used as a pawn. Perhaps it was for the best that his younger brother recognized the true nature of Susia today. Qin Si, is it true what Susia has claimed? The sock was removed from his mouth, and Qin Si remained silent, casting a glance at Susia. Yet, she averted her gaze in disdain, her face contorted with revulsion. Tears welled in Qin Si's eyes as he finally admitted, it is all true. Take Qin Si and administer 50 lashes. Qin Xiu commanded. Lord Xiu remains just as fair. Alas, Susia is too cunning to have received punishment. This matter can only conclude thus, as she did not incite the actions, but merely complained from the sidelines. This cannot be held against her. In a final desperate plea, Qin Si called out, Xia, did you ever consider me a close friend? Time passed without a response. And Qin Si understood everything. They were not even friends. How had he ever developed feelings for Susia? It now seemed absurd that he had harbored such sentiments for a mere 11-year-old girl. With clarity returning to his gaze, Si was led away, smiling through his tears. Susia took advantage of the situation, questioning, "What will you do now that you have unjustly brought me before this court?" "Ah. The laws of the Qin dynasty dictate that the government must investigate, and the citizens are obliged to cooperate. What do you propose?" Xie replied with a cold smile. Observing Susia's silence, he continued. As Susia was taken away, her expression darkened, seemingly vowing to remember Xie. If she were to gain power in the court, things would certainly be different. Ambition surged within Susia, growing ever more fervent. Xie removed his official hat and bowed to the Su family. Su Huaiyi assisted him, saying, "My lord, this is entirely inappropriate. I am merely Xie, the brother of the inept Si, and I apologize on behalf of my brother." Xie produced 100 taels in silver notes, insisting that Su Huaiyi accept it as compensation for the children's distress. "Lord Xie is indeed wise. I must remind you to ensure that such a principled individual does not allow his future wife to tarnish his reputation." Su Yun's eyes brimmed with sympathy. Chapter 65. Do not laugh, you are in a worse plight. Grandmother. I read in a book that the children of prominent families are often betrothed to one another from a young age. However, the girl in question detests the match arranged by her parents and, constrained by her family's expectations, ends up marrying the prominent youth while simultaneously being unfaithful. Why is it that green is chosen for such unions? It is hardly festive. Su Yun lowered her voice, striving to appear innocently curious. Yet, in the silent hall, her words resonated clearly with everyone present. Li's lips twitched. "What sort of books are you reading? You must stop at once." Lu Quanjing and Su Huaiyi simultaneously supported their foreheads, appearing utterly exasperated, though their expressions betrayed a hint of pity. Xie's countenance had frozen. What prominent youth? Betrothal? Just say his name directly. Su Yun, fearing her implication might be lost on him, pointed at the official hat in Xie's hands. "Look, doesn't that hat resemble the color green? Lord Chen, please do not be angry." Li, Su Huaiyi, and Lu Quanjing exclaimed in unison. However, Xie was oblivious to their silent pleas. Though small, such words were undoubtedly disrespectful. Xie, with an impassive expression, waved his hand dismissively, declaring it merely the innocent words of a child. Beside them, Zheng Yanjin stifled a laugh, increasingly convinced that Xie's head was adorned with a verdant hue. "Do not misunderstand. I was merely born with an upward curve at the corners of my mouth. There's no hiding the truth. Do not laugh. You are in the worst situation. You and Chime will marry in a year, yet the child is not yours. And you dare mock others." Li's heart swelled with sympathy, unsure how to respond. She could only say, "Zhang County Magistrate, thank you for advocating for our family. Tomorrow, I shall have my eldest son deliver some wild vegetables we have gathered." "No need. Please do not decline. The vegetables are fresh and vibrant. We shall take our leave now, and I assure you the vegetables will be delivered first thing in the morning." After the Su family departed, Xie earnestly patted Zheng Yanjin on the shoulder. "Yanjin, I remember your auspicious events are nearing. Do not forget to invite your elder brother to the celebrations. I am not the one to marry soon. If I recall correctly, you still have half a year before your wedding." Zheng Yanjin smiled, though his heart was troubled. Xie was equally perturbed. He had never cared for the marriage arranged by his parents. However, indifference did not equate to a desire to be cuckolded. Habitually, he placed the official hat atop his head, only to remove it with a scowl as a thought crossed his mind. The following day, Su Bing indeed delivered a large quantity of vibrant wild vegetables to Zheng Yanjin. He forced a smile and remarked, "Please thank Auntie for me. She truly has a good heart. By the way, my mother also asked me to convey a message." While at home, Su Bing had heard Su Yun's inner complaints and understood the plight of the county magistrate. As a fellow man, he felt sympathy for Zheng Yanjin. "My mother says these verdant, healthy wild vegetables are perfect for you, county magistrate." "Haha, very well, I shall eat." Zheng Yanjin chuckled dryly. Time flew by. And in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 3 days prior, Guanqing arrived at the Su household alongside Dr. Zhao and Zhou Yingwan. Meanwhile, Qingshan village was placed under the care of the Su clan leader. In these days, Su Yun practiced martial arts alone, her routine unchanged from before. Although her maternal grandfather had extended her studies of the 4 books and 5 classics. Finally liberated, Su Yun dashed outside the courtyard, exclaiming, "Grandmother, I'm going to play with Shaolin." "Wait a moment, dear." Su Bing hurried after her, bending down to lower his voice. "Dear, I heard your grandmother say you have 51 taels. Could you lend them to your father? I promise to repay you double once I earn some money. Why does my father always think of my little purse? Besides, this is not my money." Su Yun clutched her small purse tightly. "No, this belongs to my younger siblings. I promise to return it to them when they grow up. Listen to your father." Su Bing brought Su Yun under the big locust tree. "Isn't it true that your younger siblings won't be able to walk for another year? I have a serious matter. No plans to open a shop in the village. I want to support him so he can establish a livelihood. And our family can also benefit from some extra income." Seeing Su Yun silent, Su Bing made a promise. "Rest assured, once I earn money, I will repay you double. Think it over." "That does sound reasonable. My younger siblings love small coins, and if they multiply, they will surely be delighted." "Very well." Su Yun nodded in agreement. Su Bing, with the purse in hand, and Su Yun walked happily towards the Wang family, as the 2 adults had matters to discuss. Su Yun then played with Wang Lin beside the large locust tree in the village center. "Shaolin, I'll count to 10 and you hide. 1, 2, 10. Su Yun removed her hands, fully aware of where Wang Lin had concealed herself. She deliberately raised her voice and walked in the opposite direction. "Shaolin, I see you." Suddenly, a stranger approached. He bore a simple, honest face that became especially warm when he smiled. "Little girl, I wish to inquire if any children have been abducted from your village in recent days." Su Yun immediately grew wary, stepping back a couple of paces, preparing to seize the opportune moment to flee with Wang Lin and seek help. "Dear friend, if you sense my unease, hurry to my grandfather's house and call for aid. This man seems suspicious. Despite his smile, he exudes a sinister aura." She looked up innocently. "This uncle, how old is your brother that he could be abducted?" "My grandmother has said that in such situations, one must report to the authorities." Su Yun grasped the hand of Qian Laoda. Qian Laoda felt his patience wearing thin. The more murderous intent he felt, the more jovial he appeared. He wrenched his hand free from Su Yun's grasp. "Little girl, I will ask you once more, has any child been abducted in your village?" "I do not know." "Perhaps you should ask someone else?" Su Yun feigned ignorance, scratching her head. At that moment, Aunt Lu passed by with a basket, eyeing Qian Laoda suspiciously. "Yun girl. Who is this? He looks unfamiliar. Aren't you afraid of being abducted again? Your grandmother would surely weep." "I sense something ominous. Today seems to be exceptionally unlucky," Aunt Lu murmured, as the child dashed away as if pursued by wolves. Chapter 66. So it was you indeed. The village has been in an uproar. After Aunt Lu spoke, she realized her oversight and rolled her eyes. "Which village are you from? What business do you have in our Qingshan village?" The force was considerable, causing Aunt Lu to cry out in pain. "What are you doing?" Terrified, Aunt Lu stammered to finish her words. "I've said all that I needed to." "Well, truly, I thank you." With a swift motion, Brother Qian drew a dagger from his pocket and silenced her with a single stroke. He casually pushed her aside and methodically wiped the blood from the blade. Wang Lin, hidden in the old locust tree, covered her mouth tightly, her eyes wide with horror. Brother Qian lifted the dagger, observing the blurred reflection of the locust tree on its surface, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Wang Lin sighed in relief, grateful that she had not been discovered. Once she saw him walk away, she quickly descended from the tree and sprinted towards the home of Elder Su. Brother Qian moved swiftly, soon catching up with Su Ying. He grasped the girl by the nape of her neck. "Little girl, why are you running?" "I won't harm you." Su Ying's palms were clammy with anxiety. She had grasped his hand to discern if he was skilled in combat. Upon feeling the thick calluses on his palm, She feared trouble was imminent. She deduced that he was the older brother of the dwarf peddler and the scarred brute from before. If those two were still alive, he would not be questioning her like this. Clearly, they had perished, and this man was here for revenge. Su Ying understood that her only chance was to flee, as her escape might offer Wang Lin a glimmer of hope. She gambled on the assumption that he would pursue her first, and it appeared her gamble had paid off. "Tell me, who killed your two companions?" "I don't know." Su Ying spoke the truth. She had heard that Muigan had not killed those two men, but had merely hung them from a tree. Brother Qian did not believe her, his smile widening. Ever since discovering the bodies of his third and fifth brothers, he had been inquiring from village to village, and now that he had a lead, he was determined to avenge them. "Are you seeking death?" Brother Qian lightly grazed the blade across Su Ying's face, leaving a cut. That hurts. I'll surely be disfigured." Goodness. This was Su Bing, who had stumbled upon the scene after leaving Wang Ernia's house. "Oh, just one person?" Brother Qian glanced over casually, muttering to himself, "I wonder why the other girl is taking so long. Why hasn't she brought the villagers yet? Is he deliberately sending Shaolin to fetch the villagers?" Su Ying's eyes widened, blood smeared across her face. With that expression, if the villagers didn't arrive, the show would be over. Brother Qian found amusement in Su Ying's predicament. Su Bing, his pupils dark as ink, stepped forward. "What is your purpose?" "Ha ha. I relish dealing with intelligent individuals. However, let us wait until everyone is present. It shall be more entertaining." Brother Qian laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Elder Su arrived with the villagers, wielding various farming tools. Old Lu collapsed onto Aunt Lu's body, weeping profusely. "Oh, my dear wife." Elder Su left two villagers to tend to Aunt Lu's body and urged the others to move forward. Wang Lin led the charge. The villagers stood together, having witnessed Aunt Lu's tragic fate, their hands trembling as they clutched their tools. Elder Su, scythe in hand, confronted Brother Qian. "Who are you? Why have you come to disturb our Qingshan village? Have all the men in the village gathered?" Brother Qian replied evasively, relishing the fear he instilled in the villagers. He pressed the dagger against Su Ying's throat. "Which of you knows who killed my brother?" Elder Su and the villagers were perplexed, unable to grasp the situation. Su Bing stepped forward. "Release her, and I will tell you who killed your brother." "Release her?" Brother Qian plunged the dagger into Su Ying's shoulder without hesitation. The blade pierced through flesh. Su Ying stifled a cry, biting her lip to suppress her pain. "Father, please don't say anything. If you do, our entire village will perish." Who would have thought him so ruthless? "Besides me, no one knows who killed your brother. If she dies, I die." Su Bing's back was drenched in sweat, yet he dared not show a hint of fear. Brother Qian's expression twisted. Death was not so easily attained. With a swift motion, the dagger stabbed into Su Ying's other shoulder, staining her blue attire with crimson. Damn it, this hurts." Su Ying bit her lower lip until it bled, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Is there truly no way to escape this deadly predicament? To speak is death, and to remain silent is death. At that moment, Su Ying genuinely found herself at a loss. She had underestimated the situation, thinking that the arrival of the villagers would intimidate him. Little did she know that he was a formidable adversary. Su Bing's eyes twitched. He attempted to step forward, but as he did, Brother Qian acted again. This time, the dagger plunged into Su Ying's palm, a place closest to the heart, inflicting excruciating pain. She could no longer hold back, letting out a soft groan. "Now can you speak?" Brother Qian withdrew the dagger, its blade still dripping with blood. Su Bing glanced at the markings on the hillside, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He raised his voice, elongating his words. "Your brother is—" At that moment, an arrow shot through the air, aimed directly at Brother Qian. He ducked and rolled to avoid it as a barrage of arrows followed, forcing him to release Su Ying to evade the onslaught. "Everyone, run!" Su Bing shouted, lifting Su Ying in his arms. The villagers scattered in all directions. He also grabbed the bewildered Wang Lin, urging her to flee with him. Arrows continued to rain down from the hill, and Wang Ernia rushed over with a trident, thrusting it fiercely at the fallen brother Qian. The arrows seemed to have a mind of their own, targeting him relentlessly. As an arrow pierced his chest, he snapped one of the shafts in half, desperately attempting to escape. Yet, Wang Ernia's trident struck again, and Brother Qian's hands trembled as he fought to control it. What kind of beast is this? Why is he so strong? Realizing that staying put would mean his demise, he disregarded the incoming arrows, getting struck 3 times in succession. With a final arrow, it found its mark in Brother Qian's forehead, his eyes widening in shock as he toppled backward. Su Laudi, I'll fetch the cart. We must get you girl to the doctor. Wang Ernia dashed towards Su Lin's home. Meanwhile, the dazed Su Ying finally caught sight of the figures descending from the mountain. So, it was you. Chapter 67. The crisis returns from time to time. Su Yun could hear the sorrowful cries of her family and Wang Lin. She was aware of everything that had transpired over the past month, yet she found it impossible to open her eyes. Li Shi pinched Su Yun's mouth, gradually administering the medicine. Be good, drink your medicine, and you'll feel better, she encouraged. The brown liquid dribbled from the corner of Su Yun's mouth, though perhaps some had found its way inside. After 3 days of minimal nourishment, Su Yun's cheeks had lost their fullness. After Li Shi departed, Lu Quanjing and Su Huaiyi arrived. Both held Su Yun's small hands. Your grandfather has been keeping secrets from me, fearing I would act impulsively and come to the Su family to call for help. How could I not know about such a commotion? I secretly went with your maternal grandfather to the village entrance, and upon seeing your condition, both he and I were utterly terrified. Su Huaiyi rambled, his eyes reddening. Lu Quanjing, who had been imprisoned in the cellar, also had tears glistening in his eyes. He wiped them away with his sleeve. Don't be sad, Huaiyi. The doctor said that as long as she is well cared for and takes her medicine, she will wake up in a few days. Let us speak of happier things. The two continued to exchange pleasantries. Suddenly, Su Yun's fingers twitched, and she finally opened her eyes. You're awake, Su Huaiyi exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. Liu Xia could not help but shed tears. Dear one, what would you like to eat? I will prepare it for you, though I do not have much appetite. I know I must speak to ease my mother's worries. I would like some egg noodles, Su Yun rasped. Liu Xia's tears flowed more fiercely, and she turned her back. All right, I shall make it for you. Li Shi took Su Yun's hand gently. Are you uncomfortable anywhere, dear? Grandmother, I am fine. I wish to speak with father alone, Su Yun said, gazing at Su Bing, who stood in the corner. The others exited the room, granting the father and daughter some privacy. Indeed, my father is wise. Exactly. At that time, I was discussing business matters with Nio when a young lad suddenly burst in. He informed us that you had been captured by Qian Laoda, along with the reasons and identity behind his visit. The urgency was overwhelming, and the boy instructed me to keep Qian Laoda occupied and delay him until we could find an opportunity to rescue you when we saw the signal from the mountain. Uncle Nio's task was to reveal himself only after the arrow was shot, Su Bing recounted. He gently stroked Su Yun's head. Do not worry. Qian Laoda is no longer alive. Sensing Su Yun still had questions, Su Bing continued. Mui mentioned that upon your awakening, you would have many inquiries. He learned that Qian Laoda was searching for people in various villages, prompting him to rush to Qingshan village. Alas, he arrived too late and had to resort to this strategy. So, that is how it was. Su Yun struggled to sit up. Su Bing assisted her, carefully adjusting the blankets around her. Mui had given her a bottle of jade cream, which her mother had diligently applied every day for the past month, ensuring no scars would remain. I was terrified, thinking I would be disfigured. What girl does not wish to be beautiful? Su Yun truly sighed in relief. In mid-June, the barley was ripe, marking a busy farming season. Families were engaged in the harvest, and the villagers of Qingshan were filled with joy, celebrating an abundant yield this year. Wang Nio's shop had opened 3 months ago with great fanfare. Due to its affordability and proximity, business flourished, attracting customers from both the village and nearby areas. Now, Su Ruiwen and Su Xiyue were over 4 months old and had learned to roll over. Su Yun sat on a straw mat in the courtyard, watching her younger siblings tumble about. Su Xiyue exerted herself, rolling towards Su Yun, but just as she smiled, Su Huaiyi flipped over and pushed her aside. With arms outstretched, he cried out for Su Yun to hold him. Unwilling to be outdone, Su Xiyue began to wail. Yet, it was a storm without rain, for even as she cried, she would occasionally squint one eye to glance at Su Yun. Liu Xia approached with a bowl of egg custard and playfully poked Su Xiyue's belly. You little imp, even at such a young age. You know how to vie for attention. Su Xiyue ceased her crying, pouting her lips. Haha, my sister's expressions are truly adorable. Su Yun smiled, her eyes crinkling with joy. Yet, such tender moments are often shattered. Qin Xiu stormed into the Su family courtyard, flanked by a group of soldiers. What brings Lord Xiu here with so many soldiers? Su Yun wondered, her face filled with confusion. Qin Xiu's gaze was complex as he regarded Su Yun. 3 months prior, he had dispatched people to discreetly observe Susia, but found no abnormalities. Even the servants purchased by Susia were merely ordinary subjects of the Great Qin, not the elusive Nan Yuchu mentioned by Su Yun. Though the Su family was a collateral branch of the minister Su, they could not escape their doom. Su Huaiyi stepped forward. Lord Qin, may I inquire about your visit today? The Su family in the capital has colluded with the Nanyu kingdom, Qin Xiu declared to Su Huaiyi. But his eyes remained fixed on Su Yun. Impossible. My grandfather, the minister, is the most loyal and upright man. How could he conspire with the Nanyu kingdom? It must be that old witch, the empress, who has framed him, wishing to eliminate my grandfather. The later plot mentions the minister's family being purged. But how could it occur so soon? Su Yun pondered. Su Huaiyi staggered back 2 steps, nearly losing his balance. He understood that even if the minister had not colluded with the Nanyu kingdom, if this accusation was established, the entire Su family would be doomed. Qin Xiu hinted. A jade pendant belonging to the Emperor of Nanyu was found in the minister's residence. With a sigh, he realized that Su Yun was not as informed as he had thought. Nan Yuchu was not by Susia's side at all. Chen Yu. Why waste words with this peasant? We are here under orders to seize the entire Su clan. There is no need for further discussion. Do you wish to assist the minister? Xia Ayushir scoffed, waving his hand. Arrest the old and young of the Su family. The soldiers remained motionless, for they were subordinates of Qin Xiu, not of Xia Ayushir. It was no wonder the empress sought to win over the Qin family while they remained ambiguous. Xia Ayushir, short in stature, jumped up and down, pointing at the soldiers and scolding. Do you wish to defy the empress's decree? Chapter 68. Has any lady of respectable family recently passed away? Xia Ayushir, capturing and examining suspects has always been the domain of my Ministry of Justice. When did it become your prerogative to speak? Qin Xiu's grip tightened around the hilt of his dagger, his gaze sharp. If there was one person in the court he found utterly intolerable, it was Xia Ayushir. Back when the emperor still reigned, Xia Ayushir was of relatively good character. However, since the empress took charge, he had become a mere weathercock, swaying with the winds of power. Noticing Xia Ayushir's clenched jaw and glaring eyes, Qin Xiu paid him no heed and proclaimed loudly, "Take all the Su family members into custody, except for Lu Quanzheng. That's against protocol." Xia Ayushir protested, blocking the entrance. Fearing Qin Xiu's wrath, Su Huaiyi stepped forward. "My lord, let them search me." Qin Xiu waved his hand, and 2 soldiers began to search him. Only then did Xia Ayushir feel a sense of relief. It's about time. Liu Xia, using the pretext of cradling a child, signaled to Li Shi, who instantly understood and discreetly tucked a pouch into the swaddling. Although she was uncertain how Liu Xia would conceal it, she had faith in her. Liu Xia, taking advantage of the swaddling, stealthily placed the bulging pouch into her spatial pocket. Qin Xiu noticed their actions, but chose to turn a blind eye. Children need not be scrutinized. That's unacceptable. Xia Ayushir's anger flared as he glared at Qin Xiu. He had made it his mission to oppose Qin Xiu. He did not belong in such a small village, yet upon seeing Qin Xiu assigned to the task, he had eagerly followed. Most importantly, the empress held Qin Xiu in high regard. Fortunately, this young man was impervious to threats. Otherwise, it would be someone else speaking in the Empress's presence. Without a word, Qin Xiu picked up a dagger he had intentionally dropped. I wonder how this fell to the ground? Su Xiyue, could you assist me in examining it? Su Xiyue snorted disdainfully and swept out the door, his robes billowing behind him. The entire Su family of Qingshan village had been taken away. The younger ones were somewhat fortunate, as they were not shackled with heavy chains. Lu Quanzheng hastily gathered his belongings. The soldiers had not confiscated anything from his residence, but the Su family's grain, chickens, pigs, and silver had all been pillaged. Had it not been for Qin Xiu's intervention, Lu Quanzheng feared he might have lost everything. Wang Erniu, aware of the Su family's arrest, sought out Lu Quanzheng with Wang Lin. Uncle Lu, what's happening? This matter can only be resolved by seeking Guanqing. It's our only glimmer of hope. The soldiers won't allow anyone to follow, so I plan to head to the capital first. Lu Quanzheng slung his pack over his shoulder. I will accompany you. Widow Tian, burdened with a simple pack, hurriedly made her way to the Su residence, panting heavily. Li Shi cradled Su Xiyue in one arm while gently stroking Su Yun's head with the other, forcing herself to reassure Su Yun. Don't worry, my dear. I'm fine, Granny, Su Yun replied, forcing a smile. I simply cannot fathom how we have fallen to such a state. As the sun blazed overhead, Qin Xiu raised his hand. Let us all take a moment to rest. The group halted, and soldiers began distributing water and food, each person receiving a small sip of water and a blackened corn cake. With so many eyes watching, Liu Xia dared not ask for special treatment. The Su family could only obediently gnaw on their corn cakes, with determination. Su Yun bit into her cake, nearly breaking her teeth. Why is this cake so hard? Li Shi took Su Yun's cake, tearing it into pieces and soaking it in the little water they had. My dear, this will be easier to eat. Thank you, Granny. Su Yun quickly consumed the softened morsels, as eating hastily masked the peculiar taste. Su Ruiwen and Su Xiyue were still nursing. Li Shi shielded them. And only then did Liu Xia lift her clothing to feed. The two infants, satiated, burped and fell into a deep slumber. Su Bing inquired, Sir Qin, is there any chance this case can be overturned? The case has been handed over to the Dali Temple for investigation. I cannot say for certain. Qin Xiu replied candidly. The political climate is tumultuous, with 3 factions vying for power. Minister Su is merely a stepping stone. I sense that if my Qin family does not align soon, we may face a similar fate. Su Bing nodded silently in agreement. Su Xiyue remained vigilant, observing Qin Xiu closely, and upon noticing their conversation, hurried over. Deputy Minister Qin, why haven't you departed after lunch? Can you afford to delay? Indeed, the Xia family is filled with unscrupulous individuals. The Zhao family is merely a puppet of that old fool, orchestrating everything. Su Yun glared in disdain. Fortunately, that old man won't last much longer. It seems I must provoke him to hasten his demise. Granny, is that old gentleman in such a hurry to be reborn? Su Yun's voice was soft, but those around her could hear. Li Shi quickly covered Su Yun's mouth, fearful of her words. Rebirth was reserved for those with merit. Without it, one might be condemned to a lower realm. Are you seeking death? Su Xiyue stepped forward, his chest heaving with anger. He was ready to unleash his fury with a kick, but a glimmering dagger suddenly appeared before him. Su Xiyue's ire intensified, his finger trembling. Deputy Minister Qin, do you dare to rebel? If you harm me, it is a blow to the Empress. Su Xiyue nearly ground his teeth in rage. The Emperor had established the laws. And fortunately, the Empress was now in power. Once she seized complete authority, all these worthless laws would be abolished. Suddenly, Su Xiyue felt a sharp pain in his head. He quickly sat down to rest. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Xiu stood up, declaring, "Let us move out." The group resumed their journey, and Su Xiyue could only follow. He had intended to sit on the cart, but then he heard Qin Xiu's voice. Su Xiyue, that cart is meant for transporting grain. It cannot bear your weight. How that infuriated him. Su Xiyue wished he could eliminate Qin Xiu, but such thoughts remained just that. He fell silent. enduring the throbbing pain in his head as he trudged along. Su Xiyue and my granny are truly formidable. I hope they can drive him to his grave soon, sparing others from his tyranny. Su Yun chuckled softly, reaching out. Granny, let me hold my sister for a while. Su Bing had already carried Ruiwen for some time, concerned for Liu Xia's fatigue. Seeing this, Su Huaiyi quickly lifted Su Xiyue. I shall carry her. After many stops and starts, they finally arrived in the capital. The Su family was also taken to a damp prison. Upon entering, Su Yun spotted the Su Xia family in a cage to her right. You may. Su Yuanqing leaned against the bars of the cell, calling out gently. From the left cage, an elderly figure with disheveled hair lifted their head, gazing at Su Yun. The old man's eyes, obscured by strands of hair, revealed nothing of his emotions. As Su Yun approached, her heart brimmed with questions. But mindful of Su Xia's keen hearing, she wrote in the dirt with her finger, Brother Yuanqing, has any lady of respectable family recently passed away in the capital? After composing her question, she swiftly erased it with her foot. Chapter 69. Why does this eldest prince seem so peculiar? Su Yuanqing shook his head. Ever since he discovered that his father was the son of a concubine from the Rong Marquis residence, he had been watching a beggar closely every day. To his astonishment, his father indeed had contact with that concubine. However, the first wife had not perished. According to the beggar's inquiries, a concubine from the Rong Marquis residence had died a few days ago. Su Yuanqing took Su Yun's hand and wrote, A concubine from the Rong Marquis residence has died. How could this be? The situation has grown increasingly complicated. The original plot is now like a runaway horse. Su Yun staggered back in shock. What are you two doing? No whispering. The jailer struck the bars of the cell with a heavy stick. She lowered her head, uncertain of what to do. An unknown individual has altered the narrative. Events have spiraled beyond control. If this matter does not involve Susia, then where has Nan Yuchu gone? Why did the jade pendant appear at the residence of the Grand Scholar? Su Yuanqing's gaze flickered. Nan Yuechu, a surname only possessed by the royal family. This matter could be of significant consequence. Susia approached. Elder brother, what did you write to Su Yun just now? Just a simple greeting. Su Yuanqing maintained a stern expression and distanced himself from Susia. Su Jianan could no longer bear it. Yuanqing, why do you always treat Wei coldly? Who is truly your sister? He emphasized the word sister. Recently, he had suddenly lost contact with their mother, and now, with one family member imprisoned, he felt agitated. He unleashed his frustrations upon Su Yuanqing. Su Yuanqing merely smiled silently, his eyes carrying a profound meaning. Su Jianan, incensed, raised his hand, the chains clinking ominously. What do you intend to do? Is it Yuanqing who wishes to put on airs? Is it not your Su family? If it weren't for that old fool's entanglements, we wouldn't be facing death now. In such dire circumstances, who could possibly feel jovial? Wang Baoi promptly embraced Su Jianan, casting a disdainful glance at the elderly man with disheveled hair. Susia observed the scene coldly, a sardonic smile curling her lips. This family truly embodied hypocrisy. The original father sought atonement through her. The original mother desired the wealth she earned. The original brother was simply a parasite. Susia closed her eyes, crossing her arms against the wall. Su Jianan sighed heavily, his hand dropping. The 14-year-old Su Jiaojiao, in disarray yet with bright, spirited eyes, interjected. She planted a foot on the bars, defiantly. Who cares for relatives like you? My grandfather is loyal and devoted. The emperor will surely restore his honor and justice. You might as well give up. If it were truly so, there wouldn't be an edict to capture the 9 clans. Wang Baoi, weary of arguing with Su Jiaojiao, sat down dejectedly. Let us just await death. You. Su Jiaojia huffed, her anger subdued, but still embodying the petulance of a young lady. Jiaojiao, sit properly. A hoarse, aged voice echoed. Su Yun turned her gaze to the left cell. Coincidentally, Su Xiangxiu also lifted his head, their eyes locking. One pair bore depth, while the other radiated innocence. Su Xiangshu soon lowered his head again, white strands of hair obscuring his face. Grandfather Xiangshu, please do not lose heart. If you fall, the emperor will truly have no one to save him. Su Xiangshu's fingers pinched his palm. It seemed that his fighting spirit had ignited momentarily before he relaxed again. He chuckled softly, a sound tinged with sorrow. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, even causing Su Xiyue, who had been resting her eyes, to open them. Su Yun raised her head. A figure stood with hands clasped behind, sharp brows framing commanding eyes. Clad in a purple satin robe, adorned with golden filigree, he wore a jade belt and held an ivory fan, occasionally opening and closing it with a flourish. The jailers behind him bowed low, not daring to raise their heads. Your Highness, what orders do you have? Qin Maqian tucked the ivory fan at his waist. Go, bring Su Xiyue out for me. Yes, the jailer, being one of the Empress's subordinates, obediently complied. He opened the cell. Su Xiyue, come out. Su Xiyue feigned ignorance, closing her eyes again. The jailer, growing impatient, struck the bars with his iron rod. His Highness commands you to come out. It is a privilege. Wang Baoi's eyes darted. Where? Could it be that His Highness has taken a liking to you? You should go out. Our family's survival depends on you. Very well. Su Xiyue stood, dusting off her dress before stepping out. Miss Xia, let us converse privately. Qin Maqian smiled, though his smile did not reach his eyes. After they left, Wang Baoi frequently peeked back, her demeanor brightening. Su Yun frowned slightly. Why does this eldest prince seem so strange? Why would he want to speak with Su Xiyue? Logically, he should not know her at this point. As the carriage rolled down the road, Qin Maqian skimmed the tea surface with a lid, sipping delicately. Noticing his silence, Su Xiyue opted to rest her eyes. Qin Maqian set down the ornate cup. Do you not wish to inquire where I am taking you? If you intend to kill me, you need not lift a finger. If you do not, what does it matter to me? Su Xiyue squinted, opening her eyes a fraction. Qin Maqian's gaze held a faint, enigmatic smile. Let us speak plainly. Do you have any interest in becoming mine? Yours? Su Xiyue straightened. What could a mere merchant girl like me possibly offer to the esteemed prince? Her wariness heightened. She sensed danger emanating from him. Although she could not decipher his intentions, she discerned no affection in his eyes. This man must have ulterior motives, yet what could she possess that warranted his attention? Qin Maqian produced the ivory fan, flicking it open swiftly. He pressed it against Su Xiyue's neck, the tip revealing a sharp blade, drawing a bead of blood that glimmered crimson against his gaze. He spoke nonchalantly. Tell me, with the strike, would you perish? Why me? Su Xiyue's pupils flickered with barely discernible turmoil as she locked eyes with Qin Maqian. Cease your little tricks. Qin Maqian's voice was as frigid as ice. Su Xiyue's pupils trembled. How did he understand her so well, as if he anticipated her next move? Were it not for her abilities being limited to the first level, she would not feel so cornered. Lowering her eyelids, she contemplated. Very well. In a few days, I shall request my mother to arrange a marriage. Rest assured, this prince shall not lay a hand upon you. It is merely a formal union. The scene shifted back to the prison. It is impossible. Yue has promised me. Wang Baoi remained still, gazing outward. Su Yuansheng shook his head, choosing not to respond further. Just then, someone arrived. Wang Baoi's voice frightened. Yue, how did it go? Did the eldest prince agree to release our family? Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Baoi's expression fell in disappointment. Why are you here? How did you manage to enter? Chapter 70. Traces of Intrigue. Awaiting good news. Grandfather, Uncle Erniu. Su Yun leaned over the railing. How did my grandfather and the others get in? Could it be that I imprisoned great-grandfather? But why hasn't he come? Lu Quanzhong and the others ignored the raucous cries of Wang Baoi as they approached the prison cell where Su Yun was. The guard nearby was glancing around anxiously, urging everyone to hasten, lest they be delayed. This pale-faced jailer was a subordinate of Shan Qingfeng, the deputy minister of justice, who had dispatched another guard to divert the one appointed by the Empress, leading a few people into the cell. After conveying his message, he nervously moved aside. scanning the surroundings. Lu Quanjing handed a delicately carved basket to Su Yun, placing his hand gently on her hand. This was specially prepared for you by your great-grandfather. You and your family should divide it among yourselves. In an instant, Su Yun understood. She opened the basket and swiftly took a piece of the pastry on top, distributing the rest to Li and the others, instructing them to hide it well. Using her sleeve to shield her actions, she broke the pastry open to inspect its contents. Suddenly, a tiny piece of paper slipped out. Traces of intrigue, awaiting good news. Maintaining a composed demeanor, she consumed the pastry, discreetly stowing the paper in her system compartment. Wonderful! If I just wait a little longer, great-grandfather will surely clear the accusations against grandfather Shangshu. Su Yun stole a glance at Su Shangshu. Meanwhile, Su Shangshu, his hands resting on the side of the cell, clenched them tightly. Two opposing forces were pressuring him to choose sides. Even if he were to be vindicated, there was no one left in the court to whom he could pledge his loyalty. Reflecting on the current state of the emperor, a bitter smile tugged at his lips. Su Yun produced a revitalizing pill and quietly tucked it into another piece of pastry. She grasped Liu Qianjing's hand, placing the pastry upon it. Grandfather, please give this to great-grandfather's old friend. This pastry is exquisite and truly delicious, she emphasized. Grandfather, it is crucial that it reaches great-grandfather. This medicine can invigorate one's spirits for an entire day. Su Shangshu's eyes brightened at her words, but upon hearing the latter part, he lowered his head, his gaze gradually losing its luster. Lu Quanzhong tucked the pastry into his cloak, not pausing for pleasantries. The two hastened towards the exit, where Widow Tian and Wang Lin awaited them, quickly assisting their departure. They turned into a narrow alley and soon vanished from sight. Deputy Minister Tai Kong stood with his back turned, gazing at the torture instruments, slowly caressing the bloodstains upon them. My lord, I have lost track of them. A cloaked figure knelt before him, head bowed. Tai Kong turned, revealing a ghastly scar that ran from his brow to his chin. Lost track? How could you lose 4 ordinary individuals? Please forgive me, my lord, it is my incompetence. The 4 traversed South Street Alley as if they were intimately familiar with the terrain, and before long, they disappeared into the passage. The cloaked figures had drooped even lower. Tai Kong snorted coldly. Was there anything unusual? They merely took some pastries, giving one to a 7-year-old child. The rest said nothing. A whip cracked against flesh, producing a sharp sound, yet the cloaked figure remained motionless, seemingly impervious to pain. Investigate what that girl knows. There must be a purpose behind such actions. Yes. The cloaked figure, sweat beading on his forehead, rose to his feet. In the prison cell, Wang Baoi approached, extending her palm through the bars. Yun girl, share a piece of pastry with your second aunt. None. Su Yun shook her head. Wang Baoi was displeased. She had been in the cell for an entire day, having consumed only a steamed bun and a bowl of plain water, her stomach now grumbling. Did she think she was blind? There had clearly been 3 plates of pastries earlier. She was determined to obtain a few pieces for herself and Yuansheng. Wang Baoi had no thoughts of Su Jianan. Her priorities were herself first, and then her son. Just take a few pieces for your Yuansheng brother. Aren't you closest to your elder brother? Fine. Su Yun jogged over. Wang Baoi wore a smile, but it would soon fade. Su Yun requested 2 pieces from Liu Xia and beckoned to Su Yuansheng. Brother Yuansheng, come here for a moment. I want to eat. You should save it for yourself. Su Yuansheng shook his head, remaining still. Wang Baoi attempted to reach for it, but Su Yun dodged away. Her face turned a shade of green with anger. I see you're just a worthless thing, unwilling to share. Mother, what are you saying? Giving is a kindness. Not giving is the norm. What's wrong with that? And could you please refrain from calling me worthless all the time? Su Yuansheng disagreed. He did not understand why his mother incessantly referred to him as worthless. Couldn't women treat one another with kindness, being of the same gender? Wang Baoi trembled with rage, but being her most cherished son, she ultimately swallowed her harsh words. Su Yun pursed her lips and beckoned again. Brother Yuansheng. He approached. And as Su Yun offered him a piece of pastry, he refused to take a second one. The sound of his swallowing echoed in the empty prison, starkly apparent. Su Yun turned away. Isn't that Su Xiyue from the Shangshu family? What a mess. The important subplot character is now imprisoned. How pitiful. Having lost her parents and relying solely on her grandfather since childhood. Su Yun walked over, extending her hand. Here, eat this. You want to give me something? Su Xiyue pointed at her own nose in disbelief. Su Yun nodded, pushing her hand forward. Xiyue hesitated, glancing at her grandfather. Take it. Remember to thank your cousin. Upon hearing the words from Su Shangshu, he suddenly fell into a fit of coughing. His face turned pale, devoid of color. Xiyue did not take the pastry, but rushed to Su Shangshu's side, supporting his arm. Grandfather, are you all right? Just an old ailment. Su Shangshu patted her arm. What are you doing? Why are you here again? The jailer, who had escorted the crown prince, pounded the bars with a metal rod, his expression fierce. If the jailer who had brought Su Yun's grandfather was a dandy, this one was a brutish figure, his face dark and menacing. It's nothing. I was just concerned that grandfather kept coughing. Su Yun discreetly tucked the pastry into her system compartment. With that, she took out her water pouch and splashed it onto Su Shangshu. Xiyue stood up indignantly, tears brimming in her eyes. She pointed at the dark-faced jailer. You wicked people. Why doesn't heaven strike you down? This young lady truly lacks the art of cursing. Yet she is rather endearing. But why do I feel that the dark-faced jailer is trying to offer grandfather water? Su Yun pondered thoughtfully. Chapter 71. Interrogation and deception. Wait until I show you what true wickedness is. The grim-faced jailer unlocked the iron door of the cell and strode inside. Though trembling in fear, Su Xiyue did not flee. Instead, she opened her arms wide. What are you going to do? She asked. The jailer merely pushed her aside, causing her to fall onto a heap of dry straw. He opened the water pouch and, gripping Su Shangshu's chin, forced water down his throat. Though his methods appeared crude, not a drop escaped. At times, he even lifted the pouch to ensure Su Shangshu swallowed the water lingering in his mouth. Get away! Don't touch my grandfather! Su Xiyue scrambled to her feet and rushed forward. The jailer, having secured the water pouch, paid her no mind as he exited and locked the door behind him. Su Xiyue tugged at the door, her eyes filled with hatred. Cough, cough. Su Shangshu coughed a couple of times, feeling his throat ease somewhat. He lifted his head and called out. Reluctantly, Su Xiyue, seeing her grandfather was unharmed, sulkily sat down. Su Shangshu gazed intently at the grim-faced jailer, his hair obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression unreadable. Seemingly having come to a conclusion, he lowered his head once more, resuming his previous demeanor. What's going on here? Lu Dao dragged the pale-faced jailer by his collar, pulling him inside as he inquired, bewildered by the commotion he had overheard. This old man is on the verge of death, coughing all day. I couldn't stand by and had to teach him a lesson just now. Don't you dare kill him. If the higher-ups catch wind of this, we can't bear the consequences. Lu Dao warned, patting the grim-faced jailer on the shoulder. His brother had quite the temper, and only before the throne did he behave submissively. Those imprisoned, regardless of their status, would inevitably suffer under his authority. Brother Dao. What is this? The grim-faced jailer raised his chin towards the pale-faced jailer. Lu Dao's expression turned sinister. This fool had taken it upon himself to allow visitors for an interrogation. If the throne found out, both of us would be in deep trouble. With that, he kicked the pale-faced jailer to the ground and grabbed a nearby iron rod to strike him. Brother Dao, stop. I was wrong. I shouldn't have accepted their silver. The pale-faced jailer pleaded, emptying his pockets of silver notes. Lu Dao paused, asking, what did those two say during the visit? What did they do? The pale-faced jailer hesitated, but the iron rod struck his leg again, eliciting a pained scream. All right, I'll tell you. The pale-faced jailer recounted everything without omitting a single detail. After listening, Lu Dao sheathed the iron rod and kicked the pale-faced jailer with his toes. You! Go bring that girl to me. The pale-faced jailer struggled to his feet, trembling as he unlocked the cell door. Li Shi shielded Su Xiyue, exclaiming, "My daughter has only eaten a piece of cake. What do you intend to do?" "Mother, don't be impulsive. They have the final say here," Su Bing urged in a hushed tone. He then stood up, adding, "I ate the cake too. Take us both," Liu Dao shouted. The pale-faced jailer shoved the two of them forward, and Su Bing cast a reassuring glance at Liu Xia as he and Su Xiyue were led away. Su Xiyue caught a faint whiff of iron rust and looked quizzically at the back of the pale-faced jailer, dressed in the most ordinary black attire. There was something odd about him. Why has he changed his clothes? He was wearing a gray coat over a black vest when he brought my grandfather here. But now, in such a short time, his clothes have turned black. Most importantly, there is a faint scent of blood on him. Su Xiangxiu raised his head, catching a glimpse of the pale-faced jailer before lowering it again. No one knew what he was thinking. In the discipline room, a small and oppressive chamber with only a bowl-sized window, Su Xiyue could see numerous blood-stained instruments of torture through the sparse light. Entering the darkness made her heart race, and Su Bing held her hand tightly. The only sound in the dark was the clinking of chains. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, it's nothing serious," Su Xiyue reassured herself. "Separate them for interrogation," Liu Dao ordered. The pale-faced jailer pushed Su Xiyue into a room, the door slamming shut, plunging her into darkness where she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. Fortunately, Su Xiyue had good eyesight and could make out vague shapes. Su Bing was taken to be interrogated by the grim-faced jailer. The pale-faced jailer approached Su Xiyue, his voice soft. "Don't be afraid. I am under the command of Shan Qifeng, a minor official of the Dali Temple. Shan and General Guan are on good terms. I want to harm you. We're just going through the motions." Pretending to be frightened, Su Xiyue crouched down, burying her face in her legs. She did not trust this man. Alone in a room with the pale-faced jailer, the scent of blood grew stronger. Though she could not pinpoint why, she felt that something was amiss with him. To appear more like an ordinary child, Su Xiyue pinched her leg and began to whimper softly. The pale-faced jailer stepped closer, reassuring her, "Don't worry. This room is soundproof. No one else knows we are here. You needn't fear, I will not harm you." "You called General Guan great-grandpa, correct?" Su Xiyue knew she could not remain completely silent, as that would only provoke him. Slowly, she lifted her head, her face streaked with tears, blinking her timid eyes and innocently asking, "Do you know my great-grandpa?" The pale-faced jailer smiled, "Yes." "Why do you call Guanqing great-grandpa?" "Great-grandpa is just great-grandpa. All the children in our village call him that. My father calls him great-grandpa too." Su Xiyue wiped her tears and muttered softly. The pale-faced jailer paused, asking, "Did your great-grandpa put something in your cake?" "Yes," Su Xiyue nodded, stepping closer to tug at the pale-faced jailer's clothing, suddenly bursting into tears. "When will you let me out? I want to see great-grandpa. I don't want to be in this dark room, and I don't want to be executed." "What was in the cake?" The loud cries were becoming intolerable, and the pale-faced jailer struggled to maintain his composure. Seeing he could not calm Su Xiyue, he squatted down, forcing a smile while gently patting her head. "Really?" Su Xiyue's tears ceased, her voice trembling. "Really?" The pale-faced jailer, exasperated, seized Su Xiyue's collar. "Then why did you return a piece of the cake and claim it was for Guanqing's old friend?" I just thought the cake was delicious. My great-grandpa always said his old friend was quite pitiful, so..." Su Xiyue stammered, clearly frightened. "Who is that old friend?" The pale-faced jailer pressed impatiently. "Xiao Hong. It's my great-grandpa's old red horse." Su Xiyue blinked, terrified, a single tear slipping down her cheek. The pale-faced jailer released his grip. Guanqing indeed had a prized steed, an old friend in its own right. With a stoic expression, he led Su Xiyue out, signaling Liu Dao discreetly. The grim-faced jailer had already emerged, indicating that everything was fine. Following the interrogation, Su Xiyue and Su Bing were returned to their cell once more. The pale-faced jailer departed with Liu Dao, his face cold. The grim-faced jailer remained on duty. Su Xiyue decided to take a gamble. She leaned against the bars and began to pound on them. Bang, bang, bang. "What now?" The grim-faced jailer crossed his arms, his expression one of irritation. Yet he still approached. Chapter 72. The Separation of Male and Female Kin. I thirst. Su Yun pointed at the water pouch. The grim-faced jailer poured a bowl of water from the pouch and forcefully placed it inside the cell. Every day, there are so many trivial matters. Hurry up and drink. Once you finish, all the female kin will be moved to another cell. Su Yun first offered a sip to her grandparents and parents before drinking deeply herself. She discreetly scraped a bit of mud and smeared it in the bowl. Wang Baoyi leaned forward. I want water too. Seeing that she could indeed acquire some, she gulped down the entire bowl in one breath. Don't get too familiar. Who do you think you are to me? The Empress is merciful. But if a month passes without a reversal of verdict, all the male kin shall face execution come autumn, and the female kin will be sent to the courtesan department. Separation is only a matter of time. The grim-faced jailer kicked the prison door. Wang Baoyi stumbled back in fear. Even now, she believed Su Xiyue would rescue her family, considering herself a member of the royal family. As for the jailer's threats of execution and exile, she thought they had nothing to do with her family. How is there mud in your bowl? Su Yun shouted. Nonsense. Even if there is mud, you prisoners must swallow it. The grim-faced jailer approached, snatched the bowl, and hurled it to the ground. The shards scattered, cutting Su Yun's ear. Blood trickled down. Could I be mistaken? This grim-faced jailer isn't from my great-grandfather's side. Su Yun's face turned pale. Su Bing quickly tore a piece of cloth from his undergarment and pressed it against Su Yun's ear. Sister Yun, Su Yuanxing called out anxiously. Li Shi and Liu Xia hurried over as well. Wang Baoyi, filled with schadenfreude, said, serves her right. Why didn't she die? Mother, what are you saying? Su Yuanxing exclaimed in disbelief. He had always thought his mother simply disliked his uncle's family, but now he realized she wished for Sister Yun's demise. Everyone shut up. The grim-faced jailer shouted, brandishing an iron rod. All women, step out quickly. When no one moved, he opened the cell and yanked Wang Baoyi by her hair, dragging her out. What are you doing? My daughter is favored by the crown prince. You cannot treat me like this. Silence. The jailer threw her to the ground, his face dark with anger. Hazy, what is going on now? Lu Dao arrived with many male kin, kicking those who lagged behind. Su Lai struggled to rise, his teeth grinding. Unyielding, yet you must still endure. Lu Dao struck Su Lai's leg with his rod. Su Zhuzhong hurriedly pleaded, My lord, my young son is foolish. Please do not hold it against him. Father, don't plead for him. Su Lai spat blood, defiantly glaring at Lu Dao. I see your son is quite defiant. Perhaps I should teach you a lesson instead and see if your spirit remains unbroken. Lu Dao squatted down, slapping Su Zhuzhong's face. His expression changed, and he lifted the iron rod to strike Su Zhuzhong. Let go of my father. Su Lai struggled, but was restrained by the nearby jailer. His eyes turned red, veins bulging on his forehead. Seeing his father bleed, he quickly knelt and slapped his own face. Aren't you tough? Why beg for mercy now? Lu Dao sneered, pinching Su Lai's face. He kicked him in the chest, causing Su Lai to collapse, his eyes bloodshot. Bring all the Su male kin together, Lu Dao commanded, brushing off the dust from his shoulders, his gaze significant. Hey Z, we should not show mercy to these people. They can survive a day without a drop of water. Don't you think? Hey Z's heart sank. He realized Lu Dao was suspicious of him. His actions had not dispelled the other's doubts. It seemed he must act decisively. Hey Z nodded. What Brother Dao says is true. As the men were separated, Li Shi clutched Su Huaiyi tightly. Was it necessary to separate even this infant? Enough nonsense. Any male must be confined together. Hazy seized the child and tossed Su Huaiyi into Su Bing's arms, dragging Li Shi and the others. Thus, the male kin were placed in one cell, while the female kin were confined in a distant corner cell, far from each other's sight. In the male cell, Su Huaiyi, with broken legs, was carried in by his son Su Shouliu. Tears glistened in Su Huaiyi's old eyes, filled with disbelief. Elder brother, your legs. Broken by scoundrels while heading to the Hanlin Academy. Su Huaiyi's forehead creased with evident displeasure. Though his official position remained, he was replaced by others after his legs were broken. He held a title without salary. Now, with the Su family's downfall and imprisonment, his misfortunes compounded. It was plain to see his legs were broken, yet Huaiyi still feigned ignorance, rubbing salt in his wounds. Su Huaiyi recalled the moment he was attacked, and his brother had still been in the capital. A flicker of suspicion crossed his eyes. Huaiyi, I remember you were still here. Where did you go? Elder brother. Had I known, I would not have gone to buy fabric for the little one. If I had stayed, your legs would not be like this. Su Huaiyi wept tears of sorrow, pounding the ground in frustration. Elder brother, did you catch that scoundrel? If I knew who it was, I would ensure he was crippled. Seeing Su Huaiyi's emotions seemed genuine, Su Huaiyi softened. No. Now we must focus on our own survival. How can we seek out the scoundrels? Elder brother, is it so difficult for you to relieve yourself? Elder brother, how do you manage? Elder brother. Enough. Huaiyi. I wish for some peace. Su Huaiyi gritted his teeth. Though Huaiyi spoke with concern, he felt it was mockery. Yet, he could not utter a single word of reproach. Su Huaiyi simply closed his eyes. Nearby, Su Bing cradled Su Ruiwen, lowering his head and suppressing a smile. He had not realized how talented his father was at acting. Meanwhile, in the female cell, Su Xiyue shook the cell door, the iron chains clinking loudly. I want my grandfather. I do not want to be separated from him. Before long, the white-faced jailer approached. Fortunately, it is my shift here. If Hazy were present, you would have felt the iron rod. He then walked towards Su Yun, squatting down beside the cell. With a smile, he said, Little girl, do not fear. General Guan has promised to rescue you all in 2 days. Something is amiss. The reason that grin-faced jailer smashed the bowl was that another jailer had been lurking in the shadows. This white-faced jailer is fishing for information. He is the true threat. Su Yun threw herself into Li Shi's arms, saying nothing, quietly weeping. The white-faced jailer's expression turned cold for a moment before returning to normal. He turned to Su Xiyue. Xiao, do you want to save your grandfather? Yes. Su Xiyue nodded eagerly. The white-faced jailer coaxed. Does your grandfather have any hidden ledger? If you tell me, both you and your grandfather will be safe. I do not know. Su Xiyue shook her head, genuinely unaware of such matters, as her grandfather did not share everything with her. Thus, she had developed a naive and sweet disposition. The white-faced jailer's smile stiffened. Well, think carefully. Once you remember, let me know. General Guan is waiting for that ledger to save your grandfather. Okay, Su Xiyue nodded earnestly. After the jailer left, Li Shi sighed. Mother, there are still father and husband over there, and Ruiwen can now eat a little. Do not fret too much. Liu Xia consoled her. The one truly suffering was her. Yet, no amount of anxiety or panic would help. They could only muster their spirits. If they fell ill due to worry, it would be even more disastrous. Li Shi's sister-in-law, Xia Su Ping, scoffed. I think that little brat will probably starve to death first. Chapter 73. The Ledger of Bribery and Embezzlement by the National Uncle Xia Su Ping. How dare you speak like that? Li approached, tugging harshly at her hair. Her combat prowess should not be underestimated. Xia Su Ping, the half-sister of the Inspector Xia, had married Su Huaiyi upon his arrival in the capital, bearing him a son. Their son, Su Xiyue, now 30, held a minor position in the Ministry of Revenue, enjoying a leisurely life with little power, but still managed to draw a salary. Su Xiyue was married to Guamin, the eldest daughter of the esteemed physician Gua, a favored figure in the presence of the Empress. After marrying into the family, Guamin had given birth to 2 sons, which endeared her greatly to Xia Su Ping. However, Guamin stood at a distance, feigning ignorance as her mother-in-law was assaulted, contemplating how to divorce Su Xiyue, hoping her father could extricate her from her predicament. As Xia Su Ping was being beaten by Li, her face bore scratches. You mud-legged harbinger of misfortune! Were it not for you and Su Huaiyi coming to the capital, Huaiyi would not have suffered a broken leg. You two have cursed our family into imprisonment. I shall strangle you today." Seeing their struggle escalate, he entered the cell. "My brother is Inspector Xia." Xia, stooping, pinned to the ground by Li, looked disheveled. She commanded the pale-faced jailer, "Why don't you hurry and drag this madwoman away?" Li, quick-witted, dug her nails into Xia, stooping before rising. Without waiting for the jailer to respond, she distanced herself from Xia, stooping. In contrast, Xia, stooping, consumed by fury, attempted to claw at Li, but was thwarted by the jailer. "Cease this ruckus. Continue, and you shall face the law. How dare you? Who do you think you are?" In her struggle, Xia, stooping, inadvertently scratched the jailer's neck, drawing blood. In an instant, he seized her and dragged her out of the cell. "Let me go." "What are you doing?" "My brother is Inspector Xia. I demand to see him." Xia, stooping, protested, flailing. The jailer, his expression grim, shoved her towards a small dark room, calling to his companions who were chatting nearby. "You two, take good care of Madame Su." The two jailers rubbed their hands together, leering as they closed the door to the dark room. "What are you doing? Get away." Xia, stooping, recoiled, shrinking from the filthy hands reaching for her. The slender jailer slapped her face. "Do you think Inspector Xia will acknowledge you as his sister? You are merely a concubine's illegitimate daughter." "Seventh brother, who shall go first?" "This woman is a bit past her prime, but better than nothing," chuckled the other portly jailer. She appeared disheveled, her clothing loose and unkempt, with faint red marks adorning her neck. Sitting there dazed, her eyes vacant, Su remained silent, pressing her lips together. Li embraced her. "Don't look." The pale-faced jailer approached again, grinning as he bore a plate of braised meat and rice. "Little girl, see how I am helping your Su family. Had it not been for the old General Guan's intervention, you would all be facing the same fate." Noticing Su retreating into Li's embrace, he remained unfazed, gesturing to Su Xiyue. "Jiao, come, have some meat." Just as Su Xiyue was about to rise, Su discreetly tugged at her sleeve. Su Xiyue, eyeing the gleaming braised meat and rice, swallowed hard, but ultimately shook her head. "Thank you, but I'm not hungry right now." "Very well. General Guan said it is imperative to locate that ledger by tomorrow, otherwise there will be no hope for your Su family. Think carefully tonight and inform me by morning." The jailer collected the uneaten food with a smile. Su Xiyue nodded in silence. After he left, just as Su Xiyue was about to inquire about something, Su covered her mouth. Placing a finger to her lips, she wrote in the dirt, "Do not trust him." Liu Xia recognized the characters, and the group gathered close. She inscribed another warning, "Be cautious tonight." Then, she swept her foot over the words, erasing them. Su understood Liu Xia's meaning. The jailers, deprived of meat for so long, will surely take action. My mother must be worried that someone will abduct the women tonight for nefarious purposes. Observing Su Xiao's bewildered expression, Su shook her head. That pale-faced jailer is undoubtedly seeking the ledger of bribery and embezzlement by the national uncle, aiming to leverage it against the Empress. He is neither aligned with the old master nor the Empress's faction. Then whose man is he? It appears the jailer wishes to keep the Empress in the dark about his search for the ledger. Otherwise, he could simply resort to torture on the minister to obtain it, rather than resorting to such convoluted methods. Liu Xia and Li wore troubled expressions. Once implicated with the royal family, their fates would be sealed. Many would seek to silence them. The coming days would surely be perilous. Both turned to Su Xiyue, sighing at her obliviousness. At the general's residence, this manor was a reward bestowed upon Guanqing by the current emperor during his time in the capital. In the study's secret chamber, Guanqing held a red bean cake and a piece of paper. As he placed the white paper under the candlelight, a character resembling a horse gradually revealed itself. He then broke the pastry, extracting a round, glistening pill. Bringing it to his nose, he inhaled its invigorating scent. Instantly feeling revitalized, he immediately grasped Su Ying's intention. Quan Zheng had informed him that this pill could rejuvenate one's spirit for an entire day. The young lady aimed to ensure the emperor remained alert at a crucial moment. The character on the paper indicated someone had already suspected him, suggesting he feed the treat to his prized steed. "Dad, what is this?" Guan Wu inquired, puzzled. He had already shared the emperor's predicament and his strategy with Guan Qing. Yet the emperor had succumbed to deepening intoxication, with his moments of clarity growing increasingly fleeting. Guan Qing handed the pill to Guan Wu. "Keep this safe. When the opportune moment arises, it can awaken the emperor for a day." "Wonderful. Where did this pill come from? Are there more?" Guan Wu exclaimed, carefully placing the pill into a porcelain vial. "If we could locate the alchemist, the emperor might fully awaken." Guan Qing shook his head. "Do not entertain such thoughts. If this truly could cure the emperor, would I remain idle?" After exchanging a few casual words, Guan Qing set out to find the horse. He and Shan Qingfeng had intentionally placed an informant in their midst to cultivate trust, intending for Lu Quanzheng to deliver the pastries as a means to stir the waters. Only when the other party panicked would they reveal their true colors, allowing him to uncover who sought to eliminate Minister Su. Had it not been for the emperor's clarity at that time, and trusting the case entirely to Shan Qingfeng, the Su family would have faced execution long ago rather than now awaiting vindication. The empress was also anxious to act. Their time was limited. Guan Qing, holding the pastry, caressed the horse's head. "Old friend, did you miss this old fellow? Go on, eat up. It's your favorite red bean cake." The horse, showing a remarkable understanding, nudged Guan Qing with its head before eagerly swallowing the treat. The two shared a moment of camaraderie, with Guan Qing speaking and the horse attentively listening. In the shadows, a figure listening to the mundane exchange departed swiftly. The intruder was clearly agitated. Just as the cloaked figure vanished, Shan Qingfeng emerged from the corner, nodding to Guan Qing before covering his face with the black cloth and following suit. Chapter 74. The night deepens, and someone can no longer sit still as Shan Qingfeng gazed upon the increasingly familiar path. A sense of heaviness settled in his heart. He had not anticipated that it would be the personnel of the Dali Temple who harbored ulterior motives. Who could it be? Was it the Dali Qing, Tai Kong? Or perhaps the Dali Cheng and Dali Zheng? Upon observing someone entering a disciplinary chamber, Shan Qingfeng employed his lightness skill to mask his presence and swiftly ascended to the rooftop. He gently lifted a tile, allowing a faint glimmer of light to filter through as he peered below. To his astonishment, he recognized Tai Kong. Why would he engage in such actions? Had Tai Kong truly become a lackey of the Empress? Tai Kong sat upon a blood-stained torture chair, his fingers drumming lightly. A figure cloaked in black raised his head, revealing half of a pale face. It was inconceivable. Guan Qing would not undertake futile efforts. He could have easily conveyed a message to Minister Su. So why choose an inconspicuous girl? There must be deeper significance behind this. Tai Kong's demeanor was fierce, with a scar on his face that appeared both menacing and terrifying. He slammed the armrest of the chair, inquiring whether there were any movements from Shan Qingfeng. There were none. All day he had been organizing Minister Su's cases, and currently, there was still no progress. Keep someone watching him. Tai Kong snorted coldly. Had it not been for the emperor suddenly entrusting the case to Shan Qingfeng, he would have already obtained the ledger. It seemed that the emperor did not trust him. After a prolonged silence, Tai Kong finally spoke. "Is there any progress on that matter? My subordinate is probing Su Jiao's knowledge, but it appears she is unaware." "Unaware. Arrange for her rescue at a critical moment tonight. First thing in the morning, let Minister Su and Su Jiao meet." "I refuse to believe that old fool will remain silent." Tai Kong gestured dismissively, instructing them to continue monitoring the situation. As the cloaked figure walked away, he shed the outer garment concealing his identity. Upon emerging from the shadows, he transformed into a pale-faced jailer. He glanced up at the rooftop, puzzled. Suddenly, a black cat leapt down, dispelling his thoughts. After the white-faced jailer departed, Shan Qingfeng, concealed on the other side of the wall, hurriedly made his exit. At the General Guan's residence, in the study's secret chamber, Shan Qingfeng relayed all that he had witnessed to Guan Qing and Guan Wu. Guan Wu's face contorted with rage as he slammed his hand on the table. How could he forget that the emperor, in his youth, had discreetly visited and saved Tai Kong, promoting him? To think this scoundrel could be so ungrateful. Lower your voice. Are you afraid the spies won't hear you? Guan Xing reprimanded, delivering a fist to Guan Wu's head. His son was simply too impulsive. The general's residence currently housed at least 3 factions. Had he not employed a diversion, their clandestine discussions would have drawn attention from several parties. Guan Wu rubbed his head, protesting, "Father, I am already 30. Do you still hit me?" Silence. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Chastened by Guan Xing's rebuke, Guan Wu obediently fell silent. Guan Xing's brow furrowed, forming a distinct crease. He turned his gaze to Shan Qingfeng, realizing that the object Tai Kong sought must be of utmost importance. It might pertain to the reasons behind Minister Su's framing. You must send He Zi to approach Minister Su tonight and discreetly inquire where the item is hidden. Su Jiao must not come to harm tonight. Although Tai Kong intends to rescue her at a critical juncture, this matter must not falter in the slightest. Guan Xing added. Shan Qingfeng nodded, noting that He Zi had reported Lu Dao was already suspicious of him and intended to eliminate Lu Dao tonight with the help of the Crown Prince. Very well. The flickering candlelight reflected in Guan Xing's eyes, illuminating the steely resolve on his face. As the night deepened, someone could no longer remain still. The women's quarters were situated in a corner, where the dim light of the dungeon barely illuminated the surroundings. A shadowy figure, corpulent and stealthy, crept towards the women's prison. He glanced around cautiously before quietly unlocking the cell door. Despite his carefulness, the sound of the lock echoed slightly. Su Yun's keen senses stirred her awake as she nudged Liu Xia and Li Shi, only to find them in a deep slumber, utterly unresponsive. A sudden thought struck Su Yun. Could it be that someone had slipped a narcotic into tonight's vegetable soup? A chill ran down her spine. The intruder had already entered, surveying the interior as if selecting a target. Under the faint moonlight, he spotted Liu Xia, whose figure was slender and skin fair. He began to inch closer. This was bad. The man seemed intent on making her his prey. Uncertain whether such actions were tacitly condoned or strictly forbidden at night, Su Yun felt an overwhelming panic. Suddenly, a bold idea emerged. She turned and clung to Liu Xia, wrapping her arms and legs around her like an octopus. The intruder was startled, and after confirming that the girl had fallen back asleep, he breathed a sigh of relief. He murmured to himself, "Could it be that this girl did not drink the soup?" This remark roused Su Jiao, who let out a soft whimper and opened her eyes. Upon seeing the shadowy figure standing over her, she was about to scream in terror. The stout man quickly covered her mouth. There existed an unwritten rule among the jailers. As long as their actions went unnoticed by the higher-ups, they could sneak people away at night. The Dali Qing turned a blind eye to this, but if other jailers were alerted, he would find himself sharing the spoils with them. He had no desire for that. "Lower your voice, or do you want me to silence you right now?" he whispered menacingly. Su Jiao's warm tears streamed down her cheeks as she nodded in fear, refraining from resisting. Yet her vulnerability only intensified the man's predatory instincts. Su Yun's heart raced with anxiety. Oh no! She had forgotten that Su Jiao had not consumed the soup either. Awakening now made her the prime target of the stout man. What to do? Resolute, Su Yun steeled herself, closing her eyes and standing up. With her arms outstretched, she began to hop and bounce. The stout man trembled, nearly releasing Su Jiao. His teeth chattered as he recalled the tales of tomb raiders recounted by Seventh Brother. Legends spoke of tomb robbers who, upon opening coffins, encountered zombies that would attack and drain the life from the living. At that moment, the cell door was pushed open once more. A lean figure entered cautiously and, upon noticing the stout man dragging Su Jiao, exclaimed, "Fatty, what are you doing here?" The stout man, startled, instinctively hid behind the lean figure while dragging Su Jiao. "I'm telling you, this girl is not someone you can touch. She's different from the others," the lean figure warned. He had been instructed to stage a performance in the prison, and the stakes were high. Fearing that the stout man might ruin everything, He had issued a warning, only to find that the latter had come anyway. Seeing the terror in the stout man's eyes and the trembling of his lips, he began to sense something was amiss. Following his gaze, he scrutinized Su Yun. The lean figure kicked the stout man's leg. "What are you afraid of? There's no such thing as a zombie in this world. Besides, this is not a tomb. This girl is simply having a fit. Seventh brother, look." The stout man's voice quivered. The lean figure turned, and to his horror, he saw the girl with blood on her mouth leaping towards them. Her mouth agape to reveal two sharp fangs. Chapter 75. A calamity has struck. Minister Su is dead in the male quarters. Huaiyi gently nudged Minister Su. As the latter stirred awake, Huaiyi placed a finger to his lips. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. Minister Su grasped Huaiyi's hand and inscribed 3 characters above, Dao De Jing. Upon receiving this revelation, Huaiyi swiftly exited the cell and quietly locked the door behind him. Near the Empress, the high-ranking eunuch, Li Gonggong, approached with a shrill voice, kicking Huaiyi. "Hurry and get that scoundrel up." Groggy. Huaiyi knelt as he recognized the figure before him. "I did not realize your esteemed presence, Gonggong. Is there something the Empress wishes to command me?" Take Huaiyi away," Li Gonggong commanded, flicking his wrist dismissively. The 2 guards promptly seized Huaiyi and escorted him to the punishment chamber. Unable to tolerate the stench of the room, Li Gonggong waved his hand in distaste. "It's absolutely foul. You two, light the torches in the dungeon." As the dungeon torches ignited, the room was instantly illuminated, revealing 2 figures across from Huaiyi. "Why have you brought all 3 of them here?" Li Gonggong. "It was Huaiyi who betrayed His Highness," Lu Dao declared, his eyes aflame with rage. He never expected Huaiyi to falsely accuse him and Xiaobai to the prince. Xiaobai, a pale-faced jailer, pointed an innocent finger at Huaiyi. "Li Gonggong, I am not one for confinement. Brother Dao can vouch for me." "Indeed, Li Gonggong," Xiaobai added. "I have mentioned to His Highness several times that I possess some abilities, which the prince greatly admires." Li Gonggong paid them no mind, his fingers delicately poised as he feigned sophistication. "Such trivial matters trouble His Highness? The Empress has decreed that all 3 of you are to be imprisoned." Suddenly, his voice turned sharp. "Once word spreads, let us see who will come to rescue you. And if no one does, it will be your end." All 3 understood the Empress's murderous intent. Their lives were worth less than a dog's. Both paths led to death. Each bore unfinished tasks. Lu Dao and Huaiyi's families were under the control of Tai Kong, and they knew that if they perished, their families would become useless, leading to a tragic fate. Huaiyi's life had been saved by Dan Qifeng, and for him, death was not feared. But failing to assist Dan Qifeng and Guanqing was a grave concern. Just as Huaiyi was about to act, Lu Dao and Xiaobai made their move first. They attacked the guards, drawing their blades and aiming at Li Gonggong. Li Gonggong, anticipating the assault, clapped his hands. Instantly, a throng of guards surged in to engage Lu Dao and Xiaobai. Li Gonggong approached the still kneeling Huaiyi and patted his face. "It seems you are the most obedient. Let us see if anyone hears the news and cannot remain idle." Huaiyi quietly drew a dagger from his waist and swiftly aimed it at Li Gonggong. He did not linger in battle. After injuring Li Gonggong and a guard, he dashed through the encirclement, though he sustained several wounds from behind. Huaiyi hurried towards the female quarters, not forgetting the task assigned to him by Dan Xiaoqing. Meanwhile, Su Yun was stealthily advancing towards Shouqi and his companions. What a pretense. Shouqi immediately discerned that Su Yun was feigning. What kind of zombie has a rosy complexion? Unperturbed, Su Yun leaped onto Shouqi's back, wrapping her arms around his neck and biting down fiercely on his shoulder. Her teeth pierced through flesh, mixing the taste of blood in her mouth. The blood that had earlier filled her mouth was from her own bitten lip. "That hurts terribly." The plump one, frightened, dropped Su Jiao and fled, too terrified to utter a sound. Shouqi, in agony, attempted to seize Su Yun, but she clung tighter, biting down with increasing ferocity. With determination, Shouqi exerted all his strength to yank Su Yun off, but in doing so, a chunk of flesh from his shoulder came away. He grasped Su Yun by the neck and lifted her into the air. Su Yun spat out the bloody morsel, splattering it across Shou-Chi's face. "You little wretch. Pretending to be a ghost?" Shou-Chi tightened his grip. Su Yun's face turned pale as her legs thrashed uselessly in the air. Nearby, Su Jiao trembled in fear, shakily retrieving a shard she had hidden. As a lady of wealth, she could not afford to be truly naive. She had been vigilant ever since Su Yun and Liu Xia had alerted her. Thus, she had discreetly concealed a shard in her bosom. With determination in her eyes, she thrust the shard towards Shou-Chi's neck. Unfortunately, her strength was insufficient, merely grazing the skin. So that's why a simple soup could shatter a bowl. You may appear foolish, but you are sharper than anyone, Shou-Chi sneered, kicking at Su Jiao. Once I deal with this little one, I shall attend to you. A dagger plunged into Shou-Chi's heart, and he fell back in disbelief, his eyes wide. Su Yun slipped free. Coughing violently, she clutched her neck. When Su Yun regained her composure, she saw the black-faced jailer. Regrettably, the jailer had already been mortally wounded in the abdomen. Huaiyi, having expended his last ounce of strength, grasped Su Yun's arm and mouthed the words, "Dao De Jing." With that, he breathed his last. A stir of emotion surged within Su Yun. This Dao De Jing must be the ledger that Minister Su had acquired. The original text merely described the ledger concealed within a tome, without elaboration. The book was fortuitously obtained by the protagonist, revealing records of bribery and corruption involving the royal uncle. Not only that, but it also contained accounts of collusion among various officials. Armed with this evidence, the protagonist successfully toppled the Empress's faction. Suddenly, Su Yun's ears perked up. She tugged at Su Jiao. "Quickly shout. The louder, the better." Taking the lead, Su Yun cried out, help! There's been a death." Su Jiao, possessing a rare talent, instantly grasped the situation, tears streaming down her face as if they were worthless. The two appeared genuinely distressed, especially Su Yun, whose neck bore visible marks. Not only Li Gongong, but Tai Kong and Dan Qifeng also approached from different directions. The three converged. Tai Kong fixed a stoic gaze on Li Gongong, the moonlight casting shadows over the scar on his face, resembling a writhing centipede. "Li Gongong, what brings you to the Dali Temple?" "Three little pests have provoked the Empress's wrath. We are here under orders to exterminate them." Li Gongong gestured disdainfully towards the lifeless Huaiyi. Dan Qingfeng's hand, concealed within his sleeve, formed a fist as he suppressed his simmering fury. Tai Kong inquired, "And what of the other two pests?" "They are naturally dead." "Could it be that Tai Tingtai recognizes the other two?" Li Gongong stroked his feather duster nonchalantly. "All of them are from my Dali Temple. A glance suffices to know," Tai Kong replied formally. Li Gongong could not discern Tai Kong and Dan Qingfeng's true intentions. "Tai Tingtai, Dan Xiaoqing, I shall refrain from further prattling. The Empress awaits in the palace." With that, Li Gongong hastily departed with his entourage. Once they were gone, Tai Kong's sharp gaze bore down on Su Yun and Su Jiao. He had long noticed the wound on Shou-Chi's shoulder, the dagger embedded in his back, and the blood on Su Yun's lips. Upon arrival, he had discovered the plump one dead nearby, and now Lu Dao and Xiao Bai were also gone. Huaiyi could have escaped, but chose to remain here. The last pastry incident had also involved this girl. He found it hard to believe that nothing was amiss. Tai Kong slowly approached Su Yun, gripping her face. "What transpired just now?" At that moment, a disheveled jailer stumbled in, breathless. "Not good. Minister Su is dead." "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the sign-in system, and it is now binding." "Binding successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, receiving 1 weightless elixir, 1 whitening elixir, and 1 beauty and acne-removing elixir." Chapter 76, A Web of Flaws and Deception. "What did you say?" Tai Kong seized the collar of the jailer, narrowing his eyes. "Tai Yanwei, Minister Su, he is dead," the jailer stammered. Su Jiao, in a panic, dashed toward the male prisoner's quarters, exclaiming, No, my grandfather cannot be dead." Su Yun followed closely behind. Paying no heed to the two, Tai Kong first immobilized the jailer with a pressure point and threw him to the ground. You two. Drag the murderer who killed Minister Su away. Minister Tai, it's a misunderstanding. Although the jailer could not move, he still managed to shout. Afraid the man might poison himself, Tai Kong removed his jaw, silencing him completely. After standing up, Tai Kong rushed towards Minister Su's side, quickly catching up with Su Yun and her companion. Shan Qingfeng followed, his expression complex. It must be said that Tai Kong's rise to the position of Chief Justice was due not only to the Emperor's favor, but also to his decisive judgments in cases. The jailer appeared unfamiliar with chaotic, dirty handprints on his shoulder, clearly left during a struggle. However, he would never be as ruthless as Tai Kong in his actions. Minister Su had his head bowed, his white hair obscuring his face, with an intricately carved dagger plunged into his chest. Upon closer inspection, the dagger was inlaid with red gemstones, surrounded by carvings of magnolia flowers. Su Bing crouched beside Su Ruiwen, his gaze fixated on the dagger. All of them had witnessed the jailer frantically shouting that Minister Su had been killed. Moments later, the jailer had fled. He had just checked Minister Su's breath. He was still alive. But why did that dagger seem so familiar? Seeing others approach, Su Huaiyi hurriedly shook the prison door, calling out, "Quick, save him. The minister is still alive." Grandfather. Su Xiaojiao attempted to open the door, but without a key, her efforts were in vain. She turned her tear-filled eyes to Tai Kong, pleading, "Aren't you looking for something? If my grandfather dies, no one will know where it is." Tai Kong smiled wryly, the scar on his face twitching slightly. "I'm afraid I do not understand what Miss Su is saying. However, if the minister dies in the Dali Temple, I too will bear responsibility." "You." Summon the imperial physician, Tai Kong commanded a nearby junior jailer, glancing subtly at Shan Qingfeng. "Shan Shaoqing, the emperor has entrusted this case to you. The assassination of Minister Su should rightfully fall under your purview. Yet, as the Chief Justice, I too must uncover the true culprit behind this matter." "Indeed. Minister Tai is correct." Shan Shaoqing unlocked the prison door and stepped inside. He casually surveyed the surroundings, his heart skipping a beat upon seeing the dagger. Tai Kong entered as well, a smirk dancing on his lips. "It seems you recognize whose dagger this is?" Su Yun and Su Jiaojia squeezed in as well. Trembling, Su Jiaojia tucked a strand of Minister Su's hair behind his ear, gently placing her fingers on his nose. Feeling a faint breath, she collapsed to the ground, drained of strength. Until now, she had merely been holding on. Now, all she could do was wait for the physician to arrive to save her grandfather. Observing Shan Qingfeng's silence, Tai Kong scoffed. Su Yun also recognized the dagger, her expression momentarily stunned. "Isn't this the dagger bestowed by the emperor to my great-grandfather? How could it be here?" Finally, she gritted her teeth and spoke. "This resembles General Guan's personal dagger." So it is General Guan who wishes to kill Minister Su," Tai Kong deliberately stated. He knew someone was framing Guanqing, but how could he miss such a golden opportunity to eliminate this obstacle? "My great-grandfather's dagger was damaged in battle. I remember my great-grandfather, feeling nostalgic, had a replica made, though the gemstones were fake. But this dagger looks genuine. Whoever is trying to frame my great-grandfather has truly spared no expense. Moreover, the base of this dagger lacks the emperor's personal inscription. Even if my great-grandfather's dagger had been remade, the emperor would have had it inscribed anew." Shan Qingfeng's eyes brightened. He was now certain of Su Yun's thoughts. As for the dagger, once General Guan produced the other one, the truth would naturally unfold. Shan Qingfeng leaned closer to the dagger before shaking his head. "Minister Tai, this is merely a replica of General Guan's dagger. Look at the base, it lacks the emperor's inscription. I have seen that dagger with my own eyes. I cannot be mistaken. Is that so?" Tai Kong's face twitched slightly. The mastermind behind this was truly a fool. Every detail was riddled with flaws. Since he could not resolve the matter regarding Guanqing, he would take the opportunity to acquire the ledger for himself. Just then, the physician arrived. Physician Lin was competent, but had been ostracized by other court physicians due to his inability to flatter. This time, it was because others refused to come that he was pushed forward to muddle through. Physician Lin constantly wore a frown, deep furrows etched into his forehead. What is everyone gathered for? The crowd stepped back, allowing him to enter. He checked Minister Su's eyelids and took his pulse before examining his wounds. Standing up, he remarked, "Fortunately, Minister Su's heart is on the right side. Otherwise, this dagger would have cost him his life. However, removing the dagger here is not advisable, nor is it suitable for recovery. I remember now, this Tai Yunwei is called Tai Kong. In the Emperor's youth, while hunting, Tai Kong and his sister accidentally intruded. Unfortunately, his sister fell into a ravine due to a sudden arrow, and Tai Kong, trying to save her, was injured by branches but could not rescue her. He himself fell, grasping a branch midair. Later, it was the Emperor who rescued Tai Kong and nurtured him by his side. The Emperor even sent people to search the ravine, but they found nothing. Tai Kong has since held a grudge against the Emperor. His sister's disappearance remains a thorn in his heart. Could it be that the one bribing the country's uncle to embezzle the ledger is him? Tai Kong has motive, as he wishes to change the Emperor's surname and dismantle the Queen's faction." Xiyue lowered her head, deep in thought. She must obtain the ledger. It cannot fall into anyone else's hands. No. The Emperor has entrusted this case to me. Minister Su must not suffer even the slightest mishap. He should recuperate at my home. Shan Qingfeng opposed. Tai Kong fixed his gaze on Shan Qingfeng and flicked his sleeves. Very well. I shall see if you can protect Minister Su. Xiyue grasped Shan Qingfeng's arm, saying, Master, I can trust Shan Qingfeng, but with so many eyes around, how can I tell him the ledger is hidden within the doubted Jing? No need to say anything. I already know. Whatever it is, we will discuss it once Minister Su has been treated. I am already aware of what transpired, he emphasized, hoping Xiyue would understand. If Shan Qingfeng already knows, then that is good. Xiyue nodded and released her grip. Shan Qingfeng and Physician Lin hurriedly took Minister Su away. The jailers dragged the two away, and the heavy lock on the male prisoner's side was secured once more. As they moved further away, Tai Kong took Xiyue to a secluded chamber. He approached slowly, the sound of his footsteps emanating an overwhelming pressure. Tai Kong did not speak the words that lingered in the air, yet Xiyue understood. Minister Su, if we continue this discussion, I will truly perish. Chapter 77. There must be another if Tai Kong intends to take action against his younger siblings. He is doomed. Now, all I can do is hope that Shan Qingfeng has already sought out the account books from my great-grandfather. After a moment of silence, Xiyue raised her head. The doubted Jing, Haizi only mentioned these 3 words to me. Tai Kong is adept at discerning the eyes of a liar from those of an honest person, and he scoffed coldly. What is in that pastry? Red bean paste. Xiyue replied truthfully, as it was indeed the case. Although Tai Kong recognized her cleverness, he deemed such trivial matters unworthy of inquiry. He would personally retrieve the account books from the minister's residence. Shan Qingfeng settled Su Xiangxu before proceeding to the now-sealed minister's residence. He and Guanxing employed a ruse, disguising his subordinates as Su Xiangxu to allow them to rest in his manor, while the real Su Xiangxu was secretly relocated to the general's hidden chamber. Dressed in black and shrouded in a black cloth, Shan Qingfeng slipped into the study of the minister's residence, only to find chaos within. At that moment, another shadow appeared. Without uttering a word, they engaged in combat. A noise echoed from the roof. The two retreated, momentarily pausing their skirmish, channeling their internal energy toward the ceiling. Tiles shattered, revealing 2 large holes. The voice that emerged sounded both masculine and feminine, taunting, "So you all desire this? Alas, it belongs to me." With a thud, smoke billowed, and by the time it dissipated, the diminutive shadow had vanished. Shan Qingfeng locked eyes with a tall, robust shadow, and they both departed in opposite directions. At the general's residence, Shan Qingfeng sat down and quickly consumed a pot of tea, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. The account books of the Duke had been taken by someone else. It appears there is another faction at play, Guan Qing said solemnly. He then turned to Shan Qingfeng. I have heard that someone used my dagger to assassinate Su Xiyue. Indeed, nothing escapes the keen eyes of General Guan. Shan Qingfeng jested, then straightened his posture with gravity. Even without those account books, I could still imprison the Duke. If I am correct, that individual was instigated by the Duke. The paramount task now is to gather evidence to apprehend the adversary. Meanwhile, the Yongning Palace lay in disarray. The Empress had overturned every piece of porcelain in her sight. The sound of shattering echoing outdoors. Her once beautiful visage now revealed a fierce countenance as she violently knocked a nearby blue and white porcelain vase to the ground. It struck a maid on the forehead, blood streaming down her face, yet she maintained a stoic expression, head bowed, devoid of any dissatisfaction or resentment. Only numbness remained. The other palace attendants knelt in a neat row, offering themselves as a vessel for the Empress's wrath. At this juncture, only the eunuch Li could speak. He approached, gently squeezing the Empress's shoulder. Your Highness, temper your rage. If your health deteriorates over such trifles, it would be a grave loss. Fear not. I shall ensure this matter remains concealed from the Duke. In this vast palace, only you, little Li, can alleviate my worries, the Empress mused. Her expression softened momentarily, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in her eyes. Little Li, if the Dali Temple discovers evidence first, ensure that Lu Zongxiu's lips remain sealed. Understood. Li's fingertips trembled slightly. When it comes to ruthlessness, none surpass the Empress. To her, all are mere playthings, discarded when deemed worthless, even her own blood brother. No one shall become her Achilles' heel. Li, fully aware of this, navigated his dealings with caution, thus earning the Empress's favor. As dawn broke, those who had been drugged the previous night began waking. Su Yun was quietly explaining the events of last night to her mother, along with the marks on her neck. Liu Xia and Li Shi were filled with concern. How could they not have choked you to death? Wang Baoyi interjected, feigning disappointment. Li Shi, unable to tolerate such insolence, advanced and engaged Wang Baoyi in a scuffle. Only when Wang Baoyi cried out for mercy did she relent. If you speak out of turn again, I'll tear your mouth apart, Li Shi threatened fiercely. Wang Baoyi fell silent. Guanmin, step forward. A jailer commanded as he opened the cell door. Guanmin joyfully dashed out. Xia Suping raised her head. Her eyes filled with malice as she slowly approached Guanmin, grasping his neck tightly. She hissed, Are you planning to divorce Lu'er? I forbid it. I forbid it. You will die as our Su family's ghost. Xia Suping's madness exhibited immense strength. Su Yun pulled Liu Xia and Li Shi away, while Su Jiao, no fool herself, sidled up to Su Yun. Her eyes sparkled. Sister, you are truly remarkable. Thank you for yesterday. It was nothing. I did it not for you. But to spare grandfather Shangshu from sorrow, Su Yun shook her head. Despite her words, Su Jiao remained deeply grateful. She grasped Su Yun's shoulder. Once we are out of prison, I will protect you. Very well, Su Yun replied, bemused. Stop. If Guanmin dies, Dr. Guo will not let it go unpunished. He opened the cell door, separating the two. Yet it was too late. Guanmin had already breathed his last. To pacify the situation, the jailer shifted Dr. Guo's ire towards Xia Suping, dragging her out of the prison. Dr. Guo, who had been idly chatting with Tai Kong, was struck with despair upon hearing the tragic news. She tortured Xia Suping to death. Another day passed. Just as Wang Baoyi was contemplating divorce, Shan Qingfeng arrived. His mood was complex. Just as the evidence was becoming irrefutable, the Duke had perished at home. Without the account books detailing the bribes, it would be impossible to eradicate the Empress's faction or hold her accountable. Lu Zongxiu was but a disposable pawn. Release the Su family, Shan Qingfeng commanded with a wave. The jailer opened the cell. The male members of the Su family emerged simultaneously, and Liu Xia hurried to take Ruiwen in her arms. She caressed his thin face, tears streaming down. Yet Ruiwen smiled silently in her embrace. What is happening? Has the matter of grandfather Shangshu been thoroughly investigated? Su pondered. Shan Qingfeng wasted no time in divulging. Nan Yuechu has been captured at an estate on the outskirts. That jade pendant was a trap laid by Inspector Xia to frame Su Xiangshu. Your Su family has been vindicated and may now leave the prison. Inspector Xia? How could that be? He and Nan Yuechu are worlds apart. How could a mere minor official control an emperor? With Inspector Xia's frail constitution, how could he possibly confine Nan Yuechu? Su Yun was skeptical. The reason Nan Yuechu was sold to the capital was due to his injuries not having healed. However, by the time Su Xia purchased him, his strength had recovered to 40%. And Inspector Xia could not have disrupted the narrative to acquire Nan Yuechu before Su Xia. There must be another involved. Furthermore, this individual may possess knowledge of the future. Inspector Xia is merely a scapegoat. Su Yun suspected someone had been reincarnated. Chapter 78. Is Miss Jiao consumed by jealousy? After gathering evidence with Guanqing, he and Shan Qingfeng proceeded to the Duke of State's residence. Before they could enter, they heard the commotion of servants in disarray. Something dreadful had occurred. The Duke had died suddenly. Shan Qingfeng, accompanied by his guards, burst into the Duke's estate, kicking the door open to find Zongshu frothing at the mouth. Both men understood that this was simply a case of the Empress severing ties, leading to a self-inflicted demise. However, lacking evidence, the Duke's sudden death was a futile matter. Upon inspection, Shan Qingfeng confirmed that Zongshu had not been poisoned, but had succumbed to a sudden heart ailment. The scene was meticulously cleared, devoid of any human-made evidence. They could only return empty-handed. On their way back, a beggar collided with Guanqing. General Guan. Shan Qingfeng stepped forward, fearing an assassination attempt. Guanqing felt something in his sleeve and raised his hand. All is well. Without uttering a word, Guanqing handed a note to Shan Qingfeng. His eyes brightened at the sight of the exquisite calligraphy, flowing like clouds in water, exuding an extraordinary grace. Upon reading its contents, he was astounded. Could it be that someone had already uncovered the plot against Minister Su? The establishment, by Wei Zhai, was the only notable place in the capital. Should they go or not? Shan Qingfeng suspected they were being lured into a trap and hesitated, glancing at Guanqing. Guanqing silently nodded. He beckoned, and two individuals who bore an uncanny resemblance to them emerged from a hidden passage. Guanqing and Shan Qingfeng changed their attire and disguised themselves before departing. At Bai Wei Zhai, as they entered, a servant approached to lead them. Please, gentlemen, upstairs. Our master has been awaiting you. The servant guided them, and Shan Qingfeng and Guanqing exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. This person was not ordinary, able to see through their disguise at a glance. They arrived at the esteemed Tianzi room, where the servant finally halted. With a smile, he said, "Please, esteemed guests, enter." It was rumored that the proprietor behind Bai Wei Zhai was exceedingly mysterious, with no one having seen his true face. This exclusive Tianzi room was reserved solely for the owner and was not accessible to the public. Shan Qingfeng pushed the door open and cautiously stepped inside. The spacious room was adorned with elegant decorations that seemed at odds with the vigorous calligraphy they had just seen. A youth, wearing a silver iris mask and dressed in white, sat quietly pouring tea. His movements were fluid and graceful, presenting a unique charm. The pale yellow tea flowed gently into 3 cups, filled only to 7/10. "Please taste," the proprietor of Bai Wei Zhai gestured invitingly. Shan Qingfeng and Guanqing sat down, neither of them touching the tea. The Bai Wei Zhai owner chuckled lightly, his voice as clear as a mountain spring. "There is no need for tension, gentlemen. I bear no ill intent. I have long admired General Guan and Sir Shan. Have you made any progress regarding the Su family's affairs?" Shan Qingfeng spoke candidly, expressing his desire to avoid unnecessary complications. The Bai Wei Zhai owner sipped his tea, savoring it with a sigh of contentment. "Indeed. However, what are your conditions?" Guanqing, gripping his teacup, watched as ripples spread across the surface. The Bai Wei Zhai owner placed a hand on Guanqing's shoulder. "General Guan, please do not perceive this as a threat. I merely seek a promise from you and Sir Shan." "Speak," Guanqing replied. freeing himself from the Bai Wei Zai owner's grasp. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes. Impressive, young man. Your inner strength is remarkable for one so young. The Bai Wei Zai owner tapped his chin thoughtfully. My promise is that, apart from His Majesty, you shall not assist any other royal heir. Are you of royal descent? Shan Qingfeng furrowed his brow. What does it matter if I am or not? This is merely a transaction. You will vindicate the Su family. And all I desire is your assurance that you will not aid any royal descendants. The Bai Wei Zai owner remained unfazed, continuing to tend to his tea set. Guanqing nodded, not believing the individual before him was of the emperor's lineage. Judging by his age, he was likely a prince. Very well. General Guan is forthright. With your word, I am reassured. The Bai Wei Zai owner clapped his hands, and a figure dressed in black emerged. Yes, Yen, pay your respects, he stood. The black mask concealed his features, rendering him unrecognizable. General Guan, Sir Shan, let us proceed. The three made their way to a secluded courtyard in the outskirts, where Yen had subdued many before discovering Nan Yuqiu in the basement. At that moment, Nan Yuqiu was in a wretched state, his limbs pierced by iron nails, shackled in chains. His martial prowess had been rendered useless, and he was tortured mercilessly. After Yen brought him out, they encountered the arriving Inspector Xia. Who are you? Inspector Xia pointed at the trio. The Bai Wei Zai owner mentioned a secret chamber beneath Bai Wei Zai. Shan Qingfeng and Guanqing exchanged complex glances towards the Bai Wei Zai owner. Upon awakening, Nan Yuqiu was interrogated by the Bai Wei Zai owner. He had initially wished to stay close to Inspector Xia to contact his subordinates in Nanyu. However, Inspector Xia had severed his meridians, rendered him powerless, and subjected him to daily humiliation. The Bai Wei Zai owner crossed his arms, fingers tapping as he pondered. Meanwhile, Yen leaned in to whisper something to the Bai Wei Zai owner. After listening, the Bai Wei Zai owner's demeanor shifted dramatically. He spoke coldly. Inspector Xia is dead. Bai Wei Zai has other matters to attend to. Shan Qingfeng and Guanqing exchanged glances, both realizing that there was a spy among the Bai Wei Zai owner's ranks. Someone behind Inspector Xia had taken action. We must take Nan Yuqiu with us. Shan Qingfeng pointed at the nearly lifeless figure. The Bai Wei Zai owner waved his hand dismissively. Inspector Xia must accompany you as well. As the recollection concluded, Shan Qingfeng heard the elder Su calling for him. Master Shan, with the Su family vindicated, what about our confiscated properties? Both he and General Guan understood that it was not Inspector Xia but had lost the trail. Even if there were suspicions, there was no evidence. For now, they could only protect Minister Su. Yet, why did Su Xiyue seem to be at the center of it all? If memory served, the Crown Prince had taken Su Xiyue as well. The remote Su family members were escorted away by Shan Qingfeng's subordinates, preparing to seek lodging at an inn. Su Jiao clung to Su Yun, pouting, Sister, can your family stay with me at the minister's residence? Su Yun, still in a daze, nodded without fully comprehending. By the time she realized, it was too late. Su Jiao joyfully wrapped her arm around Su Yun's shoulders. Wonderful. I want to sleep with my sister tonight. No. Su Yun struggled to refuse. Just as Su Jiao and her family exited the Dali Temple, 2 carriages awaited them outside. Wang Lin rushed over, shoving Su Jiao aside and joyfully embracing Su Yun. Yuna, I have missed you so. Sister, who is she? Su Jiao's eyes brimmed with tears. Do I sense a hint of jealousy from Miss Jiao? Su Jiao stomped her foot, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Sister. Chapter 79. The thief Li Lauer and the flower bandit Xin shall see in another carriage. Lu Quanzhong shook his head in despair. What on earth was he thinking all day? It was evident that he had not studied enough. Huaiyi, you will share this carriage with Tingjun. Su Huaiyi climbed aboard the carriage with Su Bing. Wang Ernyo was also present, and the group engaged in quiet conversation. Suddenly, Shan Qingfeng seemed to recall something and called out, Jiao, your grandfather wants you to stay with the Su family for now. He needs to recuperate at my place, and we have no women around, so it may not be convenient to keep you here. All right. Su Jiao nodded. Her grandfather would be better off at Shan Shaoqing's home. Currently, there was no one at the minister's residence to care for him. At noon, she planned to bring soup and visit her grandfather with Sister Yun. Li Shi was both amused and helpless, mistakenly believing Su Xiao was upset because Su Yun had just run away. She considered patting Su Xiao on the shoulder, but hesitated, knowing the girl was a lady of high standing. Li Shi consoled her. That was just Yun's friend. Don't think too much about it. She was simply too excited to see her friend. Su Xiao's tears flowed more fiercely. What friend? Sister Yun can only have me as her sister. With that, she lifted her skirts and boarded the carriage. Li Shi exchanged a knowing smile with Liu Xia before they both climbed into the front carriage. Before the carriage could depart, Wang Baoyi attempted to approach, but was stopped by Su Yuansheng. Mother, our path is not that way. Yuansheng, I just want to take a look. Wang Baoyi struggled, but Su Yuansheng would not let go. Meanwhile, Su Huaiyi was being carried by Su Shoulu as they chatted with Shan Qingfeng. Why have I not seen my family members? Xia, Su Ping has dealt with Guamin. Shan Qingfeng said little more, confident that Su Huaiyi understood. Even the Dali Temple had its dark sides. Taking a life was a capital offense. The family of the deceased could use silver to have these death row prisoners tortured to death. This was an unspoken rule of the Dali Temple. Su Huaiyi was equally aware. His lips moved, but no sound escaped. He felt his son's grip tightening painfully on his thigh. The carriage rolled on, gradually distancing itself. Su Huaiyi bitterly smiled, pondering when his life had begun to spiral into chaos. He could not help but regret having injured Huaiyi's leg. The state of his family now was all retribution. Inside the carriage, Su Yun was seated with all the ladies. Liu Xia partially lifted her clothing to feed Ruiwen. Before long, the two little ones were fed and fast asleep. Su Yun found herself sandwiched between Wang Lin and Su Xiao, her expression one of utter disillusionment. Whoever said men are blissful with a woman on each side, I only feel exhausted. I truly feel like a cookie caught in the middle. Wang Lin shifted her position, and upon noticing, Su Xiao pressed closer to Su Yun. She shot a provocative glare at Wang Lin. This is my sister. Yet her adorably soft face lacked any intimidation. She bit her lip, frustrated by Wang Lin's insistence on crowding Su Yun, who clearly looked weary. Tian Shufen stifled a laugh and waved her hand. Yun girl, come sit with your aunt. Okay. Su Yun hurriedly moved over. Thank goodness Aunt Tian came to my rescue. I never expected that after our family encountered trouble, Aunt Tian would also arrive. Perhaps I should arrange for Aunt Tian to meet Li Shi soon. It would ease her mind. Su Yun contemplated, intending to find an opportunity in the next few days for Tian Shufen and Li Shi to meet. Tian Shufen smiled at her words. The group arrived at the courtyard in Nanxiang, which was still rented by Wang Ernyo. Thanks to the winding and complex alleys, they managed to throw off their tails. Today was different. He had taken Guanxing's instructions to intentionally reveal their location. Upon returning, Su Yun and the others bathed, groomed themselves, and donned clean clothes. The two little ones even enjoyed a delightful hot bath. After the meal, Su Xiao suggested visiting Shan Qingfeng to see the minister. For safety's sake, Su Bing accompanied them. Wang Lin wanted to go as well, but was restrained by Wang Ernyo, who held her by the collar. Lin, they are going to see their grandfather. Why would you want to tag along? Oh! Wang Lin lowered her head, feeling dejected. Hearing this, Wang Lin's mood brightened. However, Su Xiao was displeased and wrapped her arm around Su Yun's shoulder, leading her out. My height truly is my Achilles heel. Su Yun silently compared her stature to that of Su Xiao, casting a resentful glance at the tall Su Bing walking ahead. My father is quite tall. And my mother isn't short either. Why did I not inherit their height? Shan Qingfeng resided in the liveliest part of the district. The trio had to pass through Bay Street. Both sides of the street were lined with stalls, vendors calling out, Come, fresh steamed buns and wontons, delicious wontons. Su Yun glanced left and right. Sister, after we visit grandfather, I'll take you to explore. Shi Street is even livelier, with vendors selling sugar figurines and masks. Su Xiyue whispered sweetly. Suya nodded, and the three walked side by side. In a tea house, a strikingly beautiful woman openly gazed at Su Bing. Her eyes roamed up and down until they settled on a particular spot. Xiaoxi, we are out here on business. Do not cause any trouble. Li Lao heir, bald and clad in monk-s robes, wore prayer beads on his wrist. Xin Xiaoxi playfully tucked her hair behind her ear, crossing her legs, her fair calves peeking from beneath her dress. Brother, you are too boring. What trouble? This person looks like an ordinary fellow, merely possessing a charming face. With that, Xin Xiaoxi stood up and leaned into Su Bing's embrace. Li Lao heir's expression darkened, but aside from his elder brother, no one could control Xin Xiaoxi. Now that their elder brother had been murdered, they had come to seek vengeance against the Su family. But upon inquiry, they discovered that the Su family had been exonerated that very morning. They were unaware of where they now resided, leaving them to rely on luck. With a grim face, Li Lao heir could only watch as Xin Xiaoxi attempted to allure her target. Meanwhile, Xin Xiaoxi leaned against Su Bing, who was not one to entertain such advances, turning aside to avoid her. However, Xin Xiaoxi was agile. Su Bing could not escape her grasp. She swiftly moved 2 steps and nestled against him. May I ask how to address you, young master? Xin Xiaoxi's delicate fingers traced circles on Su Bing's chest, her gaze alluring. Truly, my father's face attracts all kinds of attention. Su Yun stared in disbelief. Su Bing, with a cold expression, pushed Xin Xiaoxi to the ground, exclaiming, shameless. Fortunately, my father is a straight man, devoted solely to my mother. Su Bing grasped Su Yun's hand, ignoring the fallen Xin Xiaoxi. Su Jiao followed along, holding a carved wooden basket. The trio headed towards the Shaoqing residence. Li Lao heir approached Xin Xiaoxi, extending his hand. It was clear that the man had a family. He must have slipped up. I have never failed in my pursuits. Just wait and see tonight. Xin Xiaoxi swatted Li Lao heir's hand away and stood up gracefully. Li Lao heir frowned. Do not forget how our elder brother met his end. Rest assured, this matter is unrelated. Xin Xiaoxi brushed off the dust from her skirt, vanishing into the crowd like a fluttering butterfly. Chapter 80. The Residence of Minister Su. Indeed. As Dan Qingfeng remarked, the residence was filled with male servants, devoid of any female presence. At the age of 25, Dan Qingfeng had lost his parents at an early age and had climbed to his current position through sheer determination. He had never entertained thoughts of marriage, finding solace in solitude. Could it be that Dan Shaoqing has a preference for men? Su Yun pondered, noticing the abundance of male servants. Just then, Dan Qingfeng stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, but his agility prevented him from falling. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he managed a dry laugh. Just stretching my limbs. Strange. What was that sudden somersault for? Could it be that there is someone special in Dan Shaoqing's life? Just then, a delicate-looking young man named Wu Chun approached. Qifeng. What was that just now? He inquired, to which Dan Qingfeng, feeling a sudden wave of nervousness, replied, just stretching a little. He sensed that Su Yun might be overthinking the situation. As he anticipated, her inner voice chimed in, Qifeng definitely has something going on. No wonder Dan Shaoqing was acting so conspicuously, trying to catch the attention of his beloved. Let us hasten to see Minister Su. Dan Qingfeng suddenly raised his voice, hurriedly moving forward, oblivious to the others behind him. Wu Chun, perplexed, muttered under his breath, what has gotten into Qingfeng? Su Bing exchanged a meaningful glance with Wu Chun, noticing his fair complexion and bright smile, which made him believe that Dan Shaoqing was indeed shy. After all, he himself had felt flustered when he first met Xiar, unable to meet her gaze. However, fate had other plans, and Wu Chun ultimately cornered Dan Qingfeng in the room where the minister resided. Qingfeng, why are you running? I still need to discuss something with you. Let us talk later. We must see Minister Su first, Dan Qingfeng insisted, pushing open the door without daring to glance back at Wu Chun. He caught a glimpse of Su Yun behind him, which prompted him to quickly distance himself from Wu Chun and enter the room. Minister Su, Jiao Jiao has come to see you. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this action only solidified Su Bing and Su Yun's suspicions. Indeed, my guess was correct. I am quite clever. With Dan Qingfeng ignoring him, Wu Chun took it upon himself to greet the guests at the door. Grandfather, are you feeling any better? Jiao Jiao asked as she grasped Minister Su's hand. Much improved, he replied, feeling tense and drenched in sweat. This was his first experience of a woman holding his hand. Stay composed. Do not reveal any secrets. Jiao Jiao raised her delicate brows. Grandfather, why is your palm so sweaty? She leaned closer to check his forehead. How curious, it's so warm. It must be stuffy in here. I'll open a window, Dan Qingfeng said, turning to let in a refreshing breeze that indeed cooled Minister Su's brow. Jiao Jiao alternated between checking his hand and forehead. Is grandfather truly all right? It still feels a bit warm. Should I summon the physician? Dan Qingfeng shot her a warning glance. Minister Su coughed discreetly. Jiao Jiao, I feel parched. Could you fetch me a glass of water? Of course, Jiao Jiao replied, turning to get the water. Minister Su sat up and took small sips. Why is Minister Su acting so strangely? Su Yun wondered aloud, approaching with a basket in hand. Jiao Jiao, should we offer grandfather some nourishing soup? Right. How could I forget? Jiao Jiao exclaimed, retrieving a soup bowl and blowing on the contents before offering it to him. Grandfather, have some soup. It will help you recover quickly. Minister Su's gaze was fixated on Jiao Jiao's lips as she spoke. Grandfather, grandfather, she called gently. Cough, cough. Dan Qingfeng lightly cleared his throat to remind him. With great reluctance, Minister Su drank the soup as if facing a dire fate. I see now. The gaze is all wrong. This must be a ruse orchestrated by Dan Xiaoqing. Su Yun concluded, observing the striking resemblance between Minister Su and the man in front of her. Feeling a mix of admiration and curiosity, Dan Xiaoqing cast a surprised glance at Su Yun, silently commending her perceptiveness. After finishing the soup, Minister Su's face flushed. What a remarkable disguise, capable of such subtlety and even blushing, she thought. If not for Su Bing's restraint, Su Yun would have leaned in closer to inspect. Behave yourself, Su Bing admonished, tugging at her sleeve, to which she nodded in agreement. Jiao Jiao, could you please summon a physician for grandfather? He is truly burning up. Dan Qingfeng hesitated, knowing that if a physician were to arrive, their charade would be uncovered. Just then, Wu Chun entered. Qingfeng, there's no need. General Guan and Physician Lin have come to visit Minister Su. Physician Lin has arrived? Dan Qingfeng exclaimed, raising his voice. Indeed, Wu Chun affirmed, resting his arm on Dan Qingfeng's shoulder. I was just about to tell you, but you kept ignoring me. This remark startled Dan Qingfeng, and he quickly shrugged off Wu Chun's arm, casting a nervous glance at Su Yun, fearing she might overhear something undesirable. He hastily made his way outside. If they're here, I'll go greet them. At the door, he nearly collided with Guanqing. Little Dan, why the rush? Guanqing entered the room just as Physician Lin appeared with his medical kit. It's nothing. I was just going to greet you, Dan Qingfeng said with a strained smile as he retreated into the room. Why feel guilty? How peculiar. Is Dan Xiaoqing employing a strategy of feigned retreat? He mused, feeling aggrieved yet pretending not to have heard. Jiao Jiao approached Physician Lin. Could you please examine grandfather? He seems to be suffering from a high fever. Very well. Physician Lin responded, taking Minister Su's pulse, occasionally frowning and then relaxing his brow. What's wrong with grandfather? Jiao Jiao asked anxiously. Dan Qingfeng cast a wary glance at Guanqing, who offered him a reassuring look. Physician Lin opened his medical box, taking out a fire-clearing pill while stating, Your grandfather has a fever. What? What should we do? Physician, please save my grandfather. Jiao Jiao's face paled with fear. Do not worry. After taking this pill, he will be fine, Physician Lin assured her, pouring the contents from a porcelain bottle. How skillful is Physician Lin? Truly, he possesses remarkable abilities. Particularly with his keen sense of smell, he can concoct any pill he has previously encountered. Indeed, we should have the old master hand over the revitalizing pill to Physician Lin for the Emperor to consume daily, ensuring he remains fully alert. Su Yun exclaimed excitedly, only to lower her head in contemplation. I wonder if that pill has been given to the Emperor. I only have that one. Guanqing's fingers trembled with excitement as he gazed at Physician Lin as if he were a treasure. Chapter 81. Waiting for the Rabbit on the Roof. Xin Xiaoxi listened intently to the conversation below. Suddenly, Li Laoxi leaped into view, his monk's robe billowing in the wind. Without uttering a word, he quickly communicated through hand gestures. I've gathered information at the inn. The individual below is Su Bing, and the 7-year-old girl is Su Yun. We cannot act now. We must retreat. You can leave, but I intend to follow Su Bing. Li Laoxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? That is the enemy responsible for our elder brother's death. I've entertained myself. Killing him is still an option. Xin Xiaoxi twirled a strand of hair nonchalantly, reveling in her indifference. She delighted in causing chaos in the lives of others. Once her sights were set on someone, she would not relent. Li Laoxi, in exasperation, ceased to engage with Xin Xiaoxi and departed in a huff. He was busy, yet it seemed that Xiaoxi had no intention of avenging their brother. Their elder brother had treated them like kin, while Xiaoxi remained ensnared in her own desires. In truth, neither Li Laoxi nor Xin Xiaoxi were heedless murderers. Even during their inquiries in Qingshan village, they had taken no lives. Li Laoxi's inquiry at the inn was merely to intimidate the clan leader Su into revealing the appearances of Su Yun and her family. Aside from petty theft and flirtation, their hands were yet to be stained with blood. Perhaps succumbing to old habits, Li Laoxi paused at the storeroom of the Shan residence. He gripped his left hand with his right, striving to restrain himself. Within his mind, two inner voices clashed. The dark figure tempted Li. Dare you embark on a grand heist? Steal from the treasury of the deputy minister of Dali, it would bring you renown. From this day forth, you would be a true master thief. The light figure cautioned, Li, we cannot act this way. Should we be caught, you'd not only fail to avenge our brother, but also jeopardize your very existence. The dark figure dismissed the light one with contempt. If Xin Xiaoxi can indulge in romance, what harm is there in a little thievery? Li Laoxi released his grip and stealthily approached the storeroom. After prying open the lock with a wire, he slipped inside. To his astonishment, the storeroom was filled with books. Books, and more books, detective tales, murder analyses, and so forth. Undeterred, he searched for hidden mechanisms. Surely there must be a trick. Valuable treasures had to lie within a secret chamber. Meanwhile, Xin Xiaoxi leaned against the eaves, her view obstructed on the other side. The cloaked figure retreated, circling around, and collided with another. Without a moment's hesitation, the cloaked figure attacked. Guanqing heard the commotion and leaped onto the roof. Realizing the unfavorable situation, Xin Xiaoxi struck the cloaked figure towards Guanqing and fled, using her lightness skill. Guanqing whistled sharply, and in an instant, the guards surrounded the Shan residence, capturing the cloaked figure. However, Xin Xiaoxi managed to escape. Guanqing swiftly immobilized the captured figure and disabled his jaw. In broad daylight, fearing no one would notice. Clad entirely in black, Su Yun remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Those who could hear her thoughts nodded in agreement. Indeed. Report. We've captured a monk in the storeroom, a guard announced. Li Laoxi, clad in his robe, looked utterly out of place as he was escorted by the guards. His eyes bulged with rage. Where is the secret chamber of the storeroom? Wu Chun inquired, puzzled. Chief Foam, do you have a secret chamber in your storeroom? Realizing the oddity of his question, he glanced at Su Yun and quickly added, You and your brother reside in the estate. When did you acquire a secret chamber? Ah, Li Laoxi bellowed, veins protruding on his arms. After years of successful thievery, he was caught today merely for seeking a non-existent secret chamber. Shan Qingfeng scrutinized Li Laoxi, stroking his chin. Isn't this the notorious thief, Li Laoxi? The government has been searching for him, and he has delivered himself right to us. Su Jiao, with a stern expression, tidied the soup bowl, not sparing a glance at the sleeping Minister Su. Jiao, the minister called out. But his words were interrupted by a fit of coughs. Shut your mouth, do not call me Jiao. She retorted fiercely, turning to grab Su Yun and leave. Who claims Miss Jiao is a Navi soul? Su Yun pondered. The original text serves merely as a reference. The characters' personalities are not fixed. The notion of a Navi soul is merely a facade for Su Jiao. She was aware of the assassination attempts against Minister Su and was merely playing a role. Once the mastermind behind it all took the bait, they could be apprehended. The cloaked figure was merely a pawn. The true adversary had yet to reveal themselves. Suddenly, Su Yun recalled the altered plot and the absence of her reward. As she walked, she called out to 001. 001, Nan Duechu, as the secondary male lead, is now imprisoned and has no chance of redemption. With this plot twist, where is my reward? Host, only the changes you indirectly influence count. Nan Duechu's fate did not alter due to your actions. 001 lamented, nearly losing all its remaining fur. Yet now, the fortune had been seized by another force. As it stood, only Su Yun's indirect alterations to the narrative could allow it to absorb fortune. However, its plans were misaligned. Su Yun had no intention of pursuing such matters. Wherever her family was, that was her place. For her, the Su family was her true home. In the stillness of night, Xian Xiaoxi, upon learning of Li Laoxi's capture, chose not to rescue him. Instead, she approached the residence of Su Bing and Liu Xia. Producing a slender bamboo stick, she punctured the window paper and blew softly. A dense haze enveloped the room, where its occupants remained in slumber. Xian Xiaoxi boldly pushed the door open. Seeing the two slumbering figures, she crossed her arms and approached. She was eager to discover what celestial being could inspire such loyalty in Su Bing, who remained unresponsive even when faced with her advances. Each time she pursued her prey, men would nearly devour her, falling at her feet. Yet Su Bing was unique, igniting her competitive spirit. As she lifted the covers for a closer look, the fire stick slipped from her hand, extinguishing the light and plunging the room into darkness. In disbelief, Xian Xiaoxi retrieved the fire stick, reigniting it, and glanced at the woman beside Su Bing. With hair cascading on either side and bold brows, her eyes were adorned with vibrant makeup, even wearing a veil while asleep. Xian Xiaoxi scrunched her nose in disdain and removed the veil. However, the supposedly slumbering figure awakened, swiftly capturing Xian Xiaoxi in a hold. The room flooded with light, and others rushed in, including Shan Qingfeng. With a chuckle, Shan Qingfeng immobilized Xian Xiaoxi's acupoint. Ernyo, you truly are something, he laughed. Wang Ernia wiped his face with a handkerchief, chuckling awkwardly. Wang Lin and Su Yun, the two young ones, doubled over in laughter. This cunning scheme was conceived by Su Yun. As Shan Qingfeng perused the records, he discovered that the monk and his accomplices were fugitives. Guanqing recognized the likeness of the dwarf peddler and the scarred burly man. He relayed the details to Shan Qingfeng, leading to the strategy of waiting for the rabbit. Chapter 82. Doubts surrounding Li Shi's drowning in Yongning Palace. The Empress gripped the arm of the maid before her. How utterly useless you all are. Unable to even gather a scrap of information without being caught. What purpose do I serve in keeping you? A bunch of worthless wretches. The maid knelt in silence, resembling a soulless being. Growing weary of the maid's demeanor, the Empress kicked her to the ground in a fit of rage. Get out of my sight. Li Gonggong stepped forward, gently caressing the Empress's head. His cool fingertips brought a semblance of relaxation. Your Highness, that ache has marred her beauty, and her family remains within your grasp. There is no way any connection to you will be discovered. Literally, it is only with you that I can feel assured. The Empress replied. Xia Yushe is also a fool, unworthy of lament. Your Highness, do not let these trivial matters anger you. It is not worth your while. Xia Yushe has tried to curry favor with the Crown Prince, yet he cannot even clean up his own mess, merely a fool. Li Gonggong continued as he maintained his gentle ministrations. The empress straightened, waving her hand, and Li Gonggong immediately ceased his actions. "What is your command, your highness?" "I have heard that Qianer is keeping a small merchant girl from the Su family side branch in her palace." "Indeed, your highness. Her name is Su Xiyue, and she is merely 11 years old." Little Li, bring her to me tomorrow for a brief visit," the empress declared, snapping off the fingernail cover on her pinky with a sinister smile. The next day, Su Yun avoided Su Jiao and Wang Lin, having risen early. Only Li Shi, Tian Shufan, and Su Yun were awake at that hour. After washing up, Su Yun activated her locator, pinpointing Li Shi's whereabouts. Li Shi has been rescued by the headmaster of Wansong Academy and is currently studying there. If memory serves, my brother Yuanxing is also at Wansong Academy. I shall find an excuse to visit him. She marked Su Yuansheng's location on the device and took Tian Shufan's hand. "Aunt Tian, I wish to see brother Yuansheng. Will you accompany me?" "Of course," Tian Shufan nodded. Su Yun then approached Li Shi. "Mother, Aunt Tian and I are going out for a stroll." "Go ahead," Li Shi replied, adding more firewood to the stove. She had overheard their conversation and did not intervene. Upon reaching West Street, the two arrived just as dawn broke. Coincidentally, Su Yuansheng emerged from his home, carrying a book box. "Brother Yuansheng, what a coincidence!" Su Yun exclaimed, feigning surprise. "Yunmei," Su Yuansheng greeted with a smile. "Are you heading to the academy?" "Yes." "Would you like to join me for a visit?" "Absolutely." Su Yun rejoiced inwardly, delighted at the serendipity of the moment. As they walked, Su Yuansheng explained that Wansong Academy allowed both male and female students to enroll. The enlightened emperor had permitted women to engage in commerce, pursue education, and step into the public sphere. Unfortunately, the entrenched beliefs of some families meant that only a few would send their daughters to study. "Who is this?" a teacher stationed at the entrance inquired as they approached. "Master, this is my younger sister who wishes to tour the academy today," Su Yuansheng explained. "Very well, you may enter," the teacher allowed, pleased at the prospect of female students joining. As they walked, Su Yuansheng elaborated on the layout of the academy, pointing out the dining hall and classrooms, as well as the dormitories for male and female students. "Let us first have breakfast," he suggested. "Perfect timing. Li Shi will be in the dining hall, and Aunt Tian can finally see her beloved son," Su Yun thought, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Su Yuansheng was deep in thought. What is Li Shi doing at Wansong Academy? Meanwhile, young Kong was mercilessly attacking a student on the ground, kicking and punching him while he lay silently. "Have you all not eaten? I demand to hear Li Shi scream." Tian Shufan, upon hearing Li Shi's name, was consumed by rage. She charged at Yang Kong, slapping him repeatedly. After driving away the other students, she trembled as she cradled Li Shi. Tears fell as she recognized his familiar face. "Xia, my dear Xia, you dare strike me? I shall have my father deal with your family." Yang Kong cried as he fled, clutching his face. Su Yuanxing whispered to Su Yun, "That plump boy is Yang Kong, the headmaster's youngest son. He has long terrorized the academy, and many students have suffered at his hands, while the teachers have turned a blind eye." Su Yun suspected foul play in Li Shi's drowning, her instincts stirred by the peculiar descriptions she had read. Su Yuansheng's expression shifted, revealing his awareness of the headmaster's unsavory reputation. The female students at Yunsong Academy have suffered greatly at his hands, yet they remain silent. Li Shi's eyes were vacant, devoid of recognition. He had lost his memory and did not understand who the woman before him was, yet her voice felt achingly familiar. "Do not cry, it does not hurt," he murmured. Tian Shufan's tears flowed even more freely as she held him tightly. "Aunt Tian, we should take Brother Shi to see a doctor," Su Yun suggested. "Agreed." Tian Shufan prepared to carry Li Shi when the headmaster arrived with young Kong in tow. "Did you strike my son?" The headmaster blocked their path, scrutinizing them with narrowed eyes. Su Yuanxing stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Headmaster, my aunt is merely protective of her son. Yesterday, Dan Shaoqing spoke with her and inquired about Li Shi. This implied that Dan Shaoqing's support could deter any retaliation. Indeed, the Su family has only just been released from prison, and Tian Shufan did speak with Dan Qingfeng. However, she merely sought to inquire if anyone had seen a young man named Li Shi who had gone missing. Su Yun's eyes widened, clearly misunderstanding the situation. Does Dan Shaoqing prefer men or women? Su Yuansheng glanced at her, puzzled. The headmaster squinted, realizing that Dan Shaoqing's involvement made the situation delicate. He had not anticipated Li Shi's mother appearing. Yang Kong, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, whined, "Father, kill that old woman." Silence. The headmaster admonished, casting a stern glare at his son, who promptly quieted down. The headmaster stepped forward. After all, I am Li Shi's savior. It was merely a scuffle between children, and adults should not interfere. However, I require an explanation regarding this incident. Tian Shufan's chest heaved with indignation, having never encountered such shamelessness. This matter could not be dismissed lightly. The headmaster nodded in satisfaction, recognizing her understanding. Yet his next words darkened his expression. I suspect my son was pushed into the water by you, only to have you orchestrate his rescue. This matter must be reported to the authorities. Chapter 83. What should we do? Are you certain about reporting to the authorities? Yang Shanchang's expression darkened. He was not afraid of reporting, after all. He was merely a minor official at the Dali Temple. Behind him stood someone of considerable power. Report, Tian Shufan declared resolutely. Yang Shanchang ignored her and turned to Su Yuansheng with a cold smile. Su Yuansheng, your family has caused such a scandal, though you have narrowly escaped punishment. I have uncovered the truth behind the Tang family's incident. It was you who acted immorally and framed your classmates. Today, I shall expel you from the academy. Su Yun gazed at Su Yuansheng with concern. Brother Yuansheng cherishes his studies above all else. Now, because I helped Aunt Tian and offended Yang Shanchang, he must face expulsion. His heart must be heavy with sorrow. It's all my fault. I should not have acted so rashly, rushing to Wansong Academy. Filled with self-reproach, Su Yun said, Brother, it's nothing. I have long wished to leave this academy. Su Yuansheng interrupted, unwilling to hear his sister's apologies. Yuner is not at fault. The blame lies with the vile Yang Shanchang. Su Yuansheng removed his academy robe, standing tall in his undergarments like a pine tree. He cast the robe at Yang Shancheng's feet, declaring that with such a despicable person in Wansong Academy, it was no longer the esteemed institution it once was. This academy is akin to a hell on earth, reeking with filth. I shall not linger here. You. Yang Shanchang gritted his teeth. Su Yuansheng continued, lastly, allow me to impart one final statement. The heavens are watching. Those who bring calamity upon themselves shall not live. With his book bag slung over his shoulder, he led Su Yun and the others away. Many female students watched his retreating figure, their hearts stirred. They glanced at Yang Shanchang, biting their lips, and lowered their heads in unison. Among them, a slender girl wrestled with her thoughts and quietly followed Su Yuansheng after Yang Shanchang had departed. She trailed him all the way to Jiyun Hall. Su Yun tugged at Su Yuansheng's sleeve. Brother, someone is following us. Pay it no mind. Su Yuansheng replied with a glance. The last time he had sought Feng Ting but she had been avoiding him. Now, she likely approached him concerning the incident with Yang Shanchang. Sister, you should go to Jiyun Hall with Aunt Tian. I will stop by the Lani Pavilion to purchase a garment and will join you shortly. At Lani Pavilion, after changing into his new attire, Su Yuansheng spotted Feng Ting waiting for him outside. Su Yuansheng, I need to speak with you. Feng Ting hesitated before finally voicing her thoughts. When this incident occurred, she had hoped to seek her father's support through her aunt, but her aunt insisted she keep it a secret. The complexities of the situation were far from simple. Yet today, witnessing Tian Shufan's defiance against Yang Shanchang rekindled her hope. Su Yuansheng led Feng Ting to a secluded spot beneath a willow tree. Have you considered this? If you choose to testify against Yang Shanchang, Your courage may inspire other victimized female students to come forward. Can you guarantee we will succeed in our claim against him? Feng Ting inquired, a bitter smile crossing her face. Without someone in power backing us, how can we condemn Yang Shanchang? Were it not for my own resentment, I would have followed my aunt's advice and kept silent. Though women in the Great Qin were considered equal to men, the reality was still different. If Yang Shanchang were not swiftly brought to justice, how could other sisters dare to expose their scars, risking their reputations and facing public scorn? After a moment of silence, Su Yuanqing spoke candidly. I cannot guarantee success. But how will we know unless we try? Perhaps it's best to let it be. Thank you for today. Feng Ting turned to leave. Unfortunately, they had no opportunity to make mistakes. One misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Su Yuanqing called after her. Feng Ting, have you considered that if no one stands up, even more female students will suffer? Perhaps it stems from your own past pain, a desire to shield others. Or perhaps you long for someone to stand up for you when you are hurt. At Jiyun Hall, Li Shi suffered only superficial injuries. The physician explained that her amnesia was due to a severe blow to her head. Tian Shufan held Li Shi, saying, Xia, think carefully. I am your mother. Suyun asked, Doctor, is there any way to restore her memory? Perhaps a stimulus might bring it back, or with the passage of time, she may recover naturally. The physician stroked his beard. At that moment, Su Yuanqing arrived. Tian Shufan released Li Shi and prepared to kneel, knowing that without Su Yuanqing's intervention, her plight would be dire. Aunt Tian, what are you doing? Su Yuanqing assisted her up. It's nothing serious, with someone like Yang Shanchang in the academy. I have learned little. What do you mean by that? Just then, Yang Shanchang strode in, flanked by officers, brimming with arrogance. Didn't you wish to report? I have taken care of it for you. Yang Shanchang, in his 50s, grinned, revealing his crooked yellow teeth. The officers escorted them to the capital's magistrate's office. The magistrate, dressed in a scarlet official robe and topped with a black cap, sat in a high seat. Upon their entrance, Su Yun and the others had already presented their evidence for inspection. The magistrate examined it, stroking his mustache. Tian Shufan, do you plead guilty? Sir, I am wronged. Tian Shufan pleaded. I suspect Yang Shanchang harmed my son and then saved him from the water. I implore you, sir, to see through the ruse. She knelt on the ground. The magistrate feigned inquiry. Did Yang Shanchang commit such acts? Yang Kong was the son born to Yang Shanchang with a concubine when he was over 40, his only child whom he cherished dearly. The concubine was also his heart's delight. If she were to learn that their son had been harmed, there would surely be trouble. To placate her, he would undoubtedly ensure that those who harmed his son would pay the price. Who is this yellow-haired child? Guards, take this irrelevant brat away. The magistrate glared with his small eyes. It is evident that the magistrate is in cahoots with Yang Shanchang. I must seek help quickly. Su Yun exchanged glances with Su Yuanqing. The officers seized her arms, preparing to escort her from the magistrate's office. She dashed towards the residence of Shan Shaoqing. Shan Shaoqing! Su Yun called out as she knocked on the door. Wu Chun answered, Su Yun, are you looking for Qingfeng? Why are you alone? Where are your family members? Is Shan Shaoqing not home? No, he went out with General Guan. Wu Chun shook his head. Sensing Su Yun's anxiety, he asked, Is something wrong? Su Yun briefly explained the situation, and Wu Chun frowned. This matter is complicated. Shan Shaoqing was responsible for reviewing the criminal judgments of the Ministry of Justice and handling capital cases. By protocol, this matter did not fall under his jurisdiction. Concerned that Su Yun might not understand, Wu Chun patiently explained. What should we do? Su Yun lamented. Chapter 84. Testimony in court. Rumors of Yang Shanchang's lecherous nature had circulated among various families, but they had all come to naught. Perhaps this could be a point of leverage, proposed Wu Chun. He was well acquainted with the streets and alleys and was privy to many whispers. Suddenly, Su Yun remembered the girl trailing behind them, her eyes lighting up as she turned and dashed away. Thank you, I have a plan now. At the Princess Pingyang's residence, Qing Yi knelt on the ground. Master, should we take this opportunity to eliminate the Jing's Huayan and replace him with one of our own? Her subordinate felt this was a prime chance. Fu Yuan polished his dark sword in silence. Qingyi, growing anxious, knelt before him. Master, I know everything is transparent to you. Qingyi had her own motives, to assist Su Yun and to use this opportunity to undermine the crown prince's influence by removing the Jing's Huayan. Qingyi, do you know what I admire most about you? Fu Yuan traced a finger along the sword's blade. Qingyi lowered her head, unsure. Dare to act. Dare to take responsibility. Qingyi did not dare lift her gaze, having received 100 lashes, kneeling before Fu Yuan, confessing her concealments, though they bore no consequence to him. Let us go to the Jing's Huayan's residence. Fu Yuan's eyes were deep, noting that Qin Maqian's demeanor was unlike his previous life. Most importantly, Susia was also in his grasp. Nanduechu had also been harmed. Fu Yuan's interests now lay more with Qin Maqian than the Su family. Qingyi felt elated, rising to follow him. She knew her master was tough on the outside, but soft-hearted within. At Wansong Academy, Suyun found an unoccupied spot to scale the wall. However, upon landing, she inadvertently knocked out a plump man. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Yang Kong. Suyun approached him with a smile, retrieving a cotton coat from her system's backpack, tearing it into strips. She hung Yang Kong upside down from a tree. Remarkably, the quality of the coat was exceptional, capable of supporting even his considerable weight. Clapping her hands, she cheerfully made her way toward the southern girls' dormitory. Unsure of which room it was, she asked a passerby, "Pretty sister, have you seen a slender girl with large eyes who tends to keep a cold expression?" "You must be talking about Feng Tinger," Chen Sisi smiled, her dimples appearing. Suyun scratched her head, uncertain if that was indeed her name. "It's definitely Feng Tinger. She is the thinnest among us." Chen Sisi took Suyun's hand and said, "Come, I'll take you to her." Standing at the door, Suyun could hear muffled cries and doubts from within. "Feng Tinger, if you want to go, go. My family doesn't know. If they did, they'd beat me to death." Indeed, Su Yuancheng is only 13 and from an ordinary family. How could he contend with Yang Shancheng? "I will not testify." "Woa, can we not discuss this? Can't we pretend it never happened?" Feng Tinger's resolute voice came through the door. "If you want to go, I will." She flung open the door, encountering Chen Sisi and a familiar girl in a daze, quickly regaining her icy demeanor. "Sisi, what brings you here?" "This girl is looking for you." Chen Sisi smiled awkwardly, masking a hint of pain in her eyes. Suyun cautiously inquired, "Sister, Yang Shanchong has turned the tables at the Jing's Huayan's residence. Could you testify in court? Is the Jing's Huayan colluding with Yang Shanchong?" Feng Tinger, sharp-witted, struck at the crux of the matter. Suyun nodded earnestly. Seeing Feng Tinger hesitate, she offered a warm smile. "It's all right, sister. I will think of a way. We cannot let the misdeeds of wicked people weigh upon us. Sister, take care. A bright future awaits you." Suyun stepped forward to embrace Feng Tinger, parting after a brief moment, conveying warmth while maintaining a respectful distance. After thanking Chen Sisi, Suyun's petite figure departed, feeling lost as to what to do next. "Wait!" Feng Tinger called out to Suyun. "I will go with you." Chen Sisi clenched her fists behind them. Indeed, what wrong had they done? The fault lay with those who perpetrated evil. Bold woman, unreasonable. The Jing's Huayan's mustache twitched above his lips. "Guards, take her away." He did not expect the Jing's Huayan to conduct court proceedings devoid of intellect. Fu Yuan, clad in dark attire, strode in. "What is this plague doing here?" The Jing's Huayan rose, ceding the high seat to Fu Yuan, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Master Fu, your arrival is a rare honor. Please take a seat." Although Fu Yuan was born to Princess Pingyang with an unknown father and held no title, he had been bestowed with a sword from the emperor at birth. Fu Yuan was formidable. Any fool who approached him would find themselves swiftly dispatched. The Jing's Huayan feared Fu Yuan's wrath for his own life. Those standing behind Fu Yuan dared not utter a sound. Few recognized Fu Yuan, Yang Shanchong being one. He regarded Fu Yuan with disdain. Qingyi unsheathed her soft sword, drawing a line across the air. Next time, it will be your eyes. Yang Shanchang's hair was severed in half. He looked towards the Jing's Huiyan for help, but found him indifferent, forced to swallow his pride. Fu Yuan played with the gavel. Zhang Zhaon, continue the proceedings. Yes. Zhang Zhaon stood upright, yet he was visibly anxious. His words trembling. Tian Shufan, do you have anything further to say? Tian Shufan, aware that the authority had arrived, bowed her head to Fu Yuan. My lord, I suspect my son was harmed by Yang Shanchang. The doctor from Jiantang said he suffered a severe blow to the head. Zhang Zhaon shot a glance at Fu Yuan, sternly questioning Yang Shanchang. Yang Shanchang, is there truth to this? My lord, this is an injustice. The child fell into the water and lost his memory. He only remembers his name is Li Shi. He added, perhaps Li Shi's head injury was from hitting a stone upon falling into the river. You seek to have Li Shi educated because of his talent. Suyun burst in with Feng Tinger. The constables knelt. My lord, forgive us. This girl bites anyone she sees. We couldn't stop her. Useless. Drag her away. Zhang Zhaon roared. Fu Yuan coolly interjected. Let us hear what she has to say. Yes. Zhang Zhaon was soaked in sweat. It was indeed as rumored. Fu Yuan's temperament was unpredictable. Suyun looked up. Oh, my sister Qing Yi is here too. Could it be that the one seated in the high hall is Fu Yuan? What brings him here in such a fine state? Chapter 85. The truth behind Li Shi's drowning on the stage. Fu Yuan's eyelids lifted slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at the figure in blue. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Qing Yi, compelling her to lower her head. It turned out that the master could hear as well. Yang Shanchang threatened Feng Tinger with his gaze. He understood that the matter at hand could not be resolved amicably. My lord, do not heed this girl's nonsense. Our Wansong Academy is filled with prodigious talent. What a farce. If I sought Li Shi's academic prowess, I would instead focus on nurturing the students of Wansong Academy. Once, there was a man who, upon learning of his old friend's exceptionally gifted disciple, was consumed by jealousy. Although he feigned camaraderie with his old friend, he secretly despised the success of others. Under the guise of offering guidance, he lured the disciple on an outing, harboring sinister intentions. In a moment of malevolence, he seized an object nearby and struck the disciple on the head, causing the young scholar to lose consciousness and tumble into the river. Perhaps the sound of the splash drew the attention of passers-by, compelling the villain to feign a rescue. Suyun began recounting the tale, noting the tightening of Yang Shanchang's pupils, confirming her suspicions. The pair searched for the missing person all day, but recovered nothing. Enough. Yang Shanchang barked, his breath quickening. Cease your story. All matters must be supported by evidence. I was merely passing by when I saved Li Shi and had no prior acquaintance with him. This matter can be verified by dispatching someone to inquire with Master Gao. He is agitated. Thankfully, I have read much. Even a facade can yield some truth. His agitation is telling. In moments of haste, reason often escapes. Su Yun's voice rang clear and bright. What is there to be anxious about, Yang Shanchang? Might you be the villain from the story? Whether or not that is the case, it is for the Lord to decide, Yang Shanchang replied, bowing to Zhang Zhaoyin. Zhang Zhaoyin stiffened at the sight of Feng Tinger, his body rigid with fear. Coupled with the threat in Yang Shanchang's tone, beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. He did not recognize her, but he was all too aware of her identity. He feared that Yang Shanchang, in his desperation, would drag him down with him. With the madness of Fu Yuan in front and the scheming of Yang Shanchang behind, Zhang Zhaoyin wiped his brow and pondered. Su Yun, do you possess evidence? I require the Lord to summon the coroner, Su Yun replied earnestly. Yang Shanchang was baffled. The coroner's role was to examine the deceased. What purpose would he serve? Zhang Zhaoyin shared the same confusion. Only Fu Yuan and Su Yuanqing exchanged knowing glances with Su Yun, grasping her intent. Zhang Zhaoyin hesitated to make the request, but was interrupted by Fu Yuan's cold voice. Send someone to find the coroner. Very well, Zhang Zhaoyin replied, his sleeves soaked with perspiration as he gestured. Bring in Coroner Liu. When Coroner Liu arrived, he was perplexed. My lord, what business do you have with me? Coroner Liu. Do you believe that a person falling into the water could suffer a blow to the head from a rock? There are two possibilities. One is that the individual slips and falls backward, potentially striking the steps on the riverbank before gradually sinking into the water. The other is that they slip forward, in which case the head would not strike anything upon entering the water, although it could still collide with the bank due to the current, Coroner Liu mused, stroking his chin. Suya nodded in satisfaction and turned to Yang Shanchang. Pray tell, Yang Shanchang, where did Li Shi fall into the water? How would I know? I merely happened upon him while trying to save him. Yang Shanchang clenched his fists in frustration. Suyun pressed on, at that moment. Was Li Shi in the center of the river or by the bank? Was he conscious or unconscious? A barrage of questions left Yang Shanchang irritable. Recalling the coroner's earlier words, he replied offhandedly, of course, it was by the bank, and he was unconscious. You lie. Suyun smiled, revealing a small dimple. She turned to Coroner Liu. Coroner Liu, please enlighten us as to why Yang Shanchang is lying. Ignoring Zhang Zhaoyin's disapproving glare, Coroner Liu pondered seriously. This young girl had dared to undermine him, implying he was less suited for the role of coroner than she. Now he would show her what true expertise entailed. His gaze fixed on Yang Shanchang, for he knew he was the one responsible for Li Shi's drowning. Only a guilty party would resort to deceit. Such nonsense. Why would I save Li Shi? Yang Shanchang's voice rose. Coroner Liu remained unperturbed. He circled Yang Shanchang. Then we must question you. Zhang Darren, Yang Shanchang speaks in riddles. If Li Shi had been in a comatose state by the bank when Yang Shanchang encountered him, he would have already been lifeless. There are two scenarios. Either Li Shi slipped and fell backward, striking his head on a stone, losing consciousness and later resurfacing to drift toward the center of the river, where, if not rescued promptly, he would surely perish. Or he slipped forward, struggled briefly, and sank to the bottom, eventually surfacing after water filled his lungs, only to be pushed to the bank by the current, striking the stones. But by that time, far too much time would have passed for him to still be alive. Moreover, the current's force requires the sluice gates to be opened, and if I recall correctly, there has been no flooding this year. The gates would not have been opened. Yang Shanchang gritted his teeth. You are attempting to deceive me. No matter what I say, it will be wrong. Zhang Zhaoyin, eager to conclude the matter swiftly to prevent Fengtinger from revealing anything further, remarked, in that case, considering Li Shi is still alive, I shall impose a fine of 100 taels of silver on Yang Shanchang and incarcerate him for a month. This matter will be settled. Tian Shufan, reluctant to let Yang Shanchang off so easily, glanced at Su Yun for guidance. Unbeknownst to her, she had come to regard Su Yun as her anchor. Wait. Fu Yuan interjected. Bending slightly, Zhang Zhaoyin inquired, does young Master Fu have another suggestion? Zhang Zhaoyin reiterated, Yang Shanchang, confess honestly. Just as the girl said. I did indeed meet with Master Gao. Upon hearing him boast about his disciples, I felt a pang of envy. However, I did not interact with Li Shi in Master Gao's presence. I only followed him discreetly and seized the opportunity to engage him in conversation. As our dialogue progressed, my alarm increased. I had never encountered a student so gifted and diligent. A wicked thought crossed my mind, seeing no one around. I struck Li Shi on the back of the head with a stone. Fearing the consequences, I cast him into the river. Just as he fell, a boatman happened to glide beneath the bridge. I had no choice but to leap into the water to rescue Li Shi. Fortunately, that boatman did not linger. Chapter 86 Chen Sisi came to testify alongside Yang Shanchang, who shot a glare at Su Yun before speaking. After Li Shi was rescued, he immediately spat out water and, in a daze, asked me who I was. A thought struck me. If I were to hide him away and then push a large stone into the river while shouting that someone had fallen in, Li Shi could become my disciple and be of use to me in the future. Indeed, I called everyone over, claiming that an 11-year-old child had fallen into the river. With no one in the water, they could not retrieve anything. Master Gao waited until nightfall for Li Shi but learned from inquiries that someone had fallen into the river, and the body was missing. When I left the capital, I heard that Master Gao was bedridden. Ha ha, do you find this amusing? Master Gao still considers me his close friend. Yang Shanchong laughed maniacally. This scoundrel, I wish I could punch him to death. Su Yun gritted her teeth. Su Yuan took a deep breath, filled with anger. Lord Zhang, I have something to report. What is it? Zhang Zhaon wiped the sweat from his forehead. Yang Shanchong has unjustly accused me. He colluded with the master of Wansong Academy and wealthy merchants to engage in bribery. The academy, once a place for education, has now become a playground for the children of affluent families. As an official academy, it is your duty to regulate such conduct. Zhang Zhaon felt relieved. This was the matter at hand. First, we will address Li Shi's situation. Tomorrow, I will personally investigate Wansong Academy. If this is true, we will impose severe punishment. Just as Zhang Zhaoyin thought the matter was concluded, Su Yuan spoke again. Lord Zhang, I have something else to say. Su Yuan, I wish to speak for myself. Feng Tinger stepped forward, her eyes filled with hatred as she stared at Yang Shanchong. Zhang Zhaoyin's mind raced with a singular thought. It was all over, completely over. Lord Zhang, Yang Shanchong coerced me. Each word from Feng Tinger felt like a dagger to her heart. She closed her eyes and spoke with great difficulty. He summoned me to a place and sullied my purity. Feng Tinger, do not speak nonsense. What evidence do you have of this accusation? Yang Shanchong's face darkened. Zhang Zhaoyin, do you have any evidence? Isn't what I say evidence enough? Feng Tinger shouted, her voice breaking. What more evidence do you need? Should I die to prove it? Tears flowed slowly from her eyes, her state clearly distressed. Su Yun rushed forward to embrace her. Sister, I believe you. What if I were to testify as well? Would that count as evidence? Chen Cici's voice arrived before her presence. Accompanying her was Chen Xiu. Feng Tinger looked on in disbelief. Chen Cici always appeared so cheerful. Cici. You. The words escaped her. As a victim, she understood the sensation of having one's facade torn away, standing in the sunlight. Her heart ached. With no one to rely on. Chen Cici nodded silently, a faint smile on her lips, yet deep within her eyes lay hatred for Yang Shanchong. She smiled at Chen Xiu. Brother, will you stand up for me? Of course, Chen Xiu replied, ruffling Chen Cici's hair. His one word gave her immense courage. She had been bullied and dared not speak to her family. After hearing Su Yun's words today, she gathered the courage to seek out her brother. She never expected her usually stern brother to believe her and seek justice on her behalf. How wonderful! Was this what it felt like to be protected? Tears of joy streamed down her face as she exclaimed, Yang Shanchong put drugs in the tea. Any female student who drank it would fall into a stupor and be quietly violated. Initially, I had no idea who it was. But once I refrained from drinking the tea in the room, I witnessed Yang Shanchong. Her voice faltered. Yang Shanchong, however, had noticed me and threatened me, claiming I was insignificant and that no one would help me. He forced me time and again. Eventually, Yang Shanchong grew bolder, directly summoning female students to secluded places and Chen Xiu's face darkened. Is Lord Zhang not going to order the arrest of Yang Shanchong? Zhang Zhaon continued wiping his sweat, stammering. Zhang Zhaon was known for his decisiveness. How could he not articulate a single sentence? Fu Yuan pressed from the side. Zhang Zhaon closed his eyes, steeling himself, and exclaimed, Bring forth the guards. Muzzle Yang Shanchong and take him to the prison. Several constables moved forward. Yang Shanchong's eyes glinted with malice. Before the constables could silence him, he declared, Feng Tinger, do you know why I like to blindfold your eyes? Silence him. Quickly, shut his mouth. Zhang Zhaon shouted in a panic. Yet Yang Shanchong was quick with his tongue. Because I am not the only one, there is also Zhang Zhaoyin. Ha ha ha, Zhang Zhaoyin, you cannot escape this. Yang Shanchong laughed uproariously. Fu Yuan signaled to Qing Yi, who drew a sword and held it to Zhang Zhaoyin's neck. Chen Xiu stepped forward and cupped his hands. Fu Gongzi, why not let me take charge of this case? Very well. Fu Yuan nodded slightly. Chen Xiu waved his hand decisively. Bring in the torturers. We must extract the truth about how many female students were harmed and which officials were complicit. After the torture, Yang Shanchang revealed the names of 3 6th-rank officials and the head of the Tang family. Qin Xiu acted swiftly, arresting these individuals and demanding 200 taels of silver from Yang Shanchang's wife as compensation for Li Shi. Wansong Academy was thoroughly cleansed. At noon, Su Yun devoured her meal and discussed the matter with her family, praising Qin Xiu's efficiency. Liu Xia nodded at Su Yun. You, how can you involve yourself in everything? What if Feng Tinger and Qin Sisi had not testified? What then? Mother, I would think of another way. We cannot allow someone like Yang Shanchang to continue harming others. Su Yun replied earnestly. Liu Xia shook her head in resignation. What? This matter is already spread outside? Yes, they replied. It is said that a 17-year-old girl accompanied female students from Wansong Academy to accuse Yang Shanchang and Zhang Zhaoyin. Wang Ernia chuckled foolishly, scratching his head. The moment I heard it, I knew that girl must be Yun Yato. This is not good. Feng Tinger is already in a fragile state. If rumors spread, she might do something foolish. Sister Jiao Jiao, do you know Feng Tinger? Su Yun inquired. Yes, Jiao Jiao nodded. I have met her a few times. I remember her father is a minister in the Ministry of Rights. I fear Feng Tinger might act rashly. Do you know where she lives? I do not know. Jiao Jiao shook her head. Liu Xia and the others were aware of the gravity of the situation and fell into silence. Su Bing suggested, why not seek out Qin Xiu? He must know where Feng Tinger lives. That works. The new Jingzhao Yin has not yet assumed office. This matter is being handled by Lord Xiu, who is likely still at the Jingzhao Yin's residence. Just as Su Bing was about to rise, Liu Xia stood up. Xu Fin and I will go with Guai Guai. It would not be appropriate for you men to go. I want to go too. Jiao Jiao raised her hand. I am about the same age as Feng Tinger. Perhaps I can say a few words to her. Chapter 87. Rescuing Feng Tinger at the residence of the Jingzhao Yin. Qin Xiu was engaged in conversation with a slender man at the entrance. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with a clean countenance and a hint of stubble on his chin, suggesting a person who takes care of his appearance. Qin Xiu noticed several individuals rushing towards him and, after nodding to the man, approached Su Yun. He was somewhat acquainted with Su Yun, having met her a few times previously, so he did not regard her as a mere child lacking understanding and directly inquired, what has happened? Quickly, Master Xiu, please go to Feng Tinger's home. I'm afraid she might harm herself, Su Yun panted, unwittingly using the respectful title for him that she often recited in her heart. Follow me. The man who had been conversing with Qin Xiu was none other than Feng Tinger's father, Feng Shileng. Without questioning Su Yun, he took the lead, albeit his hands trembled with evident distress. Fortunately, the Feng residence was not far. At the door, Aunt Wu was knocking. Tinger, open the door for your aunt. With furrowed brows, she continued, Child, can't your aunt scold you a little? Didn't I tell you to keep this matter to yourself? Now the whole street knows about it. How will you ever marry? I've long told your father that it is unnecessary for you to study, but he wouldn't listen and insisted on sending you out. Now that this has happened, the entire Feng family has lost face. You are already 14 and other families are already discussing marriage. Who would want you now? Do you know how your mother ridicules me for not being able to raise a daughter properly, making your father a laughingstock in court? Aunt Wu leaned against the door, lamenting while clutching a handkerchief. Inside, Feng Tinger's gaze began to dim. She found a rope and threw it over a beam, expressionless as she tied a noose. Standing on a stool, she slowly put her head into the loop, and without a moment's hesitation, she kicked the stool away. At that moment, Feng Shileng hurried in, shaking Aunt Wu. Where is Tinger? She's inside. I was merely trying to speak with her, and she became upset, Aunt Wu replied, wiping her eyes with the handkerchief. Oh no, Feng Tinger must have done something foolish, Su Yun exclaimed as she stepped forward and kicked the door open. Who are you, child, to be so rude? Aunt Wu retorted. Qin Xiu, who had been waiting outside, could no longer afford to maintain his distance upon hearing Su Yun's thoughts. He entered the courtyard and forcefully kicked the door open. Tinger! Feng Sherlang rushed inside and quickly freed her from the rope. Aunt Wu stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Disbelief etched on her face. What are you doing? Aunt Wu shrieked as Su Yun began performing CPR on Feng Tinger. She took a deep breath and blew it into Feng Tinger's mouth. Aunt Wu, now standing, questioned sharply, "What are you doing?" Realizing Su Yun was attempting to save her, Feng Sherlang struck Aunt Wu across the face. Coughing, Feng Tinger stirred back to consciousness, yet her eyes lacked vitality. Qin Xiu gently spoke, "Feng Tinger. Tomorrow Yang Shanchong and Zhang Zhaoyin will face execution. Do you not wish to see it?" "Very well." Aunt Wu, still seething from the slap, directed her anger towards Feng Tinger. "Since you are better, get up." "What a disgrace. Your aunt has treated you well. How could you think of dying? Why not die outside instead, you wretched girl?" "Enough!" Feng Sherlang shouted, pointing at Aunt Wu. "Get out!" Aunt Wu, wringing her handkerchief and with tears in her eyes, left the room. Feng Sherlang lifted Feng Tinger onto the bed and covered her with a quilt. "Father will support you. Do not heed your aunt's nonsense. You are not at fault. It is those deserving of death." Feng Sherlang awkwardly attempted to comfort her, reaching out to stroke her head, only to have her shy away. "I will step outside. You speak with this young lady." As Chen Xiu and Feng Sherlang exited, the space was left for the four of them. Tian Shufin grasped Feng Tinger's hand. "Tinger, do you know? Your aunt has also endured the trials of slander. Death is not to be feared. But the presence of wicked people still living is truly frightening." Liu Xia poured a cup of water and helped Feng Tinger sit up. "Drink some water." Feng Tinger sat half upright, dazed, and took a sip without speaking. Su Jiao sat beside the bed. "Sister Ting, I know you. Perhaps you do not know me. Can you guess when I first saw you?" Feng Tinger looked up but remained silent. Su Jiao smiled. "I saw you at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Contest. Your poetry was exquisite, surpassing that of the gentleman." She tentatively took Feng Tinger's hand, and when she did not withdraw, she beamed. "I believe your talent is equal to that of any man. Perhaps one day you may even become a female official. It has been 30 years since a female official existed in the Great Qin. Not a single one has emerged in the last 3 decades. Feng Tinger's eyes sparkled with hope. If she were to hold an official position, she would never allow women to be treated with such indignity, nor to suffer in silence without someone to advocate for them. "Thank you," Feng Tinger said, her voice hoarse. She expressed her gratitude to each person in the room, and when it came to Su Yun, she embraced her gently, whispering, "Thank you for saving me. From this day forward, I shall be a reborn Feng Tinger." The following day at noon, Qin Xiu took Yang Shanchong and Zhang Zhaoyin to the South Street for execution. This act was meant to instill fear in the other heads of academies and scholars. The academy was established to cultivate talent for the court and could not be allowed to descend into such chaos. As the clock struck noon, the executioner took a swig of wine and sprayed it onto his blade. Qin Xiu, seated at the center, threw down the execution order. The blade rose and fell, resulting in a gruesome scene. Su Yun was shielded by Liu Xia, who covered her eyes, while Feng Tinger and Qin Cici held hands, not even blinking. Witnessing the scene, they wept tears of joy. Yet, malice lingered all around them. "Look, it's those two. I heard they were sullied," some murmured. "How dare they still show their faces? If I lost my virtue, I would have ended it all. Indeed, how shameless." The crowd pointed and whispered. Su Yun, hands on her hips, shouted, "You all speak of shame? Enough already. How can you be so thick-skinned? Go die if you wish. No one is stopping you." Fuming, Su Yun continued her tirade, while Liu Xia chimed in, "One should cultivate kindness. Often, slander is the most hurtful." The onlookers, wary of provoking trouble, refrained from stirring up conflict, having witnessed these individuals speaking with Master Qin. Once the execution was complete, the crowd dispersed. Feng Tinger and Qin Cici felt a warmth in their hearts. In truth, such words no longer affected them. The Wansong Academy had replaced its staff, and all the scholars had been changed. The newly appointed head was a young man, On the same day, the Jingzhou inn also took office. The schemes and deceptions of the capital held no relevance to them. Chapter 88. The unwed fiancé who wore the green hat for Lord Xiao as night deepened. Chaos reigned within Yoning Palace. The queen's voice, sharp and piercing, sent numerous luxurious and exquisite porcelain wares crashing to the ground. How could Qian'er defy me for a merchant's daughter? Have I given him too much, causing him to forget his own identity? Do not be angry, your majesty. The crown prince is surely enchanted by that merchant girl. As long as you remain silent, who would dare to arrange a marriage for him? Li Gonggong tread cautiously on the shards, inching closer. Your majesty's anger is understandable. Gradually, the queen's fury subsided. Shall Li convey a message to the crown prince? If he continues to disobey, then he shall no longer hold the title of crown prince. Yes, Li Gonggong replied, bowing as he retreated, surprised by the queen's ruthless resolve. Though the crown prince had just turned 15, due to the emperor's mental decline, he had not yet been officially named. He resided in separate quarters on the eastern side of the imperial garden. Upon Li Gonggong's arrival, Qin Maqian had been waiting for quite some time, fanning himself leisurely. I am aware of my mother's intentions. Go and convey my message to her. Let her test the loyalty of those ministers who she believes are loyal. With that, Qin Maqian shut the door, leaving Li Gonggong at a loss. The crown prince understood his purpose without a word. The queen's people surrounded her. Meanwhile, Qin Maqian entered his study, spinning a landscape ink painting on the wall, revealing a hidden passage. As he approached, the shelves closed behind him. Release me. What are your true intentions? Susia, bound by iron chains, glared fiercely, undeterred by her predicament. Qin Maqian settled into a rocking chair nearby, taking in the sight of her defiance. Why can't I eliminate you? He mused, seemingly addressing someone else. Do you require heaven's endorsement for a marriage? Susia, filled with resentment, had been confined ever since aligning with Qin Maqian. Each day he spoke in riddles, leaving her bewildered. Seemingly skeptical, he advanced with his feather fan, its sharp edge grazing her neck, only to be halted by an inexplicable force. Despite numerous attempts, he found the situation absurdly amusing. At that moment, a group of cloaked figures attacked. Qin Maqian furrowed his brow. Was rescue at hand? Despite his superior combat skills, he found himself overwhelmed and retreated from the fray. Had he lingered, he would undoubtedly have suffered severe injuries. The black-clad assailants accurately rescued Su Xiyue before vanishing. Simultaneously, an undercover guard named Ling appeared. Master, do you require assistance? Her voice was sweet, and her petite figure was striking. Where were you just now? Qin Maqian queried, tightening his grip on the fan as he gazed skyward. As dawn broke, he recalled the items Qin Xiu had delivered during the last raid. The pigs and chickens were gone, and he produced 12 taels of silver in exchange. The journey was long. It would be more convenient to purchase an ox cart, as suggested by Chen Xiu. Tian Shufin immediately chimed in. I can't manage the work on my own. Buying an ox for plowing would be beneficial. She smiled at Li Shi. Let us go and inspect the ox cart. Li Shi followed closely, still without his memories. Wang Ernie scratched his head. I'll buy one too. It will make transporting goods easier. He genuinely needed it and couldn't keep borrowing an ox cart from Su Xiyue. Li Shi also wished to buy one, but, appearing financially destitute, she could only abandon the idea. Su Jiaojiao tugged at Su Yun, reluctant to part. Sister, do come to the capital to visit. Of course, I will, Su Yun nodded. Nearby, Qin Xiu remarked, Su Jiaojiao. Your grandfather wishes you to stay at my home for a few days. My sister is of a similar age. You two should get along well. She was acquainted with Chen Sisi, a knowledgeable girl much like Feng Tinger. Is this the reason for your broken engagement, Qin Xiu? Hearing the muffled sobs of a young girl, Su Yun looked up to see a 17-year-old girl in a snow-white gown, standing like a blooming white lotus. Tears streamed down her face, creating a beautiful yet sorrowful image. Her maid wiped her tears gently. Miss, I never expected Lord Chen to be such a person. Please stop crying. If the lady finds out, she will be heartbroken. Oh, so this is the unwed fiancé who has been wronged by Lord Xiao. Su Yun's curiosity piqued. Li Shi and Liu Xia held their children, casting sympathetic glances at Chen Xiao. Su Huaiyi hinted, Tingun, it's been hot lately. Eat more greens to cool down. Look at Lord Chen, he is breaking out in spots. Indeed. Lord Chen, you should consume more greens. They're good for your health. Su Bing looked at Su Huaiyi with a resentful gaze. Father, you truly are a wonderful parent. Speak your mind directly. Why involve me? Why do I feel my grandfather and father are hinting at Lord Xiao? How do they know? Su Yun wondered aloud. Su Huaiyi forced a smile. Su Yun noticed the similarity between her grandfather's smile and the spots on Lord Xiao's forehead, feeling relieved. So, it was merely a coincidence. Very well. Chen Xiao sighed, nodding. Meanwhile, Bai Qingqing continued to weep, and Chen Xiao grew impatient. He had clearly stated his intentions to break off the engagement. And both families had agreed. Why was Bai Qingqing making such a fuss? Bai Qingqing, I believe I have been clear enough. I know Brother Xiao must have his reasons. Bai Qingqing sobbed, tears cascading down her cheeks as she took a step back, shaking her head. The maid stepped forward, glaring at Su Jiaojiao. Miss Su. How shameless of you to visit uninvited when you are not yet wed. Lord Chen has a fiancée. You and your maid must be ill. Seek treatment, and do not delay your recovery. At this moment, Bai Qingqing pulled her maid back. Do not speak so. Miss Su is the daughter of a minister. We cannot afford to offend her. She folded her hands and bowed. Miss Su, please do not take offense. My maid is simply ignorant. I apologize on her behalf. The two women back and forth left Su Yun rolling her eyes. What a white lotus. A white lotus, noble and pure, rises from the mud, untouched by filth. Did Bai Qingqing deserve such a title? Chen Xiao disagreed vehemently. Frustrated, he stepped forward. Bai Qingqing, we have ended our engagement. There is no longer any relationship between us. Brother Xiao, is it truly for her? Bai Qingqing cried, pointing at Su Jiaojiao. Chen Xiao frowned in annoyance. Address me as Lord Chen. Moreover, this has nothing to do with Miss Su. Please cease your nonsensical claims. I know Brother Xiao still cares for me. You need not explain. I understand. Bai Qingqing replied demurely. Su Yun was nearly at her wit's end. I feel nauseous. How can she be so dense? Chen Xiao, equally exasperated, directed his guards. Bai Qingqing's father held a position as the fourth-grade official in the Imperial Academy. Since childhood, he had favored Chen Xiao, which led to their betrothal. Bai Qingqing's arrival was at his behest. Knowing she would return empty-handed, Bai Qingqing braced herself for a scolding. Her father valued Chen Xiao, who was now the Deputy Minister of Justice, a respectable third-grade official. The difference between one word and one rank was vast. At this moment, Bai Qingqing cast aside her pride and shouted, Why have you called off the engagement? You must explain yourself. Indeed. How could the esteemed Lord Xiao so abruptly call off the engagement? Su Yun pondered with curiosity. Chapter 89. The lockdown of South Street. Are you certain this is the place? Chen Xiao still wished to preserve some dignity for the Bai family. Should he speak out? The news would undoubtedly spread throughout the entire capital. Bai Qingqing nodded softly, her expression teetering on the brink of tears. To the uninformed, one might conclude that Chen Xiao had wronged her. That day I visited the Bai residence to seek out Bai Xiyue. I happened upon you and a scholar clandestinely exchanging words in the alley. Is this true? With this, Chen Xiao chose to speak plainly. Bai Qingqing's tears fell like pearls, her silk handkerchief clutched tightly to her chest. I merely saw that when Bao's family was impoverished and offered him a bit of assistance. How could you accuse me of such impropriety in front of everyone? What would the other young ladies think of me? Oh, Wenba. Su Yun mentally rehearsed the name. Su Bing could no longer suppress himself, playfully tugging at Su Yun's cheeks. What are you doing, father? Su Yun whispered, looking up. Su Bing shook his head. It's nothing. I just find you too adorable. Why is my father being so nonsensical? Just as Su Yun made this observation, She was drawn to the sight of a maid beside Bai Qingqing, who had suddenly knelt down, weeping in a manner strikingly reminiscent of Bai Qingqing. Master Qin, how could you misunderstand my young lady? She has a kind heart and has always supported the impoverished. She has no connection whatsoever with that scholar. The maid, noticing someone peering over, raised her voice. Could it be that Master Qin has found a sweetheart, which led to the dissolution of the engagement with my young lady? Stop speaking nonsense, cooker. Brother Xiao is not that kind of person. Once this misunderstanding is cleared, he will surely come to marry me. I have waited for Brother Xiao for 3 years. This moment is inconsequential. Bai Qingqing sobbed, gently dabbing her tears with her handkerchief. Qin Xiao was utterly vexed by the incessant weeping. He stated coldly, "Do you think I am blind? Did you not see how close you two were to kissing?" At this point, Qin Xiao had torn off the facade. Bai Qingqing had not anticipated such heartlessness from him. Nevertheless, as a delicate woman, she was no match for the guards. Rumors spread rapidly, and whispers had already reached Bai Xiyue's ears. One could easily imagine the fate that awaited Bai Qingqing. So, this is the reason Master Xiao called off the engagement. Thankfully, I stumbled upon this. Otherwise, it would have been too late after the marriage. Su Yun nodded in agreement. Qin Xiao was not inclined to hear any more about infidelity. He strode directly towards Su Jiao. All right. Su Jiao understood that Qin Xiao had many matters to attend to and dared not delay. She waved a simple farewell to Su Yun. At that moment, dozens of constables rushed in unison, surrounding all entrances and exits of South Street. The newly appointed Jing Zhaoyin emerged from among the constables, fists clenched before him. His dark red official robe, luxurious in appearance, caught Qin Xiao's attention, though he did not recognize the new Jing Zhaoyin. He had only heard of a figure named Zhao Qingju who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. He stepped forward and clasped his hands. "Master Zhao, what has transpired?" "Minister Su has been assassinated, and Dan Shaoqing injured the assailant, who fled into the alley of South Street. I have come to assist Dan Shaoqing." Upon hearing the news, Zhao Qingju replied, returning the gesture. "Where was my grandfather attacked?" Su Jiao inquired. A sigh of relief escaped her, yet she knew she could not appear too calm. As eyes were upon her, she hastily attempted to leave, only to be stopped by the constables. "What are you doing?" She glared at them. Zhao Qingju restrained the constable's blade. "Miss Su, I understand your concern for Minister Su. However, everyone present is a suspect. We must check for injuries before anyone may leave, yourself included. Then hurry up with the inspection." Su Jiao snapped. Zhao Qingju waved his hand, and an elderly woman stepped forward to conduct inspections for the females, while the constables managed the males. Su Jiao soon passed her inspection, and, as the performance required full commitment, she was about to dash toward the Su residence when Zhao Qingju spoke again. "Your grandfather has been taken to the Imperial Medical Institute by Wu Chun." Su Jiao halted, stunned. The Imperial Medical Institute was within the palace, and entrance was beyond her reach. The alley of South Street had 3 exits. Soon it was the turn of Su Yun and her family. They all passed the inspection. Meanwhile, more and more individuals were departing. The cattle seller was on North Street and would need to traverse through the 3rd exit of South Street. Seeing Su Jiao's dazed expression, Su Yun couldn't help but admire her. This acting is simply remarkable. Then, Su Yun crouched down. "Sister Jiao. Please do not cry. Grandfather will surely be fine." When it came to acting, Su Bing could only concede to Su Yun. She had a multitude of thoughts in her heart, yet her words conveyed an entirely different sentiment. He shook his head helplessly. At that moment, Dan Qingfeng also emerged, harboring a sense of vigilance towards Zhao Qingju, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. "Master Zhao, your intelligence is indeed impressive. It seems that you were right behind me as I pursued that figure in black into South Street, and you arrived with the constables to seal off the exits." Dan Qingfeng observed with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. "One might think you have an informant within my residence. Master Dan, you jest. How could I harbor any ill intentions towards you?" Zhao Qingju replied, a smirk tugging at his lips. emphasizing his last words. However, Dan Qifeng was so preoccupied with potential schemes that he failed to take notice. He and General Guan had prepared to stage a performance, arranging for people to lie in wait nearby. By unfortunate coincidence, the emperor regained consciousness and summoned General Guan. Consequently, they witnessed Minister Su injured, and he hastily pursued the figure in black. Though he injured the assailant, he lost track of him. Zhao Qingzhu's arrival was merely a matter of timing, and Dan Qifeng felt compelled to remain cautious. As the saying goes, the observer sees more than the actor. Su Yun felt an uncanny familiarity with Zhao Qingzhu, not from his appearance or demeanor, but from an inexplicable sense of recognition. Unable to understand it, she shook her head and dismissed the thought. Qin Xiu cast a discreet glance at Zhao Qingzhu, harboring a suspicion that the latter recognized Dan Qifeng. Just as he was about to inquire, a familiar voice rang out. "What is going on? Such a commotion." The newcomer wore an official robe similar in color to Qin Xiu's, but upon closer inspection, the embroidery patterns differed. This voice drew the attention of 3 individuals simultaneously. Qin Xiu clasped his hands in greeting. "Deputy Minister Wei." "Deputy Minister Qin, what brings you here?" Wei Hua inquired. Qin Xiu recounted the events that had transpired succinctly. Upon hearing this, Wei Hua's expression turned grave. "We must thoroughly search every individual at the entrance of South Street. That injured person cannot endure for long." "How did Deputy Minister Wei come to be here?" Zhao Qingzhu smiled, though his eyes betrayed no warmth. He stepped forward, attempting to place a hand on Wei Hua's shoulder, only to have the latter evade the gesture. Wei Hua's expression darkened. "It is said that Zhao Yin has emerged like a stone monkey from the void. Little did I know you were so lacking in decorum." As the left deputy minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wei Hua held a third-rank position, superior to Zhao Qingzhu. This action was indeed somewhat offensive. "Are you accusing me?" Zhao Qingzhu realized the implication. "And if I am?" "Everyone within South Street is a suspect. Those who stand within must be examined." Zhao Qingzhu stepped forward, his tone laden with pressure. Chapter 90. I shall strike back. The officials present could not possibly surpass my rank. That would be rather inappropriate, wouldn't it? Wei Hua was undeterred as he fixated on the 3 individuals. "Very well, I shall conduct an inquiry. What does Deputy Minister Wei think?" "This is the newly appointed Inspector Su." Inspector Su, a recent laureate, found himself in this position after the household of Inspector Xia was raided shortly after his success in the examinations. The role of an inspector is to monitor all officials. Yet, unfortunately, Inspector Xia failed to grasp the essence of his duties, preoccupied instead with currying favor with the Empress. Now, with Inspector Su ascending, he strode purposefully towards Wei Hua. Wei Hua sensed that escape was futile. Initially, he contemplated fleeing through another entrance. However, his grievous injuries rendered him incapable of overcoming the multitude of constables. He had also attempted to shed his dark attire and don an official robe to exit through the other 2 exits openly. Yet, the constables, resolutely ignorant of his identity, insisted on searching him regardless of his protests. With no options left, Wei Hua was compelled to take a desperate gamble. After all, his rank was the highest. Yet he had not anticipated the arrival of Inspector Su. "Seize him, and search Deputy Minister Wei." Inspector Su commanded several constables. They hesitated, casting glances towards Zhao Qingzhu. Only after receiving a nod did they approach to search Wei Hua. Initially, Wei Hua remained still, but as the constables stumbled upon the sticky blood, he bit down on the poison he had long concealed in his mouth. He had long reconciled himself to his impending demise, hoping only that his death would not implicate the Empress. Not good, he intends to poison himself. Qin Xiu rushed forward to pry open Wei Hua's mouth. But it was too late. Wei Hua fell to the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Panic ensued as everyone hurriedly cleared the scene, and Nanjia Lane returned to its usual bustling atmosphere. Wang Erniu and Tian Shufan arrived with their ox cart, relieved to find the Su family unscathed. They prepared to search for the village chief of Su to return home. In the Yangxin Palace, the emperor of the Great Qin appeared quite gaunt. At merely 45 years of age, he looked even older than Guanqing. The two shared a mentor-student relationship, akin to long-lost friends. Though the emperor was thin, he still exuded a commanding aura. "Your Majesty, are you well?" Guanqing inquired, his gaze subtly drifting to the palace guards nearby. The emperor chuckled. "They are all mine. I am in excellent health." "Your Majesty, what has transpired? Why the poison?" Guanqing puzzled, unable to fathom how someone of the emperor's stature could easily be poisoned. "Did that rascal Guanhu not inform you?" "He did, but I simply cannot comprehend." "I am not poisoned. I merely played along. Your Majesty intends to investigate who was behind the poisoning of Princess Pingyang back then." Guanqing hesitated, but the emperor understood. "Indeed. I suspect this matter is related to the Empress Dowager. The Empress is merely a pawn in her game." Guanqing pondered deeply. He had almost forgotten about the Empress Dowager. He recalled that after the emperor ascended, the Dowager had devoted herself to fasting and praying, rarely leaving her quarters. It was unexpected that she had not relinquished her ambitions. The Empress Dowager was not the emperor's biological mother, but rather a consort of the late emperor. Shortly after the abdication of the late emperor, she had tended to him personally until his incapacitation. Everyone praised her, yet was it truly warranted? Among the 3,000 beauties of the harem, only the Empress Dowager remained in the end, indicating her cunning nature. "Is your Majesty intentionally driving me away?" Guanqing suddenly realized. During his time in the capital, many old military officials had died under mysterious circumstances. The emperor nodded. "There is no need to continue investigating the accounts. The ledgers disappeared in a fire at the Duke's residence a month ago. The account books of Minister Su were fabricated at my behest. The rumors were merely to expose the truth." "The fire was set by the Empress Dowager's agents?" Guanqing understood at once, though he had not anticipated that Minister Su could deceive him so thoroughly. "Your Majesty, even Prime Minister Zhou has been kept in the dark? You know, if he were aware, he would never perform so convincingly. If one must act, one must do so to the fullest. I already possess substantial evidence. Yet I still cannot ascertain the circumstances surrounding Princess Pingyang's death, nor the identity of her child." The emperor's voice trailed off, heavy with unspoken thoughts. In the Imperial Medical Department, Physician Lin was stitching up Minister Su's wounds. That Wei Hua actually took the item and left. Fortunately, he did not kill Minister Su. Otherwise, even the gods could not save him. I had intended to present that item to the emperor, but unexpectedly, it was snatched away by Wei Hua. Minister Su replied angrily. Nearby, Physician Gua, feigning to prepare medicine, quietly slipped away after packaging several doses. Once alone, Physician Lin lowered his voice. "You rascal, you truly are something else. Binding pork to yourself?" "Fortunately, I did. Wei Hua truly meant to harm him. It was excruciating." The disguised Minister Su chuckled foolishly. He was Wu Chun's brother, Wu Chong, possessing remarkable skills in disguise. Wu Chun retorted, "Are you not afraid Wei Hua will slit your throat?" "Not at all. A throat slitting is impossible, at most. I would be gravely injured. If it comes to that, I can simply have Physician Lin take a look. Had it not been for General Guan being present, do you think you could have entered the palace? If I cannot enter, I could just have Physician Lin come out. Isn't that the same?" Wu Chong asked innocently. "Is it the same? If I do not perform for others, how can they believe the account books are truly gone?" The two brothers bickered playfully. News of the events soon reached the Empress's ears. Grasping the arm of Eunuch Li, she tightened her grip. "Little Li, do you mean to say that the account books were taken by Qian Heir? Wei Hua's suicide, could it possibly be because he is aligned with Qian Heir?" Eunuch Li trembled, lowering his head, afraid to speak. The Empress's grip dug deeply into his flesh, blood oozing forth, as she comprehended his meaning. The Empress took it upon herself to seek out Qin Maqian, feeling a sense of confrontation looming. Gazing at her own flesh and blood, she laughed coldly. "Qian Heir, bring forth the item." "Mother, do you truly believe I took the account books?" Qin Maqian retorted. The Empress replied icily, "Little Li, search the Crown Prince's chambers. Qin Maqian flicked his feather fan dismissively. No wonder you are used as a pawn. It seems you lack discernment. Silence. I advise you to manage your associates more carefully. Ascertain whose people they truly are. After uttering a vague remark, Qin Maqian closed the door firmly. The Empress, incensed, continued to squeeze eunuch Li's arm, while he, with his head bowed, bore a gaze shrouded in ambiguity. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Su Yun remained oblivious to the happenings in the capital. Her family had successfully arrived at Qingshan village. Chapter 91. The sandalwood box beneath the jujube tree as the weather returned to normal. The Great Qin Kingdom commenced its rice planting in mid-May, with harvest taking place in late September. The government had improved barley into a winter variety, which, despite its longer maturation period, exhibited greater resistance to cold. Sown in early October and harvested by mid-April, this innovation allowed the populace to cultivate 2 crops annually, diversifying their diet beyond mere wheat products. Many families also reserved a portion of their land for corn and sweet potatoes. In mid-April, the busy farming season arrived, and the golden barley fields were a sight to behold. The increase in grain production was permanent, rendering any harvest within 100 miles of Qingshan village more bountiful than elsewhere. Magistrate Zheng placed great emphasis on this phenomenon, having collected soil samples 2 years prior. Yet he could not discern the reason. The earth bore no distinguishable differences from that of neighboring fields. In Qingshan village, the Su family found themselves amidst the joyful chaos of their twin toddlers, Su Huaiyi and Su Xiyue, both just over a year old. The 2 children walked steadily. Though they were identical in appearance, their personalities diverged dramatically. Su Huaiyi perpetually wore a frown, resembling a small old man, while Su Xiyue embodied a lively spirit. The quintessential mischievous child. Su Xiyue, called Su Bing, who had successfully attained the status of a scholar the previous year and was now preparing for the autumn examination in the capital. Frustrated, he lifted Su Xiyue by her collar, revealing her ink-stained face. Clad in a light blue dress, her hair fashioned into a playful crown with braids, she appeared utterly adorable. With a lisp, Su Xiyue innocently protested. Unmoved, Su Bing pointed to the ink-smeared book. Who allowed you to draw on this? The cover, deep blue, was adorned with a large turtle and the crooked character for father inscribed on it. Su Bing exhaled deeply, his face contorted in dismay as he called out, "Mother, come quickly." "What is it now?" inquired Liu Xia, rushing in with a spatula in hand. Su Bing gestured toward the turtle illustration, his expression one of woe. "Look. Su Xiyue, go play in the yard and wash your face," Liu Xia instructed sternly, suppressing a smile. She had long recognized the extraordinary intelligence of her children. Even little Huaiyi could recognize characters from the 1,000-character classic at his tender age, while Xiyue, despite her inability to hold a brush properly, could already scribble and doodle with ease. Yet, her daughter's antics were a constant source of exasperation. With a pout and tears welling in her eyes, Su Xiyue looked up at Liu Xia, who remained resolute. "That tactic won't work on me. You must wash up quickly, as I still have to prepare meals for your grandparents and sister. If you continue to misbehave, I shall have to spank you." Ignoring Su Xiyue's protests, Liu Xia turned back toward the kitchen. Head bowed and clutching her rear, Su Xiyue trudged obediently to the yard. Meanwhile, Su Huaiyi sat in the courtyard, a book obscuring his face. "Enough," he grumbled. The twins had been at odds ever since they learned to walk. Su Xiyue scampered over to Su Huaiyi, smudging ink all over his face, her smile revealing 8 tiny teeth, 4 on top and 4 below. Frowning, Su Huaiyi calmly made his way to the kitchen, where he was met with Liu Xia's single-minded reproach. "Su Xiyue, behave yourself." In the fields, 8-year-old Su Yun was tying up the barley. She preferred to avoid being a mediator among her younger siblings, seeking solace in her work. "Mother, it's fine. I often practice martial arts and I can handle this." She chuckled, arranging the barley neatly and binding it together. Having completed their own harvests, the neighboring families now assisted the Su family. Lu Quan and Zheng carried the barley to the cart, stacking it carefully. "Sister Su Xiyue," she called, her voice ringing clear amidst the bustle. Suyin looked up just in time to see her little sister wobbling toward her, followed closely by Su Ruiwen, who quickened his pace upon seeing Xiyue leap into Su Yun's arms. "Su Xiyue is naughty," Su Ruiwen declared, his face stern. "Bad Ruiwen," Su Xiyue retorted, pointing her finger at him as their eyes sparkled with mischief. "Here we go again, I must play referee," Suyun thought, decisively releasing the children and darting toward Liu Xia. "Mother, what have we eaten today?" "I'm starving." "Braised pork, sweet and sour potatoes, and rice," Liu Xia replied with a smile. Even during the busy season, one must eat well to have the strength to work. Suyun eagerly took the basket and called out, "Grandfather, grandmother, Uncle Dashan, Uncle Shaoshan, dinner is ready." The villagers paused their labor, gathering beneath the large tree to share their meal. Su Xiyue huffed, while Su Ruiwen distanced himself from her, the two children walking in opposite directions. As they dined, the village chief approached with a cheerful demeanor, standing at the edge of the field. "Today, the emperor has proclaimed the crown prince and granted a general amnesty. Fellow villagers, we shall enjoy a prosperous year." With that, he dashed off to inform others. Su Yun, astonished, dropped her chopsticks into her bowl. After a moment, she regained her composure. The narrative can no longer be relied upon. This world has transformed and anything is possible. Over the past year, Su Yun had come to understand that she could not solely depend on the storyline. She would form her own conclusions about certain matters. Su Huaiyi felt a sense of pride, recognizing that his daughter had matured. The villagers of Qingshan were filled with joy. With the emperor's decree, they would not owe taxes for a year, and the grains they harvested were their own. How could they not rejoice? The Su family remained composed, as the scholar in their midst exempted them from taxation. As darkness enveloped the land, the weary villagers returned home. Peering into the courtyard and finding her siblings absent, Suyun entered. Thankfully, the two treasures must be asleep. "Sister," a voice called, startling her. "Oh, you scared me." Suyun clutched her chest and turned around. She spotted her little sister, covered in dirt, holding a sandalwood box, grinning and revealing her 8 teeth. "This rascal must have sneaked out while our parents were asleep." "Xiyue, where did you get this?" Suyun sighed in exasperation. Su Xiyue placed the box on the ground, pointing excitedly at the jujube tree in the yard. Looking closely, Suyun noticed a small hole beneath the tree, with the disturbed earth arranged into a little mound resembling a rabbit. How adorable. But wait. A sandalwood box beneath the jujube tree? Could it possibly hold treasure? Intrigued, Suyun gazed at the box. "Sister, give it to me," Su Xiyue urged, holding it up with a grin. Meanwhile, Su Huaiyi, who had been hauling a cart with Lu Quan, felt an unusual twitch in his eyelids. Without hesitation, he hurried home. Chapter 92.